Chapter 721 Breakthrough in Soul Wave Tachyon Ability. It has been determined that this thing is called Soul Wave Tachyon. The Soul Wave is something unique to the Zerg. Neither humans nor machines have it. It has no combat effectiveness and no other abilities. It can only conduct reconnaissance. The current speed is 100 s, which is 100 times the speed of light, or 30 gm/s, which is 30 million kilometers per second. Can it be used without purification? Just before it was confirmed, the 4 people chose a place for testing. And this place was chosen in the Sirius B galaxy. Since all 4 people had to undergo testing, Wu Zhenju was asked to be on duty. After being deployed, the 4 Xuanwu-level insect beasts were arranged side by side in the space of the Bingwei system. Each insect beast has its own blood blade in its insect bag. They prepare it in their respective insect bags one after another, meditate, and release the Soul Wave Tachyons. Sure enough, the 4 Soul Wave Tachyons came out of their respective bodies, and could be gathered together. Can't speak, but can communicate consciously. Nei's stream of consciousness was very exciting. This is amazing, isn't it? Are our souls out of body? Leng Yan just smiled and replied, you can also understand it this way. This is unique to the Zerg race, and neither humans nor machines can do it. The 4 people then started galloping freely in the Sirius B galaxy. As expected, as Leng Yan said, they could reach very high speeds. However, only Leng Yan could reach 100 times the speed of light, and the other 3 were much slower. Ming Lei can reach 80 s, which is 80 times the speed of light. The same applies to the following. Nei can reach 75 s, while Yin Ling can only reach 50 s. Even the slowest Silver Bell is 50 s. And it is also a scary chicken. The 4 people would separate for a while, and then join together for a while, running around in Galaxy B like this. I ran for a full hour, covering all of Galaxy B. Leng Yan once tried to fly continuously for half an hour, flying a total of 54 billion kilometers. She had to consider the return trip, so she actually flew nearly 30 billion kilometers. And 30 billion kilometers is 200 astronomical units. If it were light, it would take 28 hours to complete. But Leng Yan only took less than half an hour. Through testing, several characteristics of Soul Wave Tachyons were obtained. 1. The speed is extremely fast. The slowest one is Yin Ling's 50 s, because she evolved a blood blade in the shortest time, only 20 years, while the other 3 have more than 300 years. The fastest one is Leng Yan, which is currently 100 s. Depending on the situation, there is still room for improvement. 2. There is no acceleration, and the process from 0 to the highest speed is 0 seconds. Similarly, there is no deceleration, and the process from the highest speed to stop is also 0 seconds. 3. You can change lanes at any angle, and the lane changing time is 0 seconds. This arbitrary angle includes 90 degrees, a U-turn on the spot, and other arbitrary angles. 4. Soul Wave Tachyons are also a form of particles, not metaphysical things like souls. Their form is similar to photons, but photons are in motion, while Soul Wave Tachyons can stay still. 5. The Soul Wave Tachyon has no combat ability or other abilities that can be displayed. It can only conduct reconnaissance. 6. Multiple Soul Wave Tachyons can communicate with each other. 7. Soul Wave Tachyon can be used when the Blood Blade Queen is purifying, or can be used during normal meditation. 8. The skill of Soul Wave Tachyon can be taught to other Blood Blade Queens in the form of spores, or even to other Zerg units. But the latter still needs to be understood before it can be realized. And it is also possible. As for whether it works or not remains to be verified. These are several characteristics of Soul Wave Tachyon summarized by Leng Yan and others. After an hour of testing, the soul waves of several people returned to their respective bodies, opened their eyes, and communicated online. Several people were very excited. Leng Yan said, although the speed of 100 s is very fast, I feel there is still a lot of room for improvement. If we go from the solar system to Nanmen 2 at the speed of 100 s, it will still take 15 days to go back and forth. That's 30 days. Our purification time is only 3 days, so it would be great if we could reduce this time to 3 days. Oh my god! 3 days? Nei said. Let me do the math. That's 1,000. 1,000 times the speed of light. Can this be done? Leng Yan shook her head and said, I don't know, but we can try. Even if we can't reach 1,000, how can we improve it by any amount? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Leng Yan added, although we have wormhole technology, the ability of Soul Wave Tachyons is also very important. This can be very useful for intelligence investigation. because they have mastered this new skill. The 4 people in Blood Dance seem to be obsessed with it. They are studying and pondering this skill every day, constantly testing it, and constantly purifying it. You can often see 1 or 2 people who have just purified it. When it ends, pupation and purification begin again, through constant purification, understanding and testing. After a year, Soul Wave Tachyon skills have made full progress. This skill can be taught to other White Tiger level units. The original queen also belongs to the White Tiger class, but the size of the original queen varies. There are queens evolved from junior soldier insects and advanced soldier insects. The initial height is the same as the corresponding Zerg unit. The queen who evolved from a junior soldier insect is only a few meters long, and the queen who evolved from an advanced soldier insect is also over 50 meters long. In the same way, queens who evolved from the Azure Dragon level to the Xuanwu level also have corresponding body lengths. However, the queen after the evolution of the junior soldier worm and the advanced soldier worm will continue to grow until it reaches about 100 meters. Therefore, when Leng Yin and other Blood Blades choose the original queen, they will basically choose to evolve the advanced soldier insect, because the smaller size is more flexible and easier to control. It is also easier to control other large Zerg units in the swarm. Let's talk about Soul Wave Tachyon again. After a year of research, her speed reached the fastest speed of 720s, which is 720 the speed of light. Minlet and Nei both reached 600s. And Yinling, who started last, also reached an astonishing 500s. Since this skill can also be taught to the original queen, who is also at the White Tiger level, Leng Yin and the 4 people began to teach these skills step by step. The speed of the original queen is much slower, reaching an average of 300s. Based on the speed of the original queen, Leng Yin also had a bold idea and called everyone online to discuss the matter. After everyone was online, Leng Yin said, "The purification time of primary soldier insects and White Tiger level Blood Blades is 3 days. If we use these 3 days of purification time to conduct Soul Wave Tachyon reconnaissance, taking into account the round-trip problem, so we have to fly out for a day and a half, and then fly back for a day and a half. So how far can we fly in this day and a half? My maximum speed is 720s. So 1.5 days is 1080 light days, or 3 light years. In other words, when I am purifying, I can detect a distance of 3 light years, but it still cannot reach the 4.22 from the solar system to Namiman light year requirement. So, Chapter 722 The Locust of the Universe. The purification time of Zerg units is determined according to their size. The purification time of Blood Blade and primary soldier insects is 3 days, with a cycle of 1 month. The purification time of the Suzaku level is 1 month, and the cycle is 1 year. The purification time of the Azure Dragon level is 3 months, with a cycle of 3 years, while the purification time of the Azure Dragon level is the longest, reaching 10 months, with a cycle of 10 years. The original queen, like the Blood Blade queen, is also at the White Tiger level, but in terms of body shape, she can be at the Suzaku level, Azure Dragon level, and Xuanwu level. For the same size, the purification time will be equal to it. Since most of the original queens in Blood Dance are at the Suzaku level, their purification time is 1 month. The original queen also has the ability to transmit Soul Wave Tachyons, with a speed of about 300s. So she has a cool and bold hypothesis. The Suzaku class original queen's purification time is 1 month. So if they are allowed to use Soul Wave Tachyons to conduct reconnaissance, it will take 15 days, which is exactly 1 month for the round trip. Of course we can't let them spend all their time on Soul Wave reconnaissance during purification. We can have a turnaround time, such as 2 days. That is 14 days for reconnaissance, 14 days for return, and 2 days for turnaround, which is exactly 30 days a month. Sky. Then you can't calculate for me. How far can I fly in 14 days? If the 300s flies for 14 days, how far can it fly? If it is 300 times the speed of light, then if it flies continuously for 14 days, it can fly 14 times 300 is equal to 4,200 light days. If 4,200 light days are converted into light years, that is 11.5 light years. Several people quickly calculated the answer. Everyone was shocked, especially Nei, who exclaimed, "Oh my god! You can fly so far!" "Yes," Leng Yin said. "We have 36 primitive queens. Using Soul Wave Tachyons, we can detect a distance of 11 light years around. But I am not satisfied with this result. What if the original queen is allowed to evolve to the Azure Dragon level? How far can her soul wave fly when she is about to die? The purification time of the Azure Dragon level is 3 months. So this number is 3. So the original queen of the Azure Dragon level, her soul wave tachyon, can fly out 34 light years. The distance to Fomalhaut is 30 light years, which is completely within the detection range. Yinling asked, "What my sister means is to use the Azure Dragon level Primordial Queen to conduct soul wave reconnaissance on Fomalhaut." Lun Yin nodded and said, "Do you still remember Chop Star? It is more than 100 light years away from us. What if we use a Xuanwu level queen to conduct soul wave detection on it?" The Xuanwu level purification time is 10 months. So its detection capability is 110 light years, completely covering the Chop Star. As for the current Blood Dance, there are 36 original queens, 32 Suzaku level and 4 Qinglong level. As for the Xuanwu level, there is none. With this calculation, everyone is very excited, and the development of the Zerg is getting smoother and smoother. Yinling said, "Then let's start investigating Fomalhaut now," Lun Yin said with a smile. "I have already asked the Qinglong level queen in my super group to start heading to Beiluo Shermin. There are exactly 4 Qinglong level primitive queens, 1 for each of them." Lun Yin showed the 4 of them the green dragon level primitive queen that was being purified. The 3-kilometer-long body was covered with a layer of white insect demon. Lun Yin said, "As long as we wait another 28 days, we will know the specific situation of Fomalhaut. Whether there is an advanced civilization in Fomalhaut is still a mystery at present. Even if Blood Dance has conquered the Crab SHL people, there is no way to know. There is no record of the Fomalhaut people in the history of the Crab SHL people, but it is recorded in their myths and legends. It is said that 6,000 years ago, a god came from Fomalhaut and descended on Kishi, Kalebo planet, and so the fire of civilization on Kalebo planet. And then, there were the Kalebo Crab SHL people. Therefore, before their defeat, Ani's distress signal to Fomalhaut was a helpless act. They didn't know if there was their god in Fomalhaut. And I don't know if malicious civilization will be summoned. But even so, Lun Yin was very worried about Fomalhaut. She thought that since she had soul wave detection methods, she would have to investigate more to dispel her doubts. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that Lun Yin had already started investigating the soul waves of those who had been confirmed. Yinling said, "Then are we going to create some Xuanwu level queens next?" Lun Yin said, "Yes, definitely. We still don't know much about the Chop Star. Being able to easily move the new home star to the Chop Galaxy 100 light years away shows that the black hands behind this must be very powerful. They must be checked out. In addition, I hope that we can keep the ability of Soul Wave Tachyon secret and not let others know. The next step is to wait for the Soul Wave investigation of Fomalhaut to be launched by the Blue Dragon level Primordial Queen. The result will not be known until at least 28 days. Another thing that is being done at the same time is to evolve 4 Xuanwu level primitive insect queens, one of which must be under each Blood Blade's subordinates. So to sum up, out of the 36 primitive insect queens, there are 28 Suzaku level, 4 Qinglong level and 4 Xuanwu level. Because of the different body shapes, the original queen is no longer called the White Tiger class. Instead, she is called the Suzaku class, Qinglong class, and Xuanwu class according to her body shape. She is also no longer called the original queen, but it is a single word, Locust. Therefore, the Blood Dance Zerg has a new unit classification, divided into 5 major categories: Firefly, Insect, Beast, Locust, Blade. Fireflies include spores, ordinary flying insects, and quantum flying insects. Bugs include larvae and soldier bugs. Soldier bugs include junior soldier bugs and advanced soldier bugs. Junior soldier bugs include iron beetles and light bugs. Advanced soldier bugs are also called Suzaku class, and they still use this name. There are 2 types of beasts, Qinglong level and Xuanwu level insect beasts. Locust, the former queen of the original Zerg, has 3 levels, ranging from small to large according to size, namely the Suzaku level, the Azure Dragon level, and the Xuanwu level. The Blade is the Blood Blade Queen, and the parasitized human race will become the Blood Blade Queen. The Queen of the Blood Blade is still the White Tiger level, but the Locust no longer uses the White Tiger level title. No matter what level the Locust is, it will take 10 months to evolve to the Xuanwu level. Therefore, if you want to conduct Soul Wave reconnaissance on Chop Star, you must first wait for 10 months. After the Xuanwu level Locust evolves, you must wait another 10 months. The second 10 months of waiting is when the Xuanwu class Locust officially conducts Soul Wave detection on Chop Star. The process of wave reconnaissance is over. Skills are taught among Zerg races in the form of spores. The spores with skills are pupated and purified together with the apprentice. And then the skills can be taught to her, or it. Finally, after waiting for 28 days, Lun Yen pupated and purified. She wanted to use soul waves to communicate with the Azure Dragon level locusts, who had returned from conducting reconnaissance at Fomalhaut and receive information. Chapter 723 Fomalhaut B, the High SH. L star. Fomalhaut, Alpha Pisces Australis, is about 25.1 light-years away from the Earth. The A3b type white main sequence star has a diameter of approximately 1.84 times the diameter of the Sun, a mass of approximately 1.9 times, and a brightness that is 15 times that of the Sun. It is only about 200 to 300 million years old, making it a very young star. A single star has 3 planets, which orbit the star, namely A, B and C from the inside to the outside. Both star A and star B are rocky planets, and the volume and mass of star B are similar to those of the ancient Earth. Planet C is the farthest from the star, at 17 billion kilometers, and takes about 890 years to complete one revolution. It is a giant gas planet with a volume and mass similar to Jupiter. There are Dyson sphere fragments in Fomalhaut. The so-called debris refers to things that cannot completely wrap up the star. As mentioned before, building a Dyson sphere is very difficult. Even if a civilization that has mastered interstellar navigation technology wants to build a complete Dyson sphere, it will be extremely difficult. First of all, the materials alone are a big problem. A strictly speaking Dyson sphere has a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers, or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. So how much construction materials would be needed for such a huge sphere? And no matter what the material is, as long as it reaches a certain length, it will bend into form, which is simply difficult to control. What's more, this Dyson sphere is supposed to wrap around the star, and the star has such a strong gravitational force, which makes it very difficult to fix the Dyson sphere. In short, it is very difficult to do. Otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. Even the Zerg, which wins through numbers, cannot build a complete Dyson sphere, and can only build insect nets to collect energy. The bug net is simply incomparable in front of the Dyson sphere. The so-called Dyson sphere fragments currently observed in Fomalhaut are shaped like insect nets. Compared with a real Dyson sphere, this kind of fragment is also pitifully small, and can basically be described as insignificant. But one thing can be seen. The Dyson sphere fragment of Fomalhaut is a man-made artifact, which means that there is human civilization in the Fomalhaut system. As expected, the second of the 3 planets, Planet B, has human beings. Their human race is very similar to the Crab SH. L people. No wonder the Kobe legend of the Crab SH. L people says that their god comes from Fomalhaut. Door. But it's not a complete image. At least the humans of Fomalhaut are taller than the Crab SH. L people. The average height of the Crab SH. L people is about 1.8 meters, while the average height of the people of Fomalhaut is about 2.2 meters. In addition, this human race does not live on a planet, but is shrouded in a huge star wheel in the orbit of Planet B. The so-called star wheel is composed of several star rings, which is called a star wheel. An artificial circle surrounds the planet, which is called a star ring. People can live in the star ring, and various facilities such as factories and docks can be built on the star ring. The Clam star of Sirius B had a star ring, and the Kepler 47b ring star also had a star ring, and they were all destroyed. The Clam star ring was destroyed by the Crab SH. L man, and the B ring star ring was destroyed by the robot cockroach. But the planet Fomalhaut B is not just a star ring, but a combination of more than a dozen star rings scattered together, covering the entire planet. So from a distance, it's a pretty spectacular planetary view. In addition, in Fomalhaut, the entire star system is filled with their human race's spaceships, battle armor, and various planetary buildings. Especially the third planet C. This large gas planet has more than 50 satellites, which have been mined and are also covered with various ship equipment. Among these ships, Xuewu saw what kind of battleship Tianzi was. At least 10 500-kilometer battleships were discovered. This level, among the humans, was ranked as Bright Star-class battleships. And this is not the largest one. There are several warships under construction. From their prototypes, their body length must be at least more than 800 kilometers long. They are already supergiant level existences. The 3 civilizations of human, machine and Zerg. That is, the human ship unit is the largest, followed by the Zerg. The machine has simple equipment and does not have many complex auxiliary equipment, so their units are very small. In the Demon Sword civilization, the largest ship unit is the Lord Angel class, which is only about 10 kilometers in length, and only reaches the human substar class. Among human units, there are bright giants and supergiants above the subgiant level. Among machine units, the Archangel level is already at the top. However, Fomalhaut discovered through investigation that the human race's name for themselves is pronounced like ISH L. In addition, like the crab SH L people, they also have a brittle and hard SH L on their skin, so they hate being called ISH L. It's a high SH L person. Star B is also called a high SH L star. There is a very astonishing discovery that the High Hull Man ships can reach a maximum speed of 1.6x in the system. So it can be inferred that their interstellar speed can reach 3.0x. The maximum speed of Blood Dance is only 2x. So judging from the speed, the combat effectiveness of the high SH L Man is far greater than that of Blood Dance. There are other more surprising discoveries, such as the atmospheric composition of the high SH L star and the Karebo star are exactly the same, which means that if the high SH L people come to the Karebo star, they can live directly without any equipment. In the same way, people with Crab SH LS can live on the high SH L planet without resorting to any measures. This made Leng Yin wonder how two planets 30 light-years apart in the universe could be so surprisingly consistent. However, in later experiences, she learned that about 50,000 years ago, the tall SH LS had evolved an advanced civilization capable of interstellar navigation. At that time, the Haish LS did not live on the Haish L star of Fomalhaut, but on the Karebo star of Sirius A. In other words, the tall SH L people are the prehistoric ancestors of the Crab SH L people. Later, a global war broke out on Karebo, and nuclear and biological weapons were used, resulting in the extinction of 99% of the global population of Karebo. A small number of them left Sirius in an interstellar spacecraft and flew go north to Shermin. It took the ancestors of this Crab SH L people a full 3,500 years to reach Fomalhaut and find Star B, the high SH L star. They carried out atmospheric modification and planetary transformation on the high SH L star, transforming the high SH L star into something like Karebo is equally suitable for survival. And it took more than 40,000 years of development to reach its current scale. And when the nuclear war broke out that year, a very small number of Crab SH L people were left. They were directly pushed back to primitive society and lived an extremely difficult life. It was not until 5,000 years ago that they were happy and productive. Ancient civilization. And after 5,000 years of development, it has become what it is today. Therefore, the Krabsh LS and the Talsh LS are of the same ancestry. And the Talsh LS of Fomalhaut are also non-susceptible humanoids. In that case, they cannot be parasites. Chapter 724. Preparing to march into Fomalhaut. It turns out that there are indeed Fomalhaut people, that is, high SH L people, who have the same ancestor as the Crab SH L people, and were migrated there by the Crab SH L people in prehistoric times. After more than 40,000 years of development, their maximum speed is 3x, which is 1.5 times that of Blood Dance. With such high speeds, it is impossible not to have wormhole technology. Sure enough, they were inspired by wormhole technology. The so-called wormhole stimulation, which has been accepted before, is to first launch a positioning particle to the target area. After reaching the target area, the wormhole stimulation can be launched on the target. The speed of the particles used for positioning is the same as the speed of light. So if you want to go to a place 30 light-years away, you need to launch a positioning particle at the target. When it arrives 30 years later, it can activate the wormhole and start teleportation. For the Zerg, the positioning particle is the quantum flying insect. The speed of the quantum flying insect is 0.5 s, which is 0.5 the speed of light. So it takes 60 years to reach a distance of 30 light-years. This was simply unimaginable before wormhole technology was inspired. According to the maximum speed of Blood Dance 2x, it would take 1,500 years to reach a distance of 30 light-years. But now it only takes 60 years. Even at the speed of the high SH L3x, the voyage would take 1,000 years. But now it only takes 30 years. This is all thanks to wormhole technology, which is divided into 3 levels. Primary wormhole technology, also called peer-to-peer wormhole, means that both sides of the wormhole require port equipment to enable wormhole transmission. For example, at a distance of 30 light-years, you need to fly there first and build a port there. And then, you can build wormholes on both sides for teleportation. So you need to spend 1,500 years flying there first. The intermediate wormhole is to activate the wormhole and launch positioning particles through it. It is known that the Zerg civilization Blood Dance has this ability. And it is known that the high SHL people of Fomalhaut also have this ability. Then, there are advanced wormholes, which theoretically do not require any medium, and can be transmitted wherever you want. The Eternals are currently known to possess this technology. According to the transmission method of advanced wormholes, it is also called a jump wormhole, which is a bit like what is described in the science fiction literary works of ancient Earthlings. Therefore, jump wormhole is the highest level of wormhole technology, referred to as jump. Through the observation of Fomalhaut's high SHL star, it is certain that the high SHL people have not yet mastered the jump wormhole technology. Lung Yen has tried to master this technology before, but failed. If she masters this technology, it will no longer be a dream to travel across the galaxy. So she will continue to try to understand this technology in the future. If she can't even jump, then it will be useless no matter how many insect swarms there are. However, Fomalhaut and almost the entire star system are filled with various space facilities of high SHL people. Especially there are many ships. After exchanging information with Xuanwu Locust, Lung Yen also woke up from the purification and convened the 3 vassal queens to discuss countermeasures. During the connection, Lung Yen relayed the information detected by Xuanwu Locust to the 3 of them, and said, "The entire Fomalhaut, the 3 planets, and their satellites are almost fully developed. The fighting power of the tall SHL, if we look at it in terms of quantity, is 10 billion per hand." 10 billion? Yinling expressed doubts. The Galka people are a human civilization. If they have 10 billion troops, they will need at least 20 billion military personnel. And if calculated at a 10-to-1 ratio, they will need at least 200 billion people. Just fine. However, as a human race, it is very difficult to reach the level of 200 billion people, Lung Yen said. The intelligence detected by my subordinate Xuanwu Locust shows that they have a population of about 10 billion, but their military personnel are 5 billion. Yinling was surprised again. Oh my god! Such a high military-civilian ratio. The ratio of 5 billion military personnel to the population is called the military-civilian ratio, and it is the biggest factor restricting the combat effectiveness of human civilization. The total population of the Goka people is 10 billion, and there are 5 billion military personnel. So its military-civilian ratio is 1 to 2, or 0.5, which is very high among human civilizations. In the 21st century of the ancient Earth era, the countries with the highest military-to-civilian ratio on Earth at that time had a ratio of only 1:20, while some major military countries had a ratio of 1 to 200 to 1 to 500. But the military-civilian ratio in Great China is only 1 to 500. It is conceivable that the military-civilian ratio of the Goka people is very high. There is 1 military personnel for 2 people. Basically, all the people are soldiers. However, Blood Dance has also encountered someone higher than it. That is, the former Wanderer. The military-civilian ratio is 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. As long as he reaches adulthood, he is a military personnel. However, Wanderers are a wandering civilization, and they are like this out of necessity. But the high SHLs are a stable planet plus starship integrated civilization, and there should not be such a high military-civilian ratio. But Meng Lete sneered and said, "In the interstellar era, how can we remain invincible if we don't use the method of all people becoming soldiers?" "Yes," he said coldly. "Actually, being a human civilization is also very difficult." He continued to accept the civilization of the high SHL people. "I think they have accumulated such a powerful force to conquer the rhythm of the universe. I just don't know where they are going." Yinling was most concerned about whether the tall SHLs would invade Sirius. So she asked, "Do they have Sirius positioning particles?" "If there are positioning particles, as long as you think about it, it will be a matter of minutes," Lung Yen said. "I guess there should be. But for some reason, he has never taken care of us. For this reason, I guess he must have had a conflict with a certain advanced civilization and is gathering to prepare for a war. When its war is over, it will definitely come to solve the problem of the twin galaxies." "This speculation is also based on the situation observed by Xuanwu Locust," Lung Yen said. instead of waiting for them to come. It is better for us to take the initiative. Yinling asked, Sister, do you mean to attack Fomalhaut? Yes. I have such a plan. Several people were very surprised. Nei asked, The Crab SH.L people are far behind us. My sister chose to influence them and recruit them to surrender. However, the high SH.L people are obviously much stronger than us. Why do we choose to attack them? Lun Yen expressed her thoughts. Although the Crab SH.L people are very ambitious, they are weaker than us and easier to control. Even if they don't have a blood blade to parasitize, they can gain the fruits of their wisdom by using them reasonably. The Gaoka people are different. Their civilization is more advanced than ours. Their weapons are stronger than ours, and they are difficult to control. If we don't find a way to eliminate them now, they might become a threat to us. Of course, for this powerful human civilization, we definitely can't fight him head-on. We can only outsmart him. How about you three? Do you have the confidence to do this with me? If you are willing, I will take you to do it. If you are afraid, just pretend that I didn't say anything, and we will continue to think of other ways. Yinling said, Sister, I will follow you. Just tell me what to do. Maret and Nei also expressed their willingness to obey orders. Chapter 725. The march to Fomalhaut is divided into 3 steps and 3 waves of attacks. Since you plan to enter Fomalhaut, you need to plan carefully. After all, the high SH.L people of human civilization entrenched in Fomalhaut are a very powerful existence. The tall SH.Ls are based in Fomalhaut. Their planet is tall SH.L, with a population of 10 billion and a combat power of 10 billion. Since their military-to-civilian ratio is 1:2, much of their combat power is controlled by machines. The maximum interstellar speed is 3x, and it has primary peer-to-peer wormhole technology and intermediate excitation wormhole technology. It is about 30 light-years away from Sirius. If it were to be tough, Xuewu was obviously no match and could only outwit him. It is 30 light-years away. If we use the method of stimulating wormholes, it will take about 60 years to get there. As early as more than 20 years ago, after the Battle of Bingxing, Lun Yen had already launched collared flying insects against Fomalhaut. Time has passed 22 years ago, and the quantum flying insect at this moment has flown a distance of 11 light-years. So the Blood Dance chose a place about 11 light-years away from Sirius as a springboard. In that case, it would still be 19 light-years away from Fomalhaut. Then from a place 19 light-years away from Fomalhaut, it will take another 38 years to continue to launch quantum flying insects towards Fomalhaut. So according to this method, it would take 38 years to reach Fomalhaut. In addition, in order to detect the Chop Star, some quantum flying insects were launched towards the Chop Star. According to speculation at the time, it would take about 65 years to encounter the positioning particles emanating from the Chop Star. It has been 22 years, so there are still 44 years left to explore the Chop Star. This time is 6 years longer than the 38 years to enter Fomalhaut, so there is no delay between the two. Since you have chosen this method of stimulating wormholes plus midway springboard to enter Fomalhaut, the last thing you need is resources. For more than 20 years, Lung Yangswu has been collecting resources non-stop. The 40 standard groups have already collected a full amount of resources, including various materials and energy. There are also many excess resources stored on some asteroids. For our advanced civilization, Lun Yen said, I plan to adopt the insect sea tactic to suppress the opponent with insect pests. Yinling said, but they have 10 billion troops, and we only have 4 billion. We are a sea of insects. Then they are a sea of humans. Lun Yen said, yes. It's not that I haven't thought about this problem. We are small in number. How can we adopt the insect sea tactic? That will require more resources. We must carry at least 100 times the resources of our insect swarm. Yinling said again, oh my god. But sister, 100 times the resources is equivalent to a swarm of 400 billion insects. How can we bring so many? Lun Yen smiled and said, since I said so, then of course I have a way. From now on, we will strive to get all the Crab SH.Ls and Clam stars out of the twin galaxies within a month. We will take away most of the resources we have in the twin galaxies. Divide the 2.4 billion people of the 2 human races and the collected resources stranded in the twin galaxies to the solar system. Nanmen 2, Barnard Star, Lalandi 21185, and UV Ceti. Lalandi 21185 is a red dwarf star about 8.0 light-years away from the Sun. UV Ceti is a binary star. Both of its stars are red dwarfs. about 8.5 light-years away from the Sun. Lun Yen continued. These 5-star systems are all relatively close to us. And they all have no life. They all have more or less planets. And they all have insect swarms where we station and resources that we collect. After dividing these 5 places, we will use another month. 1 month at most. If it takes too long, I am afraid that it will alarm the high SHL people or other advanced civilizations, which will affect our conquest. After the triage is completed, the second step is to go to war. The first step in our expedition is the location of the quantum flying insect, which is 11 light-years away from us. Fortunately, it is a void place with no stars nearby, which is perfect for us to hide. Use the wormhole to reach this point. Let's call it point C. So how do we get to point C? It's not just all the insect swarms, as well as our human sub-civilization and resources. We bring some big guys past. Speaking of this, Lun Yen paused for a moment, paying attention to everyone's reactions. As expected, they were all watching her, waiting for her to continue. Asteroid. Lun Yen said 3 words. Asteroid? Sure enough, all 3 people asked in surprise. Yes, asteroid, Lun Yen said. Our excitation wormhole, calculated based on the survival time. The longer the time, the smaller the diameter. On the contrary, the shorter the world, the larger the diameter. If you want to build a wormhole with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, it only lasts for 10 seconds. But I feel that this is enough. Let a Xuanwu land on an asteroid with a diameter of less than 1,000 kilometers. Then create a wormhole in the direction of the asteroid's orbit. And then let the asteroid escape its orbit, enter the wormhole, and travel to destination. In this way, we can send many asteroids to the target area. Not just asteroids, but also dwarf planets, natural satellites, and other small celestial bodies. Think about it. These are all resources that can be used. Then in the next 38 years, we will rely on these asteroids, so we don't have to worry about resources at all. And I made a preliminary estimate that the resources contained in the small celestial bodies in these places are far more than 100 times. After saying that, looking at everyone, Imling exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! This is so crazy! But sister, you are so great! You can imagine this! Why didn't I think of it? This is completely feasible! Millet and they also said that this was completely feasible. And they were both impressed by Lun Yen's idea. Lun Yen said, since everyone agrees, let me talk about the third step. This third step is the most critical and the longest wait in the world. Because after we reach point C, we have to wait another 38 years. Only then can we officially launch an attack on Fomalhaut. Yes, we only have 4 billion units. But we have to launch an attack against 10 billion HSH-L people with 2.5 times our strength. This is indeed very difficult. We have sufficient resources alone, so we have no choice but to attack them. Don't worry. Then I will explain the offensive steps in detail. The entire offensive process is divided into 3 steps. First of all, after we waited for 38 years at point C, our quantum flying insects also flew to Fomalhaut. At this time, we can enter Fomalhaut by stimulating the wormhole. Then the first wave of attacks will begin at this time. And all the junior and advanced soldier bugs from our 40 standard groups will be released. But Qinglong, Xuanwu, Locust and Bloodblade must stay behind. Chapter 726 The Battle of Fomalhaut 1. In the first wave of attacks, several excitation wormholes were created at point C, and all 4 billion soldiers of Blood Dance were released into the target star field, Fomalhaut. Point C is 11 light-years away from Sirius, and is a void space with no celestial bodies left or right. In the first wave of releases, all soldier bugs were released, including 4 billion primary soldier bugs, all of which were light bugs, and 400,000 high-level soldier bugs. As for other units, such as Qinglong, Xuanwu, Locust, and Bloodblade, none of them can go through. They can only stay at point C or stand by in other galaxy strongholds. In the first wave of attacks, after 4 billion units have passed, they will launch indiscriminate and purposeless attacks on the tall SH-L's planets and facilities. But Lun Yen expected that in this first wave, Xuewu might suffer heavy losses and even be touched by the entire army. But she had no regrets because if she wanted to win the war, she couldn't count the costs. In other words, since we want to defeat Fomalhaut, we must defeat it at all costs. No matter how the first wave of attacks ends, the second wave of attacks will begin. since the first wave of attacks has already exhausted all the soldier and insect units. Duanqi cannot replenish them quickly at this time. So the soldier and insect attack cannot be carried out. It is unrealistic to dispatch insect beasts. After all, the tall SHLs at this time are still far more powerful than Blood Dance. Therefore, in the second wave, Lung Yan's method was virus attack. Speaking of this, Lung Yan said, "It will take 38 years to launch quantum flying insects from point C to Fomalhaut. So we still have 38 years to prepare. And in these 38 years of this world, we still have to study one thing. And that is viruses." Lung Yan said this, and looked at the people of the next race. Seeing that everyone looked confused, she continued to explain. "What is the greatest weakness of the human race? Health. Sister," Yinling said. "You mean to study the virus to deal with the Gaoka people? But the Gaoka people are non-susceptible humanoids and are difficult to be infected by viruses. No matter how difficult it is, we have to study it," Lung Yan said. "It's difficult to contract the virus, but that doesn't mean it's immune to all kinds of viruses. Right?" Everyone nodded and said yes. Lung Yan added, "Susceptible humanoids are easily infected with viruses, but non-susceptible humanoids are not easily infected with viruses. Then we have to develop a virus that can infect high SHL people, and it is a virulent virus. Susceptible humanoids and non-susceptible humanoids are two completely different species of humans. So the characteristics of the virus must be different. So we can't see non-susceptible humanoids from the perspective of susceptible humanoids. And don't forget, the tall SHLs and the crab SHLs have the same ancestors. And 50,000 years ago, the prehistoric crab SHLs migrated to Beiluo and transformed the tall SHL star. The latter high SHL star is also suitable for the living environment of crab SHL people. So the current crab SHL and tall SHL people are very similar in their systems. Therefore, as long as we study people with crab SHLs, we can achieve the same results as studying people with tall SHLs. Yinling said, "Sister, are you going to study crab SHL people and then develop a virus that can deal with tall SHL people?" "Yeah. Okay. Of course," Yinling said. "I think this is a way." Well, Lung Yan continued, "Of course in these 38 years, with the development of time, the progress of virus research, and the development of civilization, the order of these three waves of attacks may also be adjusted. Let's continue talking about this second wave of attacks. Virus attacks, which must be extremely lethal. The two waves of attacks combined must eliminate at least 60% of the enemy. Then we can start our third wave. The incubation time of soldier bugs is 3 days, while the incubation time of advanced soldier bugs is 30 days. So at the same time as the first and second wave of attacks, we must simultaneously hatch the soldier bugs that need to be supplemented to achieve the third wave of attacks. 3 waves can also send out 4 billion soldiers and insects. The third wave, for billion soldiers and insects, will carry out the final blow to the enemy. The main thing is to clean up the mess and strive to wipe out all the enemies. Of course, war is ever-changing. It is very likely that these 3 waves of attacks will not be able to destroy the enemy. So when the time comes, we are very likely to use the 3-wave method repeatedly to attack the enemy in turns, striving to finally eliminate them all. I understand, Nei said. No wonder Sister Yan wants to teleport so many asteroids. It turns out that she is collecting massive resources for her back. Lung Yan sighed and said, "Yes, in a war with a civilization higher than ours, all we have to fight for is resources. If the resources are not enough, the only option is to run away. If you can't run away, you will have to be slaughtered. Hey, are you afraid if I tell you 3 to follow me? I'm afraid of asking for help," Yinling said. "Sister, if it weren't for you, could I, Yinling, live to this day? Although I didn't want you to change me into a Zerg, I survived. Let me ask, what else can I do? What's more important than living?" Minlet and Nei also echoed. Yes, we were all saved by the eldest sister. Lung Yan said, "No, there is something more important than living. And that is living better. How to live better is to eliminate all threats to us. Without threats, we can live freely. Are you right?" All 3 people agreed. And Meng Lete said, "Yes, we want to live a wild life, not a humble life. Then we have to prepare next." Lung Yan said, "Note that it is absolutely confidential. Yinling, especially you, Must not tell your men and children about our strategic deployment. Yes, eldest sister, Yinling said. This is related to the future of our blood dance. And I will never say anything. And if we win, my husband and children will be able to live better. Well, as long as you understand. My friend is. Think about it. Is there any way to carry out virus research among Crab SH.L people? This can only be done by relying on their Crab SH.L people. We Zerg cannot understand viruses, Yinling said. I'll figure this out. Leng Yan explained again. We want to eliminate the tall SH.L people, not the Crab SH.L people. Therefore, in the process of studying the virus, we must not harm the Crab SH.L people, Yinling added. Don't worry, big sister. We will take good care of the virus. After all the instructions are given, the 38-year station preparations will begin. The first step is to carry out a nationwide mobilization in the two worlds of Clam Stars and Crab SH.L people. Mobilize all Clam Stars and Crab SH.L people to carry out the great interstellar migration of all people. And strive to leave no one behind. And we must absolutely do two things about the great migration. First, keep it absolutely confidential. No one is allowed to know the content of the migration before it reaches its destination. Second, all interstellar migrations must be completed within 1 month. Chapter 727 The Battle of Fomalhaut 2. It would be difficult to transfer such a large population to Sirius A and Sirius B in 1 month. Even with an interstellar flywheel. Galaxy A. Karebo Star. Crab SH.L people. Population 1.2 billion. Galaxy B. Bung Star. Bung Star people. Population 1.2 billion. There are 3 star wheels in every galaxy. And each star wheel can carry a population of 400 million. All 3 star wheels can exactly carry the population of an entire civilization. What is a star wheel has been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. However, it was said that the first step of preparations for the Great Migration in front of the station encountered problems. More than half of the 1.2 billion clams and 1.2 billion crabs, with a combined population of 2.4 billion, expressed their opposition to the migration. Even if they want to migrate, they shouldn't be so fast and urgent. Moreover, as the main civilization, Blood Dance does not provide any explanation for such a large-scale migration. They just say that all the migration must be completed within another month. Yinling was mainly responsible for the migration, so she reported the problem she encountered to Leng Yan and asked for help. Everyone discussed together. Meng Late said, Anyway, the Crab SH.L and the Tall SH.L people have the same ancestors. If they don't want to migrate, we can kill them. It can also serve as a warning to others. It should be able to act as a warning to Yubingxing people. Deterrent effect. Yinling said, Second sister, it's not that I haven't thought about this problem, but we still have to rely on the Crab SH.L people, so we must not hurt them. The so-called reliance on people in Crab SH.LS means that people in Crab SH.LS are needed to conduct virus research. Without Crab SH.L people, the virus cannot be researched. Therefore, it was the right choice for Leng Yan to take in the Crab SH.L people instead of destroying them. Moreover, the Crab SH.L people are now a sub-civilization of Blood Dance and need the protection of Blood Dance, so they cannot be wiped out casually. What should we do? Meng Lei asked. A month seems like a long time, but it is also very stressful. After thinking about it, Leng Yan said, In this way, I will go to Karebo Star to do a mobilization. After the mobilization order is over, let the insect swarms be forcibly captured and shipped worldwide on Karebo Star. Sister, Yinling said, Yubingxing people are easy to deal with. They all know that I am a blood blade. So even if it is a bit difficult to persuade them, I can guarantee that they will all be persuaded to come on board in the end. The problem is the Crab SH.L man. So what if they just can't make sense, and even trying to capture him by force doesn't work? Leng Yan thought about it and said, This is indeed a problem. Although it has been more than 20 years, some of the Crab SH.L people are still resistant to our blood dance. If you are really stubborn and can't get rid of them, then leave them behind in the end. And then, before the cold words were finished, Meng Late said, Plant a bomb on Karebo. When the time comes, no matter whether anyone leaves or not, Karebo will be blown up and there will be no future troubles. Leng Yan said, I'll go. Damn, your move is too cruel. Isn't it? Sister Yan, Meng Late said. If we don't do this, can our blood dance continue to develop safely? Yinling said. I agree with the second sister. If the method is not ruthless, it is equivalent to suicide. In front of the highest interests of civilization, everything is just a cloud. According to the order of joining the civilization, Meng Lei was the second, Nei was the third, and Yinling was the fourth. So they sometimes call each other sisters and sisters. While Leng Yan was still pondering, Yinling said again, Sister, please don't hesitate. You can't be too kind. Okay. Leng Yan made up her mind. There are 3 steps for the Great Migration. The first step is to persuade them to leave peacefully. If they are stubborn, they will implement the second step of forced arrest. The first 2 steps must be carried out regardless of the effect. 3 steps. The third step is to place 10,000 5-megaton nuclear bombs in the low Earth orbits of the Bung star and the Kurobo star respectively, and drop them all on the planet when they retreat. Although the planet cannot be blown up, it will definitely make it impossible for all living things on the planet to survive. Yinling, we have to carry out nuclear bomb cleansing in this way for Bingxing. So don't mind it. Sister, Yinling said, the interests of all civilizations are paramount. Even the Bingxing civilization is no exception. But I will let all the Bingxing people leave. In this case, all 4 blood blades were dispatched to the Clam star and the Kurobo star. The 2 planets tried to persuade them, using soft and hard tactics. And they spoke harsh words and soft words at the same time. Those who obeyed were the first batch to move onto the star wheel to live there. For those who are hesitant, show them how the people who went to the star wheel in advance lived comfortably. It should be because there are no bloody swords among the Crab SHL people, so it is more difficult to persuade them than the Clam star people. Then Leng Yan will say that the Clam star people have migrated, and the Crab SHL people should feel more at ease. Leng Yan mobilized the human race on the 2 planets to go, and naturally she said both good and bad things. In the end, if it didn't work, she would take tough measures. During the first 10 days on Earth, half the population was peacefully persuaded to board the star wheel. During the second 10 days, there was a combination of persuasion and coercion. Some were persuaded to leave, and those who refused to leave were forcibly taken away. People who arrived on the star wheel also followed up with publicity to encourage everyone to go to the star wheel. As long as you get on the star wheel, it will be easy. When the time comes, you have no choice but to leave. The star wheel is pulled by the Zerg unit, so it will be pulled away directly. It doesn't matter if you don't leave. The migration of the Bingxing people was still very smooth. In 20 days, almost all of them left, leaving only a handful of old people who were unwilling to leave. If they were taken away by force, they would swear to commit suicide on the spot. Most of the Crab SHL people have also moved away, but there is still a small part that refuses to leave. Leng Yan issued an ultimatum to the people of the 2 stars in the next 10 days. In the end, regardless of whether people left or not, a global nuclear strike would be carried out on the 2 stars. It must be ensured that no one is left behind. No one can fall into the hands of the enemy, and civilized security must be achieved to the greatest extent possible. This ultimatum is tantamount to nuclear intimidation, and has driven away a large number of people. At the end of the day, there were still very few people who refused to leave. They were basically old people. There were less than 100 people on Bung star, and more than 500 people on Kurobo star. There were about 700 people in total, and they couldn't be moved away no matter how hard they talked or fought. In the end, Leng Yan had no choice but to carry out a global nuclear strike on the 2 stars after everyone had migrated away. Tens of thousands of megaton-yield nuclear bombs carried out a saturation strike on the 2 stars. 2 stars are rising into mushroom clouds all over the world, with the first step of preparation in front of the station. The Great Migration is finally over. This first step of the Great Migration is also divided into several parts. Of the 6 star wheels, 2 civilizations were allocated 3 each, carrying a total population of 2.4 billion. 2 of the star wheels were directly dropped to Point C under the protection of 10 standard insect swarms. The other 4 star wheels, and the remaining 30 insect swarms were shunted to 5 other galaxies. Chapter 728 The Battle of Fomalhaut 3. The first step in the trilogy of preparations before attacking Fomalhaut is to remove all residents of the Sirius twin systems, most of the facilities, and all collected resources. It was diverted to 5 places in the solar system: K2, Barnard Star, Lalandi 21-18-5, and UV Ceti. And some personnel were released to Point C in advance. So in general, It is divided into 6 places. In the end, all the more than 10,000 megaton equivalent nuclear bombs in the previous inventory were dropped on the Karebo and Clam planets to kill them all, in order to destroy as many traces of the human race as possible. Nuclear bombs are basically useless in interstellar warfare, but they are extremely powerful in the atmosphere. Lung Yin also realized that one day he would leave the twin galaxies more than 10 years ago. So from that time, he began to continue to enjoy the manufacture of nuclear bombs. If you leave, then carry out a nuclear bombing and destroy your entire family, so as not to leave any future troubles. After a month of hard work, the 2 civilized human races have basically withdrawn to the star wheel. There are only a few hundred people who are very stubborn and will not leave even if they are beaten to death. Lung Yin had no choice but to give up on them. However, it is said that after both the Karebo star and the Clam star were destroyed, Point C, the void zone in the universe, became a hot spot. First, 2 star wheels were dropped, accompanied by 10 standard insect swarms. Lung Yin asked Yin-Ling to manage this area and at the same time strengthen vigilance. They also happened to be the 10 standard groups under Yin-Ling. In the Blood Dance civilization, individual units have their own names, and groups also have their own names. This is the reason why groups were divided after the emergence of locusts. Locust is the abbreviation of the Zerg Queen. The division of the group is a group with 100 million basic units, led by a locust, or directly led by the Blood Blade, which is called a standard group. Several standard groups led by their respective locusts are combined together, and a group led by a Blood Blade is called a fan group, or advanced group, or super group. There is only one vassal queen in a group, who is the Blood Blade, and all the locusts in the swarm are cultivated by the only vassal queen through her own spores. In other words, standard groups under other groups will not be classified into this group and accept the leadership of this group. However, there are exceptions. For example, in special circumstances such as wars and migrations, calls between groups can be made. Also, if a certain fan group causes huge battle damage to the group due to special reasons such as war, it can call units from other fan groups for permanent use by its own side. In this case, the Blood Blades of this group need to release spores and fuse each transferred unit one by one. Then all these seconded units will officially belong to themselves. There is something bigger than the fan group, and that is the general group. That is, an entire civilization is called the general group. Of course, the queen of this general group must be Lung Yin, but it was said that Yin-Ling led his own group, totaling 1 billion units, protecting the 2 star wheels, and was the first to reach Point C. Of these 2 star wheels, one has 400 million Clam inhabitants, and the other has 400 million Crab SH.L inhabitants. Each star wheel has 100 million Zerg units attached to it, which is used as a power source for short-term movement, since the star wheel is composed of 47 star buckets, and since 400 million people can live in it, even without weapon systems and power systems, it still requires the support of huge auxiliary equipment, so its total tonnage will be very, very large. Therefore, a swarm of 100 million units of insects cannot propel it to move at high speed. However, since the emergence of wormhole technology, Blood Dance has not paid much attention to speed, especially for additional facilities such as star wheels. At that time, if you need to make a strategic shift, you can directly use the wormhole to send it away. And in future interstellar wars, it is not practical to transfer star wheels by flying. But he said that the first step took a month and was basically completed. The second part is the real strategic shift, moving the remaining 4 star wheels and all other insect swarms to Point C. At the same time, a large amount of spare supplies will be sent there. This process will probably take a month. And in this 1-month world, with the transfer of insects, star wheels, and materials, there is another important thing to be transported, and that is the transportation of a large number of asteroids. The requirements for asteroids to be transported are, if the diameter or length is greater than 50 meters and less than 1,000 kilometers, all that can be transported will be transported. This will be a very vast project. Even though Blood Dance now has 4 billion combat units, such a project is still tantamount to a devil-level project, because according to this standard, there are a total of 3.2 million such small celestial bodies in the 6 major strongholds. Therefore, it cannot be completed within a month. If calculated conservatively, it will take at least a year to transmit all the asteroids, which number more than 3 million. Now that the plan has been decided, the project must continue. If 1 month is not enough, then postpone it until the project is completed. During this period, The vigilance of the galaxy where it is located must be continuously strengthened. Walk quantum flying insects everywhere to monitor and evacuate immediately once the enemy is detected. Based on the pre-war preparations, Lung Yan planned to adopt this method in the future. That is, to establish a stronghold in the void, and then collect resources from other galaxies and transport them to the stronghold. Because the stronghold is in the void zone, it is difficult to detect. This is almost like fighting in ancient times. Once you hide in the mountains, it will be difficult for the enemy to find you. What's more, the universe is three-dimensional, so it is even harder to find. Therefore, Lung Yan feels that this is a very good way of survival and will be vigorously promoted in the future. The first step of pre-war preparations is completed. The second part is in progress. And the third step begins. The third step is to launch quantum flying insects towards Fomalhaut at point C. Since Fomalhaut is 19 light-years away from point C, and the speed of quantum flying insects is 0.5 s, it takes 38 years to reach it. Therefore, we can only wait for another 38 years to launch the launch of inspired wormholes and large-scale attacks on Fomalhaut. While the third step is being carried out, there is still another 10 minutes of work to be done, which is to study the virus. If you want to develop a virus that can deal with the tall SH.L people, you need the help of the crab SH.L people. Lung Yan looked up the medical information on crab SH.L people and found out that there was a man named Azite who was a genetics expert on crab SH.L people and was very accomplished. The crab SH.L people are a civilization with a federal system. There is a federal medical academy, and Azite is the chief doctor of this medical academy. After all the star wheels were sent to point C, Lung Yan chose a day to go specifically to crab SH.L man star wheel number 1 star barrel number 15. There was Azite's residence there, and Lung Yan wanted to find it in person. He asked him to come out and develop a virus for her. Chapter 729 Battle of Fomalhaut 4. Point C in the void area is 19 light-years away from Fomalhaut and 11 light-years away from Sirius. The Blood Dance Civilization Settlement is a desolate area with no stars within 5 light-years. In the words of the ancients, it is no village in front and no store in the back. But Blood Dance has the ability to activate wormholes, so there is no need to worry about survival here. 1.2 billion crab SH.L people are allocated on 3-star wheels, and the other 3-star wheels carry 1.2 billion clam star people. Star wheel numbered A1. Somewhere on the inner wall of star barrel number 15, beside the man-made lake, stood 2 people. One was a man with a crab SH.L, and the other was a woman from Earth. The man is Azite, the famous genetics expert of the crab SH.L people, and the woman is Lung Yan, the queen of Blood Dance. Looking up, you can see the view above the dome and the other side of the inner wall of the star barrel. The so-called star bucket is the drum-type biological spacecraft introduced before, referred to as the star bucket, which relies on rotation to generate centrifugal gravity. Therefore, if you look at the internet on the inner wall, you can see the inner wall above your head. If there is someone there, he also had to raise his head to see this side. How about, do me this favor, Lung Yan said. But my queen, as it said, why do you want to study this devastating virus? Do you want to kill us crab SH.L people? After so many years of contact, crab SH.L people have gradually been able to accept the title of crab SH.L people. This is just like the clam star people, who can accept being called clam star people from the beginning. But it is only later that the crab SH.L people can accept the name of this function. The crabs were originally called Karebo, but now Karebo has been destroyed by a nuclear explosion and its ecosystem has been destroyed, and the crabs cannot go back. Similarly, the atmosphere and ecology of planet Clam were destroyed by a nuclear explosion, and there is no way back. In response to Azite's question, Lung Yan sneered. Do you think I still want to kill all of you crab SH.L people? Do you think it is necessary to develop a virus to kill them? If I really want to kill all you crab SH.L people, do I need to go to a lot of trouble to build 3-star ships for you? I could have killed you a long time ago. And it is very simple and fast to kill all of you crab SH.L people. It will take less than a day to wipe them all out. What does the queen mean? Lung Yan said. I accept you, protect you, and provide you with free resources. I just want you to fully integrate into my blood dance, and I will sacrifice your wisdom for the blood dance. So you have to believe me. I will not harm you. Not now. Not in the future. Unless you rebel and oppose me. Then I have no choice but to suppress you. Let me ask you, have I been exploiting and enslaving you for more than 20 years? As it shook his head no. Did we, the Clam Planet and the Butterfly Man, enslave you? Nor. So please believe me. I treat you sincerely. Yes, you're Lady Queen. So do you believe me? Believe. Okay. Then I will tell you my plan. I hope that you can guarantee absolute confidentiality before I tell you my plan. Even your family members cannot reveal even a word. I swear. Your Majesty the Queen, I will never reveal a word. Otherwise, I will not die well and be buried with my family. Your oath is quite vicious, Lun Yin said with a smile. Okay then. Before I say anything, I'll ask you another question. Do you know where this place is? Isn't it Point C? As it said. This is no secret. Ah. Point C is 19 light years away from Fomalhaut and 11 light years away from Sirius. Do you know why I went to such trouble to move the entire civilization to this uninhabited place? Astor shook his head. Because I want to enter Fomalhaut. And there is a very advanced, intelligent human civilization living in Fomalhaut. This civilization is called the High SH. L. Tall SH. L people? AZT looked confused. There is no record of this in the classics of our Crab SH. L people. So we don't know that Fomalhaut has civilization. Yes. And they are very powerful, Lun Yin said. They have 10 billion combat units, have wormhole activating technology, and have a maximum speed of 3x. We of Blood Dance are no match for them. As it said, since we can't defeat them, we shouldn't mess with them. No, Lun Yin said. I want to eat him. No, my Lady Queen. As I'd said in surprise, there is such a disparity in fighting power. Let alone you can't eat it. You simply can't beat him. That's why I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? I don't know how to fight. First question. Please help me research the virus. Isn't it? As it said, Your Majesty, if I can study viruses, I can only kill us Crab SH. L people. But not the tall SH. L people. No. It's okay, Lun Yin said. Because you Crab SH. L people and tall SH. L people have the same ancestors. Same ancestor and ancestry? How is this possible? 50,000 years ago, Lun Yin said, there was another prehistoric civilization on Karebo. That is, the prehistoric civilization of your Crab SH. L people. It was highly technologically advanced and experienced a nuclear war. 99% of the prehistoric Crab SH. L people died. Half of the remaining 1% were directly pushed back to primitive society. After 50,000 years of development, they became today's Crab SH. L people. The other half escaped from Karebo in a spaceship. And after a long interstellar journey of 2,500 years, they came to Fomalhaut. After another 40,000 years, they became the tall SH. LS they are today. You're saying that there is a civilization in Fomalhaut that has the same ancestor as us Crabsh, L people. So strictly speaking, they are also Crabsh, L people? Yes. That's understandable. I understand. As it said, you asked me to study the virus in order to kill the tall SH. LS. That's right. But you just said that the high SH. L people and I, the Crab SH. L people, have the same ancestors, which means they are also Crab SH. L people. And if you ask me to study viruses to kill them, it is equivalent to asking me to kill them with my own hands. My compatriots. As Lun Yin said, it's true that Crab SH, LS and tall SH, L people have the same ancestry. But you know, after 50,000 years of development and different living environments, now your Crab SH, L people and tall SH, L people are from the same ancestry. The SH, L man is completely different. The average height of Crab SH, L people is 1.8 meters. But because tall SH, L people live on spaceships for a long time and are affected by low gravity, the average height is about 2.1 meters. So they are different from you. In addition, what I want to say is that you Crab SH, L and my Blood Dance are one. Not the high SH, L man, and the high SH. L man is my potential enemy of Blood Dance. He will provide me with Blood Dance. And they will also destroy you and you Crab SH. L people. Chapter 730 The Battle of Fomalhaut 5. The work of persuading the Crab SH. L geneticist as did not go smoothly. As it had doubts. It was not that he did not want to help Shui Wu. His more doubts were that he was worried about being scolded by the Crab SH. L people. So he did not agree immediately. Anyway, it's still early, 38 years. So she began to focus on sending various asteroids to location C. The more the better. Leng Yan knew very well that once a military operation against Fomalhaut was launched, it was very likely that 3 or 2 waves of attacks would not be effective. It is very likely that they will launch attacks one after another. So this will require massive resources. So she wants to transport all the asteroids in these galaxies to location C. During the 38 years of frantic collection of resources, she must not forget to explore other nearby galaxies. Of course, the method of exploration is to use quantum flying insects. In her 38 years, she has explored a total of 10 star systems, plus the previous 6. There are 16. And she has obtained a massive amount of resources. Only one of these newly discovered 10 star systems is life. And advanced intelligent humans have also been born. But they have not yet evolved into the technological era. Leng Yan's consistent approach is to absorb lower civilizations under his command. So he treats this lower primitive civilization and brings it all to the star wheel. This primitive human civilization is a very strange human race because their blood is fluorescent. The only ones with twice as much fluorescent blood are the Zerg. So far, no humans with fluorescent blood have been found. This may be related to the living environment of this human race. This star is still a red dwarf, and the human planet is in the habitable zone. But it is also tidally locked, with a permanent negative side and a permanent positive side, living in an area on the dark side of the twilight line. They are in darkness all year round, which may also be the cause of fluorescent blood. Not only that, this human race has wings, and their wings are different from those of the six-limbed human race. We have also introduced the six-limbed human race before, including the bee people, cockroaches, and butterfly people. These 3 human races had wings in ancient times, but they slowly degenerated in the process of evolution, and in the end they were gone. And even if the six-limbed human race still retains wings, they are still cicada wings. The wings of this human race are wings, and they are also limb-based humans. So this also surprised Shui Wu, since their blood is fluorescent. Their skin and wings will have a faint fluorescence in the dark night, because of the above characteristics. This human race is called angels, and angels can fly. The ability to fly is also derived from the process of evolution, and the reason why it can fly is also caused by the low gravity of the planet. The population is not large, only 15 million. They were all invited from the planet to the star wheel by Leng Yan. Because the population is small, there is no need to build another star wheel. So 2 separate star barrels were opened on the Bung 3 star wheel for them to live inside, set to the living environment they are adapted to, such as air pressure, temperature, air composition, temperature, low gravity, and even low light environments. Angels have their own language, and in their language they call themselves Amu. So they are called Amu people. Angels are what Blood Dance calls them. Therefore, Amu people are also called angels, and they are also called Amu angels. Just like humans have yellow races, white races, and black races, angels also have races. That is, black angels and white angels. As the name suggests, black angels have black wings, and white angels have white wings. Blood Dance accepted the Amu people in the 10th year after civilization settled in Land C. It also discovered that the Amu people were susceptible to humanids, which meant that blood blades could be found among them. If you want to parasitize the blood blade, the most obvious characteristic is that the host loses immunity. In addition, there are physical requirements. Although this Amu angel is a susceptible humanoid, his body is extremely good, and the population base is low, which makes it difficult to find a host. And therefore the blood blade has not been found among the angels. Therefore, the matter of getting the 5th blood blade has been hanging in the air, and it has not been settled until the war and migration. However, Leng Yan never gave up, and kept trying to find angels among the Amu people. This is the general situation of Blood Dance's 38 years of preparation. But Leng Yan was not discouraged after Azite, the genetics expert of the Crab SH. L Man, rejected Leng Yan's request, since Azite is not willing to help her. Then find other people among the Crab SH. L people to help. The Crab SH. L people with a population of 1.2 billion are full of talents. And there are people who are greedy for pleasure from the right. So we quickly found a medical team with medical talents involved in Crab SH. L genetics and virology to jointly study the virus. And this work is also top secret and must not be leaked among the Crab SH. L people, so as not to cause panic and commotion among the Crab SH. L people, for those who study viruses, Lung Yan promises them particularly generous material rewards. For example, they have more housing in the star bucket than other Crab SH.L people and various other favorable conditions. This also motivates them to work hard. However, the progress of the work is not going smoothly. The Crab SH.L man itself is a non-susceptible humanoid and is not prone to getting sick. Now he still has to research a virus that can kill him. So it is very difficult. About 5 years into this work, the observation post in the Sirius A galaxy suddenly discovered the arrival of the tall SH.L fleet through the wormhole. When these fleets discovered that the Karebo star was destroyed by a nuclear explosion, they dispatched a standard fleet to the Sirius A galaxy. For the human race, the so-called standard fleet refers to a basic combat capability of 100 million carrier-based aircraft on the premise of having enough warships. It is called a standard fleet. Although Blood Dance evacuated the Sirius twin galaxies, there are still quantum flying insects staying there to monitor whether other civilizations will enter the galaxy before Blood Dance migrated to Land C. At that time, Blood Dance had 6 territories, including Sirius, Solar System, Barnard and Nam and Air, and owned many places. And in these territories, there are 2 planetary civilizations, the Crab SH.L and the Clam Star. The Crab SH.L people were forcibly conquered, although they all surrendered. A very small number of them still resisted. And a new group came into being, Space Pirates. As for the Space Pirates in the Blood Dance territory, there is only one kind of person, and that is the Crab SH.L man. After Blood Dance evacuated Galaxy A and nuclear bombed Karebo, a small group of pirates still escaped, wandering and hiding in some planetary rings and asteroid areas of Galaxy A. In fact, after this small group of pirates escaped, it didn't take long for Lung Yan to discover them. She originally wanted to destroy them, but then she thought that leading this small group of space pirates might be useful. Chapter 731 The Battle of Fomalhaut 6. Since everyone has evacuated Sirius A, it must be because they don't want other civilizations to know where Shuewu is gone. In this case, there are no other survivors in the galaxy, and they must either be taken away or destroyed. At this time, space pirates happened to appear in the Sirius A galaxy. Lung Yan was supposed to destroy them, but she chose to let them go and kept them secret, except for a few vassal queens who knew of their existence. They did not let the people in the sub-civilization know. Lung Yan also has her own ideas as to why she should give up this wave of space pirates. First of all, the Crab SH.L and the Tall SH.L man are from the same ancestry, so she is worried that the Tall SH.L man will come back to Sirius A sooner or later. This is why she mobilized the entire civilization to evacuate Sirius A and Sirius B, as well as several other galaxies. But if this small group of space pirates is left in Sirius A, maybe someday the Tall SH.Ls will come. What will happen if they encounter them? Well worth researching. So keeping this small group of space pirates is a bait. Of course, where the civilization migrated has been kept absolutely secret from beginning to end. So it is absolutely impossible for this small group of pirates to know where the current civilization is. And it is impossible for them to know the existence of Land C. In the 5th year of the Great Migration, the Tall SH.Ls suddenly opened the wormhole and sent a standard fleet to the Sirius A galaxy. The space pirates left in Galaxy A evaded the fleet and hid in the asteroid area, but they were still caught by the Tall SH.L fleet. The day after these pirates were caught by the Tall SH.Ls, they were all killed and thrown into the vast space together with their spaceships. And all this happened to be captured by the quantum flying insects staying in Galaxy A. And this information was sent back to Shuewu in location C. Lung Xian also happened to show this group of captured pictures to the Crab SH.L man as a negative teaching material for the Crab SH.L man. He also told them that the high SH.L people did not agree with the fact that they were the same clan as the Crab SH.L people. If the Crab SH.L people did not retreat during the Great Migration, they might also be wiped out by the high SH.L people who came from the expedition. From this incident, some people began to hate the high SH.L people, and also began to agree with Shuewu to attack the high SH.L people. At the same time, Azit, who was originally opposed to virus research, suddenly came to Lung Yan and expressed his willingness to join the research team. The addition of Azite brought a qualitative change to the originally stagnant research work, giving hope to the already slim research. The lifespan of Crab SH.L people is not long. The average age is only 50 years old. And Azit was already 40 years old when he came out of the mountain. So he died less than 10 years after taking over the virus work. Fortunately, before his death, he took on a proud disciple and taught him everything he had learned in his life. This allowed virus research to continue steadily. Another 10 years later, virus research has made very significant progress, and a batch of virus samples have been cultivated. However, there are no experimental subjects, and it is impossible to conduct experiments on crab-SH.L people, so we can only use animals in the world of crab-SH.L people first. Conduct experiment. Animal experiments definitely failed to achieve the expected results, so computer modeling demonstrations were performed. The goal given by Leng Yin is that no matter whether the virus can be developed or not, and to what extent the toxicity of the virus has been studied, when the time comes, the whole thing should be launched, and it will still be launched on time. While studying the virus, another major discovery was made. That is, the lifespan of people in crab-SH.LS can be extended by means. The method is very simple. Develop a non-lethal common virus and spread it among the crab-SH.L people, making the crab-SH.L people weak. Crab-SH.L people with weakened physiques will be as susceptible to illness as butterfly people, clam star people, and earth people. However, if they become sick easily, their lifespan will be extended. The weakened crab-SH.L people will not affect their quality of life. Leng Yin planned to promote this secret recipe for longevity among the crab-SH.L people, but serious differences occurred among the crab-SH.L people. Some were willing to accept the secret recipe, while others refused. Through continuous investigation of the Goka people, it was found that the Goka people also used viruses to extend their lifespan. The current average lifespan of the Goka people is about 85 years old. Among crab-SH.L people, this method of extending lifespan through inoculation with viruses is called longevity injection. Through the injection of longevity injection, the lifespan can be extended by at least 20 years. If the whole population is vaccinated, the average lifespan of crab-SH.L people will be extended to 75 years. This will be a very tempting feat. Although many people objected and said that doing so was unnatural, many people still receive the longevity shot. Longevity injection also has its own characteristics. That is, the earlier the injection is given, the more lifespan will be extended, and vice versa. Coupled with various propaganda and people's herd mentality, a strong trend of vaccination has been set off in the society of crab-SH.L people, just like the ancient people on Earth, who were popular for a period of time to take chicken blood. However, the two are completely different. Taking chicken blood is harmful, but not beneficial. Crab-SH.L people have their own advantages and disadvantages in taking longevity shots. The advantage is longevity, and the disadvantage is frailty. And this so-called frailty is nothing. For the original crab-SH.L people, if compared with other human races, it is nothing. Apart from this, there are no other adverse reactions. So after nearly 20 years of turmoil, all crab-SH.L people have been vaccinated with this longevity shot. However, the vaccination is not hereditary, which means that the second generation of crab-SH.L people cannot inherit the vaccination effect of the previous generation. So they must be vaccinated within 5 years at most after birth. Although this vaccination is not hereditary, it does have the benefit of being vaccinated once and lasting for a lifetime. Amidst the scolding, the ATAS team extended the overall lifespan of the crab-SH.L people, thus becoming the idols of all crab-SH.L people in one fell swoop. This also makes the research on deadly viruses go more smoothly. According to the predictions of ATA's favorite student, Stuart, the ultimate version of the deadly virus will be developed at most 3 years before the general attack. And it's full of confidence. So Leng Yin is also looking forward to it. In this way, time passed little by little, and finally it was 3 years away. As expected, as student said, he had developed the ultimate version of the deadly virus. This virus is very overbearing. It is not only effective on tall SH.L people, but also on crab-SH.L people, so it requires vaccination before use. However, this deadly virus will not be used in crab-SH.L people, so crab-SH.L people do not need to be vaccinated. Only those in the research group need to be vaccinated to prevent accidental infection. In a special hall in the Star Wheel, Leng Yin received student. Student showed her a small glass bottle as big as a thumb and said, "This contains the deadly virus. Angel number 1. Chapter 732 The Battle of Fomalhaut 7. Sea Land. Crab-SH. L-Man number 3 star wheel. Number 1 star bucket. In the spacious inner square, there is a sculpture, which is a cool sculpture. Behind the sculpture is a palace-style auditorium. Entering the auditorium, there are rows of seats, with a small stage at the end. After turning around the small stage, there is a room on the second floor of the auditorium. The room has floor-to-ceiling windows, and you can see the view behind the auditorium, including the man-made lake, woods, and some small buildings hidden among the woods. There were 2 people in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, Stuart and Lun Yen. The person holding the hand was the leader of the Crab SH. L-Man's deadly virus research team and Azite's special student. He was holding a small glass bottle in his hand and displayed it in front of Lun Yan's eyes. "This is the deadly virus. Angel number 1, student said. "Angel number 1? Lun Yan took the poison and looked at it. "This name will be very exciting. Our 4th sub-civilization will be called Angel. According to the order of conquest, the number 1 sub-civilization is the Butterfly people. The number 2 is the Clam Star people. The number 3 is the Crab SH.L people. And the number 4 is the Amu people who conquered not long ago. As introduced before, the Amu people are of the 4-limb type, fluorescent blood type, susceptible to humanoids, and have wings, which are divided into 2 types, black wings and white wings. Therefore, Amu people are also called angels. Amu angels. Amu has a population of only 15 million. It is placed on the number 3 star wheel of the Bingxing people. It has 2 dedicated star buckets and an independent suitable environment. That's why student named the virus after angel number 1. Which was a cool statement. Student smiled and said, "This angel is not that angel. The Amu angel is a very beautiful human race and a symbol of beauty. And my angel is the angel of death, carrying the breath of death. Towards Gao Command sends an invitation to H.L. But don't worry, Queen. This virus only affects the Crab SH, LS and Tall SH, LS. It will not affect other human races, let alone the Zerg race." Lun Yen said. "In Blood Dance, you, the Crab SH, L-Man, are the only non-susceptible humanoids. The others are susceptible, including me, the Zerg. Then you teach me how to do this." Stuart said. "It is mainly airborne. But you also know that Crab SH, L people and Tall SH, L people have strong immunity. When they are invaded by the virus, they will quickly defend themselves and produce antibodies quickly. This is hard for you susceptible people to imagine. So if you want to invade the virus, it must be released in large doses across the entire area. Otherwise, over time, the high SH.L population will automatically produce antibodies, and the virus will lose its effectiveness by then. If the amount of this bottle is spread into the air, it will infect all living things within 1 square kilometer within an hour. If there is wind, it will spread further, but its lethality can only last for an hour." Lun Yen said. "It's not great, but if you are infected in the first time, you will definitely die. As time goes by, the toxicity of the virus weakens and the human body's immunity strengthens. So it has time and space limitations. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Queen. My team and I can really only study it to this point. It's really difficult to make it more powerful." "Well," Lun Yen said, "thank you for your hard work. This is related to your non-susceptible physique, and we have been able to study it to this point. So how do we use it specifically? Can you explain it in detail?" Student said, "It is necessary to deploy a large amount of this virus, and the only way is to create many such poisons. After referring to the Zerg combat mode, I initially formulated my plan. You can see it is feasible. Each soldier bug carries 100 or more poisons. And then, there are 4 billion soldier bugs, which means a total of 400 billion poisons. Don't we, Blood Dance, have the ability to activate wormholes? But we can open 4 billion activation wormholes. Wait a minute. 4 billion wormholes? So many? Lun Yen asked in surprise. You have to know that each wormhole consumes a lot of energy. I know, student said. So each wormhole only transmits 1 soldier insect. So its diameter only needs to be about 1 to 3 seconds. And its existence time is 1 to 3 seconds. After the soldier insect is transmitted, the insect with the hole is immediately closed, thus saving a lot of energy. The target ends of these 4 billion wormholes must be evenly distributed in the living area of the high SH.L people. After the 4 billion soldier bugs pass by, immediately release the 100 poisons they each carry. And then I'm sorry, Your Majesty, These 4 billion soldier bugs may not come back. Yes, Lung Yin said with a sigh. Create a micro-wormhole and let the soldiers make it by themselves. All the energy it carries will be consumed once. It will be very difficult to come back again. And it will also be harmful to us. Poses a threat to their nest. So, student said, after these 4 billion soldiers pass by, in addition to releasing viruses, they will also carry out suicide attacks and cause damage to the enemy through impact. Lung Yin walked around the room, thinking about tactics, while student looked at her, waiting for her answer. After a while, Lung Yin said, okay, I will formulate corresponding tactics. What I want to know now is 400 billion poisons. How long does it take to make them? Student replied, as long as there are enough resources and equipment. The poisonous strains can reproduce very quickly. The main reason is that the containers to store the poisons are slow to make. For 100 billion poisons, that is, for 1,000 small glass bottles are needed, Lung Yin said. Then mobilize all races to produce together and strive to produce 400 billion glass containers within 3 years. The poison was successfully developed and the tactical plan was initially formed. The next step was to vigorously produce 5 milliliters glass bottles in the 4 major sub-civilizations within the entire civilization. As for why so many glass bottles were produced at once, Lung Yin didn't say much. Only that they were useful. Once everyone is mobilized, the output will skyrocket. Seeing that the war is coming. During the 38 years of preparations for the war, Blood Dance repeatedly discovered that the tall SHLs were haunting several star systems, and even launched entangled particles into the void space to detect the surrounding space. Site C happened to be on the line connecting Sirius and Fomalhaut. So Lung Yin decided to move the civilization's full resource equipment located in Site C in the same circle with Fomalhaut as the center of mass. With the moving surface parallel to the surface of the silver disk, the speed is controlled at 0.2x, which is 600 kilometers per second. The reason for such a slow speed is to save energy. Originally, there is no need to continue moving forward at location C. We only need to wait for the quantum flying insects to reach their destination before stimulating the wormhole transmission. The main reason for moving slowly is to prevent being detected by the high SHL people, since they are going to launch an attack on Fomalhaut. Blood Dance must win with one strike. Chapter 733 The Battle of Fomalhaut 8. In the 38th and final year of the pursuit before the war, the quantum flying insects finally arrived at Fomalhaut, and Lung Yin prepared to launch a full-scale attack on Fomalhaut. All preparations were made, but just when the attack was about to be launched, an incident occurred. This incident occurred among the Amu people of the 4 sub-civilization. The Amu people, also known as the Amu Angels, have a population of 15 million and live in the 46th and 47th buckets of the Bung Star 3-star wheel. As mentioned before, there are 2 major races among the Amu people, the black-winged Amu and the white-winged Amu, also known as the Black Angel and the White Angel. The 2 races have always been at odds, often developing conflicts and even wars. Before the Amu people surrendered to the Blood Dance, it was still the ancient cold weapon era. After surrendering to Blood Dance, he quickly entered the modern era after accepting advanced scientific and technological knowledge. But the contradiction between black and white still cannot be resolved. The Amu people have a small population and only occupy 2-star buckets. However, the Amu people internally demand that the black and white wings be separated. The black wings live in 1-star bucket, and the white wings occupy the other. When the Amu people were recruited, they were not considered to be separated, but mixed together in the 2-star buckets. Who would have known that they would actually get into a quarrel just because of the different colors of their wings? What's more, they would have a fierce conflict on the eve of the Star Wars. The conflict took place in Star Barrel number 47. There were more than 1,000 people involved in the conflict. A lot of equipment was smashed, and a lot of casualties were caused. The reason for the conflict is very simple. The relationship between a black-winged man and a white-winged woman was strongly opposed by the double-haired family. However, the pair insisted on being together regardless of the opposition of both sides, and even had a relationship. This is not true in M&M. Superiority is not allowed. Later, the couple's deeds were exposed, which led to accusations from both parties, each saying that the other person was not good. As a result, the accusations continued to escalate, and finally turned into a fight and bloody conflict. In this conflict, more than 100 Amu casualties were caused. In order to prevent the conflict from expanding, Lung Yin had to step in to stop it, and sent soldiers to control the entire Star Barrel number 47. She also personally went to the Amu hospital in number 47 Star Bucket to visit the people. 2 female Amyas were injured. In the end, one was black and the other was white. During the conflict, their wings were broken off. After asking, I found out that the white-winged girl is the male protagonist's target, and the black-winged girl is the male protagonist's sister. In addition to their wings being broken off, the 2 men were unable to fly. They also had multiple fractures on their bodies, and their faces were scratched to pieces. The first person Leng Yan visited was the white-winged girl. The heroine of this conflict was named Luna. She saw her on the hospital bed, with plaster bandages all over her body, one leg hanging, and her whole body wrapped as tightly as a mummy, and hanging bottles. When Leng Yan saw her, she couldn't help but laugh. But then she discovered that Luna was actually suitable to be parasitized by the blood blade, and she couldn't help feeling happy. You can actually get a bloody blade in front of the station. Although Luna was seriously injured, she was still relatively sober. When she saw Leng Yan coming to see her, she couldn't help but get excited and started to do something. Leng Yan sat down next to her and said, I read your medical records, and it says that your wings are permanently damaged, which means you won't be able to fly in the future. It's all Fina's fault! Luna was seriously injured, but she could still curse with difficulty. Leng Yan didn't know how to translate Amayu's curse words, so she temporarily replaced them with human language. But do you know, Leng Yan said, Fina was also seriously injured. Like you, her wings were permanently damaged, and she will not be able to fly in the future. Deserve it, she smiled coldly and said. Luna, don't you think she has the same idea as you? So let's put down the hatred. We are all Amu people. Why should we fight against each other? Luna said. I am friends with her brother. Why should she care about me? Hey, the truth has happened, Leng Yan said. Now, you have 2 ways to go, or you will be a disabled person for the rest of your life. Without wings, disfigured, and disabled in all limbs. No, I don't want this. Either you want to be like me, become the Blood Blade Queen, and get new wings. I want to be like you. You have to think clearly. After becoming the Blood Blade, you will no longer be the Angel of Amu. No, I want to become a Bloody Blade. I don't want to become a paralytic who can't fly. Okay, I'll arrange purification for you later. After watching Luna, Leng Yan went to see another injured woman, Fina. Fina is the younger sister of the male protagonist Philly. Like Luna, she was also seriously injured. Her wings were broken, multiple fractures, her face was disfigured, and her whole body was tied up like a mummy. When she came to her place, Leng Yan was surprised to find that Fina was actually suitable to be parasitized into a bloody blade. It has been 28 years since the Amu people surrendered. In these 28 years, there has never been a suitable candidate to be parasitized by the blood blade. And now there are actually 2 at once. But Leng Yan is also small. A human race can only have 1 blood blade at most. With the first one, the second one cannot be parasitized. For example, the Xiling Star people, also known as butterfly people, had many butterfly people besides Nei who were suitable for parasitism. However, Nei had already parasitized first, so the following butterfly people could not be parasitized. Therefore, the current Amu people may be the same as the butterfly people back then. Only 1 person can be parasitized, and the second parasitized person will not succeed. Leng Yan is so conflicted. I don't know who to choose. She told Fina about this, and Fina said without hesitation, Choose me! Choose me! Your Majesty the Queen. Leng Yan asked Luna again, but Luna also opened her eyes, and wanted to make a bloody blade. Leng Yan summoned the other 4 and 3 blood blades to discuss. Yinling said, It's actually very simple. Aren't they fighting? Then parasitize both of her at the same time. In the end, we will see who has better luck and who succeeds. Who is the next bloody blade? If it fails, there is nothing we can do but let her go back to being an angel with broken wings. Nei said, I think what the little sister said is a solution. Meng Leda said, Yes, I also support this. Yinling added, With a new blood blade, I am no longer a little sister. Leng Yan said, Then it's decided. Who can become the next blood blade depends entirely on their fate. Immediately after telling her 2 people about this decision, they both agreed, and they were bound to compete again on the road to purification. Then, they found a special room in Star Barrel number 47 and cultivated mini Zerg plants. Then they brought her and the 2 of them over, and asked the soldiers to spin silk and pupate on them, and then hung them on the vines to pupate. At the same time, Leng Yan injected the spores of Comprehension Blood Blade into the two bodies. After forming pupae, the two of them purified their dormancy in two pupae respectively, waiting for the pupae to emerge after a month. Chapter 734 The Battle of Fomalhaut 9. The Amu people, with a population of only 15 million, actually found two Blood Blade hosts at once, and both of them strongly requested parasitism. One is Whitewing Luna. She is Blackwing Philly's girlfriend, and the other is Blackwing Fina, who is Philly's sister. So they are still sisters-in-law. In the same human race, only one person can be parasitized by the Blood Blade. This is determined by the nervous system of the Zerg race. The second one is not allowed, but she asked for both. In desperation, Leng Yan took Yinling's advice, which was to let both of her enter purifying hibernation at the same time. To purify it into a Blood Blade, you first need to incorporate the spores of the Great Queen, who is also the supreme ruler of Blood Dance. Leng Yan. This spore is no ordinary spore. In addition to purifying information, it also contains loyalty-enhancing information, commonly known as ideological imprinting. The Blood Blade implanted with this spore will be absolutely loyal to the Queen after becoming the Queen of the vassal. Purification takes a month, which may be slightly longer or slightly shorter. It depends on which of the two of them emerges from the pupa first. The one who comes out first will become the fifth queen of the Blood Blade domain. The one who comes out later can only end in failure and return to the original Amu people. And unable to repair her broken wings, she became a veritable angel with broken wings. When they marched into Fomalhaut, everything was ready, and they were just waiting for the order to be given. But at this time, the phenomenon of two girls vying for beauty suddenly appeared. Leng Yan summoned the three queens to discuss the matter. Yinling asked, "Does my sister mean to wait for the fourth feudal queen to awaken and cultivate a group to launch an attack on Fomalhaut?" Leng Yan nodded and said, "With one more group, that's 1 billion troops, and our chances of winning will be even greater. What do you think?" Yinling said without thinking, "Sister, I don't agree with your point of view." "Oh?" Leng Yan asked with a smile. "Sister, don't be angry." "Why am I angry? If you raise different opinions, it means you are thinking about civilization." She didn't mention it, but she didn't think of it. So the three of you are loyal to me. I am very grateful for this. Rest assured. Then I said it. "Well, you say," Yinling said, "after 38 years, we can finally launch the attack on Fomalhaut Division. We have accumulated 38 years of energy. In these 38 years, 300% of the units have been eliminated and updated. Although the Zerg are very powerful, each unit has a life limit. The Blood Blade has the longest lifespan of 10,000 years, followed by the Locust, the Junior Queen, with an average lifespan of about 1,500 years. The average lifespan of Xuanwu is 750 years. The average lifespan of Qinglong is 350 years. The lifespan of Suzaku is 50 years. The primary soldier insect is 10 years. The larva is 1 year. The spore is 24 hours. And the quantum flying insect is 100 years. Larvae, spores and quantum flies are auxiliary units of the Zerg and cannot be regarded as standard units. Therefore, the smallest and most basic standard unit is the primary soldier insect. Their lifespan is the shortest, only 10 years. Therefore, in the 38 years of pre-war preparations, these primary soldiers have been replaced in 4 batches. After the death of primary soldier insects, their bodies will be recycled and used as resources to supply the next generation of Zerg units. That's why Yinling said that 300% of the units have been updated. Not only that, Yinling added, many people from the 4 major human races of the sub-civilization have died, and people are very suspicious of us hiding in this unoccupied place, which also affects the development of their wisdom. The most important thing is that the 5th Blood Blade, which is the 4th feudal queen, will take at least a year to establish a standard fan group. So in that case, we have to wait at least another year. Our attack on Fomalhaut will not end in 1 or 2 waves. It may be a protracted battle. So sister, I think we should launch the attack now. While attacking, we will wait for the new Blood Blade. Growing up, Yinling finished her speech. Leng Yan fell into deep thought, not knowing what to do. After years of investigation, it was discovered that the tall SH.L man had 4 strongholds in total: Fomalhaut, Sirius A, Sirius B, and Swordfish Star. The Sirius twin galaxies came together in 38 years, and after Blood Dance took all the human race to evacuate. Not many years later, The high SHL people used the wormhole to go there, quickly occupied the twin galaxies, and began to mine vigorously. Since the Kurobo star in Galaxy A and the Clam star in Galaxy B were eliminated, the human race's activities were completely cleaned up, so they did not attract much attention from the high SHL people. They reside in the twin systems to mine resources. When Lun Yin withdrew, in order not to arouse suspicion, she did not teleport the asteroid from the double galaxy. Dorado is a star about 8 light-years away from Fomalhaut. It is another red dwarf star with a tidally locked planet and intelligent human life. It was Shuawu who discovered it first, and finally found another human race. Lun Yin wanted to go there and take this human race under her command. But who would have thought that before she could go there, the Galka people got there first? Unexpectedly, after the high SHL man passed by, without saying a word, he bombed the planet, killing everyone on the planet, and also led to the demise of the Swordfish Planet human race. Then the high SHL people began to exploit the resources of Swordfish Star wildly. One thing that puzzles Lun Yin is that the Galka people separated from Sirius A 50,000 years ago. If the previous history is not counted, there is also a civilization history of 50,000 years. The development of science and technology to this day is considered very spectacular, and they have also mastered the technology of stimulating wormholes. However, they only have 4 strongholds in their own galaxy. Among them, Sirius A and Sirius B are still a double star system, so it does not count up. They only have 3 strongholds, 1 for the mainland and 2 for the colonies. According to Goka's inner ability, it is entirely possible to develop more colonies, but they did not. But just to directly eliminate the Swordfish stars against them. Lun Yin has a reason to eliminate them. This is a malicious civilization that cannot be left behind. It will be a disaster if it is left alive. After repeated discussions with Yin Ling and others, they even selected members with high IQs from the 4 major human races to serve as Blood Dance's think tank to discuss the matter of entering Fomalhaut division. Of course, this is top secret, and the think tank must never reveal anything about the invasion of Fomalhaut to the human race to which he belongs. The opinions of the think tank are also not unanimous, but 1/3 of the people support starting the war immediately without waiting for the 5th bloody blade to come out. So in the end, Lun Yin considered various factors and decided to launch the attack on Fomalhaut on time. Inset calendar 143. 445. Place C. 40 groups, led by 4 blood blades and 36 locusts, were neatly arranged at Site C, just waiting for Lun Yin's order. They started to open the wormhole and headed for Fomalhaut, 19 light-years away. Chapter 735 The Battle of Fomalhaut 10. As mentioned before, although location C is in an ethereal space, it is not a fixed location. In order to prevent being detected by the high SHLs or other high-level civilizations, Lun Yin Hui asked the entire civilization to move around Fomalhaut with all the collected resources. But he said that after some deliberation, the final decision was to launch an attack on Fomalhaut immediately. Inset calendar 143. 445. Place C. 40 groups, led by 4 blood blades and 36 locusts, were neatly arranged at Site C, just waiting for Lun Yin's order. They started to open the wormhole and headed for Fomalhaut, 19 light-years away. The 4 blood blades are connected, and the think tank is also online. Before launching an attack, make strategic arrangements to determine where the 4 billion soldiers and bugs should attack, because the enemy has 4 strongholds. How to allocate troops to these 4 strongholds is a problem. Although Lin Yan didn't know how to fight, she had a feudal queen and a think tank who gave her advice. She also conducted a detailed investigation of every enemy stronghold before the war. Therefore, based on various factors, the following troop distribution was made for the 4 strongholds. Fomalhaut is the home base of the Talsh, LS. Their human settlement is here, with a population of 10 billion. As for Sirius A, Sirius B and Swordfish Star, these 3 places can be said to be the mines of the high SHL people. The high SHL people only mine in these 3 places. Lun Yin planned to detach 3 units of 100 million from the 4 billion troops and send them to the enemy's 3 mining areas respectively, and then use the remaining 3.7 billion to attack their home base of Fomalhaut. However, his strategic plan was opposed by Yin Ling. Yin Ling said, "Actually, we don't have to be so troublesome. Sirius A, B, and Swordfish Star are all their mines. They don't have much population. If we divide our troops to attack, It will inevitably mean telling the enemy, we know their mining areas, and they will strengthen their vigilance on these 3 mining areas in the future. My opinion is not to worry about these 3 places at all, but to hit all our firepower and attack Fomalhaut in an all-out way. At that time, the enemy forces scattered in these 3 places will definitely return with all their strength. In that case, we don't have to divide our forces. Wouldn't we save a lot of things? Even if we attack Fomalhaut and they split up their forces in these 3 places, don't be afraid. After we have dealt with Fomalhaut, we can attack their other 3 places respectively. And you can see what their settlements look like. The High SH. L star is the home planet of the High SH. L people. There are hundreds of artificial star rings intertwined in its orbit, and there are even space elevators connecting them. These huge artificial star rings, some of which are more than 10 times the diameter of the planet, surround the planet and wrap it in it. Yinling said, all our forces mainly attack their planet High SH. L star. With such a large star ring group, it is simply too difficult to carry out wormhole teleportation. If we divide our forces, their difficulties will become less difficult. So my opinion is to concentrate our forces and defeat them one by one. Leng Yen felt that what she said made sense, and other people's opinions were also different. Leng Yen finally summed it up and said, just do it like this. No matter whether we win or lose, we will hide in the dark. The worst we can do is start all over again. The main thing is to protect human sub-civilization is enough. Then we are ready to start. The first step is to set the wormhole target point. Since there are 4 billion ordinary soldier worms, and each soldier worm creates its own wormhole. In that case, there will be 4 billion wormholes, each of which is only 4 meters in diameter, and has a retention time of only 3 seconds. The target ends of all these 4 billion wormholes are all set from the surface to the orbit of the High SH. L star. And they are densely packed everywhere. Every soldier bug is an iron beetle. This was set many years ago. When the soldier bugs were last updated, they were all set to be iron beetles in order to be able to carry more enemies through the wormhole. Energy. Because the energy consumed to create a wormhole can no longer support the soldier bugs to use light attacks. So they are all iron beetles. Each iron beetle carries 100. Angel number 1. Poisons. And they will release these poisons immediately after preparing to pass. Everything was ready. And he gave the order with a cold look, start. At the same moment, Fomalhaut and High SH. L, a planet with a population of 10 billion, are full of aircraft, tracked and trackless sky trains, and space elevators from the Earth to the sky. A complicated 3-dimensional world extending in all directions. People are living in this world as usual. And nothing happens. Suddenly, I saw circles with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters appearing everywhere in the sky. These circles were translucent and colorless, like very light eye circles. No one even realized what was going on. The moment these eye circles appeared, they saw a strange flying monster coming out of each eye circle. Instantly, this 3-dimensional world was filled with flying monsters. In less than a second after they flew out of the strange circle, their eye circles immediately disappeared. Needless to say, these eye circles trigger wormholes, and these flying monsters are naturally soldier bugs. After they flew out, they saw a layer of water mist appearing around their bodies. In fact, the reagent bottles they carried were breaking one by one, releasing the Angel 1 virus. The soldiers released the virus while flying. This process only lasted for 3 or 4 seconds. And then the soldiers ran towards the nearest facility. Buildings and facilities are constantly being destroyed, and various aircraft are falling. People's exclamations were everywhere on the ground, in the air, and on the star ring. It looks like the end of the world has arrived in this alien world 25 light-years away from the solar system, and 30 light-years away from Sirius. The reaction speed of the High SH. L people was also very fast. Countless police and military aircraft came from all directions, and joined the ranks of exterminating the invading soldiers and insects. In Land Sea, Leng Yen, her vassal queen and members of the think tank watched remotely, through the real-time footage of the quantum flying insects distributed on the High SH. L star. While watching, the spores that had been prepared long ago were released, and the larvae began to breed on the asteroids collected in Site C. The 4 billion soldiers and insects released in this first wave will never come back, so they need to be replenished immediately. Site C is carrying out the work of replenishing soldier insects, harvesting spores, breeding into larvae, and pupating to produce soldier insects. This whole process takes about 6 days. However, there will be no idle period. Leng Yen gave the order. Prepare for the second wave of attacks. Chapter 736 The Battle of Fomalhaut 11. Each standard insect swarm has 10,000 high-level soldier insects. Advanced soldier bugs, also known as the Suzaka class, are each at least 50 meters long, and the larger ones are more than 200 meters long. In the first wave of attacks, 4 billion junior soldier bugs were consumed by Leng Yin in one go. Now in the second wave, she will start to use high-level soldier bugs. But she didn't let the senior soldiers pass. The plan for the second wave of attacks is as follows. There are 10,000 high-level soldier bugs in one swarm, and 40 swarms. That is 400,000 high-level soldier bugs, each carrying 10 nuclear bombs with a yield of 5 million tons. When launching the second wave of attacks, 10,000 high-level soldier bugs were selected from the 400,000 high-level soldier bugs. The 10,000 high-level soldier bugs kept opening and stimulating wormholes towards the front. As soon as the wormhole opened, a nuclear bomb was dropped. Go in and close. The target end of the wormhole is set on the high L star. Anywhere there is air, from the surface to the sky, and in the residential areas of the star ring. As long as there are high L people living, it is the place where nuclear bombs are dropped. After throwing a nuclear bomb, the high-level soldier bugs will choose the next target to drop. In total, 10,000 high-level soldier bugs will release all 100,000 nuclear bombs. Leng Yin gave the order, and the second wave of attacks began. At the same moment, Fomalhaut and the high L star saw this world extending into tens of thousands of kilometers of space, with destroyed equipment everywhere. Buildings overturned, bridges broke, and star rings fell. There were corpses of soldiers and bugs everywhere, as well as the corpses of the tall LS themselves. People were crying and mourning everywhere. Some of the survivors began to experience symptoms such as dizziness and fever, were unable to walk steadily, or started to walk at home. In the first wave of junior soldiers, 60% were killed by themselves, and 40% were killed by the military power of the high L people. Therefore, it can be seen that the high L people's maneuverability and reaction ability are quite fast. 5 minutes after the first wave of attacks started, Blood Dance launched the second wave of attacks. At this time, many spaceships had already begun to escape from the high L star. Just as the second wave of attacks started, we saw miniature wormholes coming out one after another. When the high L people were panicking, they discovered that what came out of the wormholes was not some strange monster, but bombs one after another. After the bomb was thrown, the wormhole disappeared immediately, and then huge fireballs brighter than the sun appeared in the world. At a temperature of 100 million degrees, everything was instantly vaporized in this scorching temperature. Many high L people only saw this intense light and died instantly, leaving no trace behind. Accompanied by this light, which is brighter than a supernova, is a temperature hotter than the sun, as well as a powerful shock wave, and a mushroom cloud rises from the ground. In some places far away from the explosion center, the protective L of the star ring was shattered and cracked by the shock wave, and debris was quickly leaked into the air. 100,000 nuclear bombs with an equivalent of 5 million tons raised a powerful storm from the earth to the sky, sweeping across the entire high L star and its intricate star ring community extending to tens of thousands of kilometers of space orbit. Here at sea, Leng Yin and several feudal queens were in their own bug bags, admiring the end of the tall LS in Fomalhaut 19 light-years away. Nei said, "Sister, are we doing it a little too harshly?" Before Leng Yin could speak, Yinling spoke first. "Third sister, you are too soft-hearted. You must understand that this universe is dark. So dark that it is outrageous. If you don't want to destroy it, if you are discovered by it, you will not only destroy it, but also destroy it if you don't want to destroy it. If you can't do it, you will be wiped out by it." Meng Lei didn't speak, and Leng Yin didn't speak either. They were silent. This way of hiding in the dark and delivering a devastating blow to the enemy was terrifying even to her. She almost didn't recognize herself. For 100 years ago, the terminally ill, cowardly, kind and innocent Leng Yin could never come back. The second wave of attacks almost destroyed the high L star, but many spacecraft still escaped. Once they escape, they will be difficult to eliminate. After the second wave of supply, Leng Yin remained quiet. Several others were waiting for her to give orders, but she did not speak. Yinling shouted, "Sister, eldest sister." Minlet and they also shouted several times in succession. Leng Yin came out of her trance and asked, What's wrong? Monrad said. Sister, we still have 3.9 million nuclear bombs. Okay. I know. Monrad said. The Talsh, LS still have many strongholds in Fomalhaut, including the asteroid mine and the orbital base. In addition, they also have strongholds in 3 other places. Lun Yen asked, Are we going to take advantage of the victory and pursue it? Meng Lete said, Yes, there are such nuclear bombs, which are enough for them to drink a pot. Even if they cannot be completely eliminated, they can be completely destroyed. Before Lun Yen could say anything, Yimling said, I think we can stop for a moment. Meng Lete asked, Why? We have destroyed 90% of their power, and only the last one is left. Why not pursue the victory and destroy it in one fell swoop? Yimling said, Although we are ruthless enough, this attack method is not thorough enough, and the method is also very cumbersome. Even so, I dare say that it is impossible to completely eliminate them. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the virus to slowly ferment and let Angel One completely spread to every corner of their strongholds, and then carry out a fatal blow? Lun Yen said, It is easy to see from these 2 waves of attacks that the reaction speed of the Gaoka people is still very fast. They are now vigilant, in order not to expose our whereabouts. I think Yimling is right. Let the virus go first. Spread it out and talk about it. And our second batch of junior soldiers haven't caught up yet. If they find our lair, we may not be able to withstand them. Although 90% of the Gakaran's active strength was destroyed, the remaining 10%, if they were to fight against Shui Wu, Lun Yen was not sure that he could win. Everyone agreed with her decision, and the next step was to wait for the second batch of primary soldier bugs to hatch. Moreover, the requirements for this second batch of soldier bugs are lightworms. The breeding speed of lightworms is 1/3 of the weight of the armor. This means that it takes 3 days for the iron beetles to hatch, while it takes 9 days for the lightworms to hatch. So the third wave of attacks will take place 9 days later. At the same time, Luna and Fina were also pupating and purifying. According to rough statistics for this battle, the death toll of the Gaoka people was probably between 9 billion and 9.2 billion, and there were still 8 to 1 billion people who escaped. In this battle, more than 9 billion enemies were killed in less than 10 minutes. Lun Yen caused a great psychological burden. This corresponded to the malicious civilization she once hated. She felt that the blood she now commanded hasn't danced also become a malicious civilization. Chapter 737 The Battle of Fomalhaut 12. Although Lun Yen has 400 years of interstellar experience, she is still not suitable to be a leader of a civilization because she still feels a great psychological burden from this battle. They started fighting directly without declaring war, and the enemy was overt, and we were covert. After the fight, they left without giving the enemy any chance to breathe or leaving any traces for the enemy to follow. Until Xi and Zai, the enemy did not know who their enemy was. Among the 4 women on the line, Lun Yen was depressed. Yimling took one look at the solution and asked why. Lun Yen sighed and expressed the tangle in her heart. Yimling said, Sister, you have also seen that during our 38 years of preparation, the Gaoka people wiped out 2 low-level human civilizations. They are the malicious civilization. Looking at us again, our 4 sub-civilizations, Butterfly people, Clam Star people, Crab SH, LS and Amu Angels, are all civilizations that are far lower than Blood Dance. Has Blood Dance eliminated them? Even Crab SH, L people, who were once enemies of Blood Dance, have also been influenced, haven't they? But the Gaoka people are different. First of all, their level is higher than ours. It is simply impossible to influence them and conquer them. Secondly, it is a malicious civilization. If it encounters other civilizations that are lower than them, it will destroy them without saying a word. Even its parent civilization, the Crab SH, L people, is no exception. We brought the Crab SH, L man out in advance. Otherwise the Crab SH, L man would have been poisoned by the tall SH, L man long ago. As a malicious civilization, the high SH, L people want to eliminate other lower civilizations for 2 reasons. One is to prevent them from developing in the future and threaten the high SH, L people. The second reason is that the lower civilizations have no deliberate use value. So it is better to eliminate the problem. So, eldest sister, by eliminating the tall SH, LS, we are doing a great thing for other lower civilizations in the universe. Is this really the case? Lun Yen asked. That's true, sister, Yimling said. And our blood dancers are not afraid of advanced civilizations. We, the Blood Dancers, are the great civilization. Even if we are Zerg, it cannot change our great nature at all. Could it be, isn't it? Minlet and Nay also echoed. Yes. We conquered weak civilizations and challenged powerful civilizations. We are not wrong. The three of them tried to explain to Lung Yin together, and Lung Yin felt relieved and said with a smile, You guys are quite good at explaining things to others. Hey, I am so indecisive. Am I not suitable to be a civilized leader? You are very suitable, Yinling said. Without you, not to mention a few of us, how would we be able to have the blood dance today? Through these years in this battle, I feel that Yinling is very war-minded. Before Lung Yin could speak, Yinling said, Sister, please stop talking. Yinling, swear to God that I will always be loyal to you. I will never betray you. Ha ha. Look how scared you are, Lung Yin said. If you have talents, just use them. Don't be afraid of being superior to others. Okay. When selecting a feudal queen, Lung Yin will incorporate spores with ideological imprints into the host's body, so every feudal queen will not betray her. Yinling smiled and stopped talking. Lung Yin added, So I decided to let Yinling be my military advisor. Yinling breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, you scared me. Why are you still scared? Yinling said. I thought, eldest sister, you were going to abdicate and let me take your place. You think beautifully. After selecting Yinling as military advisor, Lung Yin added, Damn 'em. Xiona, you two don't have any objections. Do you? The two soldiers said no. And Nay said, Xiao Ling is indeed better than us. She is worthy of being a strategist. Lung Yin said, Since you have no objections, then I am relieved. No, absolutely not. Yinling did his part and became the military advisor. But it is said that this Silver Bell is the fourth blood blade and the third feudal queen of blood dance 60 years ago. Her man is Wu Bei, who is now over 80 years old and has reached his old age in the world. Their child Wu Xinju is also 60 years old and still serves as the supreme commander of the Bingxing people. And Wu Xinju even has grandchildren. Yinling also often returns to her and Wu Bei's home in Qingluan, Bingxing, to enjoy the family happiness of their descendants. Among the four bloodheaths, only Yinling has relatives and descendants. However, he said that after launching 2 waves of attacks on the Goka people, they stopped the attack. But they still did not relax their vigilance against the remaining forces of the Gaoka people in the 4 major strongholds. The information sent back by the quantum flying insects distributed in these places can show that the tall SHL people who survived the disaster were all infected with the Angel No. 1 virus. This disease can only infect tall SHLs and crab SHLs, but it is not lethal to butterfly people, clams and Amu people, as well as the Zerg creatures themselves. Even after this virus enters the body of a susceptible humanoid, it will be quickly killed by the corresponding immune system. Therefore, in the next civilization under the control of Blood Dance, people are aware of the 2 types of viruses, namely susceptible viruses and non-susceptible viruses. The first one is called Category A, and the latter is called Category B. This virus that can infect and kill high SHL people is a Category B virus. Type A viruses are extremely aggressive to Type A people. The so-called Type A people are susceptible humanoids, such as butterfly people, clam people, Amu people, earth people, Liuzhou people, bee people, and cockroach people, and the Anata Zerg. People with tall SHLs and crab SHLs belong to Type B people, so Type B viruses are particularly suitable for them. Class A viruses cannot easily infect Class B organisms, and can be easily killed by the immune system of Class B organisms, and vice versa. So it's not that Type B people, that is, non-susceptible humans, are less likely to get sick, but that Type B viruses don't appear. Therefore, the terms A and B people have gradually replaced the terms susceptible and non-susceptible. But it is said that this disease infected by the Angel No. 1 virus was originally called Angel's Kiss. However, because there was an Amu in the sub-civilization who was also called an angel, this disease was only the disease that infected Category B humans was renamed. The name of this disease is crab SHL fever. The characteristics of crab SHL fever are that once infected, fever, physical weakness, dizziness, difficulty breathing, dehydration, organ failure, and death will occur rapidly. This is a very serious infectious disease for Type B humans. It is airborne. with an infection rate of 90%. And the fatality rate after infection can be as high as 80% or more. There is a 90% chance that an infected person will have an incubation period of up to 15 years. Therefore, in this battle, the nuclear bomb destroyed 90% of the high SH.L people. Of the remaining 1 billion high SH.L people, 900 million will be infected and more than 700 million will die. Of the remaining 300 million Goka people, another 270 million will slowly be tortured to death by the disease in the next 15 long years. So in general, only 30 million people in the tall SH.L will survive at most, which accounts for 0.3% of the tall SH.L. Chapter 738 White-Winged Angel. The crab SH.L fever virus and thermonuclear attack caused the death of more than 9.5% of the population of the high SH.L people, and also caused the destruction of more than 9.5% of the facilities of the high SH.L civilization. After the first and second waves of attacks were over, since the third wave of attacks had been temporarily stopped, Leng Yen ordered the remaining insect beasts and Suzaku-level units to quickly take away all the star rings, insect chrysalises, and some resource deposits. See land? The method is not to push it inside the room, which would be too slow, but to create an exciting wormhole to take it away. And it must be completed within 3 hours. Leng Yan's strategic thinking is very conservative and steady. He is worried that location C will be discovered and may be attacked. So he must evacuate the main force as soon as possible. I chose a place about 5 light years away from C. It was still an ethereal universe, and there were no celestial bodies around it. After arriving at this place, most of the resources left in place C, including asteroids and small celestial bodies, were not brought over. Instead, they chose to remain silent for 15 days before taking new actions. So the new location is also called delocation. Before the Gaka people were completely wiped out, it was kept secret from the 4 major sub-civilized human races under the jurisdiction of civilization. So people didn't know why they were running around and just came to this desolate place, and actually had to move to another desolate place. However, there is no large-scale opposition from the sub-civilized human race. They have no worries about food and clothing. At most, some people just complain. But it is said that the main body of civilization moved to D, and instead left a large amount of celestial mineral deposits in C, just waiting for the birth of the 5th blood blade. After waiting for a few more days, the white-winged angel Luna finally emerged from the pupa before the black-winged angel Fina. On this day, there were many Zerg plants in a special hall in the number 47 star bucket of the 3rd star wheel, almost filling the hall. Among so many plants, there are only 2 pupae. One is Luna's, and the other is Fina's. Leng Yen took the other 3 feudal queens and stood in front of Luna's pupa, waiting for her to wake up and emerge from the pupa. Leng Yen said, "It seems that Luna is still slightly better. What a pity for that black-winged Fina." Yinling said, "Sister, I'm worried. The white wings and black wings have been inwardly projecting. Now Luna will emerge from the pupa, and then she can become the queen of the blood blade domain of my blood dance. And Fei but not can't. Will this intensify the conflict between their black and white wings?" Leng Yen asked. "Are you worried that Luna will suppress Black Wing because she becomes the Blood Blade Queen?" "It's possible. Then we can only persuade her." In addition to the 4 of them, there were also many people from the White Wing Omu people. Most of them were some of the upper-class celebrities of White Wing, as well as some fanatical fans. The hall filled with Zerg plants was even more crowded. Others flapped their wings and flew back and forth in the hall. And some elders shouted from the air, "Come down quickly! Don't fly around! You will disturb the nobles!" Some people are still talking. "Sure enough, our white wings are superior to the black wings, even in matters like purification. We win." Some people even said, "Their black wings are despicable. How can they be worthy of our noble white wings?" Hearing this discordant voice, Leng Yen couldn't help but look back. The few people talking quickly stopped talking, and an elder scolded, "Shut up!" Seeing that Luna was about to emerge from her pupa, there was a dispute at the door of the hall. Leng Yen asked why, and a white wing flew over and said, "My lady, there are some black wings making noise at the door and want to come in to cause trouble." In fact, Leng Yen had already understood the whole story through Quantum Flying Insect. Fortunately, Fei Li was coming and accompanied by several black wings. This Fei Li is Luna's boyfriend and Fina's brother. He is also the central figure in this black and white conflict. Now that he wants to come in, he naturally wants to meet his sweetheart. Leng Yen only said, "Let them come over." immediately met with opposition from several people. One of the elders said, "But your Lady Queen, this is our White Wing's sacred moment. How can a Black Wing come in and destroy it?" Lun Yin said, "If Luna doesn't want to see him, then she will reject him when we meet later. Instead of needing you to arrange her, stop talking nonsense and let them come over quickly." Forced by the intimidation, the White Wing still gave in and let Fei Li and others in. When Fei Li arrived, he first bowed and said, "See my most noble majesty the queen." "Okay, Fei Li," Lun Yin said. "They are all against you and don't want you and Luna to be together. So let me tell you now, whether you two can be together is between you two. No one can interfere with things. Not even me, who is the highest authority in civilization." "Yes, your majesty." "Of course," Lun Yin said. "If Luna rejects you too, then there is nothing we can do." "Yes, yes, Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you, Her Majesty, for being able to help us." Not long after, Luna's chrysalis began to appear cracks, and it was about to burst. Lun Yin and several people pulled a screen in front of the chrysalis to prevent other people from seeing it. "And stop these flying guys. Guys, don't fly up and peek down." Fei Li was no exception, and was also blocked from the screen. In addition to the 4 blood blades, there are also several female White Wings inside the screen. Finally, all the pupae burst open, and a large pool of viscous liquid flowed out. Luna was among them, with her eyes closed and her consciousness not yet awakened. Several White Wing maids hurriedly came forward, wiped away the mucus on her body, and put some clothes on her. Luna slowly woke up, and with the help of the maid, she began to slowly regain her strength. Seeing a few people in front of her, Luna was about to kneel down, but Lun Yin held her in her arms, and Luna said, "See your Majesty the Queen." Lun Yin smiled and said, "We are all sisters. You can just call me eldest sister. You are the 5th child, and have come to meet her other sisters." Several people have met each other. "How is it?" Lun Yin asked. "Can you adapt to the new body?" "Absolutely," Luna said, and asked, "Is Fina not awake yet?" Lun Yin said, "She still has 1 day. But it's useless. There can only be 1 blood blade in the same human race." Luna sneered. "She is just rubbish. She can't compare to me. This time she lost to me again." Lun Yin was very happy to get a new blood blade, so she didn't care about her stingy treatment of Fina. As for the conflict between their Black and White Wings, they could only find ways to slowly adjust it in the future. Lun Yin asked, "A lot of people have gathered outside, waiting to see you emerge from the chrysalis. How about it? Can you show up in your current state?" "It's no problem, Queen." Eldest Sister. Chapter 739 Black Pearl. The screen was removed, and a beautiful and enchanting angel with broken wings appeared in front of people. Luna's wings were already broken before she was purified, so after a week of purification, her wings were still the same as before. Luna smiled at the people who came to see her. A mother-in-law came over, touched her broken wing, and cried, "My poor child. Her wings are gone. It's all caused by those damn Black Wings." Everyone also echoed and cursed Black Wing. Luna wiped her mother-in-law's tears and did not answer her words. Instead, she looked around at the crowd and saw a few Black Wings in the crowd. They wanted to come over, but they were blocked by the crowd. Luna shouted, "Is Brother Fei Li here?" Fei Li immediately waved and shouted, "Luna, I'm here." Luna asked people to move out of the way and let him come over. Fei Li came over and faced her. Luna stepped forward, hugged him, and cried softly. The White Wings at the scene could not help but sigh quietly. They have always disliked the intermarriage between Black and White Wings. Even now. "You're still alive," Fei Li said. "That's great." Luna wiped her tears, pushed him away gently and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Fei Li. Let's break up." "What?" Fei Li looked at her in shock, and the crowd immediately responded with joy. Everyone was very satisfied with Luna's decision. Luna cried and shook her head and said, "Brother Fei Li, please don't ask. Anyway, we can't be together anymore. You can find a better girl in the future and spend this life happily. Don't worry. I will persuade a spy. I won't have any more disputes with you Black Wings in the future." "What are you talking about?" "Luna, I understand. You dislike me for being a Black Wing. Right. Black Wing, White Wing are just different colors of wings. There is no distinction between high and low." "That was not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" The crowd started to boo and wanted to drive him away. Luna said, "Don't ask. In short, We can't be together anymore. You go. You go. Fei Li left extremely disappointed. And Luna cried and looked at his back with extreme reluctance. Lun Yin asked, "Why did you break up with him?" Luna said, "Because I am a Zerg now, and I can't give birth. So I can delay him." Yinling took out a fist-sized pearl from his pocket and said with a smile, "But I have reserved your future for you. This pearl contains your future." This is a black pearl with a devastating light. Luna looked at her doubtfully, and also at the black pearl in her hand. Yinling said, "This method was also taught to me by my eldest sister. Take it." Luna excitedly took the black pearl in her hand. Yinling added, "With it, you and Fei Li will have a future." Luna looked at the direction where Fei Li was walking away and said, "But I just made him angry and ran away. Then why don't you go after it?" "Yes," Luna agreed. And a pair of wings emitting light red fluorescence suddenly grew out of her back. He spread his wings and flew towards Fei Li. Fei Li was about to walk to the door, but Luna flew over, blocked his way, and said, "You can't leave." Fei Li looked at her doubtfully and asked, "You drove me away. Why did you stop me again?" Because I changed my mind," Luna said, walking forward and hugging him. "But my wings are injured," Fei Li said, "and I won't be able to fly in the future." "Then don't fly. Life is a dance of blood, and you don't need to fly." "Then why did you change your mind again?" "Because you are my black pearl," Luna said, taking out the black pearl and showing it in front of the two of them. Fei Li said, "I am a big man. Why do you still compare me with pearls?" Lun Yin, Yinling, and others also flew over and landed in front of the two of them. Yinling smiled and said, "Why can't this be a metaphor? Shouldn't my son be named Wu Zhenju?" Fei Li scratched his head in embarrassment. Lun Yin said, "Well, I got a new blood blade. The power of my blood dance has grown again. And you two young lovers have also reconciled. It can be said to be a double happiness. It's a pity that Fina's awakening took a long time, and she can't become a bloody blade. In that case, I will wake her up now." Luna said she wanted to go, but Ling Yan was worried that she would sabotage her. While hesitating, Luna said, "Don't worry, sister. I won't sabotage it. Now Fei Li is my man, and I can't possibly treat my sister-in-law like that." Fei Li also said that Luna would not do it, and Ling Yan nodded and said, "Okay, just you two, and we will go together, in order to prevent unnecessary disputes. The other white wings will not go for the time being, and we will have the opportunity to adjust later. It's a conflict between you." The group of people flew towards another entrance. Fei Li's wings were injured and he couldn't fly, so Luna took him flying. Fei Li said, "I remember your wings were broken, and now you have them again. It's great." Luna said, "My wings now are Zerg wings, not our Amu's wings anymore. It doesn't matter what kind of wings they are, as long as they have them. Even better if they can fly. You are quite down to earth." Although the hall was covered with plants, it was divided into two parts. Fina was in the other part, with a dozen black wings guarding her in front of her chrysalis. When these black wings saw them coming, in addition to saluting Lung Yin and others, they looked at Luna with hatred. Some people asked Fei Li, "You belong to my black wings. Why are you still with this white-winged witch?" Together? Lung Yin thought Luna would be angry, but Luna took Fei Li's arm and said with a smile, "Then he is my man now. Do you think he is irritating or not?" Someone started to curse. Lun Yin said, "Okay, everyone should stop scolding. Just now Fei Li went to White Wing, but no one scolded him. No matter it is Black Wing or White Wing, they are all Amu people. My people of Blood Dance. Right. So we must unite well, and don't let the other 3 human race people see the joke." Everyone stopped talking. Lun Yin added, "You have also seen that Luna awakened first, so it is impossible for Fina to awaken again. In this case, I might as well wake her up now." There was a sigh from the crowd. They felt sorry for Fina's loss to Luna in this round of competition, and they were also worried that Black Wing would be suppressed by White Wing in the future. Luna said, "District Queen, I don't think it is necessary to wake her up in advance. Maybe when he wakes up, he can also become a blood blade? Then won't our blood dance have one more blood blade?" Lun Yin shook her head and said, "No. Do you know that the Butterfly Man had dozens of hosts suitable for parasitism back then? But none of them could become blood blades because Nei had already become blood blades before them." Chapter 740 Breaking the Pupa. Lun Yin planned to give up Fina, but Luna disagreed. She said, "Maybe it can be done. Other human races couldn't do it before. But that doesn't mean the Amu, Can't do it either. Leng Yan sighed and said, Okay. Then it's up to you. It will save you from dying until you reach the Yellow River. Nei also said, It's true. Sister, I think this was the situation of my butterfly people back then. A dozen butterfly people were qualified to become blood blades. But none of them were qualified. There was only one. Luna was very stubborn and insisted on waiting for Fina's time to come. Everyone saw that they could not persuade her. So they all followed her. And Luna will use this hall to breed the first batch of soldier insects. Other units will also breed them together in this plant hall. When the pupae are large enough, they will be raised into space. To establish a standard fan group with 1 billion units, it will take at least a year if resources are sufficient. So this is going to be a very long time for Luna, since she had to continuously release spores, cultivate larvae, and then pupate the insect units of the Zerg. She decided to temporarily live in the plant hall. Fina's chrysalis was also in the hall. The people in Blackwing were worried about her, fearing that she would destroy the chrysalis. So they sent some people to wait beside the chrysalis and set up tents to take turns guarding it. Luna ignored it and laughed it off. Fina's brother, Luna's boyfriend Philly, also wanted to stay with her here. So Luna also set up a tent here. Luna said, We have to live here for at least a month. Many units need me to guard them here. After a month, some of the pupae will grow up, and they will no longer fit here. They will have to be sent into space. No need to say it. Philly said, I'm just here to accompany you. Luna, why did you insist on breaking up at first, but then suddenly changed your mind after a while? Luna smiled and took out the fist-sized black pearl and said, Because I didn't know it existed at first. But I know it now. So I can't be separated from you. Isn't this just a pearl? Bailey said doubtfully. The Bungstar people have many of them. Luna shook her head and said, No. This is our future. After that, she whispered into his ear that she should do this. Philly couldn't help showing an extremely embarrassed look and asked, Is it necessary? Luna nodded firmly and said, Of course. This is our future. Philly said, Okay. Luna, I will work hard for our future. Luna handed him the black pearl. The two stayed in the plant hall for a day. And on the second day, it was also the time when Fina emerged from the pupa. Luna pulled Philly and said, Let's go see your sister. Philly said in embarrassment, I think it's better not to go. My sister can't succeed, and she will have to endure the pain of not having wings in the future. No, Philly. It is precisely because of this, Luna said, that we should encourage him to face the future life bravely. Luna, it's really great that you can put aside the past grudges. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. The queen and others must have gone first. When they arrived at Fina's chrysalis, Leng Yan and others had already arrived first. Seeing them coming, everyone greeted each other and smiled. Because this Philly's wings were damaged beyond repair. He couldn't fly, and it was Luna who flew him here. In front of the pupa, a large group of black wings gathered. Just like yesterday when Luna broke out of the pupa, a large group of white wings gathered. The arrival of the two of them immediately aroused a lot of noise. Some complained about why Philly wanted to be with a Bai. There are also those who resent Luna, saying that this is the black wing, and he is not welcome to come here as a white wing. And they don't like her coming here to watch jokes. Because as Black Wing, Fina will become a failure case of the parasitic blood blade. So Black Wing will feel that this is a very embarrassing fact. As for Luna, who had successfully parasitized, as White Wing, her arrival was nothing more than to laugh at them. So the Black Wings did not welcome her arrival. Leng Yan said, Don't be so emotional. All of you. No matter White Wing or Black Wing. They are all angels of Amuyu. And they all want to serve my blood dance. I don't want to see you not united. You Amu people are not united within yourself. How can you unite with the other 3 human races in the future? Everyone stopped talking. Luna came to Leng Yan's side and whispered, Sister, I really want to help Fina. She is my sister-in-law. I will not be malicious to her. Please believe me. Leng Yan motioned for her to talk to the others. Luna faced all the black wings and said, Please believe me. As long as Luna, are here, I will not provoke conflicts between our white and black wings. One person immediately said, What are the white and black wings? Don't you find it hard to pronounce when you read it? It's obviously the black and white wings. But you want to reverse black and white. Isn't this the inner conflict with our black wings? His words were immediately echoed. Leng Yan couldn't help but smile to herself. This Amuyu is really capable. And he can compete with others. Luna said, This is just a statement. Does it mean you should use it to argue against it? The man said. Of course. It has been black and white since ancient times. I have never heard anyone say white and black. This doesn't sound good. Right. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Luna was furious and was about to explode. But Philly quietly held her down. And then she restrained herself from exploding. Leng Yan felt that it was time for her to speak out. So she said, Actually, it doesn't matter who sleeps in the front or in the back. Black or white. Then let me ask you. I rank you Amu people behind the other 3 human races. Are you also dissatisfied? The man said. My lady queen. This is different. We Amu people were the last to join the blood dance. So you put us behind the other 3 human races. This is understandable, and we have no reason to be unhappy. The man wanted to say something more, but Leng Yan interrupted him and said, Okay, it's not a big deal. Otherwise, from now on, Bai Yi will follow his own habits and say, You Black Wings, don't refute him. Likewise, you Black Wings, he said according to your own habits. And Bai Yi can't refute you. This is always. Okay. Right. Luna said. The queen is right. We are all sub-civilizations under blood dance. Our highest honor is the interests of civilization. Can these trivial things be compared with civilization? No one said any more now. After a while, the surface of the chrysalis began to crack, and Fina was about to emerge from the chrysalis. Everyone is waiting with great anticipation. There was a crashing sound, and a large stream of mucus flowed out of the chrysalis. Chapter 741 Black-Winged Angel. Place D. An ethereal place. 13 light-years away from Sirius. Clam 3-star wheel. Star barrel number 47. Plant hall. The purification of Fina, the Black-Winged Angel of Amu, was completed, and the chrysalis burst, along with mucus and debris. Fina came out of the chrysalis and collapsed on this large pool of material. There were only a few blood blades and a few female volunteers from Black-Wing on the screen, who were there to help Fina. Seeing Fina emerge from the pupa, several female Black-Wings were about to step forward to dress her. But unexpectedly, Fina let out a deep roar from her throat, which frightened the female Black-Wings and did not dare to step forward. Leng Yan frowned, thinking. Fina raised her head, her red eyes radiating a light red light, and the female Black-Wing screamed in fear. Fina stood for 7 miles, and behind her hands, she suddenly let out a long roar. The sound was sharp and penetrated the palace. Several people were shocked. Yinling asked in shock, Sister, do the spores you planted for her have no ideological imprint? The reason why it is said that a human race can only have one blood blade is because the spores with the ideological imprint can only be planted on one host. If there are more, they will be ineffective. In other words, it is not that a human race can only have one blood blade, but if a second one appears, it will not be able to imprint its ideological mark. If it cannot be imprinted with thoughts, then this bloody blade will not be loyal to Leng Yan, which will be very dangerous, and she may betray at any time. Therefore, the spores with the ideological imprint released by Leng Yan also have a preventive mechanism. For example, if the host cannot reward the ideological imprint, the purification spores will be automatically destroyed, preventing the host from being purified into a blood blade. So after White-Wing Luna successfully purifies into blood blade, Black-Wing Fina will not be purified successfully. Looking inside at this moment, it is obvious that Fina seems to have succeeded in parasitizing. If she succeeded in parasitizing, it means that Fina has not been imprinted with thoughts. That's why Yinling asked this question. Leng Yan did not answer, but quietly looked at the changing Fina in front of her. With a snap, a pair of black wings grew out from behind the quilt. They were not feather wings, but insect wings, but they were black and emitted red fluorescence. Fina said nothing, spread her wings, and suddenly flew into the sky. Yinling said, Sister, let me kill her. Having said that, he already held a fluorescent sword in his hand, spread his wings, and was about to fly up to deal with Fina. Leng Yan did not speak and remained silent. Several other blood blades showed their weapons, and gathered around Leng Yan to protect her and prevent Fina from making unwise moves. Luna said, Third sister, if you want to kill her, I have to do it. You can't just let her do whatever she wants just because she is an Amu. After saying that, a white-edged sword emitting red fluorescence was revealed, and he was about to spread his wings and fly up. At this moment, Fina just rushed to the top of the hall, wrapped her body with both hands, and then dived down. Leng Yan said, Don't panic. Just let her come. Fina came to the front, spun to the ground, 2 tentacles stretched out from behind, took the clothes from the female Blackwing's hands and put them on. Then drooped her wings, faced Ling Yan, knelt down on one leg, and said, "My subordinate Fina joins Her Majesty the Queen. She will always be loyal to Her Majesty the Queen and will never betray her. If she violates her oath, she will fall into a black hole and will never be reborn." She smiled coldly and said, "Get up. I'll take care of you," Yinling said. "But eldest sister, she has no ideological imprint," Fina said. "I have it. How is this possible?" Yinling asked doubtfully. And several others also expressed disbelief. Fina said, "But I do have ideological imprints. If you don't believe me, ask eldest sister," Lun Yan said. "I saw it, and she does have it. I'm also wondering, what on earth is going on?" Fina said, "Since it has been proven that I have it, then I have some small things to deal with next." After saying that, she sneered and raised one hand. A thick vine hung down and fell on her hand, twisting and changing. After a while, a dark sword exuding a light red fluorescence appeared, already in hand. Lun Yan asked, "Fina, what do you want to do?" Fina said, "I'm sorry, Sister Queen. I need to deal with my matter first. I will apologize to you later. If I want to be beaten or killed, it is all up to you. Fina will never complain." After that, he pointed his sword at Luna and said, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Luna also sneered, "Why don't you dare? Then come." After saying that, he flew straight up towards the dome of the hall, and Luna followed closely and flew up. Several people were stunned, but Ling Yan was very calm and said, "Let them go and make trouble." The screen was removed, and when Blackwing outside the screen didn't see their Fina, they were all surprised. Fina rushed to the dome soon, but had no intention of stopping. She opened a big hole in the dome with a bang and rushed out. Luna followed closely and got out of the hole. The broken holes were then spread over by plants from the side to repair them. Philly came over and asked, "Where is she and the 2 of them?" Yinling said angrily, "Let's go fight." Meng Lete said, "These 2 people are too presumptuous. They started fighting as soon as they joined the blood dance." Nei said, "I really don't take my eldest sister seriously." Lumya and I smiled and said, "Okay, I think it might be a good thing for them to have a good fight. Let's all watch the live broadcast." After that, the quantum flying insect captured the traces of the 2 of them, and projected the captured scene in front of everyone, and wanted to broadcast it live to the entire Amu society, so that everyone could watch their battle between black and white wings. It can be seen from the picture fed back by the quantum flying insects in front that after the 2 people flew out of the hall, they flew towards the connection of the star bucket. There was an airlock there, through which they could fly into the outer space. It seems that these 2 people do not want to destroy the facilities in the star bucket, but are preparing to go out and have a fight. Nei said, "Sister, do you want to persuade them? It would be bad if there are casualties." Lun Yan said, "Don't they always like to fight? Then let them have a good fight and kill each one." Seeing her calm and relaxed look, everyone stopped asking. Fei Li was very anxious when he arrived. Among the 2 women fighting, one was his sister and the other was her woman. He didn't want to see either one get hurt. The 2 of them flew to the edge connection of the star barrel without difficulty, and each flew towards an airlock. Before they arrived, the inner doors of the 2 airlocks had already opened. After the 2 people entered, the inner door was closed, and a mechanical female voice sounded from inside the airlock. It was found that the personnel inside the airlock did not wear space protective clothing. The outer door cannot be opened. Please wear space protective clothing. Chapter 742 New Blood Blade. Black-winged Fina and white-winged Luna flew to the star bucket connection. They each flew into an airlock, but the system I recognized that they were not wearing protective clothing and refused to open the airlock to let them go. Go out. Now that the 2 of them have successfully parasitized, they are already white tiger level blood blades. And they are Zerg. Zerg are space creatures, so of course they can survive in space without wearing protective clothing. In the plant hall, several blood blades were remotely observing the words and deeds of the 2. Lung Yan connected to the system computer through the brain bug wave and relabeled the 2's identities as Zerg. In this case, the AI could let them out. After the 2 people entered, the inner door was closed, and a mechanical female voice sounded from inside the airlock. It was found that the personnel inside the airlock did not wear space protective clothing. The outer door cannot be opened. Please wear space protective clothing. But after a while, I heard the AI say again, the target is identified as Zerg. It can be opened and decompression begins. If you feel any discomfort during the decompression process, please apply for termination. Stop beeping. Blackwing Fina shouted. Relax the pressure. Just open the door. Yes. AI agreed, and then heard a crash as the outer hatch opened, and all the remaining air in the airlock that had not yet been decompressed was sucked out. Fina also kicked hard, rushed out of the airlock and entered space. Flying in space requires the help of tentacles. So in addition to a pair of fluorescent black wings, there are more than a dozen tentacles on her back. Each tentacle has micro nozzles that eject plasma to assist flight and maneuvering. After she flew out, she turned around and faced another airlock. Through the transparent porthole on the outer door of that airlock, she could see white-winged Luna in the airlock. She was hugging her shoulders and sneering, looking at her in space. Luna was not in a hurry to get out, but waited until the airlock was evacuated before going out. Fina put down her insect helmet and said, "What are you talking about? Can you come out now? Why are you in a hurry?" Luna said, "The pressure is reduced quickly, so why waste that air?" It's a pun, meaning that you, Fina, are wasting air and living in vain. Fina just pretended not to know and said, "There are too many insects here. To avoid accidental injury, I will wait for you over there." After that, he turned around and flew towards the edge of D. Luna said, "I'll be there soon." The airlock exhausted the air. The outer hatch opened, and Luna flew out, flying in the direction where Fina disappeared. During the flight, it unfolded its fluorescent white wings and tentacles, and held a fluorescent red blade in its hand. Fina in the front has the same outfit as her, except that her wings are fluorescent black wings, and everything else is the same. Fina slowed down to wait for her, and Luna sped up to chase her. Soon, the two came into contact with each other. The surrounding Zerg units happened to be relatively far away, so they both got on. Each fired plasma towards the other, and each used arcs to resist. Everyone watching in the plant hall was very nervous. The entire Omu people were broadcasting live, and people watched their space battle through network terminals. Some people even broadcast the live broadcast to 3 other human races, which caused more than 1 billion human races within the civilization to watch the game. In space, the two of them kept flying and shooting at each other. There are also good people who organize games to bet on who can win. In the plant hall, Faley was anxiously walking around. One was his sister, and the other was his fiancée. He was not happy whoever got hurt. Regarding this space battle, as long as Luna has the upper hand, White Wing will cheer. Similarly, if Fina has the upper hand, Black Wing will also cheer. Yin Ling and others were very anxious. But Ling Yan said, "Don't worry. If you can't die, you will pupate and purify yourself if you are injured." The two of them have too much grudges. If you don't let them have a happy fight, this grudge will be gone. It will take 10,000 years to accumulate. After probably fighting for more than an hour, the two finally stopped fighting, flew back one after another, entered the star bucket from the airlock, and then flew back to the plant hall and came to the crowd. The two also retracted their wings, tentacles and weapons, and stood in front of Ling Yan with their heads lowered. "How's it going?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. "Are you satisfied with the beating?" Both of them said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My subordinate is guilty." Ling Yan asked again. "You said I would start fighting after you two complied with the new rules. How should I punish you?" The two of them added, "I am willing to be punished, and any punishment is acceptable." "Well, the attitude of admitting mistakes is okay. Very good. Then let's hold a high-level internal meeting." Ling Yan dismissed everyone, and then several people left the plant hall together, then left the star bucket, and came to the insect bag of Ling Yan's head beast, Little Pink Turtle. Looking at the new additions of Luna and Fina, Ling Yan said, "In the past, a human race could only have one blood blade, but now you actually have 2. This surprised me at first, and I couldn't understand it at all. But then I figured it out. It turns out that different races in the same human race can also be parasitic at the same time. You Omu people distinguish the races based on the color of their wings. So there are white wings and black wings. So both white wings and black wings can each parasitize a blood blade. This is why even though you two are both Omu people, you can be branded with your thoughts. For us, Blood Dance, this can be considered a surprise. Now I have 2 more blood blades, including myself. We now have 6 blood blades, which means that we can have a maximum unit combat strength of 6 billion. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Blood Dance. Everyone expressed their congratulations. And Yinling said, "It's a pity that we, the Bingxing people, only have one race and cannot dedicate a second bloody blade." Nei said, "Don't be pity, Xiaoling. Isn't it the same for us butterfly people? We can only have one blood blade. And the same goes for the second sister." The second sister refers to Menlet, who turns out to be from Pandora. Meng Lete added, "There are not even one crab SH.L. man yet. So it is indeed a good thing that the Amu people have two blood blades. But we should not be too discouraged." Lun Yin said, "It's my fault too. If I had known this reason when the wandering fleet was still there, then I could have chosen two more blood blades from the wandering fleet. In addition to Asians, there are also black and white people in the Ranger fleet. That's why Lun Yin has such a saying." After some celebrations and emotions, Lun Yin said, "Luna, Fina, we are currently engaged in an interstellar war. It was originally an absolute secret for the human sub-civilization. But now you two are blood swords. Both I am the Zerg. So I need to tell you about the current form of war." Then he briefly explained the current war situation with the tall SH.LS to the two of them. Chapter 743, Turning Hostility into Friendship. Luna and Fina ended the battle and shook hands to make peace, saying that they would never fight again in the future, and that they would be absolutely loyal to Lun Yin, loyal to Blood Dance, and promise to achieve internal unity among the Amu people. And the black and white wings, there will never be any more internal strife. However, Lun Yin gave a general overview of the current war situation. The tall SH.LS home base in Fomalhaut had been completely destroyed, but they still had nearly 100 million people scattered around Fomalhaut. Sirius A. Sirius, there are 4 places, B and Swordfish Star. These 4 places have their remaining facilities, including mines, military bases, and survival ecological bases. After roughly speaking, Fina said, "It's been a week since the second wave of attacks. Why haven't we taken advantage of the victory and pursued it?" Luna said, "Yes, the level of the tall SH.LS is higher than ours. Over time, they develop their strength, and trying to eradicate them will only increase their troubles." Lun Yin didn't answer and let Yinling explain. Yinling said, "Because crab SH.L fever is still spreading among high SH.L people, we want this virus to fully exert its power." At the end of the second wave, there were still 500 million people living in Goka, but 400 million people had already died from the virus crab SH.L fever. The current high SH.L people are already seriously ill and are just lambs to be slaughtered. And you happen to have not finished the purification yet. So the Queen Sister wants to let you participate after you finish the purification. But this is your first battle as a worm. And if you want to fight again, you don't know how many years you have to wait." Fina said, "It is our duty to be loyal to my sister and serve the Blood Dance. However, we don't have any soldiers yet. We really want to join the war. But we are full of ambition, but not strong enough." Luna said, "What's the matter? We are a part of Blood Dance. When needed, we can be used as soldiers of Blood Dance." Fina glared at her. Lun Yin said, "Soldier insect? Then the price of your soldier insect is too high. If you are willing, I won't give it up. I don't have a bloody blade easily, so I shouldn't use it like a treasure. Let me take you." "You want to use it like a soldier? Are you kidding me?" Luna chuckled. Lun Yin added, "Do you two really want to make meritorious deeds?" Both of them said yes. And Fina said, "Of course. I just joined Blood Blade. So what if I don't have any achievements? But it will take at least a year for us to form a large scale." "You don't have to wait so long," Lun Yin said. "I have a way to arm you two into a standard group now." A standard fan group consists of 10 standard basic groups. The so-called basic group means that there is only one king in this group. There are 2 kinds of kings: the original queen, now called the Locust, and the Bloodblade queen, also called the White Tiger level. The strength of a basic group is 100 million, which means it has 100 million junior soldier insects, 10,000 advanced soldier insects, 100 Azure Dragon level, and 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts. Then a standard fan group includes 10 such standard basic groups. The reason why it is called a fan group is because there must be a vassal queen in this large group composed of 10 standard basic groups. The so-called feudal queen is the Bloodblade queen, who is subordinate to the supreme commander of Blood Dance. And the supreme commander of Blood Dance is Lun Yin. The so-called Bloodblade queen is well known, so I won't introduce her here. So a standard fan group has a combat power of 1 billion. And now Luna and Fina have just become blood blades. And they don't even have a single soldier insect. How can they quickly have a complete group? When Lin Yan finished saying this, the two of them were also very surprised. Lin Yan said, "Don't you know? The Zerg can borrow units. We now have 4 blood blades for standard groups, and a unit strength of 4 billion. Each of you can use half of your troops to defeat both of you. Arm yourself." Luna said, "Sister Queen, if you let me be fully armed now, I would dare to lead the insect swarm to the enemy's nest to destroy the enemy in person." Fina followed up and said, "I dare to go too." Lin Yan asked, "It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The 4 of us haven't broken into the enemy camp personally yet. How dare you?" Luna, "I don't dare to go. I'm sorry. Sister Queen, I'm not talking about you. You have your own strategic thinking. But if I really dare to go, just let me go." Lin Yan communicated with the other 3 blood blades again, and finally said, "Okay, I will give you 2 a chance to make a contribution. Later, we will arm your group for you too, and then give you a day to get familiar with it. Zerg, be familiar with Blood Dance, the combat performance and skills of the attribute Bug Swarm, and be familiar with the various combat units and auxiliary units of the Zerg such as Quantum Flying Insects. Then you will go out tomorrow." "Yes, Sister Queen." With this matter decided, Lin Yan, Meng Leite, Na Yi and Yin Ling began to distribute their respective units to Luna and Fina. It has been a week since the second wave of attacks ended, and all the 4 billion primary soldiers lost have been replenished. As for the lost 10,000 high-level soldier insects, they are still in the process of pupating. However, these 10,000 high-level soldier bugs are nothing compared to the total group of 400,000 high-level disease bugs. In less than half a day, Luna's number 5 group and Fina's number 6 group were all armed, including locusts, Xuanwu, Qinglong, Suzaku and primary soldiers, and they were all in large numbers. In the Zerg, this is the first time for borrowing groups or units between different groups. Lin Yan estimates that it will not be used frequently in the future. How can the borrowed units be used by the new Blood Blade and be absolutely loyal to her? This leads to the use of spores again. The old Blood Blade unlocks the ideological imprint of the units under its control through the Brain Insect Wave, and implants new ideological imprints to make them loyal to the new Blood Blade. The new Blood Blade will double brand the borrowed unit with cerebral insect waves and spores to determine its leadership status, thus truly becoming the leader of the borrowed unit. Ideological imprints are very common and applicable among the Zerg, and are divided into levels. The highest level is the one released by Lin Yan. No other unit in the total group, including other Blood Blades, can resist. But it was said that Luna and Fina were armed in just half a day and prepared for the third wave of attacks the next day. But at this time, an incident happened. However, just before preparing to launch the third wave of attacks on the tall SHLS, Luna said goodbye to her fiancé. They had their own residence in Star Barrel number 47. The two of them were sitting on the balcony of the house, admiring the beautiful scenery of the artificial city of Star Bucket, chatting happily, when a white-winged man flew over and shouted, "Sister Luna, brother-in-law Fei, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Chapter 744 White and Black. In the vast universe, Land D, a place of nothingness, has gathered 4 billion units of insect swarms, as well as 6 star wheels, and 4 human sub-civilizations gathered in these 6 star wheels. The butterfly man originally lived in Nay's insect bag. Later, he saw that the clam star and the crab SHL man both had star wheels, so they also moved to the star wheels, and Xuewu prepared a special star bucket for them. The population capacity of a star bucket is 10 million, but after so many years of development, the butterfly people have less than 100,000, with a population of 100,000 living in a huge star barrel with a capacity of 10 million. The butterfly people are also very comfortable. However, it is said that in addition to insect swarms and star wheels, there are also a large number of various resources in D, such as asteroids, meteorites, biological mines, etc., which were gradually transported from C after the second attack. The so-called biological mines are where the resources collected by the insect swarm are pushed together, and then the insect swarm processes the resources in these crazy fields. The principle is similar to that of a human factory, but the processing form is different. Humans are machines, while Zerg are directly swarm units. The butterfly people occupy 1 star bucket with 100,000. while the Amu people occupy only 2 star buckets with 15 million. But it is said that the number 47 star bucket of the Bung 3 star wheel is the 2nd star bucket of the Amu people. There are cities, forests, crops and lakes on the inner wall of the star barrel. Luna and her fiancé Philly have a small building of their own here. The two of them were sitting on the balcony of the house, admiring the beautiful scenery of the artificial city of Star Bucket, chatting happily, when a white-winged man flew over and shouted, "Sister Luna, brother-in-law Philly, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Luna waved to him and said, "No, come here quickly." The white-winged man flew up to the balcony on the 2nd floor and shook hands with Philly. But it was Luna's clan brother named Lu Feng. Lu Feng hovered on the railing, flapping her wings, while Luna and Philly sat on the wicker chairs. Philly said, "Are you angry with me? You know my wings are broken and I can't fly." Lu Feng said with a smile, No. Why am I angry with you? Brother-in-law? Why don't you come down and sit down?" Lu Feng then landed, but instead of sitting down, he leaned against the railing and looked at the two of them with a smile. "Is something wrong with you?" Luna asked. "It's nothing," Lu Feng said nervously. "Is it okay? If it's okay, then you can get out." "Cousin, come on. Stop pretending," Lu Feng then said. "Actually, I want to meet Fina. Brother-in-law, is that okay? You want to pick up my sister?" Bailey asked in surprise, and then said, "Why? Do you also have black and white differences? Aren't you and my sister also in white and black wings? Aren't you two together? Why can't you come to my place?" Philly said, "I have no prejudice against black and white wings. If Fina is just an ordinary black-winged girl, then that's it. But she is now a Zerg and you are a human. Then isn't my sister also a Zerg? Aren't you still with her? Can the situation between Luna and me be the same as yours? When she and I fell in love, she was still a human race. Later, she was seriously injured and became a parasite of the Zerg race. You and Fina don't have any emotional basis now, so it's better not to have any relationship to avoid pain in the future. Brother-in-law, you?" Luna faced Philly and said, "Okay, Philly, do you dislike me?" No, Philly defended. "I'm doing this for your brother. Okay, and you also know that after becoming a Zerg, you lose the ability to have children. We both have the Black Pearl, but Fina doesn't. What if your brother marries her and has no children in the future?" Lu Feng said, "If you don't have children, you won't have children. What I like is hers." The three people here are talking. And in space, in the insect bag of the little pink turtle, the leader of the number 1 group, Lung Yen and Fina are watching the video. What the video shows is the three of them in the star bucket. Scenes of personal conversations. Watching the three of them talking. Fina in the distance bit her lips and said nothing. Lung Yen asked, "How's it going? Do you have any ideas?" Fina shook her head and said, "I have no idea. I am a Zerg now, and I am very happy. It's time," Lung Yen said with a smile. "I can tell you're faking it. I'm going to show you something. You have to be mentally prepared." Fina looked at her doubtfully, smiled coldly and mysteriously, and took out a pearl. A white and crystal clear pearl the size of a fist. Fina continued to look puzzled. Lung Yen smiled and said, "The one I made before you started family planning is the same as the black pearl I gave Luna. This one is your future. Is this true?" Luna couldn't help crying and took the white pearl excitedly. "How is it?" Lung Yen asked. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Fina shook her head and said, "Never. Just because I am too tough and no Blackwing boy can like me." Lung Yen pointed to the video and said, "There is a ready-made one now. But he is by E. Is there anything wrong with this? They are all Amu people. He is not a clam star person. Or a crab SHL or butterfly people. I know that you still can't let go of your prejudice against the differences between black and white wings. Fina, now you are my vassal queen of blood dance. And the interests of civilization must come first in everything." "Yes, eldest sister, I understand." Fina put away the white pearl and said, "Then can I go over now?" Lung Yen smiled and said, "Of course. Go pursue your happiness." Fina agreed with a yes, then stretched out her hand in front of her face to prepare to open the micro-excited wormhole. On Qingtong's side, Lu Feng happened to say, "If you don't have children, you won't have children. What I like is hers." As soon as he finished speaking, an oval-shaped wormhole appeared next to him. Fina flew out of it and closed the wormhole. Everyone looked at her in surprise, especially Lu Feng. Fina grabbed Lu Feng's collar, pulled her forward, and asked, "Is everything you just said true?" Lu Feng was very excited and said with a trembling voice, "Of course it's true. You are White Wing and I am Black Wing. I don't care. Unless you do. I don't care. I used to care. But I don't care anymore. You what? I like you and I want to marry you." "Very good," said Fina. "Let's go on a date now." After saying that, he took him and flew away. Lu Feng said in surprise, "Yes, but this is too fast." Fina said, "I want it tomorrow." I stopped at this point, because the attack on the tall SHLS was top secret and could not be leaked. So I stopped in time and did not say anything. But Luna said, "I object. You two can't be together." Chapter 745 Planetary Annihilation War 1. "Why?" Fina asked. "Because he is White Wing and you are Black Wing," Luna said. "So you two can't be together," Fina said. "I want to be with him. No. To be precise, I want to marry him. No one can stop me. Including you." Luna smiled and said, "Didn't you always oppose the intermarriage between White and Black Wings before?" "I have no objection now." Luna stopped asking, but smiled and hugged her shoulders, leaning deeply into the wicker chair. Seeing that she didn't speak, Fina asked, "What do you mean?" Luna still didn't speak, but Fei Li said, "Why are you such a stupid sister, so stupid? Luna is not against you and Lu Feng being together. She just wants to tell you her real name about the intermarriage between Black and White Wings. Who is right and who is wrong?" Fina was silent for a moment and then said, "Luna." "No, sister-in-law. I lost." Luna stood up, smiled and stretched out her hand. Fina hesitated and shook hands with her. Luna pulled her, and the two hugged each other. Luna patted her back. Fina didn't know how to place her hands at first, but after a while, she imitated her and patted her back, letting go of each other. Fei Li said, "You see, the conflicts between our Black and White Wings over the years have been easily resolved. Right?" Lu Feng on the side also said happily, Yes. Brother-in-law is right." "What brother-in-law?" Fina glared at him and said, "It's my uncle. From now on, you are not allowed to call me brother-in-law. You can only call me brother." Lu Feng said with a smile, "Yes, brother Fei Li." Seeing that Fina was still competing for superiority in this matter, she asked with a smile, "Then do you call me sister-in-law? Or eldest sister-in-law?" Fina glanced at her and said, "Oh, it's a mess. Whatever. We can just shout whatever is convenient." Fei Li said, "Yeah. It's a very trivial matter in the first place. For example, when we talk about Black and White Wings, they talk about White and Black Wings. It's not a big deal." "Okay," Fina said. "I won't leave you anymore. Lu Feng, do you want to go with me?" "Yes." "Then let's go," Fina said and pulled him to fly away. Needless to say, the two of them flew away and accomplished some good things. Watching the two of them fly away, Luna smiled and said, "You're such a little sister." Fei Li also shook his head and said, "I have been arrogant since I was a child, and I can't help it." Luna added, "Now that the White and Black Wings are merging, we need to choose a new president. I think you can do it. Have you ever thought about it?" "Me? Can it be done? Can Bai Yi accept it?" "Don't worry. Just go and run for office. You are Black Wing, and the people from Black Wing will support you. As for White Wing, with me here, who dares to object? It's up to you to set a precedent. And from now on, both the White and Black Wings can take turns taking turns. So, I believe that from now on our Amu people will have no differences, and their command will get better and better." "I have a question," Billy interrupted. "What's the problem?" Luna asked. "You said you were White Wing, and I am Black Wing. What kind of wing will our child be?" Luna spat. "Bah. I was talking about your political future. But you were talking to me about having children. Do you still have ambitions?" Fei Li laughed, patted Luna's shoulders with both hands and said, "But I'm really not interested in an official career. Why don't we train our children?" Luna sighed and said, "Since you don't like it, I won't force you. As long as you are happy in this life, it will be fine. I want to see our kids. Let's watch together." The two of them entered the house. In a bedroom, there was an insect chrysalis. Inside was their black pearl, which was bred by the insect race. After 10 months, the child would emerge from the pupa. Although it is the way of the Zerg, it is of Amu blood. It's just that it will be unclear whether it will be White Wing or Black Wing by then. The conflict between the black and white wings of the Amu people ended with a call between the two pairs of wings. After Luna and Fina were ready, they waited for the next day to launch a strike against the remnants of the tall SH.LS. The next day, Luna and Fina controlled their respective beasts, waiting for the moment of attack. Together, they have a total of 2 billion units, all borrowed from the other 4 blood blades. 6 women connected. Lun Yen asked, "Are you all ready?" After confirming, he said, "I emphasize again. Although the purpose of war is to win, the premise is to preserve oneself. You also need to know that developing a blood blade is very difficult for me. So I don't want you two to suffer any harm. What I mean is, if you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, run away. No love for fighting. No fighting spirit. Do you understand?" Luna said, "Don't worry, sister. I won't be like some people who compete for the top in everything, fighting for the first place even if they don't care about their lives." Fina knew she was talking about her, so she wasn't angry. Instead, she said, "Sister, please rest assured that my violent temper has calmed down a lot. I will not be competitive with my sister-in-law. I will learn to protect myself." After hearing what they said, Lun Yen was relieved and said, "Okay then. Let's start according to the established strategic plan." Yes. After the two took the order, they began to launch a wave of attacks on the remnants of the high SH.L people. This wave of attacks is divided into 4 places: Fomalhaut, Sirius A, Sirius B, and Swordfish Star. The total strength of the insect swarm is 2 billion, and they will be divided into 4 groups, each with 500 million troops. That is, each group has 5 standard basic groups. Each group is assigned 4 numbers ABCD, and each primary group is assigned numbers 1 to 5. Luna is in Group A1 and Fina is in Group B1. The attack is divided into 2 parts. In the first part, Luna and Fina will lead a group of insect swarms to attack Sirius A and Sirius B respectively, while Groups C and D will stay in D and wait until the first part of the attack is over before preparing Part 2 of the attack. The first part of the attack is also very particular. The highest SH.L strongholds of Sirius A and Sirius B are basically very scattered, because these 2 stars each have a large planet, and each large planet has more natural satellites. These natural satellites have become the source of resource collection for the high SH.L people, so their ships and equipment are concentrated on these planets and satellites, and in orbit around them. The overall strategic thinking is the same, but the two have their own tactics. However, Luna from Group A, after giving an order, first opened a group of large-scale short-term excitation wormholes, which lasted for 15 seconds, and dropped them into the cosmic space of $1 where Sirius A's high SH.L people gathered. And I only sent a basic group to go there, so I was not in a hurry to go there. This basic group has 10 Xuanwu and 100 Qilong. The other 100 million junior soldier insects, 10,000 advanced soldier insects, and 1 locust, all mounted on the insect beast. So it is 110. The large unit quickly passed through the wormhole with 100 and 1,000 small Davids. Chapter 746 Planetary Annihilation War 2. Luna did not choose the method of placing dense mini-stimulating wormholes, which would make it easier to attack the enemy. The method was to place 100 million micro-wormholes inside the enemy's stronghold, quickly penetrate through them, and attack. His tactic is to drop a basic group at the target location about $1 away from the enemy. 1 basic group passed by, and 4 basic groups were left behind at D, including her own direct group. Then issue instructions remotely. The group that was dropped was the A2 group. As soon as it arrived at Sirius A, it was discovered by the enemy. Before the wormhole travel, the worm swarm has already begun to accelerate and fly, and the wormhole travel is not started until it reaches 1x. Therefore, after the worm swarm passes, the basic speed is 1x, and it is still accelerating. In future interstellar wars, speed is one of the most important factors, but it was said that the tall SH.LS discovered the swarm of insects teleported through the wormhole, and a fleet immediately set off to resist. The level of the tall SH.LS is indeed much higher than that of Blood Dance. Their fleet accelerates to 1x very fast, and they can quickly catch up with the speed of the insect swarm after starting late. When the tall SH.L man came to attack, Luna did not choose to dodge, but accelerated to win. While fighting again, She killed all the units carried by Xuanwu and Qinglong bug beast, including junior soldier bugs and Suzaku level advanced soldier bugs. Release it. Let all these 100 million soldier insects and 10,000 advanced soldier insects fly in a spiral around their respective superior insect beasts. While flying, these 100 million junior soldier insects and 10,000 advanced soldier insects will be divided into two groups. The two groups' forces were divided equally. Among them, the first group of 50 million junior soldier insects and 5,000 advanced soldier insects opened the wormhole, and the target was placed inside and close to the outside of the enemy's stronghold. The wormholes last for 3 seconds. They are all micro wormholes and can only accommodate one unit to pass through. That is, they can only accommodate the unit that opens the wormhole for teleportation. After this, half of the troops are teleported. They will launch a fierce attack on the enemy's stronghold. Since the junior soldier bugs are replenished quickly, they are all ironclad bugs, but the advanced soldier bugs can carry out long-range light attacks. Therefore, after being teleported, the iron beetle carried out a brutal physical impact, while the advanced soldier insect kept irradiating it with plasma rays. The remaining second group of units continues to fly in a spiral to protect the superior units. The technology of this high SH.L man is higher than that of Blood Dance. So if the Blood Dance can inspire wormhole technology, then the high SH.L man will definitely be able to do it. So just when Blood Dance Luna's A2 group was teleported to Sirius A, they were discovered by the high SH.L man. As soon as the high SH.L people discovered the invading insect swarm, they immediately opened a large number of stimulating wormholes, dropped battleships and carrier-based aircraft into the sky area where the A2 group was located, and started fighting with the invading insect swarm. Therefore, not long after Luna's A2 group arrived at the target area, they quickly exchanged fire with the enemy. The area around the battleship was filled with enemy battleships and carrier-based aircraft launching fierce attacks on the insect swarm. Of course, the insect swarm was not a vegetarian either, and under Luna's remote command, they also fought back tenaciously. While fighting back, from time to time, soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs were released into the enemy's stronghold by stimulating wormholes. So there are two battlefields in Sirius A. The first battlefield is the area reached from the group, dominated by insect beasts and protected by soldiers and insects. The second battlefield is the distance from the enemy. The fighting on both battlefields was fierce. Since the stronghold is in space, the power of nuclear bombs at this time will not be very great. So Star Wars that take place in space will not use nuclear bombs. Basically, they are high-energy particle beams irradiating each other. Originally, the strength of both sides was equal. But when the war lasted for 5 minutes, the Galka people began to transfer a large number of troops from Sirius B to Sirius A for support. At D in the back, Luna smiled and said to Fina, "Hey, sister-in-law, it's time for you to come on stage." It turned out that the two of them did not attack Sirius A and Sirius B at the same time. This was Luna's idea. Fina showed no expression and just said 3 words. "I know." Immediately afterwards, Fina began to attack Sirius B. The method is the same as Luna's. First put all the B1 group over, and place it about $1 away from the enemy of Sirius B as the first battlefield of Sirius B. After arriving, immediately open the mini-stimulation wormhole to teleport half of the units in the B2 group to the enemy's stronghold to open up a second battlefield. After Luna's A2 group launched an attack on Sirius A, the high SH.L people who had ordinary troops in Sirius B were deployed to support Sirius A. Therefore, the strength of Sirius B is only half, and the combat effectiveness of the B2 group that Fina sent over is slightly inferior. The live battles on the 4 battlefields in the 2 galaxies were transmitted back in real time by quantum flying insects from the front. So everyone in the rear had a clear picture of the battlefield situation. Luna smiled and said, "I can feel that the Talsh LS are going to be confused. But the last move has not yet come. The A3 group has begun to march towards Fomalhaut." Fina said, "Let me do this third move." Although the 6 blood blades were all online, they were not together and could only communicate online. Seeing that Fina was eager to make contributions, Luna said, "No problem, sister-in-law. I'll give you the third move." Fina began to issue instructions for the B3 group to drop wormholes and go to Fomalhaut. The method was the same. The target of the worm disease was set about $1 away from the high SH.L star, and then half of the troops went to the enemy's stronghold at Fomalhaut. Under the second wave of attacks, the high SH.L's home base, the high SH.L was basically destroyed. But there were still many strongholds for the high SH/L in the entire star system of Fomalhaut. Therefore, it is difficult to achieve the goal of eradication with just one B3 group. According to preliminary estimates, the enemy's strength remaining at Fomalhaut should be 5 times that of the B3 group in terms of overall strength. However, Luna and Fina did not send extra troops to Fomalhaut because of this, and just sent out a basic group. In Fomalhaut, Fina only sent out a basic group. Although there were 100 million basic units, it was still very passive. It was not like the previous 2 places where it only opened 2 battlefields. Instead, as many as 12 battlefields were opened in the galaxy where the tall SH/LS were based. The B3 group was beaten everywhere, and they couldn't resist. However, the 2 did not increase their troops. Instead, Luna launched the 4th attack on the Swordfish Star. It was still a single basic group, which was launched through stimulating wormholes, and then opened 2 battlefields in the Swordfish Galaxy. The star Swordfish is a red dwarf star with a tidally locked habitable zone planet and a race of intelligent humans. It was just an ancient civilization. After being discovered by the high SH/L people, it was destroyed directly. So the star Swordfish people have perished. The resources of Swordfish Planet are not rich, so there are not many high SH/L garrison, which puts little pressure on Luna's A3 group. Chapter 747 Planetary Annihilation War 3. For the Swordfish Galaxy, Luna's A3 group launched the attack, still opening up 2 battlefields. The tall SH/LS deployed very few troops in the Swordfish Galaxy, and were quickly suppressed by the A3 group. At Fomalhaut, the enemy's force deployment was the strongest, equivalent to the combat effectiveness of 5 insect swarms, but it gave Fina's B3 group a strong suppression. A large number of B3 group's combat units were destroyed, and they were about to be destroyed. Nay, who was watching the battle, said, "Fomalhaut is under too much pressure. Do we need more troops?" Fina said. "No need." Luna said. "Are you ready?" "Sister-in-law, we are going to start the second round." "No problem. Let's get started." Each round is divided into 4 moves, and each move corresponds to 4 galaxies. The first round started with Luna's first move against Sirius A with the A2 group. Before the first round even started, all the insect swarms that were going to participate in the attack had already been moved far away from the D stronghold. The purpose is not to expose the location of D. The method of transfer is to leave by ordinary flight instead of wormhole transmission. Although wormhole transmission has a longer distance and is safer for protecting D, wormhole transmission consumes a lot of energy. Now it is an intermediate level stimulated wormhole teleportation. In the past, it was a primary level peer-to-peer wormhole teleportation, which consumes even more energy. So the 2 of them chose to evacuate by ordinary flight. At the beginning of the second round, regardless of whether the enemy forces at the target location were evenly distributed, for basic groups were still dispatched to attack the 4 systems respectively. Luna's 2 basic groups A4 and A5 attack Sirius A and the Swordfish Galaxy respectively, and Fina's 2 basic groups B4 and B5 attack Sirius B and Fomalhaut respectively. Every time they attack a place, it is the old rule to open up 2 battlefields and attack them separately, which makes the Galka people overwhelmed. Moreover, many of the surviving high SH/L people were infected with crab SH/L fever, and a large number of them have died. Although the remaining ones have produced antibodies, they have lost their combat effectiveness. And this viral indiscriminate attack means that it attacks people with high IQ and high education, as well as people with low IQ and low education. Therefore, the Galka people still retain a lot of troops, but the relevant technical personnel have suffered very serious losses. Only Fomalhaut, the home base, is more stubborn, and the other 3 strongholds are obviously starting to be unable to support themselves. The first one to be destroyed was the Swordfish Galaxy. Before the second round started, all the strongholds in the Swordfish Galaxy were destroyed. The A3 group that attacked in the first round only lost 1% of its troops. Not long after the second round of attack started, the enemy forces of Sirius A and Sirius B were completely wiped out. In the end, only Fomalhaut remained, the last home base of the tall SH/LS. In addition to having extra system strongholds in Sirius A, Sirius B and Swordfish, the tall SH/LS also have quantum correspondence points in 6 star systems. The so-called quantum correspondence points mean that they can only use wormholes to quickly travel there. There is no life in these 6 galaxies. They are desolate places, and there are resources, but the high SH L people have not had time to exploit them. At the same time as the third wave of attacks was launched by Luna and Fina, Leng Yan had already spotted the quantum flying insects in these 6 galaxies to prevent the high L people from fleeing here to avoid them. If they go to the wastelands of these 6 universes, Leng Yanhao will immediately launch a pursuit. There are a total of 13 battlefields in Fomalhaut, which is too vast. Luna and Fina began to launch the third round of attacks. The 3 victorious insect swarms, Sirius A, Sirius B and Swordfish Star, stayed behind. The insect swarm in Fomalhaut was already at an obvious disadvantage, and was about to be wiped out by the Talsh L fleet. They became anxious. "Hurry up and send troops for reinforcements." Luna smiled and said, "Okay, no problem. Now we can send all the insect swarms from Sirius A, B and Swordfish Stars to Fomalhaut." Fina said, "There are still 80% of the remaining troops. Do you want to send them out together?" Luna still smiled and shook her head and said, "No, just listen to my sister-in-law. But these 20% of the troops are not necessarily the enemy's match. This is the effect you want. Just listen to me," Luna said as she glanced at Leng Yan, who said, "Don't look at me. You are at the home court now. Make your own decisions. No matter you win or lose, I will not blame you. The key is who of you two is the coach?" Fina said, "Then let's take Luna. Call sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Also." The two began to mobilize remotely, and transferred all the insect swarms from Sirius A, B and Swordfish Star to Fomalhaut. A total of 8 basic groups began to fight between Fomalhaut and the Tal L fleet. War. The entire Fomalhaut division is full of wars. Soldiers, insect beasts, battleships, carrier-based aircraft, railguns, and human strongholds. Even at the end of the day, the Tal LS combat effectiveness was still quite strong, and the units of the 8 swarms were quickly consumed. Several blood blades in the rear were very close to each other, especially Menlet and Ney, who kept urging more troops. But Luna was not panicked at all. On the battlefield of Fomalhaut, when the insect swarm lost 30% of its strength, Luna and Fina began to mobilize remotely to build the 10 basic groups into 5 basic groups, and the 3 extra locusts were all evacuated. But the military headquarters withdrew to Point D, but to a very unfamiliar place. This strange place is also somewhere in the ethereal void of the universe, about 3 light years away from D. It is called E. While the fierce battle was going on, Luna suddenly received a message from the Tal L, which was relayed through the quantum flying insects at Fomalhaut's gate. Everyone was very curious. The war had progressed to this point, and it was seen that the Tal LS were about to perish. So they sent the message, but they couldn't send it before. Luna reported this information and asked for Leng Yan's opinion. Leng Yan said, "Now that you are the coach, you make your own decision." Luna thought for a while and finally connected to the other party. A Tal L man appeared on the virtual plant screen. His appearance was very similar to that of the Crab L man. It's no wonder that the Tal L man and the Crab L man were from the same clan. I saw this Tal L man roaring, "Who are you? Who are you? Why did you start fighting without saying a word?" Shuewu has long studied the language of the high L people, so the corresponding translation spores have been understood a long time ago. Therefore, everyone can understand his words, and everyone can also speak the language of the high L people. Luna replied, "Fight if you want. Are you a human race?" Gakren said in an extremely surprised tone. "Why do you have any doubts?" Luna asked. "But the enemy I face is obviously the Zerg. Then I didn't say I was a human," Luna said. "Yes, I am a Zerg," Fina asked. "Hey, what are your intentions when you connect to us now? Do you want to surrender?" Chapter 748 Ceasefire. Luna is the 5th Blood Blade and the 4th Domain Queen of Blood Dance, while Fina is the 6th Blood Blade and the 5th Domain Queen. During the 3rd wave of attacks on the Tal LS, Leng Yan temporarily decided that the two of them would complete the attack and lent them 2 billion unit troops. The first and second rounds were over. In the first 2 rounds of attacks, the remaining enemies in Sirius A, Sirius B and Swordfish Star were all wiped out. Only the home base of the Talsh LS, Fomalhaut, was left, and Fomalhaut was also the most heavily defended place for the Talsh LS. The 2 basic groups fought against the rest, and the battlefield was opened up in as many as 13 places. The 2 basic groups seemed to have been destroyed before their eyes. But Luna, as the coach, was unmoved and did not send more troops to support them. Although Luna and Fina went on a joint expedition, they still chose Luna as the head coach after consultation. Luna's tactical strategy was to wait until the 2 insect swarms at Fomalhaut were down to 30% of their strength. Then drop all the remaining 15 insect swarms onto Fomalhaut, and then attack in groups. A remnant force that wiped out the tall SH.LS. At the beginning, the two did have 20 insect swarm troops. But in 2 rounds of confrontation, they lost 3 basic swarm units. So now there are only 17 insect swarms left. In fact, in terms of number, there are still 16 swarms. Luna had several reasons in mind for this strategy of attacking in groups at the end. First of all, like Shuawu, this HSH.L also has the technology to activate wormholes, and there is a possibility of opening the wormhole at any time. In that case, it will be difficult to catch them. Only 2 insect swarms were allowed to resist enemies several times stronger than themselves. And later the victorious troops from the other 3 places were sent to support them, in order to paralyze the enemy, and make the enemy think that we only have so many troops. Let them fight with all their strength, and they will not think of withdrawing to prepare for the subsequent mass attack. At this moment, there were 8 insect swarms fighting against Fomalhaut, and the battle damage had been almost half. And the Talsh.LS also suffered heavy losses. If the enemy thinks that Blood Dance only has such a small number of troops and has no successor troops, based on the current comparison of the forces between the 2 sides, the tall SH.LS can definitely win and annihilate all the insect swarms at the gate of Fomalhaut. So Luna waited very calmly, waiting until both sides were almost exhausted, and then took it all in one go. And Leng Yen is also ready for reinforcements. This time, the 2 of them were lent 2 billion unit troops, and Blood Dance still had 2 billion left. At this moment, just when the enemy was about to fall into a trap, they suddenly sent a connection. The highest HL person on the line roared, "Who are you? Who are you? Why did you start fighting without saying a word?" Luna replied, "Fight if you want. Are you a human race?" Gakren said in an extremely surprised tone. "Why do you have any doubts?" Luna asked. "But the enemy I face is obviously the Zerg." "Then I didn't say I was a human," Luna said. "Yes, I am a Zerg," Fina asked. "Hey, what are your intentions when you connect to us now? Do you want to surrender?" The tall SH.L man said. "Both of us have suffered heavy casualties. Can we temporarily cease fire?" Luna and Philo looked at each other, and then at Leng Yen. Leng Yen remained silent and signaled her to make her own decision. Before Luna could answer, the highest HL man said again, "Whether you are a Zerg or a human, please stop the fire first. Whether you want to fight or not, we will talk about it later." After Luna and Fina called for advice, they said, "Okay, I will order the insect swarm to stop attacking now." Sure enough, both sides had stopped attacking each other. In the space of Fomalhaut, the Terrans and the Zerg were in a temporary ceasefire and confrontation. "Okay, it's a temporary ceasefire," Luna said. "Do you have anything to say?" The tall SH.L man said, "Aren't you a Zerg? Why do you two look so much like a human?" Several people on the Zerg side were very curious about his question, because according to conventional thinking, this high SH.L man should have asked them why they beat him for no reason, and also wiped out 99% of their population. But asked a question like this, Luna thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter if I tell you. We are indeed the Zerg tribe. And Fina and I are both the queens of this Zerg tribe." "Queen of the vassal?" Gakren asked curiously. "Does that mean there is a bigger insect king above you?" Luna felt that she had revealed her words, and she could not let the other party know her specific strength now. If the other party knew that there was a big queen, then he would feel that Shuawu's strength was much higher than it is now. And then, it is very likely that he will choose to escape. In the interstellar war in the wormhole era, once you open the wormhole to escape, it will be difficult to catch you. She just hesitated and said, "No, we are an independent Zerg. Why do you want to know some characteristics of the Zerg?" "No," said the highest HL man, "because we have never seen the Zerg before, nor have we heard of it. The first time we saw the Zerg, they were annihilated. So we were somewhat curious and wanted to know. Your current military strength is obviously higher than ours. We are already at a disadvantage. Your victory is only a matter of time. If you defeat me, don't you already know everything? Why bother asking me?" The tall SH.L man shook his head and said, "No, it's not that simple. Don't lie to me. I know you have more powerful insect swarms in other places. And your goal is to completely eliminate us tall L people. Then what do you think? The man in the high L said, I surrender and submit to you. Are you mistaken? Luna said, we Zerg have killed 99% of your kind. And you want to surrender? The law of this universe is survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Between civilizations. For survival and benefit. No matter what the mistakes are. There is no right or wrong. Give me 5 minutes to think about it. Okay? Luna asked. Yes. Luna paused the communication function and asked Lung Yen online. What should I do? Sister? Lung Yen was also in a dilemma. He eliminated 99% of the family, and then accepted the remaining 1% of their population. What he was worried about was whether the Goka people would hide their capabilities, and bide their time, and wait for revenge. Yinling said, the Goka people are at the end of the rope. There is no need to pretend to be a good person and pity him. And destroy him in one go to avoid long nights and endless dreams. Fina said, I agree with Four's sister. If it is eliminated, nothing will happen. Lum Yen asked Meng Lete and Ne again. Meng Lete said, I have experienced the destruction of civilization. My mother's civilization Pandora and the haired people were destroyed by the eternal man Ne. Although you butterfly people have a few survivors. So is your civilization. Going through a devastating blow. So, Chapter 749 The Fifth Human Race. Whether to accept the surrender of the high L people. Yinling and Fina belong to the militant faction. And both advocate not accepting the surrender and directly annihilating them all. Moret and Ne are moderates. The reason is mainly because their civilizations have suffered devastating blows. Especially the Pandora Sealites of Morlet, who have become extinct. As for Ne's Xiling Star civilization, there are only a few butterfly people left. And after hundreds of years of development, there are less than 100,000 people. Meng Lete said, I have experienced the destruction of civilization. My mother's civilization Pandora and the hair people were destroyed by the eternal man Ne. Although you butterfly people have a few survivors. So is your civilization. Going through a devastating blow. So, before she finished speaking, Yinling asked, Second sister doesn't mean to accept their surrender. Right? Why not? Meng Lete said, we can accept Crab L people. And of course we can also accept Tall L people. Didn't we kill so many Crab L people back then? But look at now, there are more than 60, it's been 20 years. And the Crab L man no longer has the resentment he had back then. Yinling said, the situation was different. It was the Crab L people who attacked us Bingqing people first. And it was also their invaders who killed us. The Gaka people we eliminated this time. Whether they were civilians or soldiers. Were all killed. There are only 100 million people left out of a population of 10 billion. Can they not hold a grudge and wait for an opportunity to take revenge? Meng Lete said, but if we want to kill them all, what is the difference between us and the butchers and beasts? Second sister. Yinling sneered. This is the universe. A dark universe. The first rule of survival is to survive at all costs. Therefore, we must overcome any obstacles that block our survival. Or obstacles that may exist. It wipes out. But our surrender and acceptance of them will not affect our survival at all. Watching the two of them arguing, Lum Yen said, okay, stop trying. What you two said makes sense. But I prefer Big Dream. Yinling said, sister, no matter what decision you make, I will respect it and implement it resolutely. Lum Yen nodded and said, very good. I was thinking about this issue when you two were arguing just now. Now facing the surrender of the Gakarin. There are no two choices. The first is to refuse and continue to attack until it is completely eliminated. The second is to surrender. Let's not talk about whether we should follow the first method. If we follow the second plan, what needs to be done is to let all of them leave their ships and equipment and enter the insect beasts we have provided for them. First living in a bug bag. Since they have 100 million people. If they need to use star buckets to house them, 10 will be needed. Although there are enough idle star buckets, the ecological environment has not been transformed. There are now 6 star wheels in total. And each star wheel has 47 star buckets. So there are 282 in total. The load of each star bucket is designed according to a population of 10 million. So 282 star buckets can accommodate 2.82 billion people of various human races. Although the Crab L man occupies 3 star wheels, they only occupy 40 star buckets in each star wheel. So there are 21 idle star buckets in the 3 star wheels they occupy. The clam star people with the same population also occupy 3 star wheels, and they only occupy 40 star buckets on each star wheel. Among the 3 star wheels occupied by the Bingxing people, number 1 and number 2 each have 7 idle star buckets. Only the 7 extra star barrels on the 3rd star will have other arrangements. Among them, the Amu people have a population of 15 million and occupy 2 of the star barrels. Although there are less than 100,000 butterfly people, their ecological environment is different from that of all other human races, so they occupy the star bucket alone. Therefore, there are only 4 idle star buckets on the Bung 3-star wheel. Calculated in this way, there are a total of 32 idle star buckets, which can accommodate an additional 320 million people. If you accept the tall LS, you will occupy 10 of them, leaving you with 22. Lung Yan plans to let the high L people who accept it, of course, provided that they can accept it, and put all of their 100 million people on the star wheel of the crab L people. Star wheel number 1 arranges for the placement of all the remaining 7 star buckets, and star wheel Noah placement. So from now on, Lung Yan said, we must quickly transform these star buckets and let them live there. Yinling said, but the transformation of the star bucket requires resources and time. At least a month. Luna said, if you want to join my blood dance, you must learn to be patient and wait. Look at the 4 human races now. Haven't they all survived? Which one of them did they live in first? Fina said, the question is correct. But if 100 million people live in bug bags, what will happen to the other soldier bugs? Will they all be scraped onto the meteorite? Soldier bugs are usually hung inside the bug beast when they are not active. A basic group can just hold 100 million junior soldier bugs and 10,000 advanced soldier bugs. Although insect beasts can also allow humans to live in insect bags, the space required is much more than that occupied by soldier insects. At least 100 times the space of soldier insects. Although the insect bag can quickly create an ecological environment suitable for the human race. Due to the war, there are only more than 30 primary groups in the entire blood dance, and many group units have not been built. Therefore, these 30 or so groups of insect beasts can only provide a life for more than 30 million people, provided that all the built-in soldier insects are driven out. It is also quite unrealistic to make billions of soldiers and insects feel like they are floating around in space. Lung Yan said, this is indeed a problem. Is there any good way? Luna said, there is always one way, which is to shut down all their weapon systems. And then we send units to station, monitor and dismantle them, and let them live in the original facilities. It is still our station units that monitor their lives and pledge their important people to blood dance. Until all 10 star barrels are transformed. We will then move them here in large numbers. Everyone also expressed their acceptance of Luna's proposal. Lun Yan concluded. Some of the people were held hostage in the Shuawu insect beast, and some were held in the star bucket of the crab L man, and then the crab L man took custody. Don't forget, the crab L man and the tall L man are from the same clan. Tall L people can adapt to the ecological environment of crab L people, and select some of the more active people among them. Take them to visit the star bucket of the crab L people, and tell the comfortable and happy life of the crab L people they saw to their tribesmen. This also plays a publicity role. The general policy was thus set, and the decision was unanimously decided to accept the surrender of the Gakta people. The specific surrender process will be carried out as just mentioned. Chapter 750 The Fifth Human Race 2. After unanimously deliberation and decision, Luna said to the tall L man on the screen, I, Blood Dance, agree to accept your surrender. But as a surrender signal, we will have some requirements, which must be made clear to you. Yes, Queen, please say it. Luna was a little embarrassed to be called Queen, although her rank was indeed Blood Blade Queen. Her position in Blood Dance civilization could be that of Vassal Queen, and Lung Yan was the real queen. Being called a queen like this made her a little confused. Looking at Lung Yan on the line of her eyes, Lung Yan just smiled and signaled her to continue. Luna said, okay, then I will tell you about our surrender and surrender. Before we start, can you tell me your name and your identity in the Goka civilization? Gakren said, my name is Gafugo Solu. Wait a minute, Luna interrupted. What's your name? Gafugo Solu, Gakren said in confusion. Oh, I understand, Luna said. What Galka means about handsome men is that you spoke too fast just now, and I didn't hear clearly. Okay. Solu sang. Please continue. Yes. Gakren Solu continued. I am the temporary commander-in-chief of the Gakren civilization. And the temporary Presbyterian Council is also online now. As long as more than half of the Presbyterian Council approves the conditions you mentioned, it will be done. The temporary commander-in-chief of the Goka people. His full name is Galfugo Solu, or Solu for short, and his honorific name Solu Sang. The meaning of this person's name, as Luna said, is a handsome man in Goka language. But this name made Ling Yin chuckle. Okay, Luna said. I will tell you about the surrender. First of all, the first thing is that after you Goka people surrender, you will automatically become a sub-civilization under my Blood Dance civilization. Then he gave a general introduction to what sub-civilizations were. And then said, you don't have to rush to answer. What I want to tell you is that there are currently 4 sub-civilizations in my Blood Dance. They are all human civilizations. They live very comfortable and free. At that time, you can send an inspection team to conduct on-site inspections. The second thing is that you still have a population of 100 million. As far as I know, of your 100 million, 30 million have suffered strong sequelae due to the virus invasion during this epidemic. It doesn't matter. I have a vaccine and a very complete treatment plan here. I will let the 30 million of you who have sequelae be completely treated. And the other 70 million will not be infected with the Angel 1 virus again. Solu said, it is indeed the virus you created. Luna said, sorry. War. In order to win, we use this method. But I don't understand. Solu said, we Galka people are non-susceptible humanoids. We call them Type B humans. Category B? Well, Category B humans are not easy to get sick. There are almost no diseases in our world. But how did you research the virus? Could it be that among the 4 human sub-civilizations under your Blood Dance, there will be a non-susceptible category? Oh, what you call Category B humans? Luna said, it seems that you understand this truth, so I won't hide it from you. Yes, sub-civilization number 3 is the only B-type human race among the 4 sub-civilizations, and the virus was developed by them. Oh, this is impossible. Solu shouted, Type B humans are very rare. Rare doesn't mean it's not available. Yes, you are right. We will send a large number of soldiers to station inside your ships and various equipment to monitor your personnel. It is just monitoring. The purpose of monitoring is to prevent you from using weapons again. Since it is surrender, then I think the first step is to collect your weapons. This is the first period. And then, we will prepare 10 star buckets for you on our star wheel. Oh, the so-called star buckets are centrifugal gravity roller biological fortresses, or star buckets for short. I will not modify 10 of the existing star buckets into an environment suitable for you high SH.L people to survive. This time will take about a month. So in 1 month, all of you tall SH.L survivors can be stationed in the star barrel, just like the other 4 human races. Next, Luna introduced the surrender signal to him, which was mainly a display of welfare. After talking about it, Solu said after the group, Your Majesty the Queen. Wait a minute, Luna said. Please tell me, Your Highness, I am only the Queen of the Domain and cannot be called Your Majesty. Oh, are you not the Supreme Queen of Blood Dance? Luna smiled and said, How noble the Blood Dance Queen is. How can she easily show her true self to others? However, after you Galka people completely surrender, it will not be difficult to see her true self. Yes, Your Highness the Domain Queen, Solu said. Then I think I should discuss it with my tribe. Okay, I'll give you half an hour. My insect swarm will be supervising you at Fomalhaut. Stay connected. Just turn off the voice function. Several women in the online Blood Dance discussed countermeasures. Heimling said, If he delays like this, he might run away. If they run away, it will be difficult for us to catch them. Luna said, I can't see it. They have several strongholds. In addition to these strongholds with garrisons, there are several other star systems that can be teleported. If he really wanted to run away, he wouldn't negotiate with us. Because I think they have not prepared to establish a stronghold in the ethereal space. The so-called ethereal space does not refer to a place in dreams, but somewhere in the universe. The nearest star is several light years away. This area is not attracted by any stars, and there are no stars or planets within a few light years around it. Therefore, such a place is called an ethereal space, or a void space. But I heard Luna continue to say, assuming they have a stronghold in the misty space. Then they can escape immediately and escape to the misty space, where we can't find them at all. But they didn't do that. So I don't think they have an ethereal stronghold. Then why don't you fight with us? Because as Solu said just now, he knows that we definitely don't just have the small number of troops at Fomalhaut. There must be a large number of troops elsewhere. As for where, currently they don't know. There is another important reason for choosing to surrender. And that is that although the 100 million survivors have developed immunity, 30 million people still suffered sequelae during the virus infection. Furthermore, the Gaka people rely on the fact that they are non-susceptible humanoids and are not prone to illness. So they have not conducted medical research for many years. Chapter 751 The Fifth Human Race 3. Luna said. Furthermore, the tall LS have relied on the fact that they are non-susceptible humanoids and are not easy to get sick. So they have not conducted medical research for many years. They have almost no idea about their own medicine, because they are not easy to get sick. So they are very weak in medicine. For this biochemical attack, they, the high LS, relied entirely on the virus antibodies produced by herd immunity. But being less likely to get sick doesn't mean you won't get sick. And the virus has mutated and upgraded versions. If we come out with an enhanced version of the virus, they won't be able to bear it. Without the Misty Stronghold, they can only run to other galaxies. Since we can chase Fomalhaut, we can definitely find their strongholds in other galaxies. For all the above reasons, it is better to surrender and still have a glimmer of hope of survival. Lung Yan nodded and said, the previous investigation also showed that they were not prepared for the Piamu stronghold. This was their mistake. I guess they must send an inspection team. Since we plan to accept their surrender, let's give them a little choice of their own and let them come and investigate. Sure enough, half an hour later, Solu went online and said, Dear Royal Highness the Queen of the Domain, after research by the Presbyterian Council, we would like to send an inspection team to Blood Dance to investigate the sub-civilization you mentioned. That's absolutely fine, Luna said. How many inspection teams do you plan to send? About 100 people. No problem at all. Just tell me a location, and I'll shoot a bug beast to pick you up right now. A green dragon-level insect beast went to the high L-Man stronghold and picked up their 100-person inspection team into its insect bag. There are strict requirements for the 100-person inspection group. They are not allowed to bring anything with them. But each person can be given a multifunctional pocket biococcidia. The so-called multifunctional pocket creature coccidia is actually a mini-unit cultivated through functional understanding. It does not contain much energy, so it cannot fly or fight. It is also very small, about the size of a fist. So it is called a pocket creature. And because it is spherical, it is also called a coccidia. The most important function of coccidia is communication. Since the inspection team is going to investigate the sub-civilization of Blood Dance, they must want to communicate in real time with the tribesmen in their hometown. Lung Yen didn't trust their equipment, so she asked them to carry the coccidia sent to them by Xiuwu, and use the coccidia to communicate skills. When handing the coccidia to them, Luna said, This little thing can make calls, take pictures, and record what you see and hear. We will have a signal relay in the worm. Through the relay, you can use coccidia to communicate with the people in your base in real time. After introducing the function and usage of the coccidia, the green dragon-level insect beast carrying 100 Talsh LS expedition group left Fomalhaut via the wormhole. Arriving at D, they parked next to one of the star buckets on the number 1 star wheel. After letting these people pass through the airlock on the star bucket, they entered the interior of the star bucket. Since everyone in the inspection team did not bring their own equipment, they did not know where this place was. In addition to passing through the airlock before entering the star bucket, you also need to go through a virus quarantine to prevent viruses from being brought into the star bucket. This is one of the 120 star barrels of Crab L-Man, and there are 10 million Crab L-Man living in it. When the high L-Man's expedition team entered the Crab L-Man star bucket, they were completely shocked by the scene inside. They never expected that there would be a human race here who was exactly like them. The people who visited the low L expedition group were the Crab L people, and they were also told the facts about the same ancestry of the Crab L people and the high L people. Commander-in-Chief Solu was also in the inspection group. He was worried about Xiuwu, so he came to inspect it in person. There were also 10 people from the Presbyterian Church in the inspection group. When they learned that their fellow Crabmen lived very well under the leadership of Blood Dance, They were either shocked or envious. After visiting the star bucket of the crab sh. L man, I went to visit the star buckets of the other three human races. Since crab sh. ls and tall sh. L people have the same ecological environment. In the world of crab sh. L people, they do not need to wear protective measures. But this is not the case in the other three human societies. The difference in ecological environment requires them to wear protective clothing. Visiting the star barrel worlds of four human races opened the eyes of the high sh. L people in the inspection team and strengthened their determination to surrender. After spending a day inspecting the star barrel worlds of four human races, Solu connected with Luna again. In order to show sincerity, Solu was willing to leave a group of 10 people in the crab sh. L man star bucket world. And then everyone else would go back. When negotiating online again, Solu made it clear that he was willing to submit. In this negotiation, Lung Yen finally participated. Online, Luna wanted to introduce Lung Yen to Solu. Solu bowed extremely respectfully and said, "Dear Her Majesty the Queen, I finally see you." Lung Yen said. Solu sang, "Although our blood dance is a Zerg civilization, our blood dance is a civilization with good intentions. There is a reason why we plan to eliminate you from the beginning. Because through long-term treatment of you observation, we found that your high sh. L civilization is a malicious civilization. In just a few decades, you have destroyed such a low-level human civilization. That's why I decided to eliminate you and eliminate a hidden danger in the universe. That's why I launched the 3 waves of attacks in the Battle of Fomalhaut, and the coach who presided over the 3rd wave of attacks. Do you know who it is? Her name is Luna, and her deputy is Fina. Before they became Bloodblades, they were all Amu people. And the Amu people are a very backward civilization compared to you. Even stuck in the cold weapon age. Not long after I discovered them and recruited them all under my command. Shiwewu, your fleet arrived at the Amu people's planet and wiped out their planet and all the animals and plants on it. Just imagine, if I go later, there will be no Amu people in this universe. And there will be no my domain queens Luna and Fina. Luna, Fina, let's meet Solu sang. The two went online. Luna smiled and said, Solu sang, we both know each other. No need to introduce. This is my deputy commander Fina. How about it? Are you satisfied with our tactics? Solu sighed and said, I kept saying, you can't do that. But the Fire faction didn't listen at all. They destroyed lower civilizations whenever they saw them. As a result, they burned themselves and destroyed themselves. The price is too high, Luna said. You have to thank me, Her Majesty the Queen. For this, I advocated the annihilation of your high sh. L civilization. But the Queen's sister disagreed. She said that since you have surrendered, I will give you a chance to live. Then the opportunity is now given to you. Whether you seize it or not depends on you. Chapter 752, Zerg civilization grows again. The Gaka people surrendered to Blood Dance and became the 5th sub-civilized human race of Blood Dance. The process was relatively smooth and fast. It took about 3 months for the work to be completed. From the beginning, the tall sh. LS were distrustful, resistant, and even resentful. In the process of disarming and gradually leaving Fomalhaut and migrating to their new home Star Wheel, the tall sh. LS slowly began to be able to accept their new home and new way of life. A total of 100 million high sh. L people were arranged in 10 star buckets, and they were all arranged on the 2 star wheels of Crab 1 and Crab 2. Slowly, Blood Dance can accommodate the high sh. L people, and the high sh. L people can also accept Blood Dance. At the same time, he also showed Shuewu his full appearance. Only at this point did Goka know that Blood Dance had 6 Blood Blades and 2 Misty Strongholds. C and D. After conquering the tall sh. LS, Blood Dance regained control of the previous galaxies, including the existing solar system, Barnard, Promenade and Sirius, as well as other galaxies, and the newly conquered Fomalhaut. After the high sh. L people were included as a sub-civilization under Blood Dance. All high sh. L people underwent a quarantine for the Angel No. 1 virus, also known as Crab sh. L fever, to completely eliminate the latent virus, and provide complete treatment to 30 million high sh. L people with sequelae. Therefore, among the 100 million Goka people who surrendered, the remaining viruses have also been completely eliminated. After conquering the tall sh. LS, Shuewu faced several problems. The first question is about the exploration of the Chop star. The original plan was that 65 years later, the blood-driving quantum-flying insects could meet the human entangled particles from the Chop star. There are still 5 years left in this 65-year period. In other words, in 5 years, the quantum-flying insects launched by Xuewu will meet the entangled particles sent by Chop star. At that time, she will most likely learn the mystery of the mysterious disappearance of the Wanderer fleet, as well as the mystery of Chop star. Puzzle. The second problem is how to solve the problem of being used by other places to stimulate wormholes for internal breakthroughs. In this battle of Fomalhaut, Blood Dance chose to activate wormholes and drop Zerg units into the enemy's internal rear area to conduct internal attacks, thus gaining the advantage of defeating dozens of times the force and its own at the minimum cost. The result of the battle. They also eliminated 99% of the enemies, and captured and persuaded 1% of the people in Gaekexing village to surrender. So Lan Yin thought of this question. Since she can attack the enemy in this way, by the same token, as long as the enemy also has this technique, they can also use this method to launch a devastating blow to her Blood Dance. Simply Blood Dance has not encountered such an enemy yet. But if it is not here now, it does not mean that it will not be encountered in the future. Before the war began, Blood Dance had only 2/5 of the troops of the high SH. LS, and only 2/3 of the speed of the high SH. LS. A civilization, or a group's combat effectiveness compared to its enemy, is comprehensively considered through quantity and speed. But it cannot be calculated proportionally. For example, in terms of speed, the speed of the high SH. L-man is 1.5 times that of Blood Dance, which is reflected in the combat effectiveness of 15 times. In addition, the number of high SH. L-man is 2.5 times that of Blood Dance. So 15 times 2.5 is equal to 37.5. Therefore, after all calculations, the combat effectiveness of the pre-war high SH. L civilization was between 35 and 40 times that of Blood Dance. But even so, Xuewu still defeated it. The main reason was that he used a wormhole to activate his home base in the ethereal space, so that the enemy could neither defend nor find it. So after Lan Yin used this tactic to win, she thought of this problem. How to solve it? As the saying goes, every spear must have a shield. So she felt that there must be defensive measures to deal with this tactic. How to defend against it? Lan Yin summoned several other blood blades, as well as senior intellectuals from the human sub-civilization, to discuss this matter, especially the Gaoka people who had just surrendered, to see if they could work out a good solution. However, the results may arrive first and cannot be studied at the moment. However, some people among the high SH. L scientists have put forward a hypothesis, which is called space solidification technology. The so-called solidification of space does not mean that this space is really solidified, and then no objects can enter or exit. The so-called space solidification means that wormhole transmission cannot be carried out. In other words, by stimulating the wormhole, it is impossible to move the target end of the wormhole to this solidified space area. Except that wormhole teleportation is not possible. This area is still the same as usual. Nothing different. Lan Yin was also very surprised when she heard this word. She didn't expect that space could be frozen. The chief scientific advisor of the tall SH. L people said, "This is like comparing space to a wooden board." Of course, the wooden board can generate wormholes. If the wooden board is turned into a steel plate, then the insects will not be able to make wormholes. Sorry, this is my metaphor. It's a bit inappropriate. After the scientific advisor said this, he felt that it was not appropriate, because Xuewu was the Zerg. Lan Yin replied, "It doesn't matter. The bugs you are talking about are completely different from the bugs of our Zerg clan." The scientific advisor said, although the metaphor is not very appropriate, this is space solidification technology. Can it be realized? Lan Yanwen. This is the question that concerns her the most. If these technologies really exist and her Zerg can understand them, then from now on she will be the only one to blame others, and no one else will blame her. Yes, I feel happy just thinking about it. The scientific advisor said, theoretically it is possible, but practice is lacking. Lan Yin said, I will give you a team, and you will do research and development. The scientific advisor of the Talsh, L named Karakshiab said, Your Majesty, do you really trust me? Why don't you worry? You are now my blood dancer. Without my blood dancer's protection in the future, it will be very difficult for you, as a sub-civilization, to survive in this universe. Yes, your Lady Queen. Then give me a preliminary estimate of how long it will take to research it. Caraxiev said. This is not certain. Because at present, this is just a conjecture. To realize it, a lot of research, experiments, and calculations are needed. If it is fast, it can be researched in 30 to 50 years. If it is slow, 5 to 600 years, or even 1,000 years is possible. So long? Caraxiev said. On the scale of cosmic time, 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye. Lun Yen could only sigh and said, It seems there is no other way. Your research team's research content must be reported to me at any time. I will see if I can complete it in advance through understanding based on your research progress. Yes, your Lady Queen. The unique skill of the Zerg is comprehension. And comprehension is not something that can be understood just by thinking of it. It also requires a theoretical foundation. Chapter 753 Encounter in the Misty Land. After surrendering, the 5th human tribe, the High SH/LS, in addition to integrating into Blood Dance, Lun Yen gave their Academy of Science an important task, which was to study space solidification technology. Before the space solidification technology was developed, or was not understood, Blood Dance still adopted the previous plan. The nest was set up in the ethereal space, and small celestial bodies and minds that could be transferred were placed there through wormholes, coming from misty space. In order to disperse the forces and develop civilization more steadily, Lun Yen decided to develop 4 more misty spaces, namely E, F, G, and H. The originally abandoned site C was reused, but it was moved at least 1 light year away from its original location. Everywhere in the Misty Land is guarded by a bloody blade. Land C is Lun Yen. Ming Lei Te is Land D. Nei is Land E. Eam Ling is Land F. Luna is Land G. And Fina is Land F. It took more than half a year to replace all the lost Zerg units, so that the entire Blood Dance civilization truly had a huge force of 6 billion. In the era of large-scale construction, Blood Dance has a second problem, and that is the problem of speed. The speed of the High SH/L man is 3x. Since they have all submitted to the Blood Dance, the Blood Dance will naturally increase their speed to at least 3x. However, this problem was quickly solved. After learning the power system of the High SH/L man, Lun Yen began to understand and pass the comprehension spores to all units in the Blood Dance. After that, the maximum speed of the Blood Dance was quickly increased, arrived at 3x. At this time, the speed of the magic sword was still hovering around 2.2x. The 6 strongholds are all set up in the Misty Land, but they still monitor the major systems they occupy in a timely manner, continuously mine resources, and transport them to the Misty Land for later use. At the same time, we continue to explore other nearby galaxies through soul waves. However, in the last 5 years, no new human race, no new life, or other new civilizations were discovered. In this way, another 4 years have passed, and there is still 1 last year left before the expected time of 65 years. Lun Yen talks about this place where quantum flying insects and entangled particles meet as Point X. Point X is 65 light-years from Chop and 35 light-years from Barnard. The quantum flying insects that we're going to explore still had a year to arrive. That is, they were still 0.5 light-years away. Lun Yen planned to leave now and wait for the other party's entangled particles to find her. Because of this matter, the 6 Blood Blades met to discuss. As the first military advisor, Eam Ling disagreed with her taking such a risk and said, What if there are no Earthlings on Chop Star? Or if Chop Star also has a malicious civilization like the High SH/L people before? You expose yourself so easily, the location is very dangerous. Then what should I do? Lun Yen asked back. 60 years ago, I wanted to know where the homeless people were. Now more than 60 years have passed. Do I have to hide and not look for them? Lun Yen was a little excited, which reminded her again of her lover, Ming Feng, Ming AI, who was doted on by her, and her little grandson Tian Tian. It had been over 60 years, and she missed them so much. If the Wanderers still exist in a certain corner of the universe, then it can be inferred that Ming Feng, who deduced this matter, is over 100 years old and may not be alive anymore. But she still remembers Ming AI and Tian Tian. Ming AI is the son of Ming Feng and AI Li, but he grew up with Lun Yen from a young age until he was in his 20s. So Lun Yen treated him as his own son and doted on him. According to time calculation, Ming AI is almost 90 years old now. There is also a grandson, Tian Tian, who should be in his 60s now, and has reached the age of becoming a grandfather. There is still 1 year left until they meet at point. So now we have to wait, and wait to be discovered by the opponent. But what Yinling said makes sense. What if the person who chopped the star was not a wanderer? But what if it was another malicious civilization? Exposing yourself is extremely dangerous, and it might bring disaster to the civilization, Yinling said. This is a relatively rare opportunity. Although there are certain risks, the possibility of its existence cannot be ruled out. Since my sister is eager to see the homeless man, and I feel that we cannot be exposed, then there is a way to compare this. What is it? Tell me, Yinling said. Put an asteroid with a diameter of more than 800 kilometers to point sub-civilization wanderer. But the current situation of Blood Dance, such as our numbers, our strength and level, cannot be stated. Leng Yan nodded and said, I understand this. I must not expose my true strength. Yinling added, placing a few simple Zerg units on this asteroid. We will conduct remote monitoring through quantum communication, and set up a quantum communication transfer station. If there are indeed wanderers on Chop Star, and they indeed launch entangled particles towards Barter, then they will definitely stop to observe the asteroid after discovering the Zerg and the Monument of Deeds, and try to communicate with us. At that point, we can start serious contact with homeless people. If the other party is not a wanderer and is as powerful as us, then we have already hidden ourselves in advance, so they don't know our specific location, and then we will be very safe. Leng Yan nodded and said, What you said makes sense, so just do it according to your analysis. Then an asteroid with a diameter of more than 950 kilometers was selected, and a 5-kilometer-long Azure Dragon-level insect beast was dispatched, carrying 500,000 junior soldier insects and 10 advanced soldier insects, together with the asteroid, by stimulating the insects whole, and were dropped to point X together. This scattered group of Azure Dragons relies on this asteroid for resource supply, and occasionally some resources will be thrown in from behind. Leng Yan monitors it remotely. Then the next thing to do is waiting. This wait means waiting for a year. At least a year. If not longer. Maybe longer. Because Leng Yan didn't know whether Choxing would emit entangled particles. And even if it did, when and how long it would take. These are all questions. Therefore, no one, including her, can guarantee that they will be able to contact the Star Choppers in a year. At present, we are not sure whether there are wanderers or other advanced intelligent human beings in Chop Star. So we can only temporarily call them Chop Star people instead of wanderers. Just like Murphy's Law says, the more you worry about something, the more it will come. Sure enough, a year later, there was no Star Chopper waiting. Chapter 754, using Xuanwu Locust to launch a 300s Soul Wave reconnaissance on Chop Star. Meeting the Misty Point X was just Leng Yan's subjective opinion at the beginning. It is unknown whether the people on Earth who are on the Chop planet also have such a plan. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the Earthlings' wandering fleet is on the Chop Star or not. But now there are 2 Xuanwu-level locusts in the Blood Dance civilization, and Leng Yan plans to use 1 Xuanwu-level locust to conduct Soul Wave reconnaissance on Chop Star. The purification time of a Xuanwu-level insect beast is 10 months. Similarly, if the locust is also a Xuanwu-level insect, its purification time is also 10 months. In Blood Dance, except for the Blood Blade, the locust has the ability of Soul Wave Tachyon, but no other unit can. The maximum speed of the Cold Soul Wave Tachyon is 720s, and the speeds of the other 5 Blood Blades range from 500 to 600s. As mentioned before, 1s means twice the speed of light. However, the Blood Blade's purification time is only 3 days, and it is obviously impractical to conduct Soul Wave Tachyon detection within 3 days, because during these 3 days of purification, the Blood Blade can only spend a day and a half flying to the target point, and then use the remaining day and a half to fly back. Therefore, Blood Blade's Soul Wave detection time is only 1.5 days. If calculated based on 600 seconds, how far can it fly in 1.5 days? 900 light days. Not even 3 light years. So this requires locusts that take longer to purify. Locust, the queen of the original Zerg, has been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. It has 3 levels: Suzaka level, Qilong level and Xuanwu level. Very idle people, Xuanwu level locusts, take the longest to purify, taking 10 months. So if a Xuanwu level locust conducts Soul Wave reconnaissance, it can have 5 months of reconnaissance time. The locust Soul Wave speed is around 300 seconds. In 5 months, it can fly 1,500 light months, which is 125 light years. Point X is 65 light-years away from Chop Star, completely within the range of the Xuanwu Locust Soul Wave. Chop Star is 100 light-years away from Barnard, and it is completely within the Soul Wave detection coverage of Xuanwu Locust. But why didn't Leng Yan conduct Soul Wave reconnaissance on Chop Star back then? The main reason is that whether it is Blood Blade or Locust, there is a time limit for the continuous use of Soul Wave. If it exceeds 1 month, units using Soul Wave will have various adverse reactions and even affect their lives. So it has never been implemented. However, after 60 years of continuous understanding, Leng Yan has extended the duration of Soul Wave detection to 160 days, which is 5.5 months. Folding the 160 days in half means that it takes 80 days to fly to the destination and another 80 days to fly back. The only ones that can purify for more than 160 days are Xuanwu Beast and Xuanwu Locust. The fastest speed of Locust Soul Wave Tachyon is 300 s. So it can fly 24,000 light days in 80 days, which is 65.75 light years. The point. So Leng Yan planned to let one of the only 2 Xuanwu Locusts carry out Soul Wave reconnaissance on Chop Star. She had to figure out what was going on with Shuing. First, 3 basic groups were placed at Point X. The queens of these 3 basic groups were all locusts, including 1 Xuanwu Locust and 2 Suzaku Locusts. The basic group led by the Locust is called the Locust Swarm, while the basic group led by the Blood Blade is called the Blood Blade Group, or the Blade Group. The Zerg are called Cosmic Locusts by many other civilizations, which makes sense. In these 3 Locust Swarms, the Xuanwu Locust among them went into purification and dormancy. At the same time, while dormant, they carried out Soul Wave Tachyon detection on the poison that was 65 light-years away. 2 other Suzaku Locusts lead 2 swarms of their own, as well as guard another swarm of Basaltic Locusts, as well as a 950-kilometer diameter asteroid parked here. The Xuanwu Locust enters a state of purification and dormancy. This time is 10 months. But after 160 days, Leng Yan can use the method of purification and dormancy to communicate with the Xuanwu Locust through Soul Wave Tachyons, thereby obtaining information from Chop Star. Everything is progressing so smoothly, and we are just waiting for the information in 5.5 months. All the major galaxies controlled by Blood Dance's 6 billion units of combat power are in the process of resource extraction in an orderly manner. The 5 major human race sub-civilizations are also coexisting peacefully under the rule of Xuewu. At the same time, all other locusts and blood blades conduct Soul Wave Tachyon reconnaissance in the surrounding area from time to time. In addition, quantum flying insects are also released everywhere. Quantum flying insects also have detection functions, but their speed is very slow compared to Soul Wave Tachyons, 50x, which is 0.5 times the speed of light. It is much worse than Xuanwu Locust, which has the slowest soul wave. The soul wave of the Xuanwu Locust is 300 s, which is 30,000 x, which is 60,000 times that of the quantum flying insect. However, soul waves can only detect, while quantum flying insects can not only detect, but also locate target points to stimulate wormholes. In other words, as long as the quantum flying insects can fly, they can be released wherever the wormhole is stimulated. Time passed by so quietly. In the blink of an eye, 5.5 months passed. Leng Yan couldn't wait to go to Point X. But several vassal queens objected, saying that Point X was on the line from Chop Star to Barnard. Danger! If there is a malicious civilization in Chop Star, and a bloody blade is discovered at Point X, the consequences will be disastrous, Leng Yan said disapprovingly. 1 year has passed since the estimated quantum convergence time, and we have also placed a planet and 3 locust swarms at Point X. If there is a malicious civilization, why hasn't it launched an attack on Land X until now? Maybe it's because, but the power is not strong enough. They can't eat the insect swarm in Land X, so they don't dare to act rashly. Yinling questioned and said, Sister, I know how you are feeling at the moment, but please listen to me, okay? I'm wondering if there is such a possibility. That is, the Wanderer is indeed chopping stars. But chopping stars, there is also a more advanced malicious civilization, and the Wanderers are controlled by them. Otherwise we would have discovered it a year ago. But we didn't. So if this possibility exists, then this malicious civilization will know that there is a Zerg civilization in this universe called Blood Dance. And it will know that there are at least 1 Blood Blade in Blood Dance, as long as it catches one at random. Then for this, it is of great significance to malicious civilization. And you, in particular, are of immeasurable value. So, eldest sister, to sum up, For your own safety and for the future of Blood Dance, you should not take any risks. Lun Yen smiled and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you said. I have conducted investigations within a few light years of X place and found nothing suspicious." Yinling asked back, "Didn't they do a good job of intelligence work in advance when the Gaoka people were defeated?" "Obviously not." Chapter 755 Discovery of 650S Unknown Soul Wave Tachyon. Several other people also tried their best to persuade him and felt that what Yinling said made sense. This universe is too dark. So dark that it is so dark that if you are not careful, it may be destroyed. The former, the civilization of the tall SH.LS is a good example. Although the high SH.L people were not destroyed but were surrendered by Blood Dance, it also marked the demise of an independent civilization. Lun Yen pondered, and felt that what Yinling said made sense. So she asked, "What should we do?" Yinling smiled and said, "With your eldest sister's intelligence, I believe you should have thought of what to do." "Okay then," Lun Yen said. "Set up a place Y about 2 light years away from place X, and I will go to place Y." "What do?" "With X as the center. The surrounding area has been scouted by quantum flying insects, and there are many places where quantum flying insects have anchored. So as long as you know that a quantum flying insect is about 2 light years away, you can get there by stimulating the wormhole and releasing it. This location is set as location Y, assuming that the distance between it and location X is 2 light years. So Ling Yen is in Y place and wants to go to X place through Soul Wave Tachyon and have Soul Wave communication with the Xuanwu Locust, who is also in purification dormancy. So this distance, based on her Soul Wave's fastest speed of 720s, would only take 1 day, and another day after returning. As a Blood Blade, her purification time is 3 days, so she still has 1 day of spare time. After checking the environment around X, it turned out that there was a quantum flying insect 2 light years away from X, and Lun Yen planned to go there, just in case. 5 locust swarms were sent there first, and then Ling Yen took the remaining locust swarm and her own blade swarm. This ethereal place distant from place X is named place Y. The 3 locust swarms in the X place are also under the Ling Yen swarm. So together with the 5 locust swarms that passed by the Y place first, and then a locust swarm that I brought with me and my own blade swarm, there are exactly 10 basic groups. Forming it has reached the standard of an intermediate fan group. At the same time, it maintains synchronized contact with the other 5 blood blades. If an unexpected event occurs, it will respond as quickly as possible. Finally, Ling Yen went to Y place. Ground Y is also an ethereal land, 2 light years away from Ground X. Like Ground X, it is 65 light years away from Star Chop. Including her own blade group, Y has assembled a total of 7 basic groups, and X is 3, which is exactly the total of 10 basic groups under her group's jurisdiction. After arriving at the Y place, after confirming the connection with several other blood blades, she began to pupate and purify. She would go to the X place through the Soul Wave, join the Xuanwu Locust there, and obtain the information it obtained on the Chop Star. After pupating and officially entering the state of purification, the cold Soul Wave suddenly rushed out of the pupa and came into space. He looked back and saw the swarm of insects in the sky. After identifying the direction, he quickly flew towards X. As mentioned before, this Soul Wave belongs to the category of tachyons. It does not need to be accelerated and can directly reach the maximum speed from speed 0. And it is not affected by gravity. It can brake instantly and turn directly at any angle in an instant without buffering. The distance between place Y and place X is 2 light years, and the amazing speed is 720s. So it takes about a whole day to reach place X. During this whole day, I couldn't stop at all. Couldn't do anything. I just kept flying forward. So she followed this method and kept flying forward. Because it is an ethereal land, there is nothingness, emptiness, and darkness. Except for 2 super low temperatures of more than 200 degrees. There is nothing. After flying for about 3 hours, Lun Yen felt a little boring. She couldn't do anything just flying. It would be nice if there was another person flying with her, so they could chat on the way. But the speeds of the other 5 blood blades are all low. The fastest one is Fina, with 600s, and the others are all over 500s, which is far from her 720s. So if we take off together, it won't be long before she is left far behind. So she could only fly alone. No matter how boring she was, there was nothing she could do. Who made her want to know about Shuoying's situation so much? In fact, she was the most worried about Ming Ai and Yin Yin. Needless to say, please understand that Feng is over 100 years old and would probably have died long ago. Staring at the boredom and loneliness, she flew for another 3 hours. Suddenly, she saw a 2-point in front of her, also flying rapidly. If Y ground and X ground are connected together, it can be regarded as a straight line. This straight line is named Y. The distance is 1 light day, and the speed is about 650 s. There is only one explanation for such a speed, and that is that it is also a tachyon. The reason why it is not said that it is also a soul wave is because Ling Yan is not sure yet. It can only be said that it is a tachyon. Soul waves are only a type of tachyons, which means that not only soul waves are tachyons, but tachyons also have other forms of expression. But Ling Yan and Shui Wu don't know about them yet. 650 s. This speed is very fast, although it is a bit faster than her 720 s. But in the blood dance, except for her, none of the other blood blades have such a high speed, let alone the speed of the locust. So it is certain that even if it is a soul wave, it is not a blood dance. So who could it be? In this dark universe, she suddenly discovered a tachyon that did not belong to Shui Wu and was so fast. Ling Yan's first thought was Shui Wu's safety. She was worried that Shui Wu was being targeted by others. So for the safety of Shui Wu, she decided to catch up and find out what happened. The above thoughts were just a matter of a moment, and the time could be ignored. Ling Yan changed direction in order to catch up. She is 720 s. Her opponent is 650 s. The speed difference is 70 s. And the distance is 1 light day. So it will take her about 20 minutes to catch up. So she chased after him quickly. And as a result, the distance to X began to get farther. After about 10 minutes of flying, the opponent suddenly changed course, and the angle was very large. Ling Yan did not give up and continued to pursue. She was wondering if the other party had discovered her and could escape from her. Now, regardless of whether the other party has discovered her or not, Ling Yan will not give up tracking. So no matter how many times the other party changes direction, she will persevere in pursuing her and will not let go. After flying for another 10 minutes, she soon caught up with her. Perhaps seeing that she couldn't get rid of her, the other party suddenly stopped. Ling Yan also arrived in front of it and stopped suddenly. The soul wave is just a kind of tachyon and has no specific appearance. So even if it comes in front of you, without communication, it is difficult to identify who the other party is. So when she arrived, she didn't know who the other party was. And of course, the other party didn't know who she was. After about 3 seconds of confrontation, the other party's stream of consciousness suddenly came over and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Chapter 756. This soul wave is actually Lungli. After about 3 seconds of confrontation, the other party's stream of consciousness suddenly came over and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Ling Yan was surprised because this was a communication method unique to the Zerg, brainworm waves. In other words, the opponent is a Zerg. But apart from her Ling Yan, no one in Blood Dance could have such a fast soul wave. Then, there is the Zerg outside of Blood Dance. The fastest speed of Blood Dance's Locust is 300 s. And the opponent's speed is 650 s. Therefore, if the opponent is a Zerg that is comparable to her, then the soul wave in front of her cannot be a Locust. It's most likely the Blood Blade. Blood Blade other than Blood Dance. Besides Blood Dance, she only knew 2 Blood Blades. One is Queen Anne, but it is in the Yin-Yellow Double Galaxy, which is Kepler 47, which is 4,900 light-years away from the solar system, and more than 4,800 light-years away from here. So the soul wave in front of me is definitely not Annie. The second Blood Blade she knew was her sister Lungli. If the soul wave in front of me is Lungli, that would be a coincidence. It really takes no effort to get through the iron shoes and find nowhere. But I need to confirm it. How to confirm it? What about shouting suddenly, "Are you Kathy?" Ling Yan asked abruptly. She couldn't ask her directly if her name was Lungli, for fear of arousing her suspicion, because when she was on Earth, she was the only one who called her Lungli. Lungli is a Chinese with M nationality, and her English name is Kathy Miller. When she was on Earth, people called her Kathy, or Miss Miller. So at this time, if you directly call her Lungli, you will expose yourself. Of course, the premise is that the other party is Lungli. Otherwise you won't be able to find out the reason just by asking. Unexpectedly, the other party was immediately fooled and asked, "How do you know my name is Kathy?" Come on. Ling Yan couldn't help but curse in her heart. She didn't expect to meet this sworn enemy here. I really want to kill her now. But both sides have soul waves, so they can't fight. And now I don't know where Leng Li's true identity is. Leng Yan didn't know how to answer Leng Li's rhetorical question. She thought quickly and planned to deceive her first and try to find out where her stronghold was. So he said, I am the Blood Blade Queen from Tianyuan C. Tianyuan 4? Leng Li asked doubtfully. Is it Eridani Epsilon B? Tianyuan 4 is also called Eridani Epsilon. And it has a planet. This planet is what Leng Li called Eridani Epsilon B. However, Xiuwu calls it Tianyuan 4B. Seeing Leng Li ask this, Leng Yan felt bad. This was the rhythm of revealing her secrets. Since Leng Li could ask this, it meant that she knew something about Tianyuan C. But having reached this point, Leng Yan had no choice but to continue braiding. And said, Yes, Tianyuan 4B. Also known as Brazzer Star. I was a Brazzer Star before. During a Zerg invasion, I was parasitized by the Zerg Queen. So I also became a Zerg Queen. A Bloodblade Queen of the Zerg. Later, I wandered around the universe, trying to find more powerful people of my kind so that I could join her. So that I could survive in the universe more tenaciously. Where are you? Leng Li asked. I didn't expect that Bichi would be so cautious. How could Leng Yan tell her? Now she doesn't know where Leng Li's level has reached, and whether she can activate the wormhole skill. If so, she can't let her know her location. So she didn't know how to answer Leng Li's sudden question. However, she responded quickly enough and said, I am very lonely alone. I want to seek refuge with you. You take me to your base. After determining the location, I will go back and lead my insect swarm to seek refuge with you. Leng Li sneered. Do you really think I'm a fool? No. I sincerely want to take refuge in you. Leng Li said, You have a 720 speed, and I have a 650 speed. You are 70 seconds happier than me. You actually said you wanted to take refuge in me? Are you lying? Tell me who you really are? I told you I'm from Tianyuan 4. My name is Verily. I'm alone. Tianyuan 4. Leng Yan has been there. And of course Soul Wave has been there. It is a desolate galaxy with no life, let alone advanced intelligent life. But I don't know if Leng Li has been there. If she has been there, it will be easy to expose her lie. But judging from the current situation, she should have never been there. So I can still lie to her for a while. But this Leng Li was more cunning and said, Then take me to your stronghold and see if I can take you in. Leng Yan couldn't help but curse Bichi in her heart. She wanted to deceive her, but she couldn't be fooled. There's nothing interesting about my place. It's just a basic insect swarm. And it's still far away. I guess you won't have enough time to purify it for you to go back. In which galaxy? Leng Li asked. In order to gain her trust, I could only say, no longer in any galaxy, but in the Misty Land. The Misty Land? Leng Li asked doubtfully. Why should it be set up in the Misty Land? Isn't resource collection very troublesome? Yes, Leng Yan said. But I also live like this to protect myself. So Kathy, do you still want to come? Time is tight. How long will your purification time be? Leng Li did not answer. Only said, You lead the way from the front, and I will follow you. Now she wants to find her stronghold. But Leng Li wants to see her stronghold instead. She will definitely not take her there. So she can only find a wrong direction and fly at a speed of 650s, letting Leng Li follow her. As for falling behind, her purification time is 3 days, which is 72 hours if converted into hours. It has been 6 hours since she used the soul wave to fly out. So she still has 66 hours. If she must be too far away, she must not be more than 25,920 light hours away from her chrysalis when the purification reaches the 36th hour. If this distance is converted into light years, it is 3 light years. She is now 432 light hours away from the chrysalis, which is 18 light days. So now she can fly forward for another 33 hours. At 30 hours, if she is still stuck with Leng Li, she must go back no matter what happens. Otherwise, the Blood Blade without Soul Wave would be very dangerous. But now she can only fly at the same speed as Leng Li, which is 650s. If she flies at this speed for another 30 hours, it will be 2.23 light years. To fly 2.23 light years away, this place must be as far away from the possible Leng Li stronghold as she predicted. At that time, as long as Leng Li can't hold on any longer, she will go back early. After that, if time permits, she can follow her to investigate her lair. Leng Yan secretly smiled in her heart. Play with me. I can't kill you. Chapter 757 finally found Leng Li's lair. Leng Yan flew forward at a speed of 650s. followed closely by Lung Li. The direction she chose was away from points X and Y, and also facing away from what she thought was Lung Li's stronghold. The universe is three-dimensional. It is very difficult to find a stronghold in the three-dimensional universe. She can only guess the direction where Lung Li's stronghold may exist based on her discovery of Lung Li just now and her flight trajectory. First of all, the possibility of a certain star system has been ruled out, which means that Lung Li will, like her, also establish a stronghold in the Misty Land. As for whether she will activate the wormhole skill, it is still unknown. I don't know how many feudal queens and how many locusts there are under her command. She didn't say anything when asked, and Lung Li wanted to ask about her situation, but Ling Yan didn't want to tell her. After flying like this for about 3 hours, Lung Li couldn't hold it any longer and asked, "Why did it take so long? How long do you have until you arrive?" Lung Yan only said it was coming soon. Lung Li had no choice but to follow. After flying for another 2 hours, Lung Li said, "Something's wrong. Who are you?" "I'm Valerie from Tianyuan 4. You didn't lie to me? Why should I lie to you? Then how do you know me? How do you know my name?" Lung Yan thought for a moment, then came up with a countermeasure, and said, "I received a strange signal. The translation means that there is a Zerg in the universe, and her queen is called Kathy Say. And then there is it." Lies like this are the easiest to tell and difficult to expose. Lung Li asked, "Signal? From which direction was it received?" Lung Yan thought to herself, if I tell her which direction she came from, then she only needs to look in this direction, and in the opposite direction to find her. This Lung Li is so cunning. But it doesn't stop Ling Yan. The best way to answer such a rhetorical question is to just make up a random reflection. So she casually said, "This signal comes from the direction of Gochini." Gochini was once the North Star, 430 light-years away from the solar system. But the current Polaris is Polaris, which is 380 light-years away from the solar system. After she told Gochini's direction, Lung Li would use Gochini as a point, and then use her stronghold as a point to connect the 2 points. If Gochini is point A, and her stronghold is point B, then, by inferring what Ling Yan said, we can infer that Lung Yan's stronghold is on the straight line AB, somewhere in the direction away from point A and point B. Click on C. If this is the case, she can use the soul wave to look in this direction, and it won't take long to find the location of the glamorous stronghold C. But Lung Yan said it casually, and told Gochini's direction without hesitation. Since she had given the direction casually, Lung Li could not find her. And similarly, she could not find Lung Li's stronghold. Just follow her there. Lung Li thought for a while, probably thinking about it, and she scolded, "This guy launches at random locations." Lung Yan secretly smiled, guessing that Lung Li's Zerg tribe either had a vassal queen or a sub-civilization. Otherwise she wouldn't have scolded her like this. "How far is it?" Lung Li asked again. "Come on! Come on! We're almost there," Lung Yan said perfunctorily. Seeing Lung Li urging her so much, she guessed that Lung Li's purification time must be coming soon, and she had to go back. If the time was delayed, she would not be able to go back, and would become a soul wave in the universe forever. So Lung Li was the one who was anxious at this time. But Lung Yan was not in a hurry anymore. After flying for another hour, Lung Li urged again, "Why haven't you arrived yet? Come on! Come on! We're in front." Lung Yan could only deal with her again. "You always say it will be soon. Soon! But until now, I haven't seen it. Are you deliberately lying to me?" "No. No. I want to submit to you. How could I lie to you? I'm not going with you. Goodbye," Lung Li said, and turned around and ran away. Lung Yan followed closely, thinking to herself, "I finally caught you. Can I still let you run away?" Seeing Lung Yan chasing her, Lung Li said, "Go back. Don't follow me. We will meet at the same place tomorrow." "No. Kathy Say," Lung Yan said, "I want to follow you. I want to watch where your stronghold is. When I go there later, I will bring my insect swarm to join you. I don't want you to follow me. We can just meet at the same place tomorrow." "No. Kathy Say, I'm afraid you won't come tomorrow. And I'm afraid you'll dump me. I have to follow you. You trust me. Don't follow me. Leave quickly." "No. I will follow you." The two flew and argued all the way. In short, Lung Yan would never let go of this opportunity and must find her. After flying like this for about 3 hours, Lung Li suddenly stopped. And Lung Yan also stopped. Lung Li knew she couldn't get rid of her, so she faced her without saying a word. Lung Yan asked, What's wrong? Lung Li suddenly said. Don't hide it from me. I know who you are. I'm Valerie from Tianyuan 4. Make it up. Keep making it up. My dear sister. Lung Yen was silent. Lung Li added. For 100 years have passed. And we finally meet again. But in this way. How about it? After so many years. Have you still not let go of your hatred? Lung Li. As expected. You are my sister. Lung Yen didn't want to say anything now. The only thing she wanted to do was to find Lung Li's stronghold. Whatever she said was useless. She simply remained silent. Lung Li's soul waves swirled around her. What's wrong? My good sister. Why don't you speak? Do you think I'm really stupid? From the moment I saw you, I wondered if it was you. I can't believe that the universe is so big that I would meet you by such a coincidence. Perhaps this is God's arrangement. Don't you want to know where my stronghold is? It doesn't matter. I will take you there now. Just follow me. After saying this, Lung Li suddenly continued to fly forward, followed closely by Lin Yen. After flying for about half an hour, she arrived at a stronghold in an ethereal place. In this stronghold, Lung Yen roughly estimated that there should be 30 basic groups. In other words, Lung Li already has 2 vassal queens in this ethereal place. In addition to the 30 basic groups, there are also many meteorite resources gathered here. Lung Li said, You see, this is my stronghold. If you go back now, I roughly estimate that it will take about a day for you to return to your chrysalis. And when you return to the chrysalis and wake up, that incident will already be the reality 1 day later. So, my good sister, do you think I will still be here waiting for you? Chapter 758 Meeting an old friend in a vague way. Lung Li's purification time was limited, and she was forced to return. Lung Yen did not give up and followed her, and finally found her lair. Like Lung Yen, it was also in the Misty Land. The found stronghold is only 2.5 light years away from X. There are a total of 30 basic groups. From this, it can be judged that the opponent has 3 blood blades and 3 blade groups, 27 locusts and 27 locust swarms, in addition to Lung Li herself being a blood blade. That means there are 2 more blood blades. Lung Yen discovered this stronghold, but she didn't know if Lung Li only had this stronghold or if there would be other strongholds. It's like herself, with 6 blood blades, but not in one place. This is a truth. Lung Li smiled and said, How about it? You see it. This is my insect swarm. Do you want to come and visit it? The cool chrysalis is in place Y, which is 2.6 light years away. There is plenty of time to go back. She ignored Lung Li's provocative tone and instead shuttled back and forth among Lung Li's insect swarms to observe. She knew very well that once she left, Lung Li would definitely leave this place with her insect swarm, making it impossible for her to find her. Since she can set up a stronghold in the Misty Land, it means that she has wormhole skills. As for whether she has developed to an intermediate wormhole, that is, the point where wormholes are activated, it is not yet known. But Lin Yen speculates that it is more likely Lung Li's insect swarm. Her development ideas and direction are almost exactly the same as her Lung Yen. There are also 4 levels of units: Xuanwu, Qinglong, Suzaku and White Tiger. The basic units are primary soldier bugs, which are mounted inside Qinglong and Xuanwu. They are also light bugs. Outside are larvae, quantum flying insects, spores, and various resources. They are both on Nada Zerg, so it is understandable that they have the same pattern. Although I don't know where Lung Li will migrate to, I still need to use the time before going back to investigate this place carefully. Lung Yen used the top speed of 720s and shuttled back and forth among Lung Li's insect swarm. Lung Li's 650s could not keep up, but she rushed out to stop her and said, Sister, wait a moment. I have something to say. Explain. Lung Yen slowed down to 650s so that she could keep up, continued to shuttle and investigate, and asked, If you talk, you will fart. Are you really not willing to cooperate with me and unify the universe? Unify the universe? Lung Yen sneered. You are really dreaming. Do you know how big the universe is? The Milky Way has not even figured it out. And you are going to unify the universe? Then we can work together and travel the universe. Right. You and I are not the same person. You still can't forgive me? You killed John. You killed Mama Xiang. And you killed so many people on Earth. How can I forgive you? I have to send you to see them and let them forgive you. But sister, more than 400 years have passed. Can time erase your crimes? Lung Yen asked. Why don't you think about how many more years you have lived? Okay, sister. It seems that we have nothing to say. But I want you to build someone. A person? Lun Yen wondered. Is there anyone she wants to see? And it will be here at Lunli? Lunli sneered. And you know her. After a while, 2 more waves of souls came over and joined her. The soul wave couldn't tell who the other party was. So Lun Yen was confused and didn't know why. During the investigation just now, she also saw that there were indeed 3 blood blades in Ling Li's insect swarm, one of which was Lunli herself. This was confirmed without a doubt. There are 2 other blood blades that are actually purifying and sleeping. So the 2 blood blades are also in the chrysalis. So she can't see them. However, she found it strange that there were only 3 blood blades in this stronghold. And they were all purified and dormant at the same time. This was absolutely not allowed for her blood dance, which meant that all the blood blades could not be purified at the same time. And several blood blades had to be left. Stay vigilant. After Lunli brought these 2 soul waves over, she asked one of them to talk to Ling Yen. I saw this soul wave saying to her, Ling Yen, we haven't seen each other for more than 60 years. It seems that you have been living well. You? Who are you? Lun Yen asked. The soul wave communication can't see the real person. And there is no voice. It is purely the communication of the soul. So even if the other party communicates with her, it will be difficult to guess who the other party is if she does not reveal her identity. My name is Ai Li. Do you still remember me? Ai Li? Is it you? This is impossible. Lung Yen was extremely surprised because she was so familiar with Ai Li. Ai Li is Ming Ming Feng's ex-wife. And Ming Ming Feng is a charming lover. In other words, when the Wanderer was living under the command of Shui Wu, Lung Yen once tried to seduce by Ming Feng. And she succeeded. But when Lung Yen and Ming Ming Feng got along well, Ai Li had not yet married Ming Ming Feng. But Ming Ming Feng and Ai Li were lovers arranged by the homeless system. As we all know, the homeless population back then was sparse. So they all arranged romantic relationships systematically. So Ming Feng and Ai Li had no relationship. And just before he was forced to accept the system's arrangement for him to marry Ai Li, he met Lung Yen. This is also Lung Yan's first boyfriend after she left Namen Air and met people on Earth after 200 years of long journey. He is also her third boyfriend in her life. The first one is John, and the second one is Jason. John was killed by Lung Li, Jason and his commandos. And all the Geerts on Pandora were killed by the Eternals. And the third one is Ming Feng, the son of Mingyu and Bai Zhou. Since Bai Feng, Lung Yen has never had contact with people on Earth. So Lung Yen still doesn't have a boyfriend. But he said that Ai Li was arranged by the system to marry Ming Ming Feng. But Ming Ming Feng resisted, but could not withstand years of opposition. So he had no choice but to marry Ai Li. After getting married, they gave birth to their son Ming Ai. Ming Ai's name was also very meaningful. It happened to take the surnames of Bai Feng and Ai Li to prove that he was Ai Li's son. After getting married, Ming Ming Feng still often ran to Lung Yen. Lung Yen also persuaded her and showed him the terrifying appearance of having tentacles. But Ming Feng was unmoved and fell in love with her very persistently. After a few years of marriage, Ai Li had no feelings for him. So he filed for divorce and left him without even wanting a son. Ming Ming Feng fostered his son Ming Ai in Lung Yen's place. So Ming Ai grew up in Lung Yen's place. This was also the reason why Ming Ai was not her biological son. But Lung Yen loved her very much. Later, when Ming Ai grew up and got married, Lung Yen still loved Yen Yen very much. This is Lung Yen's past as a wanderer. And this is also Ai Li's past now. It can be said that Lung Yen has a husband-stealing hatred for Ai Li. The two are considered love rivals. But they have never had any conflict. This may also be because Lung Yen was too powerful back then. And Ai Li, it's a reason why I can't fight it. Chapter 759, framed by Lung Li again. The soul wave in front of her said that she was Ai Li, which Lung Yen couldn't believe no matter what. That's why she said, Ai Li? Is it you? This is impossible. How is this impossible? Ai Li said, Lung Yen, it was you who snatched Brother Feng from me back then. At that time, you were the queen of the Zerg, covering the sky with one hand. I couldn't fight you, so I could only swallow my anger and bear the pain. To fulfill Brother Feng and you. I'm not as overbearing as you say, Lung Yen said. I have persuaded Brother Feng to come back to you many times, but he didn't listen. What can I do? And you have never mentioned it to me. Even if you only mentioned it to me once. Even if Brother Feng objects again, I will cut off from him. But you didn't. You never mentioned a word to me. I thought there was really no relationship between the two of you. Emotions? Your relationship as husband and wife is only in name only. Isn't it true? Ailey said. I was just an ordinary human being at that time. I was like an ant in front of you. What qualifications do I have to make conditions with you? That's why I hate you. Listening to Ailey's words, Lung Yen was stunned. She never imagined that Ailey would hate her so deeply. She remembered that after Ailey and brother Feng divorced, he often came to visit her and their children, and that the two women got along very harmoniously back then. Ailey didn't show how much he hated her for taking away her man. On the contrary, his relationship with her was particularly good. It turned out that she was resentful in her heart, but she didn't have the strength to fight with herself. So she swallowed her anger. This could be regarded as her stealing in order to survive. So in this way, Ailey is also a very pitiful person. But that's not right. Ailey is an Earthling and a member of the Wanderers. The Wanderers lived on Barnard's planet New Home. Lung Yen remembered that in order to make human beings more comfortable, she also deliberately built a global green belt. But not long after, New Home suddenly disappeared. And the entire planet disappeared, including all the Wanderers, including Ailey of course. Later research found that the entire planet Noham was moved to the Chop Galaxy 100 light-years away by a mysterious force, and was replaced with an identical planet in the Chop Galaxy. So now Barnard's planet is not Noham Star, but a Chop Star planet. When this mysterious cosmic incident occurred, both Ming Feng and Ailey were 45 years old. So what Ling Yen doubts is how Ailey became the Blood Blade Queen, and also Lung Li's Blood Blade Queen. If Ailey becomes Lung Li's vassal queen, then the Wanderers will definitely be discovered by Lung Li and placed under Lung Li's command, becoming a sub-civilization under Lung Li's command. And Lung Li, the murderous female devil, has most likely destroyed all the Wanderers. Don't think that Lung Li can't do anything because Ailey is from Earth and a Wanderer. According to Lung Li's consistent despicable behavior, she can completely absorb Ailey to become the queen of the vassal, destroy the destroyer, and fabricate lies to escape. Open a relationship. So the question that Lung Yen is most concerned about right now is, where are the homeless people? Are the homeless still there? So he didn't respond to Ailey's complaint, but asked, where are the homeless people? Wanderer? Ailey said, you have the nerve to talk about Wanderers. You single-handedly destroyed the Wanderer civilization. And now you are asking me where the Wanderers are? Although Xiao Ai is not your child, he has called you Mom Chong for more than 20 years. And a little bit more. He calls you Grandma on one side and Grandma on the other. How can you bear to do all this? What did you say? Lung Yen was completely confused. I don't understand what you are talking about. 65 years ago, the New Home Star disappeared mysteriously, and the Wanderers disappeared with it. I searched for 65 years and finally met you. Please tell me where the Wanderer is now. Ailey shouted. Lung Yen, everything has been destroyed by you. There are no more Wanderers. There is no one left. They are all dead. Are you satisfied? Lung Yen understood one thing for a moment. That is, Lung Li was framing her. It was Lung Li who destroyed the Wanderer. And while destroying it, she rescued Ailey and parasitized her into the Blood Blade. At the same time, she made up the lie that Lung Yen destroyed the Wanderer. This is not the first time she has done this kind of frame-up. Back then, Lung Li framed her as the one who killed Xiang's mother. This time, she used this trick again. Ailey, listen to me. This is all Lung Li lying to you. She is framing me. It was she who destroyed the Wanderer. Not me. You have to believe me. Ailey shouted. Why should I believe you? You took away my man and my son in the first place. Why should I believe you? You destroyed the entire New Hope civilization and killed Brother Feng. Killed my husband. Killed my 2 sons and 1 daughter. Killed my grandson. And killed more than 6,000 innocent lives of homeless people. After Ailey divorced Ming Feng, they got married again and had children. So she angrily accused Lung Yen of killing her former and current men, as well as their children. New Hope is the name given to Wanderers later on. So New Hope is Wanderers. And Wanderers is New Hope. Ailey shouted. Lung Yen, you and I are incompatible. One day, I will kill you. At this moment, Lung Yen was not only confused, but also extremely angry. Once again, she was framed by Lung Li. What was even more disgusting was that Lung Li actually destroyed the Wanderers and killed Brother Feng. Xiao Ai. Dian Dian. and more than 6,000 people. Wanderer's people. Lungli! You Bichi! Lung Yin scolded. You are so shameless! I used to defend you in my heart, wondering if I could put aside my past grudges and forgive you that day when I met you. I didn't expect you to actually so despicable. Then you killed Mama Xiang and framed me for what I did. And now you frame me again and destroyed the Wanderer civilization. Lungli, one day I will kill you with my own hands. Lungli said. Sister, people are doing it. But God is watching. I advise you to wake up and stop. Can you let us go? Lungli, even if I chase you to the edge of the universe, I will find you and kill you. Sister, if you are really so stubborn, then I have no choice but to wait. Also, I estimate that you don't have much time left for purification. Go back quickly so that I can take advantage of this. Opportunities elude you. No, Lungli, you are not allowed to leave. I want to challenge you to a duel. Lung Yen was already furious. I know that your insect swarm is small, so we can fight as a single insect swarm, or as individuals. Sister, no matter how wrong you are still my biological sister. How can I bear to fight you? Chapter 760, The Wanderer Civilization has not been destroyed. During this Soul Wave investigation, Lung Yin never expected that what she detected would actually be her century-old enemy, her biological sister Lung Li. What was even more unexpected was that he would meet Ai Li, a wanderer, and Ai Li would become Lung Li's vassal queen. What shocked her even more was that Lung Li destroyed Wanderer and put the blame on Lung Yin, filling Ai Li with hatred for her. When the time was up, she had to go back and return to the White Place at the top speed of 720s. After waking up from the purification, she immediately connected with Meng Leda and others. When everyone saw that she finally came back after 3 days, they all thought that she had made contact with the Xuanwu Locust, who was investigating the Chop Star. So they started asking questions. Lun Yin said, I met our sister before I arrived at X Place. Meng Lete said in surprise. Lung Li, how did you meet her? Yes, I am also very confused. And I also went to her stronghold. Right here. Lung Yin said, and marked Lung Li's stronghold on the map. Everyone looked at the mark on the map. Yinling said, I have quantum flying insects that only have 1 light hour to occupy her. Other people's quantum flying insects are further away than hers. Lung Yin asked. Then hurry up and go. Yinling said, it has flown over. Lung Yin said, as soon as it lights up, we all quickly prepare the wormhole and kill it collectively in an hour. Yinling said, Sister, it took more than an hour for your soul wave to come back. I guess she must have run away by this time. Lun Yin said, I know. But we have to go and have a look. Yinling nodded in agreement. And everyone agreed. Lun Yin added, if we encounter Lung Li, we all need to be more vigilant. I guess this Bichi must be targeting us. Let the 3 insect swarms in X and Earth evacuate. There are 3 insect swarms in X. They are all locust swarms, including 1 Xuanwu locust and 2 Suzaku locusts. The Xuanwu locust is still being purified, and it will take more than 3 months to wake up. So Lung Yin remotely orders all units of the insect swarm to be released, pushing the huge locust to fly in space. And the 3 insect swarms fly with Wei to leave X Place. Because the Xuanwu locust was in the process of purification, and it was inconvenient for wormhole transmission, it resorted to physical flight. And other insect swarms in other places are always monitoring this place. Once they discover the situation, they will immediately go over to provide support. Fortunately, within the next hour, no abnormality was discovered. The insect swarms in each place did not receive any warning information, and no news about Lung Li was found. An hour later, Yinling's quantum flying insects also flew to Lung Li's stronghold. Just as Yinling said, Lung Li ran away long ago, leaving only some resource waste in place. As for where he went, he couldn't find it at all. Now that she had run away, there was no point in going to the ruins of her stronghold. But Lung Yin still left some quantum flying insects somewhere in the hope of detecting useful information. Space solidification technology has been put on the agenda again, and only the high SH.L people can hope to develop this technology. In order to allow the high SH.L people to develop space solidification technology as soon as possible, Lung Yin provides them with the most superior living conditions in the entire civilization. The tall SH.LS, with a population of 200 million, initially lived in 2-star buckets, and later expanded to 5-star buckets. Since the high SH.L people and the crab SH.L people are of the same ancestry, In the following days, the high SH.L people began to gradually integrate into the society of the crab SH.L people. This process took at least 50 years. The high SH.L people gradually integrated into the crab SH.L people, including intermarriage. 50 years later, the high SH.L people completely disappeared. This is something for later. Let's not mention it for now. But after this incident, Leng Yan couldn't find Leng Li's boss. She was very eager to know about the situation of Chop Star. So she planned to go to X place through the wormhole, and then purify and hibernate again at X place, and go to the other end. Perform soul wave communication during purification. However, after being opposed by several blood blades, Yinling said, "Sister, you have just finished purifying. You cannot purify again so quickly. My purification cycle is coming soon. Let me communicate with the Xuanwu Locust Soul Wave, and then I will do it again." Tell you. Leng Yan thought about it for a while, and then agreed. Yinling then led her group, which was a basic group, to know. It is said that they are stationed in the X place. In fact, the insect swarm in the X place does not stay in the same place, but flies in space at 2x speed. The trajectory of this flight is based on the Chop Star, which is 65 light-years away. Center of mass. Flying around. The reason for maintaining high-speed flight is to prevent unexpected situations, and to be able to quickly fight and escape. To survive in the universe, apart from fighting, it means running away. And it is very difficult to live in peace, unless you have the absolute strength to suppress the other party, and make the other party have to obey your orders. Purification takes 3 days, so Leng Yan still needs to wait 3 days to know the results. In these 3 days, she began to plan the next step of civilization. Launch the Quantum Flying Insect Reconnaissance Plan in an all-round way. That is, release the quantum flying insects to the maximum extent to conduct reconnaissance and exploration of the surrounding space in order to discover possible enemy situations. And all strongholds must be kept in motion at all times and cannot remain stationary in one place. Because she understands that only when she is in motion and an emergency occurs, she can make the next step as quickly as possible, such as whether to fight or escape. 3 days later, Yinling completed the purification, connected to Leng Yan, and told her about the information she had obtained from Xuanwu Locust. Yinling said, "Sister, yes, the Wanderer is indeed chopping stars." "What?" Leng Yan was shocked. "You mean the Rangers are still there, and haven't been destroyed?" She was surprised and delighted. 3 days ago, she learned from Leng Li that the Wanderer was destroyed by her own hands, and she grieved for this for 3 days. But at this moment, Yinling actually said that the Wanderer was still there, and was chopping stars. "Yes, sister," Yinling said. "The Wanderer is now called New Hope. 65 years ago, the New Home Star was indeed displaced to the Chop Galaxy. The story of the matter is more complicated. I also had a long exchange with Xuanwu Locust. It took time to figure it out. After it wakes up, you can communicate with her and confirm. Then tell me what you know now." Leng Yan wanted to know about Shuing and Wanderer so much that she couldn't wait until it would take more than 4 months for Xuanwu Locust to wake up. Yes. Yinling began to talk about the homeless experience. 65 years ago, AI Li disappeared suddenly at the age of 62. He became a wanderer, and is now a major unsolved case of the New Hope civilization. Not long after she disappeared, about 3 hours later, a cosmic phenomenon suddenly occurred in the Barnard Department. Chapter 761 The Eve of the Wanderer's Disappearance. The Wanderer civilization is the product of the Human Fire Project before the destruction of the Earth. Its commander-in-chief is Yu Xiaoxin. However, after Yu Xiaoxin lived for 105 years, she still did not catch up with the Wanderers. The predecessor of the Wanderer civilization was the Wanderer Fleet, which was later renamed New Hope Civilization. This has been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. But he said 65 years ago, on a certain day in 2347 AD, it was day 118,625 in the insect calendar. Barnard System. New Home Planet. City number 1 in Area A of the planet circling green belt. Villas are located under the cover of huge plants. The door of one of the villas opened, and Ming Ming Feng and Leng Yan walked out of the door together. Ming Ming Feng held his 7-year-old grandson in his hand, and Leng Yan showed the appearance of a 60-year-old woman. Ming Ming Feng is 62 years old. His and AI Li's son Ming AI is 44 years old. And AI Li is also 62 years old. "Dear," Leng Yan said to Brother Feng, "take good care of yourself at home. I will be back in 2 days if I go to the solar system. As you know, I haven't been to the solar system for a long time. And I am the entire Zerg race. The Queen can't stay here all the time. There is also the Furies department. I have to go too. Brother Feng nodded and said, I understand. Just go ahead. Hey, why are you sighing? Leng Yan asked. Honey, I'm over 60 years old. I'm old and I'm thinking. What's on your mind? You have a lifespan of 10,000 years. You are still very young now. And I am already an old man. So I think we are still. Or what? What do you want to say? Leng Yan asked with a smile. I have no strength now, and can't give it to you. Brother Feng, are you talking about the male-female thing? You underestimate me, and I am so cool. Do you think I am with you just to care about the male-female thing? I have feelings for you. And our little one. AI. And our little grandson Dian. Right, Leng Yan said, squatting down and rubbing her nose on Dot's face. Grandma, come back soon. I'll wait for you. Dot's crunchy voice. Yes. Grandma doesn't think about anyone. She just thinks about our little things. After coaxing her grandson, Leng Yan stood up, faced by Mingfeng, and said, Brother Feng, please believe me. I will accompany you to grow old slowly. I want to enjoy the warmest warmth in the world. After that, she kissed him on the face. At this time, a soldier insect fell from the sky and stopped in the open space in front of the small building. The 60-year-old Leng Yan walked over and stood next to the soldier. She grabbed one of the tentacles hanging from the soldier's neck with one hand and was about to fly away with the soldier. Wait a minute, Mingfeng shouted. Walked over, took something out of his pocket, and handed it to her. But it was an alloy football. Leng Yan asked in surprise. Why is the heart of the machine here with you? Brother Feng said. Xiao Ai couldn't come, so he asked me to leave it to you. Why? Leng Yan was even more confused. This is Xiao Ai's treasure. No one would give it to me. Why are you giving it to me now? I don't know either, Brother Feng said. Why don't you just ask him later? Okay then. Leng Yan put away the heart of the machine, kissed Brother Feng on the face, and then pulled the soldier insect's tentacles. And the soldier insect flew up with her. After coaxing her grandson, Leng Yan stood up, faced by Mingfeng, and said, Brother Feng, please believe me. I will accompany you to grow old slowly. I want to enjoy the warmest warmth in the world. After that, she kissed him on the face. At this time, a soldier insect fell from the sky and stopped in the open space in front of the small building. The 60-year-old Leng Yan walked over and stood next to the soldier. She grabbed one of the tentacles hanging from the soldier's neck with one hand and was about to fly away with the soldier. Wait a minute, Mingfeng shouted. Walked over, took something out of his pocket, and handed it to her. But it was an alloy football. Leng Yan asked in surprise. Why is the heart of the machine here with you? Brother Feng said. Xiao Ai couldn't come, so he asked me to leave it to you. Why? Leng Yan was even more confused. This is Xiao Ai's treasure. No one would give it to me. Why are you giving it to me now? I don't know either, Brother Feng said. Why don't you just ask him later? Okay then. Leng Yan put away the heart of the machine, kissed Brother Feng on the face, and then pulled the soldier insect's tentacles. And the soldier insect flew up with her. At the time of Blood Dance, Leng Yan had not yet understood the function of activating the wormhole, so he needed the Wanderer to open it. Wait a minute. Xiao Ai, why did you give me the machine heart? Leng Yan said. That is your human treasure. Insect mother, Ming Ai said. Do you remember 27 years ago? We just arrived in the orbit of Neptune in the solar system. I was driving your soldier insect to swim in the Triton system. Yes, I discovered this thing. But that was also found with the help of your insect swarm. Without you, could I have knifed it? What do you want to say? Xiao Ai, it should belong to you, Ming Ai said. I have used it to learn how to activate wormhole technology. So now it should be returned to you. But it's useless for me to use it. I don't know how to use it. Then just help me keep it. Okay? Okay. Xiao Ai, I'll keep it for you. And I'll give it to you when you want it later. No problem. Motherworm, are you ready? I'll activate the wormhole for you. Come on. Xiao Ai. At this moment, the Qinglong controlled by Longya has arrived at the side of the number 1 battleship, flying forward at the same speed as the number 1 battleship. In the command cabin of the number 1 battleship, Ming Ai turned on the exciter and bombarded the space ahead. After a while, a wormhole with a diameter of 200 kilometers appeared in space. Long Yan drove the green dragon and accelerated towards the wormhole. Ming AI said, "Mom Chong, go over there and contact me. We'll talk about it later," Lun Yan said, diving into the wormhole. To save energy, the wormhole is also closed. As the commander of the Wanderer fleet and the commander-in-chief of the New Hope civilization, Ming AI looked at the disappearing wormhole and said to himself, "Without the Zerg, there would be no New Hope today. I hope my New Hope can become stronger in the future. You don't need the protection of the Zerg. On the contrary, you should let me, New Hope, protect you, Zerg. Mother Zerg, please believe me. One day, humans will rise in the universe." Just as he was talking, an officer said, "Chief, Brown is looking for you." "Brown? What is he looking for me for?" Ming AI asked with a frown. Brown is AI Lian Xion's son, and Ming AI's half-brother. The officer replied, "I don't know." "Take it." "Yes." Brown appeared on the screen and said in panic, "Ming AI, it's bad. My mother is missing. Mom is missing? Have you found her? Have you found the tracker?" "I've been looking for it," Brown said sadly. "I can't find it. The tracker has lost its signal." Chapter 762, traveling through a wormhole with a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. Within the New Hope civilization of the sub-civilization of Earthlings, everyone will have a tracker. Just like the ancient people used to play with mobile phones and have a location, which is also to facilitate search. But AI disappeared, and the tracker also lost its trace. When someone told Ming AI about this situation, he was among the panicked ones. Although AI had never had a crush on him when he was a child, and over the years, he had no feelings for him. But AI is his biological mother after all. So when I heard that she was missing, could Ming AI not be anxious? Ming AI began to mobilize personnel to search, and sent a large number of reconnaissance drones to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire New Home planet and fleet, and also investigated the places where AI often visited. But there was no result at all. After searching for more than 2 hours, Ming AI began to feel disappointed and planned to tell Lun Yan in the solar system to ask for her help. However, at this moment, the signals on all the battleships in the entire fleet were suddenly interrupted, and all the equipment was down. In the command module of the flagship Datong, the crew members were floating due to the failure of the artificial gravity equipment. Moreover, it was pitch dark inside the ship's cabin, and everyone was panicking. As Fleet Commander Du Ming'ai said, "Don't panic. Everyone, check the equipment, activate the backup power supply, and use light language to send messages to approaching warships." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a light blue light curtain push towards him in front of him. And this light curtain was very huge. So huge that he couldn't see the edge. "What the hell is this?" everyone exclaimed. Ming AI looked below the fleet, and saw that the bottom of the light curtain extended all the way to the New Home planet. And the entire planet passed by. The light curtain came over very quickly, passing over the battleship and the planet New Home below. And the blue light from this light curtain actually shines into the cabin. You can see the light curtain passing through the device, passing over people's bodies and faces. Seeing this strange phenomenon, the cabin was very quiet. People held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. They watched the blue light curtain pass by. This whole process lasted about 10 minutes. Except for the equipment crashing and the blue light curtain passing by, no other abnormal phenomena occurred. In 10 minutes, when the light curtain was closed, all the equipment resumed operation one by one, and messages were sent from each warship and the planet's ground to report the situation. No other abnormal phenomena were found, and no equipment damage or casualties occurred. Gravity returned, and the crew members fell down and returned to their respective jobs. Ming AI was puzzled as to what happened just now. Looking at the fleet outside the porthole and the planet New Home beneath him, something suddenly felt absolutely wrong. Said, "Quick! Give me the insect observation net!" The insect swarm built an insect net near Barnard Star to collect energy. Immediately, the crew began to observe the star New Home. After a while, they said, "Chief, no insect net was found. No insect net found." Ming AI wondered, "This is impossible. We are on this side of the insect net. How come we can't see the insect net? Connect to Lin Yan immediately." "Yes, Chief." The fleet had a quantum communication connection with the swarm, but the intelligence officer's report disappointed him again. "Sorry, Chief. We can't connect to the swarm, and all our quantum communications have failed. F***CK. Ming AI couldn't help but curse. This is really a ghost. Notify the expert team and quickly figure out what is going on. Just as he spoke, a female officer said, Report to the chief. We may not be in Barnard. Not in Barnard. Ming AI almost jumped up. Not in Barnard. You mean we are not in Barnard? How the hell is this possible? If we are not in Barnard, then where are we? At this moment, the star was half blocked by the planet below, and there was a ray of sunlight shining from the edge of the planet. This was the familiar Barnard star, and his intelligence officer actually said that it was a star and not Barnard. This is incredible. CZ-1023F is a star, the female intelligence officer said. It is almost exactly the same as Barnard. It is also a red dwarf star, with 2 stars and a rocky planet. It is the planet under our feet. There is still a moment. Gas planets are surprisingly similar to Barnard's data on gas planets. Hurry up and check the sidereal time of this CZ or something. The computer data came out quickly. CZ-1023F was 100 light-years away from the solar system and Barnard star. The observation equipment told him that what the female intelligence officer said was true. They had indeed arrived at CZ-1023F, which would be renamed in the future of Chop Star. Ming AI asked the fleet to release a large number of drones to conduct reconnaissance. So what is this planet beneath our feet? Through observation, we came to the conclusion that the planet under our feet is still the New Home Star. From the battleship, we can vaguely see the global green belt on the morning and evening line. It's so cold, Ming AI scolded. The entire planet has traveled over. What on earth is going on? Isn't this too ridiculous? Inform the fleet to be on alert and be ready for battle at all times. But the entire planet and the entire fleet quietly traveled 100 light-years and arrived in this strange galaxy. And this star with only a number is actually so similar to Barnard. Since the New Home Star can shuttle over as a whole, it explains 2 problems. First, this wormhole can provide planetary shuttle. If it is a wormhole, then the diameter of this wormhole is an astonishing 500,000 kilometers. Because not only one planet shuttled over, but also a fleet in orbit and a natural satellite orbiting it. And this satellite is 200,000 kilometers away from the New Home Star. Such a huge wormhole. And the technology that supports it will be so powerful that neither humans nor the Zerg can surpass it or come close to it. So Ming AI guessed that there was a pair of eyes observing them in the darkness. This would be the existence of a god-level civilization that could destroy another low-level civilization at will. Whether they are humans or Zerg, they are all low-level civilizations in front of this god-level civilization. This god-level civilization must not be eternal, because eternity is a cleanser civilization. As long as there is a civilization in the universe, it will definitely eliminate it quickly. It will never even think of moving a civilization and an entire planet. Walk. The second question is that since New Home Star can be teleported from Barnard's system to SZ-1023F 100 light-years away, then the planet SZ-1023F must also be teleported to a comparable place in the corresponding orbit. Otherwise it would not be unobservable. It is very likely that this planet was transported to Barnard's system. That is to say, it replaced with New Home Star. Chapter 763 Plan for the next 130 years. Therefore, through various observations and speculations, it can be concluded that Barnard's planet New Home Star and CZ-1023F's planet Miller Star have swapped. There are striking similarities between New Home Star and Miller Star. The situation after the swap is that the New Home Star went to CZ-1023F, while the Miller Star went to the Barnard system. Ming Ai thought it was troublesome to record the number of CZ-1023F, so he gave it a new name. Because he was upset, he gave it a new name of Luanxing. But he didn't know that the name given to it by the insect swarm was Chop the Stars. Because the whole thing was very weird. Ming AI had to be more vigilant and launch entangled particles everywhere to detect the surrounding universe. I thought I was investigating the disappearance of my biological mother Ailey, but I couldn't find her anywhere. All previously launched entangled particles failed, so they had to be relaunched and redeployed. He also issued an order to launch entangled particles to 3 locations in the solar system, Barnard and Nanmen 2. The Zerg could not be contacted at the moment. Ming AI thought, Lung Yen must be trying her best to contact him, and she must be unable to contact the other party just like him. So what will Lung Yen do? If she knew that the New Home Star was teleported to a random star 100 light-years away, then she would definitely send quantum flying insects over. Wherever the quantum flying insects fly, excitation wormholes can be built. In the same way, wherever human entangled particles are emitted, Exciting wormholes can also be built. Therefore, if Lung Yan launches quantum flying insects towards random stars, and humans launch entangled particles towards the solar system or bartered star, they will meet each other halfway. The quantum flying insects of the Zerg race have a speed of 0.5 times the speed of light, and the entangled particles of humans have a speed of light. So if we meet on the road, it should be 60 to 70 light years away from the random stars. In other words, we have to wait 65 years before there is news about the Zerg. After the entangled particles were launched, the high-level civilization meeting discussed countermeasures. Everyone felt that being manipulated by this mysterious force behind the scenes to come to the chaotic star, there must be a hidden murderous intention in it. So the chaotic star is not a permanent place. Ming Ai also realized this, and was manipulated by others to come here. So he couldn't stay here. So where to go? By observing the starry sky map, Ming Ai selected a star not far away and launched an entangled particle there, which is expected to arrive in a few years. When the basaltic locust was investigating the Chop star, called the Chaos Star by the Wanderers, they discovered that its planet New Home had no humans. But there were traces of humans. These human traces indicate that the Wanderer, that is, New Hope, went to an unknown place. As for where, it was not said. But that one day, he would meet the Zerg again. Lung Yan never expected that she would get such information. This information can be summarized as follows. 1. New Hope, Wanderer, as expected from the beginning, was actually swapped with the New Home star, and sent to the Chop star 100 light years away. Since Ming Ai calls it Wanxing, he will cancel the name, Chop star, and change his name to Wanxing. 2nd, New Hope humanity was not destroyed by Lung Li. Lung Li was completely deceiving her. The purpose of deception was to keep Ai Li. And 2nd, to frame Lung Yan's fault on her. 3rd, the whereabouts of New Hope are still unknown, but the possibility of survival is high. This wandering civilization once stayed in the chaotic stars, but in order to escape the surveillance of possible god-level civilizations, it migrated to another galaxy, or like her blood dance, migrated to an ethereal land. If a civilization was hiding in the misty land, it would be quite difficult to find it. 4th, not long after Ai Li disappeared, the New Hope planet and the New Hope civilization shuttled back and forth. The reason for her disappearance was that she was kidnapped by Lung Li and implemented the purifying parasite in time, turning her into a Blood Blade Queen. There are 2 important conditions for becoming the Blood Blade Queen. One is a highly intelligent and susceptible humanoid female, and the other is that she has no immunity. But as far as she knew, there was no one who said that Ai Li was sick for a long time before the mysterious teleportation from New Home. And Ai Li is still 62 years old, which is a bit too old for a parasite. And among all the Blood Blades before Blood Dance, none was over 25 years old. Unexpectedly, one can be parasitized into a bloody blade even at an old age. The 5th question is that in a Zerg civilization, a certain human race can only purify and parasitize a bloody blade. In Lung Li's Zerg society, she herself is an Earthling, and Ai Li is also an Earthling. So this is the appearance of 2 blood blades in the same human race. This will cause conflicts, resulting in the inability to imprint ideas. However, there is a special case. That is, the same human race, but different races, can purify 2 or more blood blades. Ai Li has more than 80% white blood, so it is not difficult to explain why Lung Li's Zerg can accommodate her. This is also because 2 blood blades were purified and parasitized at the same time among Yamu people. One was White Wing Luna, and the other was Black Wing Fina, which inspired Lung Yan to understand that among humans, she can also develop 2 blood blades, one black and one white. The 6th question is, no matter where the New Hope of human civilization migrates, it should come to find Blood Dance. After 65 years, it should be time for reunion. But it disappeared again. Then, Lung Yan felt that she had to find New Hope. So she continued to launch quantum flying insects like stars. X is 65 light years away from the stars, and it takes quantum flying insects 130 years to reach it. The maximum lifespan of quantum flying insects is only 100 years, or only 50 years. So she decided that before the quantum flying insect could fly for 10 years, she would move forward nearly 5 light years. And 5 light years is exactly the 10 years it takes for a quantum insect to fly. So if New Hope doesn't come to her, or to Blood Dance, it means that New Hope is in big trouble. Life or death is uncertain, and the worst-case scenario of destruction is possible. So this strengthened Lung Yan's determination to find New Hope. The 7th question is, does Lung Li know her Lung Yan stronghold? Does Langley know where New Hope is? And whether Langley has had any contact with New Hope? All of this, Xuanwu Locust, who went to Chaos Star to conduct Soul Wave reconnaissance, did not detect any of them, and only knew what was mentioned above. Although we don't know where the New Hope is, the information provided by the Xuanwu Locust is also very valuable. According to the intelligence, corresponding strategic and tactical arrangements were made. After waiting for more than 4 months, the Xuanwu Locust finally woke up, and Lang Yan had direct brainworm wave communication with it, which further confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence. Facing her sisters, Lang Yan said, "Next, we will spend 130 years, thousands of stars, looking for the Wanderer Army, which is the New Hope civilization. In these 130 years, we have actually a lot to do." Chapter 764. Another 100 years have passed. X-Ground is 65 light-years away from Wanqing, the former Chop Star, a star numbered CZ-1023F. This is also the closest point to Xuewu from Wanqing. Now there is news about the Wanderer, also known as New Hope. So Lang Yan plans to look for it. 65 light-years. It takes 130 years to reach it using a combination of quantum flying insects plus exciting wormholes. Even if it took so many years, Lang Yan decided to go. By then, not only would her brother Feng be long gone, but even Ming Ai and her grandson Tian would have been dead for many years. Although this human civilization was renamed New Hope, it was so cool that Blood Dance was more accustomed to calling it the Wanderer. Indeed, over the years, it was more like a wandering civilization. In 130 years, Xuewu, headed by Lang Yan, has a lot to do. The first is to conduct reconnaissance and exploration everywhere to prevent the existence of unknown dangers, including searching for Lang Li's whereabouts. She was very surprised that Lang Li had been by her side for so many years. The second is to continue to exploit resources crazily. As long as you encounter a galaxy with planets, you will collect resources. After collecting, you will transport them to the stronghold to store them. Third, set up multiple strongholds. 6 blood blades. Set up 6 strongholds. Each stronghold is set up in the Misty Land, and the shortest distance between each stronghold must be more than 2 light-years, and cannot be on the same plane. Moreover, the units and resources carried by each stronghold must move at a maximum speed of 2x until the space solidification technology is developed. As for why they cannot be on the same plane, it is because considering that the universe is 3-dimensional, if the 6 strongholds are on the same plane, it will be easier for unknown forces to find them. Fourth, comprehensively develop the population quantity and quality of sub-civilizations. Even though Xuewu belongs to the Zerg civilization, many things are inseparable from intelligent creatures, such as creativity, which the Zerg does not possess. The so-called creativity is a reaction of wisdom, such as technological inventions and creations. Therefore, the 3 types of civilizations have their own characteristics. Humans are creativity, Zerg are understanding, and machines are powerful computing power. Therefore, Lang Yan wants to expand the population of the 4 major human races: butterfly people, clam people, crab sh, LS and AMU angels. Fifth, urge the high SH/L scientific and technological personnel to develop space solidification technology as soon as possible. Only by developing space solidification technology can the Zerg race more freely roam the universe. Although the Talsh LS were forced to submit by Blood Dance after Blood Dance killed 99% of the population in the Battle of Fomalhaut. But after submitting to Blood Dance's banner, their fate was linked to that of the Zerg. So the Talsh LS only have allegiance to the entire civilization. And in the next 130 years, 100 million Tal SH/L people were gradually integrated into the Crab SH/L people. In these 130 years, in addition to doing the above things well, there have also been many achievements. For example, the most important one is that they have conquered 4 human civilizations, and they are all low-level human civilizations. According to different classifications, these 4 human civilizations are all carbon-based, limb-based, dark-blooded, and susceptible humanoids. So Lang Yan also developed 4 blood blades among them. In this case, Xuewu has developed to include herself, reaching 10 blood blades and 10 groups. So there are a total of 10 blood blades and 90 locusts. A total of 100 basic groups, and a base of 10 billion unit combat effectiveness. So by the time Xuewu arrived at Wanqing, it had developed to a powerful combat power of 10 billion. At the same time, The civilized demon sword had developed 10 legions, with a total of 1 billion basic combat units. If there was a war between Blood Dance and Demon Sword, there would be no doubt that Blood Dance would crush Demon Sword. To solve this problem, Yinling and Fina once proposed to conquer the Demon Sword and keep the Demon Sword in their bag. Yinling's point of view is, we already have several sub-civilizations under our command, all of which are human race. If we accept another machine civilization under our command, our strength will reach a higher level, and there may be an explosive breakthrough. Leng Yan thought carefully. Although the Demon Sword is a machine civilization, its leader, Lu Yi, who is called the Archangel, was originally from Earth like me. He may still not know his true identity during his lifetime. I still want to as for the day we meet. I will tell him the truth personally. Secondly, it is also a very powerful civilization with a very broad space for development. Our ultimate enemy is eternity. And Lungli, Bichi, is just a stumbling block on my development path. So I still need to rely on Lu Yi. And I look forward to joining forces with him one day. And he might also be able to help me in eliminating Lungli. Another reason is that there is a human society with a large population under the command of Demon Sword. And this human race is the people of the Earth. Although there are only tens of thousands of people now, one day it will develop to many people. The characteristic of human civilization is creativity. If our Blood Dance human race can't create something, what about the Demon Sword human race? Fina said. If that's the case, then we should contact Demon Sword now and cooperate with him now. Leng Yan shook her head and said, Don't worry. The magic sword has a lot of Eternal People's technology, and it is also the product of Eternal People's revenge on Eternal People. So they must have something superb, and we don't. This is my guess. But even so, I have to see if he is strong enough to cooperate with me. If he is not good enough, we can discuss whether we should abandon him or conquer him. If they are really good, we will seek cooperation. I believe that they are all from Earth and will not fight each other. Lu Yi, I have observed him for so many years, so he should be a newcomer. Now Lu Yi's magic sword happens to be fighting infrasound waves, and we can just watch the battle. His next target is Wolf 359, and the cockroaches of Ross 128 are also eyeing him. Let's see how he deals with it. Just wait and see how he flexes his muscles. Several feudal queens also expressed support for her decision. Yinling added, I'm worried about two issues. Eldest sister, I have to say. First, although Lungli is avoiding us, there is no guarantee that she will not find the magic sword. What if she finds the magic sword and fights with the magic sword? The second question is about that girl Luo Xiaoxue. She is a human being, a yellow race like you, so she cannot accept the ideological imprint. Then she may seek refuge with us. And she will also seek refuge with Lungli. And she is more likely to be independent. Be the king. It's easy to take refuge in us or become a king on her own. But I'm afraid she will take refuge in Lungli. Chapter 765 found the video left by Xiao Ai in Lunching. What Yinling said made sense. Leng Yan said, Actually, this is a test of the magic sword. If Luo Xiuxiu really joins Lungli, it depends on whether Lu Yi can handle it. The Lungli we saw before was the size of 3 groups, with a basic unit strength of 3 billion. Although it is 3 times that of the Demon Sword. The Demon Sword relies on ultra-high computing power. Although it is only 1 billion, it really has to fight if she gets up. It will be enough for Lungli to drink a pot. If the magic sword can't defeat Lungli, then it's not too late for us to help him. As for Luo Xiaoxue, try your best to get it over. If she knows how to be grateful, she won't betray me. Luo Xiaoxue suffered from a strange disease that could not be cured. Leng Yan, parasitized her at low temperature. As long as she woke up, she would be successfully parasitized. So Leng Yan saved her life. Leng Yan added, The most important reason why I don't fight the Demon Sword is that there are black people and white people in the human civilization within the Demon Sword. I can develop 2 more blood people among them who can imprint their thoughts. Come on! It turns out that this is the most important reason. So everyone said no more. In AD 2547, on day 190, 505 of the Worm Calendar, after a 130-year-long journey of combining quantum flying insects plus inspired wormholes, the stunning Blood Dance civilization finally arrived at Lunching, a random star, 100 light-years away from the solar system. Therefore, Leng Yan's footprints have spanned a huge range of 100 light-years. Even Wolf 359, known as the Bee Sun, and Ross 128, known as the Cockroach Sun, are within its scope. But Demon Sword. Bee and Cockroachery didn't know that there was a very powerful Zerg civilization in the Dark Corner. But after arriving at Wunsheng, Leng Yan was very disappointed because no humans were found at all. No living humans, or human remains, were found. It was discovered that the global green belt on New Home was more spectacular than 200 years ago. In order to allow the wandering humans to live very comfortably on the planet Nahum, Leng Yan built a coaxing global green belt on this tidally locked planet. The scale was not very large at that time. But after 200 years of growth, the plants on this global green belt have become extremely dense and prosperous. Leng Yan personally came to the green belt of the planet and found some former houses, which were all dilapidated. This includes the villa where she once lived with Brother Feng, which is almost in ruins. There was a dead silence. Leng Yan walked among the ruins, followed by several soldiers and insects walking through the dense forest. Some of the bricks were corroded into pieces, and if you stepped on them lightly, they would immediately shatter into pieces. Leng Yan couldn't help but feel very sad. 200 years later, if there is a god in the universe, then this god really played a big joke on her. Brother Feng, shall I? Dian Dian, Leng Yan whispered. You know, I miss you so much. It would be great if there was reincarnation in this universe. Then I must find you. But there is none. Everything is impossible. Lungli, you Bichi. One day, I will find you. Eat your flesh and drink your blood. Even if you fall into a black hole, I will dig you out. After some emotion, he was about to leave when he heard a strange noise, which came from under the ruins of the villa. Mom Chong. I'm here. Mom Chong. Come and chase me. It was Xiao Ai's voice. Leng Yan was shocked. This was impossible. It's been 200 years. If Xiao Ai was still alive, he would be 240 years old. How is this possible? But her strong curiosity still drove her to see what happened. And even the trap could not stop her. He waved his hand, and immediately several junior soldiers flew over and started digging on the ruins. The dust was flying, but when they heard a thud, Leng Yan jumped a lot, and the consciousness made the soldiers evacuate quickly. Return. Then I saw a blue light rising from the ruins. Flashing. Several blood blades came online, fearing that she would be in any danger, especially Yinling, who said, Sister, please be careful. Leng Yan smiled and said, It's okay. Yinling, you are very smart. If something happens to me, you will be the temporary commander of Blood Dance. Yinling was so anxious that she cried, I don't want it. I want you to be fine. As long as you are fine, we will all be fine. Leng Yan smiled again and said, It's okay. If there is any movement, I'll tell you later. I saw the outline of a human figure in the blue light. Because it was connected, the other blood blades could also be seen. The human outline slowly became clearer, and finally turned into Ming Ai's appearance. Shall I? Is it really you? Leng Yan cried excitedly. Ming Ai ignored him and said mechanically, The password is being checked. Please tell me how many ducks there are in total. You only have 2 chances to answer. Please be careful. If you answer wrong, you will have to wait another 100 years. Leng Yan said without thinking. 27. Baby! The answer is correct. You are indeed my good insect mother. Everyone was wondering why the answer was 27. Only Leng Yan knew this. Although Ming Ai is not her biological child, she has brought him up since she was a child. When Ming Ai was very young, Leng Yan coaxed him to sleep and sang the children's song. Under the bridge in front of the gate, swimming past a flock of ducks. Come on! Come on! Let's count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. When singing to this point, Xiao Ai will ask, How many are that? Guess. Leng Yan teased him. Then Xiao Ai would point his fingers and say, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8 add up to 27. So now when the virtual image of Ming Ai asked questions, Leng Yan we said the answer of 27 in one breath. Password verification is correct. The virtual image of Ming Ai in the outline no longer spoke mechanically, saying, Hi, my dear mother bug. H. Lo. When you see this video, I don't know how many years will have passed. An inexplicable event in space caused our civilization and our planet to be transported to this place 100 light years away for no reason. Up to now, until the moment before we decided to leave Wunsheng, we have not investigated any reasons. And 100 light years is so far away. Even if entangled particles are used to open a path, and then the wormhole is stimulated for teleportation, it will still take 100 years to go back. 100 years later, my father, Me. And even my son Dian will no longer be alive. I'm sorry, Mother Chong. I feel so sorry that I can't honor you. But Bug Mom, I will launch entangled particles at 3 places in the solar system. Barnard and Nanmin too. If you can guess my thoughts, I guess you may also launch quantum flying insects at the random stars. Then we will meet in 65 to 70 years. Chapter 766 Cosmic Giant. This is a 3D video that Xiao Ai left behind, and a password was set, so it was specially left for Lung Yan to watch. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Wanderer Fleet and the Supreme Commander of the New Hope Civilization, Ming Ai Lung Yan has the same idea. That is, they all feel that the planets have been swapped and it is unsafe, so they will no longer be stationed on the random stars, and learning is elsewhere. Lung Yan had this idea back then. She didn't dare to station troops in Barnard anymore. She didn't even dare to station in the nearby solar system and Nanmin too. This was how the Pyamya Land survival method was born. All the strongholds were set up in Pyamya Land. So Ming Ai is the same way at this moment. Mom Chong. The fleet and civilization are about to leave New Home and random stars. Ming Ai said, we will choose to station in the Misty Land in order to better hide ourselves. This universe is dark and extremely dangerous. My dear insect mother, the reason why I want to record this video for you is because I am worried that we will not be able to meet each other in 65 years. After all, the universe is very huge, and we will meet at a certain point on the 100 light-year line. There is still some suffering. And 65 years later, I will be over 100 years old. At that time, I will no longer be alive. But I really want to see you before I die. So I will place my hope on the hibernation technology that is being developed by the New Hope civilization. According to experts, this technology will be mature in at most 5 years. By then, my father and I will most likely choose to hibernate. As long as you hibernate, then we will all have the opportunity to see you before you are alive. So, Mother Chong, it is very likely that I will see you again during my lifetime. Aren't you happy? Mom Chong. Having said that, I have one thing to ask you. That is, my mother is missing. We can't go back to Barnard now. And when you see this video of mine, it means that 200 years have passed. My mom is no longer alive. I shouldn't let you find her again. But even if she dies, I still want to know how she died. That way I can rest assured. Mom, please. The last thing I want to say is, Mother Chong, if you haven't found me or New Hope civilization in these 200 years or longer, then it's very likely that something is wrong with us. So you must be careful. We must pay attention to those terrible malicious civilizations in this universe. Don't come looking for me. If you must look for me, be careful. Watching Xiao Ai's video, Lung Yan was extremely excited and murmured to herself. Xiao Ai, where are you? This stinky kid? I've been looking for you for 200 years. It's been so hard for me to find you. Let the soldiers continue to dig in the ruins, and finally dig out a small square box, which is also the player that was recorded just now. In addition to the video of Xiao Ai just now, it also recorded some fragments of the New Hope civilization. I searched everything here, but I still couldn't find any trace of New Hope's whereabouts. Where have you been? Unable to find any more valuable information, Lung Yan returned to the insect swarm. Suddenly I came to Luanqing. Suddenly found New Home Star. Suddenly saw the video left by Xiao Ai, but suddenly lost their traces. Lung Yan felt extremely disappointed. Suddenly she felt that a lifespan of 10,000 years was so meaningless. For this reason, she retracted herself into the chrysalis and conducted 3 days of purification and leisure. During the purification process, she realized that she had become a Suzaku-level blood blade. The previous white tiger blood blade was the same size as when I was still a human being, and would not exceed the size of a junior soldier insect. The Suzaku class will be very large. Although Lung Yan is the blood blade queen after being parasitized by the human race, she is first of all a Zerg, so as long as she wants, she can purify to a larger size. Such as the Suzaku level. The Suzaku class starts at 50 meters in size, and can grow to a maximum length of more than 200 meters. Therefore, to purify plus evolve to Suzaku level, the purification time will take a month. When her purification time reached 3 days, and she was supposed to wake up, it still continued, and soldiers continued to pour resources into her chrysalis, causing the chrysalis to continue to grow in size. This made several other blood blades very surprised. They didn't know what she was going to do. Several of them tried to use soul waves to communicate with her, but they also failed. While Lung Yan was purifying, The supreme leadership of the Zerg tribe had been temporarily handed over to Yin Ling for management. Although Yin Ling didn't join the team the earliest. She is the smartest. So Leng Yan feels more at ease leaving it to her. Each blood blade is imprinted with thoughts. So there is no need to worry about her rebelling. Everyone couldn't figure out the situation. They only saw the cold and beautiful pupa getting bigger day by day. After a few days, Man finally understood that she was going to evolve to the Suzaku level. Online. Yin Ling said. What are you going to do? Eldest sister? A Suzaku level blood blade is more than 50 meters long. It will be troublesome to grow that big. Several other blood blades also agreed. But there was nothing they could do. Who made her the boss? She could do whatever she wanted. Who could stop her? Finally, a month later, Leng Yan emerged from the pupa. And she grew to a huge size of 53 meters, which shocked the other blood blades. Leng Yan was originally only 1.6 meters tall. But these are great. 53 meters long. A full 33 times longer. Floating in space. She looks like a giantess. Yin Ling connected her and said, Everyone, why did you become so big? Leng Yan smiled and said, Is this still big? I will continue to grow bigger. Oh my god! Why are you so big? The bigger you are, the bigger the target is, and the easier it is to be attacked. Don't worry. I know that I am sensible, and will continue to purify after a month. Sister, the purification cycle of the Suzaku level is 1 year. I know, Leng Yan said. But the interval between Suzaku level purifications only takes 1 month. How long is the purification time? Then how long is the interval? Previously, the purification time of the White Tiger level was 3 days. So the cycle was 1 month. But the interval was only 3 days. In the same way, the purification time of the Suzaku level is 1 month. The cycle is 1 year. And the interval is 1 month. The same is true for the Qinglong level and Xuanwu level above. In a certain galaxy, on a planet, a 53-meter tall female giant was walking in the wilderness, with a dozen junior soldiers flying around her. 53 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 17-story building. Many local indigenous people not far away were too frightened to move when they saw this horrifying scene. However, other blood blades had already come out to appease them, so they did not cause a bigger disturbance. A month later, Leng Yan continued to pupate, purify and hibernate. This time, she would evolve to the Qinglong level, and the minimum body length of the Qinglong level was 1 kilometer. Chapter 767 continued to grow bigger. Everyone doesn't know what Leng Yan is going to do. Could it be that she didn't find the homeless man and got the stimulation? So she became like this? He tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. Everyone also knows that in the universe, for the Zerg, being larger does have great advantages, such as being able to carry more resources and store more energy. But there is also a big disadvantage. That is, the target is the most vulnerable to attack. Therefore, in Blood Dance, all blood blades are the lowest White Tiger level. Even the Locusts and Xuanwu level Locusts are very few. Most of them are Suzaku level, and a small number of Azure Dragon level. And Leng Yan is actually going to evolve into Qinglong now. The purification time of Qinglong is 3 months. Although Leng Yan is currently at the Suzaku level, if she wants to evolve to the Qinglong level, the purification time must also be calculated according to the Qinglong level. So her purification time is 3 months instead of 1 month. We had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, no major police incidents occurred in the past 3 months. 3 months later, Leng Yan emerged from her pupa as expected, and she evolved to the Qinglong level, reaching 1 kilometer in length. If she stood on the planet, it would be as high as a 340-story building. But she didn't go to the ground. Even when she was pupating and purifying, she was still in orbit. By the time she reaches the Azure Dragon level, the pupa is no longer a pupa, but a thin film covering the whole body. Therefore, during her purification process, as her body size grows, the thick pupa also grows and gradually becomes thinner. Thousands of junior soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs will surround her to perform maintenance during the supply and purification process of resources. This is what happens when large units of Zerg are purified. But now that Leng Yan is 1 kilometer tall and floating in space, the bug bags of any other Zerg units cannot hold her. So she can only be exposed in space. Due to her huge body, there are no such big clothes to wrap her up. So during the purification process, she has already understood the plant fibers. Once she emerges from the pupa, these plant fibers will wrap around her body, as if they have grown on her body. In addition, There are some problems encountered when the body becomes larger. If human beings can enlarge their bodies, regardless of its rationality, even if they can become enlarged, then when a person enlarges to a height of 1 kilometer, for example, if a snake bites his foot at this time, he will not feel the pain until 10 seconds have passed, because the maximum nerve transmission speed of human beings is only 100 meters/second, and even 1/3 the speed of sound cannot be reached. And as people get older, not only do their nerve transmission speed slow down and their responses become unresponsive, but the huge pressure can lead to the failure of major organs, and they will soon die. So it's almost impossible for humans to get bigger. But the Zerg is different. First of all, the Zerg's neural transmission speed is 0.5 times the speed of light, which is exactly the flying speed of quantum flying insects. So there is no problem of neural transmission delay. Moreover, the muscles of the Zerg body are incomparable to humans and animals. They are not only carbon-based, but also alloy carbon-based. They have very strong properties. Otherwise they would not be exposed to space. And they can fly at high speeds and withstand endurance. It can withstand the extreme cold of more than 200 degrees below zero and resist the attack of high temperature. Leng Yan is now a Zerg, so it will not be a problem for her to grow bigger. As long as there are Zerg units to provide her with the resources needed to grow bigger during the purification, it will be fine. Therefore, as a blood blade, it can be made larger or smaller at will. However, this arbitrariness has some limitations. That is, it must be realized through pupation and purification. Secondly, the infant cannot be made larger or smaller. However, after Leng Yan broke out of the pupa, Yinling and several other blood blades came to her. Leng Yan smiled and said, "Hey, little ones, you are so young. Come into my hands." Meng Lei was the tallest, measuring 3.5 meters tall. Leng Yan, who was 1,000 meters tall, was also a very small existence. Several people were flying around her. Yinling asked, "My dear eldest sister, you are really big now." Leng Yan smiled and said, "It's not enough. I want to get bigger." "No, big sister." Yinling was also extremely surprised. It has grown to 1 kilometer long, and it will get bigger. If it gets bigger, it will be Xuanwu level, and its starting height will be 150 kilometers. With a height of 150 kilometers, Nakin is really a giant in the universe. Although there are Xuanwu level insect beasts, this has never been the case for the blood blade. But if Leng Yan wants to change now, she has to change. No one can stop it, and no one can explain why. There is no way. Who made her the boss of Blood Dance? No matter how hard everyone tries to persuade her, we can only let her go. However, she is now at the Azure Dragon level, and the interval between Azure Dragon levels is 3 months. So she still needs 3 more months. She is now 1 kilometer tall, and belongs to the Azure Dragon level Blood Blade Queen. The Green Dragon level insect beast has an insect bag. The insect bag can hold things, and it can hold a lot of things. But she doesn't have one. During the purification, she had no intention of letting an insect bag grow on her body. Even if she is about to evolve to Xuanwu level, she has no intention of growing it. Although she is a Zerg now, she still has the thoughts of a human woman. She thinks that is very ugly. Even if she grows into a cosmic giantess, she will be a beautiful Sykes-like giantess, not a super giant monster. But she is now at the Azure Dragon level. As an Azure Dragon level, she needs many primary soldier insects to protect her. And these primary soldier insects need to rest when they are tired from flying. If you get tired from flying around the Azure Dragon level insect beast, you can get into the insect beast's insect bag and rest. But now that Leng Yan didn't have a bug bag for her body, she couldn't let these soldier bugs rest on other bug beasts. So Leng Yan thought of a way. That is the biological clothing she realized during the purification process. She calls it biological clothing. This biological clothing is just like ordinary clothes, but it is made of special Zerg materials and is larger. There is a backpack on the back, just like an ordinary human backpack. When the soldiers are tired, they can fly into the backpack to rest. There are also plasma nozzles on the backpack to aid flight. Tentacles and blood wings can grow from the sides of the backpack. Due to her huge body, Leng Yan could only fly in circles on the orbit, occasionally flying near the star wheel and flying around the star wheel. The humans in the star wheel will watch this breathtaking spectacle of the universe through the portholes. It's been another 3 months, and it's still calm in these 3 months. There's nothing unusual. No news about the homeless people, and no news about Leng Li. 3 months later, Leng Yan summoned many blood blades to connect and said, "This time I will evolve to the Xuanwu level. You also know that the purification time of the Xuanwu level is 1 year. So within this year, the blood dance will be left to you." Got it! Chapter 768. There is something wrong with this double galaxy. Leng Yan actually asked for huge purification again and again. And the last purification target turned out to be Xuanwu level. As we all know, the Xuanwu class is the largest unit among the Zerg, with a base range of 150 air miles and a maximum length of more than 300 kilometers. Everyone couldn't defeat her, so they let her continue the purification. Purification plus evolution takes 1 year and requires hundreds of millions of primary soldier insects to serve it, including resource input and output, as well as the maintenance of the purification insect body. Leng Yan is a bug, so her body can also be said to be a bug body. After a year of long purification plus evolution, the power of civilization was temporarily handed over to Yinling, and several other blood blades wanted to assist. Yinling is particularly smart, so Leng Yan is particularly at ease with her. Then she begins to pupate and purify. Still as before, nothing unusual happened during this year. The pupa formed by Leng Yan is actually a white film that grows bigger day by day. From the initial length of 1 kilometer, thousands of primary soldier insects flew back and forth from the insect swarm, adding the resources needed to grow larger. Enlarging the body requires replenishing resources. This is not like what mythical novels say. Just chant a spell, and your body will become as big as you want. This is a physical universe. To get bigger, resources need to be added. And to get smaller, resources need to be subtracted. So this requires the soldier bugs to continuously add resources to the purifying Leng Yan. At first, they were not big, so there were thousands of soldier bugs. Later, their bodies became larger and larger, and more soldier bugs were added. Finally, a basic group of 100 million primary soldier insects have all joined the ranks of replenishing resources. Several blood blades witnessed the cold and beautiful chrysalis gradually growing from 1 kilometer to more than 100 kilometers. The human race people in the sub-civilization also witnessed this cosmic wonder. Finally, 1 year passed. A huge 150-kilometer long pupa lay across the space. The film was peeled off layer by layer, and the 150-kilometer tall blood blade queen emerged from the pupa in stunning glory. She opened her eyes and looked for the blood blade sisters who came to visit her, but she couldn't see any of them. Yinling asked online, "What are you looking for? Sister? Are you there?" Leng Yan asked. "Why can't I see you?" "Sister," Yinling said, "you are now 150 kilometers long, and we are only 1 or 2 meters long. How can you see us? It is equivalent to an increase of more than 90,000 times. Then if you calculate it proportionally, if you still want to be 1.6 meters tall, how big should we be? Then we are only about 2 microns in size. How do you think you can see us?" Leng Yan smiled and said, "Ah, by the way, I overlooked this point. Sister," Yinling said, "why do you think you are so old? You are so worried." Leng Yan asked, "Are you annoying me? And you? Are you all annoying me?" No. How dare we? Humph. I wouldn't even dare to measure you. By the way, eldest sister, there must be a reason why you are so old. Can you tell us now? Let's talk about it in a year. Huh? We have to wait another year. Yes. Don't you know that the interval between Xuanwu level purifications is 1 year? Leng Yan smiled mysteriously. The Xuanwu level purification time is 1 year, so the interval is also 1 year. But the cycle is 10 years. In other words, the Xuanwu level only needs to be purified once in 10 years, and this purification lasts for several years. Therefore, the Xuanwu class is active for 9 out of 10 years. Then, in the next year, we will continue to develop according to the original simulation. Nothing more than a few things. 1. Continue to explore more galaxies. 2. Search for more human civilizations and either conquer or destroy them. 3. Absorb more blood blades. 4. Collect resources endlessly with all your strength, even if the resources are sufficient. The collection cannot be stopped, because if an interstellar war breaks out one day, the consumption of resources will be very staggering. 5. All the strongholds stationed by the insect swarm will continue to remain in the Misty Land, and will always move at the maximum speed of 2x, and must not stop in place. 6. Develop sub-civilizations. Provide them with favorable living conditions. Build more star buckets and star wheels, so that all human races under sub-civilizations can live a more comfortable life. Let them contribute their wisdom and loyally surrender to blood dance. 7. On the basis of developing sub-civilization. Urge the highest H.L. people with the highest level of scientific and technological wisdom to continue the research and development of space solidification technology. 8. Continuously use soul wave tachyons to conduct reconnaissance of the accessible cosmic space. The reconnaissance content includes searching for possible threats and the whereabouts of Lungli. In this 8th point, if Lungli is found, then AI can naturally be found. This is also the task Ming AI gave her. At the same time, there is an extended task at point 8, which is to search for the whereabouts of the Wanderer. During the 2 years when Lin Yan upgraded to Blood Blade level several times, the results of the investigation were, no potential threat to advanced civilization was found. No trace of Lungli and AI was found. And no trace of the Wanderer was found. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Lang Yan was preparing to purify her dormancy again. She summoned her Blood Blade sisters to go online to inform them of the matter. Hearing that Lang Yan wanted to purify again, Yinling said, "Sister, the purification cycle of Xuanwu level is 10 years. It has only been 1 year. Why do you want to purify again?" Lang Yan smiled and said, "Then I will tell you today why I need to purify again, and why I have to upgrade my body to Xuanwu level again and again." Everyone was waiting for her to say it with great anticipation. Lang Yan continued, "In our blood dance, my soul wave speed is the fastest, which is 720s. Although you are all fast, you are only 400 or 500, and the fastest one is not more than 600, which is still 1 step behind me. Big cut. But as a white tiger, the purification time is only 3 days. Using soul waves, you can only fly a little over a day. This distance is only 2 light years at most," Yinling said. "Sister, you don't want to use the Xuanwu level's long purification time to conduct ultra-long distance soul wave detection. Right? Yes. That's my original intention. Calculate for me how far I can fly in 6 months at my speed," Yinling replied casually. 360 light years. Then he added, "But eldest sister, if you fly for half a year and come back for another half a year, it will be a whole year. How boring." Lun Yan did not answer, but summoned a starry sky map, pointed at one of the points and said, "Have you seen this place?" After that, adjust the size of the starry sky map to show a double galaxy, Yinling said. "HR 9024? Yes, that's it," Lun Yan said. "It's 350 light years away from us, just within the range of my soul wave detection. Oh my god! Sister, it's so far away. Even if you can detect useful information about it, we can't go that far." Chapter 769, Will the Artificial Dyson Ball be shut down for maintenance? HR 9024 is a binary star system located 350 light years away from the random stars. The current base of Blood Dance is not in Wanqing. There is a stronghold in the Misty Land about 3.5 light years away from Wanqing. It is also 350 light years away from HR 9024. Why is Lung Yan interested in this strange and distant binary star? Everyone was also very curious. Lung Yan said, "Just after we arrived at Wanqing, when we couldn't find the Wanderer, I was extremely pessimistic and disappointed. But I didn't lose my mind. I was analyzing. This external unknown force can teleport Wanderers and New Home from Barnard to random stars 100 light years away. Is it possible that it can also teleport them to even more distant places? I don't know how far away it is to fall to the ground. So I guess that if you connect Barnard and the stars with a straight line, there will be countless numbers of people extending forward from the end of the straight line to the stars." Star. So will the next star be on this straight line? On this straight line. How far can my soul wave travel? Of course, as a white tiger, if I launch a soul wave reconnaissance, I can only cover a distance of more than a day, which is only 2 light years, which is obviously not enough. So I need to run farther and detect farther galaxies. You may say that if you want to detect farther galaxies, just let Xuanwu Locust do it. But the maximum speed of the Locust soul wave is only 360s, which is only half of mine. And let Xuanwu Locust conduct the investigation. How about the information obtained by myself, which is more accurate if I conduct the investigation myself? According to the speed of 360s, Xuanwu Locust can travel up to 180 light years in 6 months, which is 360 light years for me, which is quite different. So I decided that I should go do the reconnaissance myself. If I want to reach my speed and have the Xuanwu level purification time, I can only evolve to the Xuanwu level myself. That's why I decided to keep purifying. And this is also the result of the purification in the past 2 years. Let's talk about HR 9024, which is 350 light-years away. It's not the only one on the straight line. Why am I only interested in it? Tulsh, L scientists have studied it, and through many observations, they speculated that it may have a Dyson sphere, and it is the Dyson sphere of the human race. Currently, we in Blood Dance have not fully mastered the Dyson sphere technology. We can only use insect nets to cover a very small part of the star to obtain energy. If it were a Dyson sphere, it would be unimaginable to completely wrap the star. However, HR 9024 did not do this, but instead wrapped part of it, so we can observe it. Lum Yen said this and looked around at everyone online. Her body is now too big to see the other tiny blood blades. So even if they are right in front of her, she can only meet them through a connection. Yinling said, but eldest sister, HR 9024 is just dimmer in brightness. We can't confirm that it has a Dyson sphere, right? And it is a double star. Could it be said that both stars have Dyson spheres? Yes, I know this too, Lum Yen said. But just when we arrived at the incest, HR 9024 flashed. And the flashing time was very long. More than 30 hours. It was not so much a flash. It is better to say that the brightness is improved. HR 9024 is 350 light-years away from the random stars. So the star flash here should be 350 years ago. So if there is a Dyson sphere, it must be at least 350 years old. Many people said they couldn't explain why it flashed. Some people said it might be that the star had a flare or something. But I don't think so. I think it should be a downtime for the Dyson ball for maintenance. The Dyson ball is shut down for maintenance? Everyone was also very surprised. How could Lung Yen have thought of this? Lung Yen continued. Yes, the Dyson ball is shut down for maintenance. Think about it. If there is a civilization in HR 9024, and it is a human civilization, they are most likely to have Dyson ball technology. Then, their Dyson ball must be a mechanical device. As long as it is a mechanical equipment, no matter how advanced it is, it will always get tired. And then it needs to be shut down for maintenance. This shutdown for maintenance lasted for 30 hours. And after that, the star it enveloped became dim again. Goes down. Which means it continues to work. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. Whether it is true or not still needs to be confirmed. So I really want to take a look. This is the most important reason why I evolved to the Xuanwu level. It's 350 light-years away. And it will take us at least 700 years to get there using quantum flying insects plus wormhole stimulation. So we won't be able to reach it in the short term. And just because we can't reach it doesn't mean we won't pay attention to it. I think we will be safer only if we understand it. It's very likely that HR 9024 is a very advanced civilization. And it's very likely that the mysterious disappearance of the Wanderer is related to it. So I have to go and investigate it. So before I start the purification, I summon you to discuss it and see if you have anything to say. After everyone was silent for a while, it was Yinling who spoke first. Sister, we have no objection to your investigation. But you must make arrangements for the relevant matters. As before, you will temporarily take my place and manage the entire civilization. No. Sister, that's not what I meant. Yinling said. After you start purification, it will be 1 year. Within this year, we will not be able to contact you. And you will not be able to lead civilization. What if? And I mean what if? We had a major crisis. Like, for example, if we are attacked by a super civilization and our current strength cannot compete with it, what should we do? If we can't defeat it, we will most likely choose to retreat. During the retreat, your insect body must also be taken away. Otherwise it will fall into the hands of the enemy, and the consequences can be imagined. But here comes the problem. We can escape the enemy's attack. After taking away your insect body, when your soul wave returns, you will not be able to find the insect body within the specified time, if your soul wave cannot be expensive. Will Yinling stopped here, implying that the result would be death. Lung Yen thought for a moment and said, If I die, you will be the Lord of Blood Dance. Oh, sister. Yinling became anxious. I don't want your throne. I just want you to come back safely. I will tell you what to do if this happens, and what measures we should take to ensure that you safety. I haven't thought of this yet. How about you help us come up with ideas? Yinling said. Once you activate the Soul Wave Reconnaissance, all our bloody blades, locusts, and insect swarms will no longer be able to move according to their original trajectories. They must adopt corresponding more appropriate movement trajectories. They can evade pursuit and allow you find your way home. Chapter 770 Damaged Star Dyson Sphere and Superstar Super Battleship. HR 9024. A double galaxy is about 450 light-years away from the solar system in Barnard, and 350 light-years away from the random stars. So it is in the same direction of the solar system as the random stars. For the sake of convenience, Blood Dance is temporarily called Wounding Star. Since it is a double galaxy, the twin stars are called Wounding Star A and Wounding Star B respectively. Due to the long distance, if Lingyan wants to use the speed of 720s to conduct reconnaissance, it will take about 178 days to arrive if the time is tight and the journey is non-stop. Calculated in this way, it will take 178 days to return, which adds up to 356 days. There are 367 days left before the upper limit of purification time, and there are still 11 days left. Therefore, Lingyan planned to use 0 to 5 days to conduct a thorough investigation of the wounding star after arriving at it. The so-called 0 days is because the injured star is likely to be a deserted galaxy, so it has no reconnaissance value, so it must be returned immediately. However, this possibility is very small, as the suspected Dyson ball illustrates this point. But the small possibility does not mean that there is no possibility. At most 5 days, only at most 5 days. The remaining 6 days are used as a turnaround to cope with various special circumstances that may occur. As for the year when Lingyan used soul wave tachyons to investigate Wound Star, how did Blood Dance operate? And how did Lingyan respond when she returned? Even in anticipation of the worst-case scenario, various contingency measures such as how to return have been considered. Therefore, before Lingyan officially launched the 1-year soul wave investigation, it took a total of 10 days to deploy various emergency measures. After everything was ready, Lingyan officially began to pupate and purify, and started the soul wave flight in the direction of Wounding Star. There is no acceleration. It reaches 720s in an instant, and it rushes towards the target quickly. It takes 178 days to reach Wound Star. During these 178 days, you can't do anything, and you can't communicate with other blood blades. If they could fly at the same speed as her, they could fly with her. But unfortunately they didn't. So she would have to travel alone. If the distance was close enough, she could slow down and bring 1 or 2 blood blades with her. But it was not allowed if the distance was too far. So she could only travel alone in this dark, cold and boundless universe, moving at a super light speed of 720 times the speed of light. Since it is faster than the speed of light, and is 720 times the speed of light, everything she sees is light traveling around her. Using herself as a reference, assuming she is stationary, everything she sees is 720 times the speed of light, or even faster. So everything she saw was flashing in front of and around her like light. In other words, she could not see anything while flying at super light speed. This feels like traveling through a time tunnel. It looks dazzling. But Lingyan doesn't like it, and no one will like this feeling. During the 178 days of lonely flight, she was about to give up many times. But when she thought about the possible serious threat to Blood Dance on the Wounding Star, she urgently needed to fly. And after arriving at Wound Star, there is a great possibility to solve the mystery of the Wanderer's disappearance and the mystery of Lung Li's whereabouts. So for these 2 points, she has to go. Not to mention 178 days. Even 1,780 days. She has to go. Finally, after a long journey of 178 days, she arrived at Wound Star, a place 450 light-years away from the solar system and 350 light-years away from Chaos Star. Calculate the time. Break. Stop instantly. And enter the Wound Star A galaxy. The first thing you see is a rocky planet about 100 million kilometers away from Star A. The first thing she saw was Planet A. And the second thing she saw was this rocky planet. And when she saw Star A, she was shocked. Because Star A does indeed have a huge Dyson sphere. This is also the first time in her life that she has seen a Dyson ball. The so-called Dyson sphere does not tightly wrap the star. That would consume a lot of materials and be very difficult. The Dyson sphere that Lingyan saw was like a net bag, holding the stars inside. Star A is a yellow dwarf star, very similar to the sun that destroyed money. The Dyson sphere is SH, led about 50 million kilometers away from the star. The surface of the sphere is honeycomb-shaped, and each honeycomb hole can be illuminated by sunlight, stellar light. and the diameter of each honeycomb hole is very large. Such a sphere can absorb about 1% of the energy radiated by the star. Don't underestimate this 1%. This is an astonishing number. You must know that before the destruction of the Earth, the energy of the Sun hitting the Earth was only 1 part of 2.2 billion. Even so, for the Earth, this is a very rich energy resource. And the current Dyson sphere can actually absorb 1% of the energy of the star. From this, it can be judged that the civilization with this technology, its comprehensive strength, including combat power, can completely crush the blood dance. If you want to use the method of stimulating the interior of the wormhole to break into the interior, it is very likely that it will not be possible to use it on this civilization. Therefore, the highest L people who were so powerful back then were also crushed by this civilization. Therefore, Leng Yan speculates that this advanced civilization has most likely mastered the space solidification technology. The so-called space solidification technology, as mentioned before, does not mean that they cannot travel together, but that they cannot be put into wormholes. If they cannot be put into wormholes, then Blood Dance's method of dealing with the high SHL people will not work here. But it is said that there are many aircraft flying around on the edge of this huge Dyson sphere. Judging from the appearance of the aircraft, it can be judged that they are from the human race. As for what kind of human race they are, we don't know yet. There is a planet 120 million kilometers away from the star, which is 72 million kilometers away from the surface of the Dyson sphere. Leng Yan began to observe the planet, and saw that the surface of the planet was completely covered by a larger artificial facility. This artificial facility is divided into 2 parts. Each part is in the shape of a hemisphere, and the 2 hemispheres cover the planet like 2 huge dials. The hemisphere is not solid either. It is crisscrossed inside, with many facilities and passages, and many aircraft shuttle inside, as well as between planets and these hemispheres. The planet is about the same size as the ancient Earth, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. And the diameter of these 2 huge dial-like things is actually as large as 150,000 kilometers. This is simply a miniature planetary Dyson sphere. This is a very spectacular sight. In addition to these 2 dial-like things covering the planet, extending outward, the universe is filled with various man-made celestial bodies, including things like the star wheel that Blood Dance specially built for sub-civilizations. In addition to these jaw-dropping things, there are also their giant battleships. And giant battleships that are often hundreds of kilometers long are everywhere in this galaxy. Chapter 771 Light Star. It was only after arriving at Wounding Star that Leng Yan learned how the human race's ship levels were divided. 1. Superstar class battleship, greater than or equal to 650 kilometers. 2. Bright Star class battleship, 150 km 650 km. 3. Superstar class battleship, 50 km 150 km. 4. Substar class battleship, 10 km 50 km. 5. Dwarf star battleship, 1 km 10 km. 6. Carrier-based aircraft can carry warships of all levels. 7. Various types of industrial spacecraft, resource spacecraft, civilian spacecraft and other functional spacecraft and space equipment. The largest ships of the human race can exceed 650 kilometers, and even some are 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers long. What a magnificent scale this is! As a Zerg, Shuou's largest unit is the Xuanwu-class insect beast, which has a base length of 150 kilometers and a maximum length of only about 300 kilometers. But when it comes to the real superhuman civilization, it is simply not worth mentioning. The highest level of the human race is the superstar level, followed by the bright giant level, which is the second level. The first level of the Zerg, the Xuanwu level, is equivalent to the second level of the human race, the bright giant level. Looking at Galaxy A, giant battleships are everywhere. She began to worry whether she would be discovered. As she expected, she found several soul waves flying towards her, all of which flew out of the planet river. Poor. The speed is around 300 s. Now that Leng Yan is here, she has finally arrived. So how can she leave easily? She must find out more information. So she is thinking about how to deal with the soul wave coming towards her. First of all, it can be seen that the opponent uses the maximum speed. For me, 300 s is extremely slow. Since the opponent is 300 s, I can't show my top speed. So how much? It's just 300 s. It's the same speed as them, without exposing your top speed. And it will be easier to escape when the time comes. Soon those soul waves came to the front. Leng Yan lost a moment. There were 4 of them in total. She stopped and waited for them to come. When I arrived, I waited for them to ask questions. Sure enough, the consciousness of one of the soul waves came over and asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" No translation is needed. There is no language barrier. This is the wonder of soul waves. But it also has its secrets. You know it is a soul wave. But as long as it doesn't say anything, you don't know who it is. This is just like when she first encountered Lung Li's soul wave more than 100 years ago. If Lung Li hadn't said anything at that time, she would have had no idea who she was. Got it right. So this time, she decided to conceal her speed. If there was Lung Li here, as soon as she saw her speed, she could quickly guess who she was. Lung Li is here. And even Wanderer is here. It's not impossible. There are many sub-civilizations under her blood dance banner. And this is an example. In response to the other party's question, Lung Yan thought about how to answer him. First of all, it was certain that she couldn't tell the truth. So she could only say liar. I am a lonely soul wandering the universe. My civilization was destroyed by another advanced civilization. All life was destroyed. But I turned into countless resentful souls, wandering in this dark and cold boundless world. In the universe. How is this possible? This soul wave questioned. It is impossible for a soul to exist without an entity as a carrier. Another soul wave said. You are lying. Tell me quickly. Who are you? And why do you come to Guangming Star? Ray Star? Lung Yan asked. You mean the star shrouded in the Dyson sphere is called Ray Star? Tell me who you are? If you don't tell yourself, it may be more difficult to carry out subsequent intelligence work. So you need to continue to compile it. Lung Yan said. My name is Queer. I am really the soul of a destroyed civilization. Why don't you believe me? The other party asked. Well, you said that you are the souls of the destroyed civilization. Then which civilization did your former civilization come from? Lung Yan thought quickly and quickly came up with the answer, saying, I come from the planet of Dela Temple. Wait a minute. What planet? Here comes the planet Mithriya Temple. Where? That's where there are 3 suns surrounding each other. 3 suns? 3 galaxies. There are too many 3 galaxies in the universe. Which 3 galaxies are you talking about? It's the Mithriya Temple. Another soul wave said. Every civilization has its own astronomical explanation. And we can't understand it just by what he said. Lun Yan said. But I can't show you the starry sky map. Otherwise I can tell you. Do you know the starry sky map? Of course. I have been wandering in the universe for hundreds of years. No. Thousands of years. No. No. It could be tens of thousands of years. How many years has it been? It could be hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know. Several soul waves discussed it. And one of them said, we will take you to see the starry sky map. And you can point it out to us. Okay. No problem at all. Lung Yan followed the 4 soul waves and flew towards their planet. In fact, she did not fly towards the planet, but flew towards one of the 2 huge dials that shrouded the planet. After flying in, we soon came to a huge space. In this space, there was a huge starry sky map. This starry sky map is based on the Huanqing star. Oh no! It should be the Rang star. It is a huge spherical starry sky chart with a diameter of 1,500 light years, with the Rang star as the center. Lun Yan took a look. The solar system. Barnard. Namiman. Sirius. Huanqing, formerly known as Chop Star. B Sun, Wolf 359. Cockroach Sun, Ross 128. Fomalhaut. These stars are all in it. Lung Yan came to the starry sky map, pointed to the place where the south gate was, and said, Hey, it's right here. The brightest star has a big planet, and this big planet has a satellite, which is Dela Mithriya Temple. Planet. There are 3 stars in Namiman. The brightest one is naturally Star A. The big planet of Star A is naturally the giant star. And the living satellite of the giant star is Pandora. The reason why Lung Yan didn't just say Pandora directly, but made up a name that didn't exist, called Dela Mithriya Temple, was because she wanted to fool the other party and make them feel that she was indeed the wrong soul of this planet. And Pandora was indeed destroyed by the Eternal Man. Then why didn't she make up other planets? Because other planets, except Xiling Star, she didn't know any planets were destroyed by Eternal Man. The reason why the Eternal Man was involved was to create hatred between them. One of the soul waves said, It turns out to be Nam and Air. There are indeed 2 planets here where the human race has been destroyed by eternity. Chapter 772, Light Star Tour Guide. HR 9024. Xiuwu called it the Hurt Star. But now Ling Yin knows that its name is the Guanghuang Star. When she pointed out where Nanmen Air was, the other party took away Nanmen Air's name. In fact, in their dictionary, Nanmen Air must also have its own name. The names are just different, but they all refer to the same. So Ling Yin translated it directly herself. One of the soul waves said, "It turns out to be Nanmen Air. There are indeed 2 planets here where the human race has been destroyed by eternity." Then Ling Yin pointed out the location of Pandora. They also had their own name for Pandora. For convenience, Ling Yin also translated it directly. A soul wave pointed at Xiling Star and asked, "What about this planet?" Ling Yin said, "Why? Is there a human race on planet C? Then I don't know. I thought Nanmen 2 was just the Pandora people like us." Several soul waves began to communicate with each other. And then one of them said, "What are we doing here? Get out of here quickly. I have been wandering in the universe for 500 years. Ling Yin said, "I am very lonely. I have never encountered a living planet. Today we finally met you. Why are you chasing me so quickly?" "Let's go." "I won't go. Have you not seen a human race or even a civilization in 500 years? Ling Yin said. "Yeah. I'm flying too fast. It's hard to find a planet and locate it. Otherwise, I fly there, come back and fly there again. It's hard to control the speed. Now I finally see you. I won't leave. Even if you drive me away, you still have to let me stay a little longer." "Are you really the innocent souls gathered after the demise of the human race?" "Yes. Not a human soul master?" "Soul master? What is it?" Ling Yin asked, feeling that she might be about to discover a new piece of information. "He's the one who can use soul waves." It turns out that there are people in the human race who can use soul waves. This is another big discovery made by Ling Yin when she came here. It seems that her visit was not in vain. "Are they also the condensed souls of many people after their death?" Ling Yin asked, deliberately pretending to be ignorant. "No. They are all living people. People die when they die. Where does the soul come from? But I am. And it is condensed together after the death of many people. But that's me. I won't lie to others." Those soul waves began to discuss again, and Ling Yin waited. After a moment, a soul wave said, "We temporarily agree that you can stay here, but you can only stay for 3 days at most. You must leave here after 3 days. Do you understand?" "Huh? It's only been 3 days. Can it be longer?" "No." "Okay then. 3 days is all," Ling Yin replied helplessly, seemingly compromising. In fact, if she really wants to stay here and not leave, they can't do anything to her, because they are all soul waves. So she can't use any equipment, can't fight, can only communicate. However, Ling Yin saw the fact that they did not believe that she was an injustice soul. Originally, in this universe, there is no such thing as an innocent soul hanging around. This is a materialist and dialectical universe, and all idealistic and fantasy things do not exist. As for the soul wave, it is just its name. It is not a soul, but a manifestation of super-light particles. Tachyons are also called tachyons, and soul waves are tachyons, or tachyons. This is a skill unique to the Zerg. Therefore, the other party did not believe what she said about the innocent soul. If they did not believe that she was the so-called innocent soul, they would guess that she would also be the soul wave of a certain soul stone like them. If this is the case, they will think that there is a civilization with soul wave technology near or within a certain distance of the Ray Star. In that case, they would definitely want to find out where she was. There is also a possibility that there may be a Zerg sub-civilization like Lungli within this super-civilization. Of course, this possibility is slim. But even if it is slim, it is still possible. So she assumed that this possibility existed. In that case, this would happen, and they would think that she was also the bloody blade of a certain Zerg civilization. The maximum speed of Ling Li's soul wave is 650s. So they will think that there is such a possibility that Ling Yan's soul wave speed will not be lower than 650s. If calculated based on the speed of 650s and the 3-day purification time of the White Tiger level, it will take 1.5 days to fly. So based on how many days it would take for the 650s to fly for 1.5 days, the result is 2.7 light years. In this case, this super civilization will next conduct a large-scale search of the surrounding universe within 3 light years. The universe is 3-dimensional. Although this kind of search will be difficult to find the target, the other party will not give up. They will even use Lungli to search. But the premise is that Lungli is under their command. Or under their command, They have other Zerg sub-civilizations. So at this time, the other party gave him 3 days to stabilize her. When she leaves after 3 days, they will inevitably follow her closely. So now she can't reveal her top speed no matter what, and can only keep it around 300s. Fortunately, she has mastered the Soul Wave skill for 200 years. With regular practice, she can control the speed at will. She didn't know if there were more advanced Soul Masters in the other party's Ray Star civilization, so she should hide her true strength. But she said that after the other party agreed to her request to stay for 3 days, she said to her, "This is Xiao Zili Harden. You can just call him Harden. In the next 3 days, he will accompany you in our Ray Star tour." "Is it really possible?" Leng Yan asked. Since it was a soul wave, she couldn't see the other person's expression, so she could only use words to describe her joy in order to paralyze the other person. "Of course," the other party said. "And Harden will be your tour guide for these 3 days. If you have any questions, just ask him. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet after talking for a long time. My name is Queer, as I told you just now." "Okay, Queer. I wish you a good time. Hayden, please stay with Queer. It's time for us to wake up." Finally Harden stayed, and several other soul waves left. "So Harden," Queer said, "from now on you will be my tour guide. First introduce yourself vaguely." "My name is Queer, and I am a girl." "Wait a minute. Queer, didn't you say that you are the gathering of many innocent souls after the destruction of civilization?" "Yeah. Is there a problem? In that case, how can you say you are a girl?" Chapter 773 Interstellar Alliance. "In that case, how can you say you are a girl?" In response to Harden's sudden question, Leng Yan was speechless for a while, blaming herself for being too negligent. But she quickly thought of a countermeasure and said, "Then let me tell you. Can you keep it a secret for me?" Tell me. I will keep it a secret. Actually, I am a princess of a declining civilization and a senior soul master of our civilization. When I came here, I was entrusted by all the people of the civilization to inspect this place to see if I can join you, live under your blessing, and embrace the security of my civilization. Your civilization was just now, Hayden, because I really don't know you very well. If I don't tell the truth, I'm afraid my civilization will be destroyed by you. You have to know that there are malicious civilizations in this universe. Then your civilization. My civilization is called Magnolia Officinalis." Leng Yan began to fabricate a starship civilization with a population of 16 million. For the safety of the civilization, I cannot tell you its specific location and direction now. I hope you can understand. Okay. Queer princess. In that case, Leng Yan said, can you introduce your civilization to me? If you don't understand it clearly, how can I lead my civilization to join you? Okay, Queer princess, Harden said. Our civilization is the Light. Holy Light. When Leng Yan heard this name, she couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect that Holy Light civilization would be here. Holy Light. This is the existence of a mysterious civilization. Although it is far from eternal, it is still an extremely powerful existence in the universe. So, Leng Yan might as well make a bold guess. The disappearance of the Wanderer has a lot to do with it. And even Lung Li has something to do with it. So now she has said that she can't wait to learn about this mysterious super civilization. Harden said, Star A is the cradle of our main civilization, and Star B is the stronghold of the Alliance headquarters. Alliance? Leng Yan asked curiously, finally hearing a word that was very unfamiliar to her. Yes, Alliance, Harden said. The Ray Star Alliance is called the Light Alliance for short. It is a vast area with a diameter of 100 light years. In this spherical universe with the Ray Star as the center, the diameter is within 100 light years, including Holy Light. There are 1 first-level civilization, 5 second-level civilizations, and 125 third-level civilizations. 2 soul waves were flying in the outer opponent of the planet. Leng Yan was watching the scene here while listening to Harden's explanation. What is the first-level civilization? And what are the second and third-level civilizations? Leng Yan asked. Harden said, there is only 1 first-level civilization, and that is the Holy Light. It is also the most advanced civilization in the Light League. The entire Light League needs the blessing of the Holy Light to survive. The technological level of the second-level civilization is 1 level lower than that of the Holy Light, but it is still a very powerful existence in the Light Alliance. It turned out to be such a grading method. Lung Yen thought it was based on the traditional grading method. She didn't wait for Hardin to talk about the third-level civilization, interrupted him, and asked, "What is the maximum speed of this second-level civilization?" Speed is the most intuitive parameter to measure the level of civilization. The 5 secondary civilizations have different levels of development, so the speeds are also uneven, Hardin said. But the average is around 3x. The so-called 3x is 0.03 times the speed of light. The speed of the high SH. L-man is 3x, while the speed of blood dance is only 2x. And it has always been 2x. In other words, the second-level civilization of the Light Alliance is equivalent to the level of the high SH. L people. Fortunately, the Holy Light did not discover the high SH. L people. Otherwise, the current high SH. L people would have become members of the Light Alliance. But Lingya also felt guilty for not thinking of speeding up the speed for so many years. So she decided at this moment that after the investigation mission here was completed and she went back, she must realize a higher speed. Wormhole technology is important. And so is navigation speed. Hardin continued. The speed of the Holy Light is 3.5x. The level 2 is already 3x. So why is the level 1 Holy Light only 3.5x? Lung Yen asked. Hardin said, although 3.5x is not much improved compared to 3.0x. The improvement becomes smaller as you go up. Therefore, the technological level of 3.5x is much higher than that of 3.0x. Alright, I got it, Hardin added. As for the third-level civilization, there is a lot of difference in speed between them. The slowest one does not have 1x, and the fastest does not exceed 2.2x. Then since it is an alliance, Lung Yen asked, why do we have to make it so clear? Why can't high-level civilizations share their scientific and technological achievements with low-level civilizations, so that all civilizations in the alliance can progress together? This couldn't help but remind her of her own blood dance. After hundreds of years of development, blood dance has also gathered more than a dozen civilizations, all of which are sub-civilizations. Lung Yen has no intention of joining the alliance. All sub-civilizations must surrender to under the command of Shui Wu, Hardin said. Who says otherwise? But within the alliance, each civilization has its own small calculations. Technological blockade. It is impossible for all civilizations to develop simultaneously, and competition for resources between civilizations often occurs. Lung Yen thought, I understand. This so-called alliance is just like the ancient Earth. At that time, there were 200 countries on the Earth, each of which was independent of the other. The current Light Alliance is like this, except that there are various countries on the Earth, and the alliance is various civilizations. So it is not difficult to understand what Hardin said about the current situation of the alliance. So it is certain that there is oppression within this so-called Light Star Alliance, and inequality exists everywhere in the universe. Lung Yen asked again. In addition to your speed advantage, can you also use wormholes? Wormhole, Hardin said. You're kidding. You don't even have wormhole technology. You dare to establish an alliance. I've only heard of wormholes. So what do they actually look like? You know how to use soul waves. How can you not know about wormholes? When soul waves were in our ancient civilization, our cool royal family knew how to do it. And it wasn't high-tech. That's it. Then that's explained. It turns out that the human race's soul wave has little to do with technology, Hardin said. We have mastered intermediate wormhole technology. As long as entangled particles arrive, we can quickly reach it. It turns out that their wormhole technology is on the same level as blood dances, and they haven't mastered advanced wormhole technology yet. The so-called advanced wormholes do not require entangled particles, and can be quickly transported to the destination directly dropped. Advanced wormholes are also called jump wormholes. Then the next question is whether Xinguang has mastered the space solidification technology. To get this answer, Lung Yen can't ask directly. She can only make suggestions. So she asked, what is an intermediate wormhole? And what are primary and advanced wormholes? Chapter 774 Interstellar Alliance 2. HR 9024. Lung Yen calls it the Hurt Star, and the Holy Light people call it the Ray Star. It is a dual galaxy. Galaxy A is the home of the Holy Light people, and Galaxy B is the headquarters of the Alliance. More than 100 civilizations have institutions stationed here. Let's not talk about the Alliance first. Let's talk about the Holy Light Man first. Holy Light, human civilization, has a maximum interstellar speed of 3.5x, and possesses intermediate wormhole technology, which is to activate wormholes, and space solidification technology, The so-called space solidification technology has always existed in a theoretical understanding of Xiuwu. But it was unexpected that it would actually exist. With this technology, it becomes impossible for other civilizations to use wormhole technology to launch a surprise attack on the Holy Light. Star A is the home of Holy Light. It has a Dyson sphere. It is not yet known whether Star B is one. But Leng Yan will definitely go and see it. Anyway, Star A and Star B are only 0.5 light years apart. For her, from A it only takes 6 hours for Xingxing to go to Star B. The Dyson sphere can absorb 1% of the energy radiation of Star A. This is also a very magnificent feat for a Kardashev second-level civilization. The so-called Kardashev civilization classification method will be discussed later. Let's continue talking about this Holy Light civilization. Not far from the spherical SHL of Star A's Dyson sphere is its first planet, and the Holy Land planet, the home planet of the Holy Light people. The Holy Land planet was not called this name very early on. It was just like the people on Earth calling the Earth. It was just a very common name. Later, with the rapid development of science and technology, it got such a flamboyant name. The Holy Land star, which is the planet that Leng Yan saw when she guessed Galaxy A, has a pair of dial-like objects on its periphery that envelope the planet. The diameter formed by this pair of dials reaches 100,000 kilometers. The Holy Light people's name for Boer and Leng Yan's name for it are similar in literal meaning, and they belong to giant man-made celestial bodies. So Leng Yan directly translated it as Tian Bo. The heaven dials form a pair, namely the North Dial and the South Dial. Referred to as the North Dial and the South Dial, their human race can live in the sky just like on the surface of the planet. It's just that Tianbao is more spacious. So the people living in Tianbao are basically nobles and rich people. The poor and the bottom of society all live on the surface of the Holy Land star. Let's talk about the Holy Light people. They have a population of 50 billion. Among them, 1 billion people live in Tianbao. And these 1 billion people live in Baipiao and Nanbo respectively. They are all the rich and social elites among the Holy Light people. Let's look at the surface of the Holy Land planet. This is the lowest level of Holy Light society, with a population of 48 billion. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is very crowded, so that on the entire surface, the living space extends to a 1,000-meter high-altitude building and an underground world more than 100 meters deep. This is a total population of 49 billion, and a full 1 billion people serve in major fleets. It is not impossible for the Holy Light people at the bottom to live a life in the sky, but they need to pay high fees. For the poorest people at the bottom of society, this is not an astronomical figure. Most of the Holy Light poor have a lifetime savings of I can't buy a residence permit from Tianbao. The ruling class will encourage the people at the bottom to work hard in order to live in Tiandi. Or if you serve in the fleet and perform meritorious service, you can also get a residence permit from the gods. But no matter which method you use to enter the heaven dial, it is more difficult than ascending to the heaven. The society of the Holy Light people has its own life system and survival rules, as well as countless stories belonging to them. So I won't go into details. Let's talk about the 1 billion people living in the fleet. With a population of 50 billion and an army of 1 billion, the military-civilian ratio is 150, which is considered relatively high. Their basic combat unit, the carrier-based aircraft, is equivalent to the primary soldier insect of the Zerg civilization. With a number of about 100 billion, 1 billion military personnel have to control 100 billion combat units. This seems almost impossible, but the Holy Light people did it. There are only 100 million people operating carrier-based aircraft, and all of their carrier-based aircraft use drones. All offensive carrier-based aircraft are controlled remotely by personnel. Each pilot controls 1,000 carrier-based aircraft, all of which are remotely controlled and use quantum communication methods. So there is no delay. In addition to the 100 million pilots, there are also various other military personnel and logistics personnel on the fleet. Holy Light people adopt the system of conscripts and mercenaries to join the army. For conscripts, the military service period is 10 years. After 10 years of service, they have the opportunity to join the mercenaries. Mercenaries adopt an agreement model. That is, the service member and the fleet have a firm contract. Each period of the agreement is 5 years. After 5 years of service, the contract is renewed for the next period. The highest level is 6 periods, which is 30 years. After serving 6 terms as a mercenary, you will have a permanent house allocated by heaven and can enjoy the right to live in a family of up to 10 places. 6 periods of mercenaries plus 10 years of basic soldiers are 40 years together. and they are retired when they retire. However, many mercenaries cannot complete their 6-term service, and will be retired early due to various reasons. They can only receive commissions, but cannot live in Tiandile. Therefore, there are deep social conflicts within the Holy Light people. These are the general conditions of the Holy Light people. Let's talk about what the Holy Light people are like. This is a very strange human race. So strange that Leng Yan is surprised. The premise is that she wears glasses. The Holy Light Man has neither 4 limbs nor 6 limbs, but 12 limbs. This is the first time Leng Yan has seen other advanced intelligent human beings in addition to 4 limbs and 6 limbs in 600 years of galloping across the stars. With 12 limbs, this is simply the existence of an octopus. But it is obvious that the Holy Light Man is not an octopus. Fluorescent blood. Orange fluorescent blood. Category B. The non-susceptible category. Their lifespan is between about 90 years, which is not very long. Before the development of science and technology, the average lifespan of the Holy Light people, like the Crab SH.L people, was only about 50 years. Later, the development of science and technology greatly extended their lifespan. This is the Holy Light Man and the Holy Light Man's home base. Galaxy A. Hardin took her around the A galaxy and gained a general understanding of it. Leng Yan asked, "Why don't you see other civilizations in the Alliance?" Hardin said, "The joining civilizations all have representatives in Galaxy B. And there are also some other extraterrestrial civilizations in Galaxy B. Extraterritorial civilization? What is it?" Leng Yan asked in confusion. "That civilization was originally not within the Alliance's territory, but joined the Alliance, because they have nowhere to go. All civilizations will be stationed in Galaxy B." Hearing what it said, Leng Yan couldn't help but feel something in her heart. Don't wanderers just meet the conditions of this so-called extraterritorial civilization? The Light Star. Leng Yan prefers to call it the Hurt Star. The Wounded Star is 450 light-years away from Barnard, and the Wanderer was originally in Barnard's new home star and its orbit, but was inexplicably transported to the Random Star, formerly known as the Chop Star, 100 light-years away. Then, Chapter 775 Interstellar Alliance 3. The Light Star. Leng Yan prefers to call it the Hurt Star. The Wounded Star is 450 light-years away from Barnard, and the Wanderer was originally in Barnard's new home star and its orbit, but was inexplicably transported to the Random Star, formerly known as the Chop Star, 100 light-years away. Then it was teleported to an unknown place. Leng Yan always suspected that it was a certain advanced civilization. She once suspected that it was hurting the star, so she continued to purify and upgrade to the Xuanmu level, and came here to find out. Therefore, there is suspicion that the Wanderer is controlled by the Holy Light. Now that Hardin was talking about extraterrestrial civilizations, she became even more suspicious that the Wanderers were related to the Holy Light. So now she wanted to go to Galaxy B to find out more. "Hayden," Leng Yan said, "my hope with civilization wants to join the Alliance, but we can only see the Holy Light here, but not the Alliance headquarters. So I want to go to Galaxy B." "Galaxy B?" Hardin said. "It's 0.5 light-years away. It takes 300 seconds to get there, but it takes 6 hours to fly. Is there a problem?" "I don't have much time," Hardin said. "I need to wake up." "It's okay. You can wake up. I can go alone. But how long is your soul wave?" 3 days. 3 days, Hardin said. "Then, how about visiting here and going back to rest for a while? It would be great to go directly to Galaxy B next time. Then you don't have to waste too much time." Leng Yan knew that he was trying to conceal her position and wanted to track down her location as soon as possible. Blood Dance's stronghold is 350 light-years away. How can they find her? But you can't let them know your true identity. But she can't leave casually now. Once she leaves, she will be tracked, which will be detrimental to her investigation and concealment of her true identity. So, "No, Hardin," Leng Yan said. "My civilization example is only 1 day away. I have been here less than an hour, so I still have more than 20 hours to inspect the B galaxy and fly 6 if it's ours. Then I still have 15 hours, which is enough." After that, he flew in the direction of Star B. Hardin followed closely and asked, "Your civilization is not even 1 light-year away from Star A?" 1 day's distance. Now Leng Yan only said that her speed is 300 s. So according to what she said, 1 day's distance is 300 light days. So it's not even 1 light-year. And 300 light days is 0.8 light-years. Star A is only 0.5 light-years away from Star B. And she is cool. No, Now she is called the Queer Princess. And her queer, hopeless civilization is only 0.8 light years away from star A. Then how far are you from planet B? Hardin asked. I'm sorry. I can't tell you this, Leng Yan said. I should tell you the distance between me and star A. And then I should tell you the distance from star B. Then you will find me soon. I want to visit star B first to determine whether I am worthy of joining. If I don't want to join and my position is exposed. If you want to eliminate me, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? I must tell the entire hopeless civilization just be responsible. Okay. What you said makes sense, Hardin said. But my sleep time is almost up. And I have to go back and wake up. Go ahead. After I wake up, I will go to star B through the wormhole. And then I will wait for you on star B. Okay. No problem at all. Hardin bid farewell to her and returned to the Holy Land star, while Leng Yan continued flying in the direction of star B. She doesn't dare to fly at the highest speed now, and can only use the speed of 300s in order not to reveal her true identity. Therefore, it will take about 6 hours to reach star B. And if you use the highest 720s, it will arrive in less than 3 hours. I thought to myself, I have persisted for 178 days. Why should I care about 6 hours? So the next 6 hours were long. Needless to say, the journey was lonely and boring. 6 hours later, we finally arrived at Galaxy B. Galaxy B is different from Galaxy A. First of all, it does not have a Dyson sphere, but in the cosmic space from 50 million kilometers to 150 million kilometers away from star B, there are many stellar energy collection equipment deployed. These equipment are very large and are all kilometer level. However, no matter how large the collection equipment of these stars is, and no matter how many things are done, it pales in comparison to Dyson spheres. Moreover, the combined collection efficiency of these collection equipment scattered in the vast space is less than 100,000. That is simply incomparable to the 1% efficiency of the A-star Dyson ball. For the first time, she saw a total of 2 planets in the B galaxy. The one facing inward was a rocky planet, and the outer one was a gaseous planet. The rocky planet is called B1 star, and the gaseous planet is called B2. It is only named with numbers and letters, which shows that the B galaxy was discovered by the Holy Light people later. The Holy Light people named their twin star system the Ray star, but Leng Yan preferred to call it the Hurt star. So in order to distinguish them from the planets in other galaxies, she named the 2 stars in the B galaxy Shangqing 6 and Shangqing 7. There should be 5 planets in Galaxy A, so the 2 planets in Galaxy B were named this way. However, it is said that there are many building facilities on Shangqing Lu, most of which are fortress-style buildings. The reason is that there are many civilizations on Shangqing Lu, and they all have their own ecosystems, which conflicts with the atmosphere of Shangqing Lu. Therefore, we can only build fortress-like buildings and establish our own ecosystem within the building. On the orbit of Xianqing Liuji, there are many aircraft flying around. There are many aircraft parked or sailing in orbit and in a space far away from Wanxing 6. These aircraft are all of different shapes, and it is obvious that they belong to different civilizations. Leng Yan didn't meet Hardin, nor did she meet any other soul waves. But it was better this way because she could observe the galaxy comfortably. She quickly traveled across the surface of Shangqing 6 and even extended far into space, observing these numerous alliance civilizations. It was found that these civilizations are all human civilizations, and they have different shapes, including 4-limb system, 6-limb system, dark blood system, fluorescent blood system, and other different types. There are also humans who are hairy. Some have green skin. Some wear spacesuits filled with water. Some have wings. Some have antennae on their heads. And so on. Shangqing Lu was not like the Holy Land star. It had no heavenly dials. After Leng Yan observed the surface, she came to space. There were many battleships in space, and they were from various civilizations. She started to investigate one by one. When I dared to look at more than 100 battleships, suddenly a very familiar battleship came into view, and I saw clearly written on the hull of this battleship, 003 Datong. The Datong? Chapter 776 finally found the Wanderer. Battleship Datong. And it is written in both Chinese and English. This is clearly the Wanderer fleet of the New Hope civilization. Unexpectedly, she could meet a Wanderer here, which made Leng Yan extremely excited and shocked. This is Star B, a full 450 light-years away from the solar system. First of all, she discovered that the Tang battleship was different from the one she had seen in Blood Dance. This one was larger than the previous one, and its appearance was also different. making it appear more advanced. And there is only this one. The Rangers' fleet originally had 10 ships. But there is only one here. And the other 9 have gone to unknown places. The original Datong battleship and the other 9 battleships were not even considered star-rated. The levels of human warships are divided by star level. The lowest level is dwarf star level, with a starting length of 1 kilometer, which is equivalent to the Zerg's Qinglong level. The current Datong is actually 5.5 kilometers in length, which is many times larger than the previous old ship, with a length of 5.5 kilometers. It has reached the dwarf star level standard, and even exceeded it by a lot. If you want to investigate more clearly, you can only know what is going on by going inside the Datong. When we arrived at the bow of the Datong, we could see the internal situation through the bow porthole. The command cabin was very large, and there were many staff busy inside. Among these people were yellow people, white people, and black people. She felt very puzzled, because the original Datong account only had Chinese people. But now why are there everyone? Could it be that the continuous intermarriage among the Rangers over the past 200 years resulted in the various races on board the Datong? This is just speculation and requires further investigation. Thinking of this, he faced the porthole glass and rushed in suddenly. Soul waves are superluminal particles and a type of photon, so they are penetrating to transparent objects. When the cold soul wave entered the Datong, after careful investigation, it finally became clear that all the personnel of the Wanderers had gathered on the Datong, not the crew of the other 9 battleships. Death or disappearance. Although it was written, Datong, on the outside, Leng Yan discovered that the crew members inside preferred to call it Earth. The Earth is the name of the original 001 ship of the old fleet, so the real name of this battleship should be Earth. The dwarf star battleship Earth has a total of more than 6,400 crew members, including crew members and their families. The battleship has a complete artificial gravity system instead of traditional centrifugal gravity. There are jobs, living areas, and ecological areas. Its technology in Chengdu has completely reached the 2x level. That is, the maximum speed can reach 2x. Before Wanderer disappeared, Wanderer's technology included wormhole technology. But Leng Yan walked around inside the battleship and found no equipment related to wormhole technology. Not only are there no intermediate level excitation wormholes, there are also no primary level symmetrical wormholes. In other words, it is simply impossible for the Earth to leave the control of the holy light. Everyone inside the battleship can and obviously see that they are all Earthlings, and they speak Chinese and English. It's been 200 years, and I haven't seen anyone on Earth for more than 200 years. Leng Yan almost doesn't remember them, and she almost doesn't recognize them. She really wanted to find Brother Feng's descendants, but there was no way to find them. After more than 200 years, there was no clue at all, so she could only keep traveling inside the battleship. After traveling back and forth for more than a dozen times, she finally found a very important place, the hibernation cabin. There are more than a dozen hibernators in the hibernation cabin, each of which is kept in its own hibernation cabinet. Wanderers have mastered the art of hibernation. Among these dozen hibernating guests, she actually saw a face she had not seen for a long time. Her lover Ming Ming Feng, adopted son Ming Ai, and grandson Dian Dian made her extremely excited. It was a pity that she was a soul wave now. Otherwise, she would definitely burst into tears. She may still see them in her lifetime. It turns out that they have been waiting for her. She wandered back and forth in front of their hibernating cabinet, reluctant to leave, wondering what was the reason for all this. Through careful investigation inside the battleship, the following results were obtained. First, the Wanderer fleet was originally named the New Hope Civilization, but now it has been renamed Light of the Earth. Again, this makes Leng Yan feel embarrassed. The reason is that this name was not given by the Rangers themselves, but by the Holy Light people. The fleet was also renamed from the original Wanderer fleet to the current Earthling fleet, and the name was also given by the Holy Light Man. Second, the Light Civilization of the Earth, abbreviated as LE in English, means the abbreviation of the Light of the Earth, so it is also called LE Civilization, belongs to the sojourning civilization of the Light Star Alliance. The so-called resident civilization refers to the civilization that joins outside the Alliance. It has no territory within the Alliance. Even if there are idle planets within the Alliance, they are not allowed to develop and live in them. And within the Alliance, no one is allowed to move their civilization to Misty Land as a stronghold. So the Rangers? No. To be precise, they are now LE. Its status within the League is very low. Not even as good as the third-level franchise civilization. Third, Ellie originally had wormhole technology. After joining the Alliance, the technology was deprived and was not allowed to develop. In exchange, Holy Light provided it with other high-tech achievements. Fourth, Ellie's predecessor, New Hope, had a planet called Moment. This planet was the planet Nuham, which no longer exists. Earthlings can only live inside Earthling battleships. Although the space is still relatively large now, it will still be available in the future. It's hard to ensure it's enough. Moreover, there are many monitors installed by the Holy Light people inside the battleship. The AI of the ship-cutting knife is also a system developed by the Holy Light people. So the Earthlings inside the battleship are completely under the supervision of the Holy Light people. Fifth, hibernation technology was not created by oneself, but was developed with the help of the technology of the Holy Light people. And he understood that all 6 of Feng's ancestors and grandchildren had chosen to hibernate in order to see her Lung Yan again in their lifetime. These 6 people include Ming Mingfeng, Ming AI and his wife, grandson Dian, and Ming AI's father-in-law and mother-in-law. These are the general conditions of the Earth battleship, which makes Lung Yan understand that the Wanderers, that is, the current Ellie, is the host civilization of the Holy Light, and is not even a sub-civilization or adjoining civilization. Therefore, the life of the Wanderers was not easy, and they had no freedom. This made Lung Yan feel very sad. So she also vowed to rescue the Wanderers from the clutches of the Holy Light. So how to save her? This is the problem she will face in the future. But now she still has to conduct a careful investigation of the Holy Light and its alliance. Then during the 178-day journey back, I would think about countermeasures, and then discuss countermeasures with other Blood Blades after returning. Chapter 777. It turns out that the Kuan Zerg are actually, after carefully investigating the homeless people, they determined their current situation and planned to find a way to rescue them. Lung Yan began to plan to get out of the battleship. When the Soul Wave came to the bow command cabin, she was about to fly out through the porthole, but she found that there were more than a dozen Soul Waves shuttled into space outside. It seems that the Soul Masters of the Holy Light are looking for her. It turned out that after she arrived on planet B, Hardin did not meet her in time. So she came to the inside of the Earth battleship, so that Hardin could not find her. This attracted the Holy Light's great attention, and more troops were sent. Many Soul Masters came to Galaxy B to look for her everywhere. In this case, they can't let them know that she has come to the interior of the Earth. First, her identity will be easily exposed. And second, it will also cause trouble for the Wanderers. Although the Wanderers were renamed Earth Light Civilization and Earthling Fleet, there was actually only one battleship and not a fleet at all. But she was still more accustomed to calling them Wanderers. So she searched inside the battleship and found a small round porthole. After seeing that there was no Soul Wave outside, she penetrated it. After leaving the Wanderers' battleship, they were greeted by several Soul Waves within a short while, including Hardin. Hardin asked, "Queer Princess, where have you been? I haven't seen you. I thought you were gone." Lung Yan said, "How could I really just leave? Since I, Hope with Civilization, have chosen to join, I must observe this place carefully." "Then did you pay attention carefully? It's almost done. But I still have a question. I looked at the civilizations under the Alliance, and it seems there are 130. There are 5 second-level civilizations, and 125 third-level civilizations. Excluding the Holy Light, there are exactly 130. Hardin said, "Yes, there must be more than 130. And there are more than 500 resident civilizations. They are all extraterritorial civilizations, and are included in the Alliance." Lung Yan let out a sigh. And then she understood why there were so many battleships everywhere in Galaxy B. It turned out to accommodate so many resident civilizations. "So, what are those circular devices?" Lung Yan asked. "In the space near Shanxing Lu, there are many ring-shaped artificial celestial bodies. The largest ones have a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and the smaller ones have a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. In fact, Lung Yan understood that those were portals, and the portal was the device that opened the wormhole. Wormholes opened using equipment are primary wormholes. That is, symmetrical wormholes. Since there are so many portals here, it is certain that there must be corresponding portals elsewhere in the universe." Hardin said, "These are portals that can be transported to other galaxies. This also provides convenience for the participating civilizations to communicate with each other. The Holy Light controls the Wanderers, so it will definitely not be too kind to the joining civilization. So these portals will probably not be used in vain." So Lung Yan asked, "Is it a free teleportation?" Hardin said, Of course not. Building these devices requires resources and manpower. Of course they are not free. They can be purchased with star coins. Star coins? Yes. Star coins can be earned by mining resources and providing manpower. It turns out that there is no free lunch. The other soul waves left, leaving only Hardin still with her. Lun Yin asked. So, Holy Light is the largest capital in the Alliance. You can't say that, Hardin said. This can be regarded as mutual help and mutual benefit. An exchange of equal value. Skipping this question, Lun Yin asked again. I have another question. Are all the joining civilizations and sojourning civilizations under the Alliance human race? Hardin did not answer and remained silent. What's wrong? Isn't it convenient to answer? Lun Yin asked. No, Hardin said. There's another Zerg. Zerg? Lun Yin asked, thinking, sure enough. There is a Zerg. Maybe it's Lungli. Yes, Zerg. But I didn't see it, Hardin said. The Holy Light people do not only have a stronghold in Galaxy A. According to reports, there is a star about 5 light years away called the Light Trace Star. Light Trace Star? Yes. The Light Trace Star is a colonial galaxy of the Holy Light in the Light Alliance star field. The Zerg Women Kuain is there. Zerg civilization? Lun Yin asked, pretending to be surprised. It turns out that there really are Zerg in the universe. It must be a very terrifying species. Then will it come to the Ray Star? If I join, will I be attacked by the Zerg? The harm? Don't worry, Hardin said. Kuain was stipulated to be on the Light Trace Star, and was not allowed to come to the Alliance Center. Star Ray B is the headquarters of the Alliance, so it is also the center of the Alliance. We still don't know whether this Zerg civilization called Kuain is actually Lungli, so we have to ask carefully. Then, what kind of Zerg is this Kuain Zerg? Lun Yin asked. It's very powerful, Hardin said. They have 3 billion Zerg units. 3 billion? Lun Yin's current blood dance has a total of 10 billion units. If it's 10 billion, it means she has 10 blood blade queens. In addition to herself, there are 6 blood blades including Menlet, Nei, Eamling, Luna and Fina. Later, in the process of developing stars, for more blood blades joined. So the current blood dance there is a blood blade. So the current blood dance has 10 billion basic combat units. According to what Hardin said, Kuain has 3 billion troops. If the calculation method of blood dance is also followed, then Kuain has 3 blood blade queens. Including Queen Kuain, there should be 2 vassal queens. Now I don't know if Kuain's eldest queen is Lungli. If she is, then one of her 2 vassal queens must be Aili. And if the other one is also human, she must be black. They are all selected from the wandering humans. And among the wanderers, there happen to be 3 kinds of people, yellow, white and black. Lungli herself was of the yellow race, so it was impossible for there to be any more yellow people among the vassal queens. Otherwise the ideological imprint would not be impressed. This made Lun Yin even more suspicious that Kuain might be Lungli's Zerg. Lun Yin pretended to be surprised and said, 3 billion? My god. My Magnolia Officinalis civilization only has a population of 15 million. What's the use? Hardin said. Although she has 3 billion, she only has 3 independently conscious insect queens. Insect queen? In English, queen and queen are both the same word, and the language habits of Holy Light civilization are very similar to English. So the queen of insects is the king of insects, or the queen of insects. Yes, Hardin said. 3 insect queens. In fact, she has 30 insect queens. These 3 are the Blood Blade Queen. Finally talking about the Blood Blade Queen, Lun Yin asked. Then she has so many queens. Who do they listen to? Aren't they going to cause chaos? No. There is a great queen named Sekathy who rules the entire Zerg race. Chapter 778, Level 1.75 Super Civilization. Kuain Zerg is just the name of this Zerg civilization. Just like Blood Dance is also the name of Zerg civilization. Kuain and Shwewu are both Anata Zerg. They are 2 different Zerg civilizations, but they are the same Zerg species. The Great Queen of Blood Dance is Lun Yin, and the Great Queen of Kuain is Sekathy. And Sekathy's original name is Lungli, who is Lun Yin's twin sister. Unexpectedly, Lungli, who had been looking for her for more than 500 years, actually knew where she was today. Lun Yin remembered this place, the Light Trace Star, which was 5 light years away from the Hurt Star. She was controlled by the wormhole skill, and was not allowed to leave the Light Trace Star. The cold and beautiful Zerg have formed a civilized scale, and have their own name, which is Kuei-in, which means queen. Logically speaking, if Leng Yan has mastered the skill of activating wormholes, then Leng Li must also have mastered it. Therefore, if he has mastered the skill of activating wormholes, then no matter how high the technology level of Holy Light is, he will not be able to control Leng Li to leave. But then Leng Yan thought of a way to crack it. To activate a wormhole, you first need a quantum flying insect for positioning. That is, there must be a quantum flying insect at the target end of the wormhole. Otherwise it cannot be opened. If quantum flying insects can be detected, the opening of the wormhole can be controlled. Therefore, even the quantum flying insects of Leng Li's Kuei-in Zerg cannot fly out on the Light Tray Star. There are two possibilities. One is that the Holy Light people fully monitor the Light Tray Star and monitor Leng Li's every move to an extent that not even a quantum flying insect can fly out. The second is to adopt space solidification technology, which means that the wormhole cannot be opened at the launch end. However, I am not sure about the latter, because after all, it is too advanced a technique. The current blood dance cannot do it, nor dare to imagine it. As for this wormhole, as long as it is a wormhole, no matter what level it is, it has two ports and can transmit to each other in both directions at the same time. The primary wormhole is a symmetrical wormhole. There is no transmitter and target end. The two ports are opposite and equal, and supporting equipment must be established at both ports. This equipment is called a portal and requires huge energy. Support. It is characterized by low technical difficulty and is very convenient to operate once built. The disadvantage is that it is troublesome to build and requires a lot of energy. Intermediate wormholes are the wormholes that Blood Dance and many Quasi-Carl second-level civilizations will activate. It does not require two symmetrical ports. It only requires equipment support at the transmitter end and the positioning of quantum flying insects or entangled particles at the target end. Therefore, once the excitation wormhole is established, the transmitter can shuttle to the target, and the target can also shuttle to the transmitter at the same time. Let's talk about what the Carl classification is. Kardashev scale, referred to as Carl scale, or Carl classification. It is a method used to measure the technological advancement level of a civilization, based on the amount of energy a civilization can use to communicate and communicate with other planets. In other words, only planets that can use a large amount of energy to communicate with the outside world can be counted in the Kardashev level. Type 1. This civilization is the master of planetary energy, which means that they can dominate the sum of the energy of this planet and surrounding satellites. Type 2. This civilization is capable of harvesting the energy of an entire star system. Type 3. This civilization can harness the energy of the galactic system for its own use. Through this introduction, we can know that Blood Dance and most of the civilizations it comes into contact with are between Carl level 1 and 2. If classified accurately, Holy Light belongs to level 1.75. Because it can create Dyson spheres, but cannot create complete Dyson spheres, so the level will be much higher than other civilizations. The former High SH L civilization was level 1.35. Before conquering High SH L, Blood Dance was level 1.15. And now Blood Dance is also level 1.35. The ancient Earth before the Hessian attack was at level 0.55. Note, some online information says that Earth's civilization is level 0.7. Although the level of the Wanderers can reach level 0.7. Due to the extremely small population, they cannot fully exert their abilities at level 0.7. However, Leng Yan learned that Leng Li was on the Light Tray Star, which made her think of a question. Do Leng Li and her vassal queen Ai Li know that Wanderer is on Hert Star B? Or do Wanderer know about Leng Li's existence, and that they have searched for the missing Ai Li on Light Tray Star? And Ai Li is Ming Ai's biological mother. Does she know that Ming Ai is hibernating? Putting these questions aside for the time being, Leng Yan was thinking about another question, which was whether she wanted to go to the Light Tray Star to find out. The Light Tray Star is 5 light-years away from the Wound Star, at its speed of 720 s. It only takes 2.5 days to reach it. Do you want to go? If you are afraid of exposing yourself and can only use 300 s, it will take 6 days. It took 178 days to get to Huaxing from the stronghold, and 178 days to return. The total was 356 days. There was still 11 days of turnaround time before the upper limit of 367 days. She has spent almost half a day now, and there are still 10.5 days left before the 11-day limit. She roughly calculated that although the Light Tray Star is 5 light-years away from the Hert Star, It is still 350 light-years away from the light trace star to return to the stronghold, because they are not in the same straight line. So Leng Yan was thinking that as she went to the light trace star now, and used a speed of 300 seconds, she would have 4.5 days to spare when she arrived at the light trace star. Therefore, it is completely necessary to go to the light trace star. And you can also act according to the situation on the road. And you can speed up at any time. So after Hardin introduced Leng Li's Kuei-yin, Leng Yan said, "I want to go to the light trace star. But queer princess, it's 5 light-years from here to the light trace star. At your current speed, it will take you 6 days to get there, which will seriously exceed your sleep time. To tell you the truth, my dormancy time is 1 month." Leng Yan said, "The Ku family of our Hopeless civilization are all gifted, and their soul wave dormancy time is very long. For example, I can reach up to 1 month. So Hardin, wake up quickly, and tell you holy light people that the stronghold of our Hopeless civilization is actually 12 light-years away from the holy light star, not 0.8 light-years. I will go to the light trace star now. You can either follow me, or wake up and report." After that, regardless of whether he agreed or not, he flew in the direction of the light trace star, seeing that Hardin had indeed returned to the planet of Shangxing. Shangxing Liuxing. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Play with me. If you follow what she just said, with a speed of 300 s and a month of soul wave dormancy time, you can fly 25 light-years. Due to soul wave detection, you need a return time, which is also calculated in half. So you can only fly out 12.5 light-years. The reason why Leng Yan mentioned a distance of 12 light-years and a dormancy time of 1 month was to unconsciously remind the other party that they need to search on a huge ring that is also 12 light-years away from Hert Star B and Light Trace Star, to find the stronghold of what she calls Hopeless civilization. Chapter 779. It took 2.5 days to fly 5 light-years to the Light Trace Star. Leng Yan shook off Hayden and flew in the direction of the Light Trace Star. The soul wave cannot travel through wormholes, and can only fly hard. Fortunately, it travels at super light speed, so there is no need to worry about taking too much time. If you fly at a speed of 300 s, it will take 6 days to reach the Light Trace Star. If you fly at a full speed of 720 s, it will take up to 2.5 days. Leng Yan began to fly at a speed of 300 s. She flew for about an hour, and saw no one catching up. She thought to herself that this speed was too slow and wasted too much time. She had to fly at full speed. If discovered, nothing will happen. So far, the speed of 720 s and the 1-year purification time give her an unparalleled advantage. Even Leng Li, who can reach 650 s, will be beyond her reach. I hope Leng Li hasn't thought of upgrading to Xuanwu level yet. Leng Yan starts to speed up. And Soul Wave speed up does not require speed up time, and can reach the maximum speed of 720 s in an instant. Leng Yan began to fly to the Light Trace Star at full speed of 720 s. The flight took 2.5 days, and she would have 2.5 days to think. If Leng Li is really in Scar Star, and the intelligence she has previously detected in the Scar Star twin galaxies is taken into consideration, then she will have a new goal. And this goal is very important to her and her civilization Blood Dance. It is a huge challenge for both parties, because this goal is to eliminate the Holy Light civilization. Main mission: rescue the homeless. Side mission: eliminate Leng Li and her Zerg civilization Kuei-yin. Additional mission to the main mission: destroy the super civilization Holy Light. The reason why the Holy Light was eliminated was because Leng Yan realized that if he wanted to rescue the Wanderers, the prerequisite was that the Holy Light must be eliminated. Otherwise the main mission would not be completed. As for the side mission of eliminating Leng Li, there will be a problem. That is, how to face Ai Li. Ai Li said he was her love rival, but there had never been any conflicts between the two. It was Ai Li who was narrow-minded. But no matter what, Ai Li is Ming Ai's biological mother. Ming Ai is Leng Yan's stepson. She has been doted on by Leng Yan since she was a child. Leng Yan also loves him very much. So how to deal with the issue of Ai Li? She feels that she must treat it carefully. Otherwise Ming Ai's heart will be cold. But this is a very difficult question, because Ai Li is Leng Li's vassal queen, and she has been imprinted by Leng Li. Once she has an ideological imprint, she will be absolutely loyal to her. But there is an easy solution. That is to kill Leng Li directly. In that case, Ai Li will not be controlled by the ideological imprint, and then try to persuade her. Eliminating Leng Li is only a side mission, and rescuing the Wanderers is the main mission. In other words, the side missions can be ignored. But the main mission must be completed. So how to complete the main mission? Lung Yan felt that this task would be more difficult than climbing to the sky. The level of Carl and Blood Dance is 1.35, while the level of Holy Light is 1.75. Although the difference is only 0.4 levels, it is a world of difference. With the disparity in levels, quantity no longer dominates. But Holy Light is extremely large in quantity, with 100 billion basic units, a full 10 times that of Blood Dance. Therefore, for Lung Yan, there is no guarantee of winning in this brewing war that is very likely to break out. It took 2.5 days, but Lung Yan couldn't think of an effective way. Her soul wave also came to the Light Trace Star. Sure enough, I saw Lung Li's Zerg here. Light Trace Star is a red dwarf star with only one planet, 7.5 million kilometers away from the star, and tidally locked. As expected, Lung Li only has 3 billion basic units, which means that including herself, she only has 3 blood blades. In addition to her and AI Li, there is another blood blade who is also from Earth and a black man. Unexpectedly, Lung Li has not cultivated blood blades among other human races for so many years. Lung Yan lamented that Lung Li's pattern was too small. Otherwise she would not have been able to develop to this small scale until now. But it may also have something to do with the control of the Holy Light. Let's talk about the only planet in the Light Trace Star, where Kuei-in is stationed and fully exploits its resources. There is only one civilization in the entire Light Trace Star system, and it is a Zerg civilization. And there are Holy Lights monitoring facilities here to monitor Lung Li's Kuei-in at all times. Obviously, Holy Light does not want Lung Li's Kuei-in Zerg to interfere with other human civilizations in the Alliance. Or it may be that other participating civilizations reject her. In short, Lung Li is not free here, and even has a very difficult time. Lung Yan thought in her heart, that's good. With the Holy Light controlling you, it saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere. After I go back, I will think of ways to eliminate you. After arriving at the Light Trace Galaxy, slowed down to 300 seconds and investigate the only planet in the Light Trace Star, Light Trace 1, as well as the cold and beautiful sunflower insect swarm. She was soon intercepted by 2 soul waves. After these 2 soul waves came over, they did not communicate with her, but just confronted her for a while. Lung Yan broke the silence and asked, "Who are you two? Can you talk?" The 2 soul waves didn't answer her. There are 2 possibilities. One is that these 2 soul waves are locusts. Locusts do not have the function of communicating with foreign races. They are only responsible for detecting and obeying the orders of Blood Blade. The second possibility is that they may be 1 or 2 of the 3 blood blades, but they are just silent on purpose. Lung Yan couldn't expose herself rashly, so she asked. After a moment, one of the soul waves returned and entered the body of a Xuanwu. Lung Yan understood that this should be the soul wave of a Xuanwu locust. So who is the remaining soul wave? She waited. It didn't take long. And sure enough, another soul wave flew to the front. Before Lung Yan could speak, she asked, "Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here?" It was certain that the opponent was a blood blade, but Lung Yan couldn't confirm whether she was Lung Li, AI Li, or another blood blade berry. After thinking for a moment, Lung Yan said, "I am the Queer Princess, the Supreme Commander of the Hope of Civilization. I want to join the Light Interstellar Alliance of the Holy Light. I heard that there is a Zerg civilization here, so I want to come and take a look. Are you also a Zerg civilization?" The other party asked. "Ha. Zerg? How is that possible?" Lung Yan said. "How can I be a Zerg civilization? I am obviously a human civilization." "Okay." Soulwave couldn't see the expression, so she used exaggerated expressions to show her disdain for the Zerg, hoping to find a flaw in it. "What happened to the Zerg civilization?" The other party said angrily. "Only your human civilization is so arrogant and stupid. You really want to be very prejudiced against human civilization. No wonder you are not accepted by the Holy Light and are placed here. That's because we joined from outside the territory, and the Holy Light placed a galaxy for us alone. You can throw it away. The LE civilization is also from outside the territory. But why is it placed in Ray Star B?" Chapter 780, The Past is Too Painful to Look Back On. Lung Yan wanted to trick the other party, so she said, "You can pull it down. The LE civilization is also from outside the territory. But why is it placed in Ray Star B?" "Lu? What LE? There are so many alien civilizations in the Alliance. I know which one you are talking about. It's the Light of the Earth," Lung Yan said. "I saw that the human civilization of the Earth was very similar to my Magnolia civilization. So I took a closer look. They only had one battleship, called the Earth, but the outer SH.L says Datong, with a population of 6,400. Lung Yen stopped abruptly here. What else? Say it quickly. The other party became obviously anxious. No matter which one of the three bloody blades the opponent is, Lung Yen believes that they should all be shocked when they hear the news. Unless they already knew about it. Judging from the other party's response, it is obvious that they do not know the truth. Unexpectedly, the cold and beautiful Kuei-in would be so sad. Lung Yen wants to instigate them to rebel and make them cause trouble within Holy Light, so that she can more effectively eliminate Holy Light. Lennon said, the fortress collapses from within the enemy. Seeing that the other party was getting anxious, Lung Yen said, they seem to come from the Earth 450 light-years away. They originally inspired wormhole technology, but the equipment was destroyed by the Holy Light people, so they can't use wormholes now. He couldn't go anywhere, so he could only stay in the orbit of Huangxinglu, the only planet Huangxingliu. What else do you know? Tell me. You seem to care about this extraterrestrial civilization? Lung Yen said. You are a Zerg. Why do you care about an extraterritorial Zerg? Because? Because of what? The other party was silent. Don't worry. I won't tell the Holy Light people. Lung Yen tried to dispel her worries. I am also an outsider civilization. I have not joined the Alliance yet. My civilization is 25 light-years away from the Star of Light. Didn't you say 12 light-years away? It seems that the Holy Light people have informed you. Of course, I can't tell my true information. If it weren't for the fact that my civilization is in trouble, I wouldn't want to join the Light Alliance. As an independent civilization, doesn't it smell good? The other party fell into silence again. And Lung Yen said again, because I need to confirm something before I can tell you what I saw. So can you answer my question? Okay, let me tell you, the other party said. Because as a blood blade, it needs to find a human host for parasitism. And for me, the parasitic host is a human. My name is Queer. What's your name? Lung Yen asked again. Is this important? Of course it's important. My name is Aili. Aili? The moment Lung Yen heard the name, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, she met Aili. She thought for a moment and said, okay, let me tell you something that you are very interested in. Inside the battleship Earth, there is a freezing cabin. There are more than a dozen hibernation cabinets in the freezing cabin, and more than a dozen people on Earth are hibernating. Lung Yen paused again when she said this, because she was worried that the other party was Lungli, and deliberately lied to her that she was Aili. Hibernation? Who did you see? Do you want to know? Say it quickly. There are people's names written on the hibernation cabinets. One of the names is the same as one of your names. So I thought about whether there is any connection with you. Is it Ming Ai? Yes, it's Ming Ai, Lung Yen said. It seems you have a connection with him. He's my son. Who else? Beside Ming Ai, there is an old man in his 60s named Bai Baifeng, and a teenage boy named Yin Yin. It's them. It's really them, Aili said. That's not right. You? How do you know the writing of the people on Earth? You are not Princess Hopu. Who are you? Anyway, it was no big deal to reveal her identity at this time. Lung Yen simply said, yes, I am not a princess of Magnolia Officinalis. The so-called Magnolia Officinalis civilization does not exist at all. Are you from Earth? You are Lung Yen. Lung Yen felt that there was nothing to hide. So she said, Aili, I'm very happy to know that it's you. I don't care what kind of prejudice you have against me. I'm going to tell you two things now, and I don't care whether you believe it or not. I have to tell you because you have the right to know. First, the Wanderer is currently in Shangxingbi controlled by the Holy Light Man, as well as Brother Feng. Aili and Yin Yin are all hibernating, and Aili's wife and his father-in-law and mother-in-law have all joined the hibernation. And I checked specifically and found that none of them were infected with any virus, so their hibernation was actually to wait for me. I'm sorry I thought so, but maybe they were also waiting for you. Because after you disappeared, Aili was looking for you everywhere, but couldn't find you. Later, he was taken to Luanqing by a mysterious force. He hid a video in Luanqing. Later, I traveled to Luanqing and found this video. Then he told her about this past incident. Finally, he said, what I want to tell you is that Lungli, also known as Kathy Say, knows this. It was she who saw that you had the qualifications to become a blood blade. So she parasitized the blood blade on you and transformed you. Take the Wanderers away and lie to you that I destroyed the Wanderers. Don't even think about it. I love Brother Feng so much. Will I destroy the Wanderers with my own hands? Although Xiao Ai is not my biological child. He has grown up with me since he was a child. I love him so much and dote on him. I will not let him go and destroy the Wanderers. Not to mention our little grandson Dian. So Ai Li, you should use your mind to think of this. The reason why I am telling you this is not to ask you to oppose Leng Li. Because you have been stamped with ideological stamps. And there is no way you can resist her. And the purpose of me telling you this is to let you understand that the Wanderers are still there. Xiao Ai and the others are still hibernating. And one day, you can see them again. And the most important thing is, I didn't destroy the Rangers. Please don't hate me. Okay? You can tell Leng Li everything about your encounter with me today and discuss the following countermeasures with her. But I advise you not to say it, because she may not care about the survival of the Wanderer. Okay. After talking to you so much, it's time for me to leave. You can report everything about your encounter with me to the Holy Light, because I believe that the Holy Light, including Yu Kuei-yin, will not be able to catch me. Goodbye. Ai Li, take care of yourself. After Leng Yan said that, she turned around and was about to leave. Ai Li stopped her and said, Wait a minute. Leng Yan, I want to ask you something. If you can see Xiao Ai one day, tell him how much I love him. Needless to say, he knows. He has often told me about it before. And he loves you very much. Of course, I will convey it to you if I have the chance. Accelerating instantly, the 720S flew away from the light trace star. Chapter 781 Leng Yan has plans to form an alliance with the Demon Sword. Since her identity was exposed, there was no need to hide anything. Leng Yan immediately flew away from the light trace star at the top speed of 720S. She saw several soul waves chasing after them. But she ignored them, and did not slow down at all. Those soul waves are all around 300S. And they are probably the soul masters of the Holy Light people. Compared to the 300S, the 720S disappears in an instant, and is impossible to catch. In order not to arouse suspicion, Leng Yan did not fly directly in the direction of X, but flew in a vertical direction. She planned to fly for a day first, since she had plenty of time anyway. Even if the Holy Light couldn't catch up with her, she couldn't be careless. After flying in a vertical direction for 6 hours, she immediately changed course and continued flying in the other direction for another 6 hours. After many lane changes, and after 24 hours of aimless flying, it finally returned to the normal track and flew in the intended direction. X is Xuewu's stronghold. But the location of X is not fixed, but is constantly changing in order to prevent it from being found by the enemy. However, Leng Yan had already planned where to meet within the specified time before setting off, so there was no need to worry about getting lost. Finally embarking on the 178-day journey home slowly, Leng Yan let herself think about nothing for the first time, and just flew for 30 days. Soul waves are a type of tachyon particles, and do not need to be replenished with energy. The weak energy absorption along the way can ensure that they continue to fly. No need to eat. No need to sleep. In short, no need for anything, as long as her body has resources and energy intake. As for her body, the 150-kilometer-long Xuanwu-level cosmic giantess, more than 100 million soldier insects maintain her 24 hours a day, replenishing energy and resources, and ecological recycling at any time. So she doesn't have to worry about all this. To make a long story short, 178 days of flying time is equivalent to half a year. During the first 30 days of flying time, she didn't think about anything. After flying for 30 days, she began to think about the next step and how to deal with the Holy Light. At the current level of Blood Dance, it can be said that it is extremely difficult to agree to the Holy Light, not to mention whether it can be defeated. The distance of 350 light-years alone will take at least 700 years at the speed of quantum flying insects. Time to arrive. Therefore, this battle will be a hopeless battle. But Leng Yan is determined. Whether she waits for 700 years or 7,000 years for this battle, she must fight. Holy Light. This level 1.75 super civilization. Leng Yan vows to destroy it. But she still couldn't think of a good way to eliminate it. Did she have to spend the next 700 years thinking about it slowly? In case the skill, called technology by human race and machine civilization, has been unable to break through, let alone 700 years, even 10,000 years, she is no match for the Holy Light. Not to mention the future ultimate boss Eternity. I really couldn't think of a way to do it. So I just flew for 178 days, and was about to arrive at the stronghold. Just when I was about to reach the stronghold X, Leng Yan suddenly had an idea and thought to myself, how about this? Then he walked to the stronghold and entered the main body. The cosmic giantess 150 kilometers away woke up in space. A large group of soldiers and insects flew away from her body. She stretched her limbs in space and felt sore all over. It's no wonder that she hasn't used this body for a whole year. She broke free of the insect membrane that covered her whole body. Fang Yan saw endless swarms of insects wandering around her. Yin Ling and others quickly came online and asked about her situation. Leng Yan said, "It's a long story, but if I go to hurt the star, I really didn't run in vain." Then he briefly described Shang Xing's experience and asked for their opinions. Yin Ling asked, "Sister, are you going to eat the holy light?" "Yin Ling, you are indeed my smartest vassal queen. You can see through my mind." "Sister, you are flattered. But sister, this holy light is too powerful. It is no better than the high SH.L people of the past. The high SH.L people can also penetrate by stimulating wormholes. But this holy light has space solidification technology, and we cannot penetrate it." Leng Yan asked several other people, but they all said they had nothing to do. Seeing that no one had a good plan, Leng Yan said, "I finally thought of a way, but I can't make up my mind now, so I need you to help me refer to it." Yin Ling asked, "Sister, can we have any secrets?" "I don't have any secrets, but I thought of the magic sword." "Magic sword? That machine civilization." "But eldest sister, they don't even know wormhole technology now, although they are faster than us. But without wormhole technology, they are useless. How can we rely on it? Don't forget, Ai Li gave me a treasure, the heart of the machine. It is also relying on this heart of the machine that we have mastered the skills to activate wormholes. Do you want to hand over the heart of the machine to the magic sword?" Yin Ling asked. "Yes, I have this idea," Leng Yan said. "And this machine heart originally belongs to the magic sword. In fact, there are 3 machine hearts in total, namely, the heart of memory, the heart of technology, and the heart of shuttle. The first 2 were both stopped by the magic sword, but the shuttle heart was destroyed together with the moon 100 suns when the earth was destroyed. They said it was destroyed, but they didn't know that the SH.L material of the shuttle heart was very strong, and it was not burned by the red giant sun, and was eventually left in the solar system. Later, Xuewu came to the solar system from Nanmen Air and was picked up by Ai Li, who was still very young at the time. On the eve of the Wanderer's disappearance, Ai Li handed over the shuttle heart to Leng Yan. Including Leng Yan, Xuewu didn't know that there were 3 machine hearts. This was the shuttle heart and the most important one among the 3 machine hearts, so he only knew to call it the machine heart. It was under Ai Li's disdainful research that he came up with the technology to activate wormholes, and then taught it to Leng Yan, who also understood it. However, more advanced jump wormholes have been unable to be developed. That's why Yin Ling was worried next. "Sister, although the current level of this magic sword is not as good as ours, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not surpass us in the future. Not to mention that you have to hand over the heart of the machine to it. If Imogen develops a jump wormhole, he will be much higher than us and can completely defeat us. But if we don't do something, how can we have a way out?" Leng Yan asked. "We have never encountered a strong enemy before, and we can roam freely in this universe. But we have encountered enemies that are more powerful than us, and we need to find an ally. The magic sword comes from the Earth civilization just like me. After so many years of investigation, I think Lu Yi is worthy of trust." Chapter 782 The Return of the Magic Sword. Leng Yan plans to seek cooperation from the Demon Sword. The most important point in her consideration is that the heart of the machine, the shuttle heart, originally belonged to the Demon Sword and was returned to the Demon Sword. Perhaps the Demon Sword can use it to develop jump through the wormhole. With the jump wormhole, it will be much easier to deal with the holy light. There is also a psychological reason for choosing to cooperate with Demon Sword, and that is that Leng Yan, the leader of Blood Dance, and Lu Yi, the leader of Demon Sword, were both from Earth. Not only people from Earth, but also Chinese people. Since you have chosen to cooperate, there will be a trust problem. How to make the other party trust you. Several Blood Blades each have their own ideas. Some think it is feasible, while others are cautious. Leng Yan finally consulted Yin Ling, because only Yin Ling was the most intelligent Blood Blade in Xuewu. Yin Ling also thought about it for a while and said, "Sister, in fact, I have been secretly observing the magic sword over the years. I also think Lu Yi is more reliable. But if he masters the jump wormhole technology, his power will make a qualitative leap. And I'm just worried that he will be disadvantageous to us then. Although Ling Yan is very optimistic about Lu Yi, it is unrealistic to say that she is not wary at all. So after some discussion with everyone, we decided to observe for a while. And during this period of observation, whether one or two blood blade types can be developed inside the magic sword. Under the command of Demon Sword, there is an interstellar fortress, which is home to many humans, including yellow people, white people, and black people. She can develop a bloody blade from each of their white people and black people. As for Luo Xiaoxue, although she has been parasitized, she is a yellow person like herself and cannot be imprinted with thoughts. Only by being imprinted with thoughts can it be possible to be absolutely loyal to oneself, to obey oneself absolutely, and to obey one's orders absolutely. So Leng Yan wants to develop her own power inside the magic sword. Fang Zheng has arranged a large number of quantum flying insects inside the magic sword. Once a suitable host is found, she will use blood blade parasitism. However, the ideal is full, but the reality is skinny. The conditions for the host are very harsh. Within the magic sword, it is difficult to find a more suitable host than Luo Xiaoxue, so it has been unable to find a second host. This matter kept dragging on, and more than 100 years passed. In the blink of an eye, it came to AD 2741, which is 262. For 35 of the insect calendar. Let's not talk about what happened this year. Let's talk about what she has experienced in the past 100 years or so. First of all, what is the first thing Leng Yan Soul Wave should do after returning from the hurt star and the light trace star? In order to detect the wounded star 350 light-years away, Leng Yan has been purified to the Xuanwu level, and the Xuanwu level blood blade, in addition to the relatively long detection time of the soul wave, is very inconvenient in all other aspects. So she needs to shrink down. The first step is to downgrade to the Azure Dragon class. The purification time for Xuanwu level is 1 year, and for Qinglong level is 3 months. When upgrading from Qinglong level to Xuanwu level, the purification time is based on the Xuanwu level reference, so it is 1 year. However, when downgrading from Xuanwu level to Qinglong level, one still has to refer to Xuanwu level, so it still takes 1 year to purify. In this way, Leng Yan began to purify after a year's rest, and after 1 year of purification, she was downgraded to the Qinglong level. Since the downgrade from Xuanwu class to Qinglong class is equivalent to reducing the distance from 250 kilometers to 1 kilometer, it is necessary to cut off a large lump of insect meat. These insect meat resources reduced due to shrinkage will be collected by soldier insects. Go and use it somewhere else. After being successfully downgraded to the Azure Dragon class, Leng Yan's height suddenly shrunk from the original 250 kilometers to 1 kilometer. But she was still a huge presence. So after 3 months of rest, she began another 3-month purification and downgrade, and was once again downgraded to the Suzaku level. After being successfully downgraded to the Suzaku level, he took a month's rest, and then went through a month of purification before finally being downgraded to the lowest level, the White Tiger level. Leng Yan, who had returned to the White Tiger level, also returned to her starting height, 1.6 meters. Therefore, it takes 2 years and 8 months to downgrade from Xuanwu level to White Tiger level. For the next 100 years, Blood Dance has been following the policy of keeping moving, hiding itself, vigorously exploiting resources, developing blood blades, staying vigilant, and releasing quantum insects everywhere without slacking off. In this way, Xuewu spent more than 100 years in a cautious manner, and finally arrived in 2741. The Hope Interstellar Fortress of the Second Army of the Demon Sword Civilization. The Cryogenics Department of the Central Hospital. Demon Sword. The first case of hibernating man treatment in human society has begun. A group of expert doctors and nurses gathered in front of the hibernation warehouse. The so-called hibernation chamber is actually a transparent low-temperature hibernation cabinet. The hibernator lies inside. 2 nurses operate the hibernation chamber and push biological agents into the veins of Luo Xiaoxue, who is still sleeping. After the injection is completed, prepare to turn on the wake-up mechanism. A nurse worked on it and pressed her finger towards the confirmation button of the device. However, just when her finger was about to press the confirmation button, she had not yet reached it. There was a loud boom, and the entire hibernation experiment collapsed instantly. Dust and mist fragments flew around. Electric current flickered, and people screamed. It was dark, And the explosion happened so suddenly that no one noticed it. Leng Yan and others, who were observing remotely, were startled. And they and others couldn't help but exclaimed, hoping that nothing would happen to Luo Xiaoxue. The scene was chaotic. Luo Xiaoxue's mother Huayu cried, Xiaoxue! Xiaoxue! The darkness only lasted for a second, and the lighting was restored in the laboratory. A large piece of the beam collapsed, and one of the beams happened to press on Luo Xiaoxue's hibernation cabin, deforming the cabin. They didn't know that when Luo Xiaoxue, as the host, woke up, the last step of the parasitism process was completed. And the parasitism process was finally completed at this time. What happened next has been described before, chapter 304. Finally, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Luo Xiaoxue finally woke up from a violent cough. In the simulated command cabin of the flagship of the 2nd Demon Sword Legion, the Archangel-class battleship Tianji, Blood Blade Queen Luo Xiaoxue faced Liu Yi's simulation and said, This is the story of the blood dance of the Zerg civilization and its great queen Leng Yan, which lasted for more than 700 years. It is really not easy, Liu asked. After you left the Demon Sword, did you go to blood dance? That's right, Luo Xiaoxue said. I am now under the command of Xue Wu, and Her Majesty the Queen asked me to give this to you. After that, he took out something like a rugby ball. The shuttle heart? Liu asked in surprise. Yes, Luo Xiaoxue said. The Queen wants to form an alliance with you. To show her sincerity, let me give this to you. Chapter 783 Demonic Sword Battlefield. The main line of Sword Angel is back online. The link between Blood Dance and the Demon Sword is Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue is the 21st Blood Blade of Blood Dance civilization, and the only Blood Blade so far that has not been imprinted with thoughts. Luo Xiaoxue was put into hibernation due to illness, and Zicheng was put into hibernation together. During the hibernation process, Leng Yan remotely controlled him to implement low-temperature parasitism. After hibernating for more than 300 years, he was awakened. He was 7 years old when he awakened. He was now parasitized. And the parasite was Minato, who was downgraded to purple and orange. Minato turned out to be a basalt beast of the Dan Zerg tribe. Later, he lost contact with Queen Dan's and evolved into a basalt locust with a probability of 1 in 2 billion. Minato has been following the Demon Swords Legion, starting from the first generation Cheng Xiaoqing, and several generations later, following Luo Xiaoxue, and finally successfully parasitized Luo Xiaoxue. After Luo Xiaoxue woke up from hibernation, her Zerg characteristics were not immediately revealed. Instead, it was slowly revealed after 11 years, when she was 18 years old. Chapter 304 Chapter 314. But when Luo Xiaoxue was 18 years old, outside of the Demon Sword, a big event happened here in Xuewu. On this day, Leng Yan and several of her subordinates were observing the magic sword remotely. And suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Silverling, Leng Yan said. What's wrong? Eldest sister? Yinling asked. Leng Yan asked. Which of you has released quantum flying insects against the 2nd Demon Sword Legion? A total of 7 Blood Blade Demon Sword 2nd Legion released quantum flying insects. Yinling also discovered the problem and said in surprise. Why are there 8 kinds of quantum flying insects? Who else is there? I asked again, but no one answered. Leng Yan cursed. Damn it! The magic sword is in danger. Prepare to build a wormhole. Prepare to send a swarm of insects to support. Preparing to activate wormhole. The fact that the 8th type of quantum flying insect was discovered, and it was not Xuewu's, meant that another Zerg appeared within the Demon Sword star field. It is impossible for Luo Xiaoxue. Although she has been parasitized by the Blood Blade, she has not shown it yet. And over the years, the only Zerg other than Xue Wu that Leng Yan had come into contact with was Leng Li's Kuei-yin. Then it is very likely that it is Leng Li. The universe is so big, you can meet her everywhere. In other words, how did she break away from the holy light in these more than 100 years? But now is not the time to study this problem. But how to protect the magic sword? Yinling remained calm and said, Sister, we can't continue to open the wormhole and send troops there now. We don't know where Leng Li is yet. Only when her wormhole opens, we can send flying insects there, so that find her location. And at the same time we must be careful not to be exposed. What should we do? Leng Yan asked. C25. Yinling called up the starry sky map, pointed to a point and said, Here we have a locust swarm, and there are more than a dozen misty lands, all of which have our scattered locust swarms. We can let the locust swarms in the past. Our bloody blade should not pass by, as that would easily expose the target. Leng Yan understands what she means, since we can follow the other party's wormhole to find the other party's location. By the same token, the other party can also follow our wormhole to find our location. For so many years, Leng Yan has scattered all the insect swarms in the Misty Land in order to hide herself. Hearing what Yinling said, he nodded and said, "Yes, what you said makes sense. Just do what you say," Yinling added. "And we can't send too many units. If there are too many units, no matter how well we hide them, we can't guarantee that there will be no omissions." Leng Yan nodded. Yinling added, "And the demon sword also has its own troops. If we go there too much, we might end up with the demon sword. So what? Just wait and see what happens. And stay the same to cope with the changes. We will do whatever she does." "Okay, I'll do as you say." On the other side, in the demon sword civilization, the human soldier Luo Xiaoxue and her boyfriend Qiu Yuran were piloting battle armor and conducting routine flight training around the Angel-class battleship Wasp No. 423. Chapter 308. More than 10,000 kilometers away from the Wasp 423 battleship, a huge wormhole with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers suddenly appeared. Countless soldiers flew out of it and attacked the Wasp 423 battleship. F***CK! Leng Yan yelled. "She's really doing it. Yinling, hurry up and provide support." "Yes, eldest sister," Yinling agreed. "Open the wormhole at the corresponding location and set a large number of soldiers and insects into the battlefield," Leng Yan ordered. "Send quantum flying insects to the enemy's wormhole and enter from the gravitational surface." "Yes, eldest sister." On the demon sword battlefield, Qiu Yuran's armor was hit by an enemy insect and his life was in danger. At this critical moment, Luo Xiaoxue suddenly understood the Blood Blade, became the Blood Blade Queen, and saved Qiu Yuran. At this time, Xiu Wu opened the wormhole, sent a large number of soldiers and insects to support the magic sword, and handed over all the soldiers and insects sent there to Luo Xiaoxue's command. Chapter 309. Luo Xiaoxue led Xue Wu's insect swarm and rushed to start a fierce battle with the invasion. On Xue Wu's side, quantum flying insects were sent to rush towards the enemy's wormhole. The quantum flying insect was very fast and passed through the enemy's wormhole in an instant and came to another world. According to observations, it was known that the other end of the wormhole was the Gallian Galaxy. At this moment, the sailing star is about 150 light-years away from the cold stronghold of X. A large number of insect swarms have gathered here, and the situation was quickly ascertained. It turned out to be the cold and beautiful insect civilization Kuain. Now that quantum flying insects have passed by, prepare to drop wormholes and send troops there in order to destroy Lengli. "Prepare to build a wormhole to the sailing star," Leng Yan ordered, and he was about to attack the sailing star in a large scale and eliminate Lengli. But then she discovered that the Gallian Galaxy had space to solidify, and she couldn't help but cursed. Yinling asked, "Do you want to go through their wormhole?" Leng Yan replied, "No. Be careful. It's a trap. Let's wait until the matter here at the Demon Sword is resolved." At the same time, he connected with Luo Xiaoxue and got in touch quickly. Online, Luo Xiaoxue sent a stream of consciousness. "I am Luo Xiaoxue, and Mananu and I have merged. So Luo Xiaoxue is Mananu, and Mananu is Luo Xiaoxue," Leng Yuan said. "Stop talking nonsense. I have soldiers approaching you now. I will release the authority to you. You can command these soldiers to fight against Queen Cathy's insects." "Queen Cathy?" Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. "My enemy was merged with the Omai Demon Queen, and I am Minanu's mother body, Queen Dan's, but my current name is Leng Yan." Luo Xiaoxue accepted her order and took over the large number of soldiers and insects she sent over, and launched a fierce battle with the Kuain insect swarm. Everyone knows what happened next, but there are more discoveries on Xue Wu's side. Chapter 784. Welcome to the Blood Dance Civilization. However, Lengli sent not many soldiers and insect units, so Leng Yan did not plan to send more units to suppress them. Her original intention was to help the Demon Sword get out of the crisis without exposing herself. After connecting with Luo Xiaoxue, he gave her command of all the insect units sent there, and then sent part of the troops to chase the launch end of the wormhole opened by Lengli. However, it was discovered that it was the sailing star, 150 light-years away from X. After more than 100 years of movement, X had reached a place 320 light-years away from Wanqing. Leng Yan knew that Lengli was now under the command of the Holy Light. It was unclear how she got rid of the control of the holy light. Therefore, in order to preserve her own strength and hide herself, she did not dare to go out with all her troops and just sent a swarm of locusts there. Then when I was about to build a wormhole to go through, I found that the space in the sailboat system was solidified, and I couldn't build a wormhole. Only a small number of soldier insect units and some quantum flying insects flew through the Kuwain wormhole. When these small number of soldier insect units and quantum flying insects arrived at the sailing ship system, they discovered that there were a large number of sunflower insect swarms in the sailing ship system, shuttled through an impulse that had been constructed. I don't know where they are going to be sent. And at this time, Kuwain had almost completed the teleportation. Leng Yan remotely commanded the flying units to speed up, hoping to take the opportunity to pass through their wormholes and reach the place where they were about to teleport. However, it was discovered that it was very far away from Kuwain's stronghold. When Shui Wu's unit arrived, all the wormholes in Kuwain's sailing system had been closed, and everything that should be evacuated had been evacuated. This puzzled Leng Yan. From this incident, a general clue can be drawn. The cold and beautiful Zerg Kuwain has a stronghold in the sailing system. As for why this stronghold is 150 light-years away from X, 260 light-years away from the Demon Sword Star territory, and 120 light-years away from the Wounding Star, it is currently impossible to investigate. I don't know if Leng Li got rid of the control of the Holy Light, or if it was for some other reason. Second, the sailing ship system has space to solidify, which means that Shuizi cannot launch a wormhole through it. But it does not affect her ability to build her own wormhole. Third, Leng Li wanted to invade the Demon Sword, so she adopted the method of activating the wormhole. This first of all showed that she had already sent quantum flying insects to investigate the Demon Sword. For so many years, Leng Yan didn't notice it. For this, Leng Yan also felt deeply guilty, and made up her mind to remove all the quantum flying insects from Leng Li inside the magic sword as soon as possible. However, Leng Li's method of activating the wormhole made the wormhole a long way from her home nest. This distance was at least 10 Australian dollars. Why is that? The analysis of Leng Yan, Im Ling and others is that it is convenient to evacuate, because no matter what form the wormhole is, it has two sides. That is, one end can be shuttled to the other end, and the same other end can also be shuttled through the same wormhole. Therefore, in order to prevent enemies from traveling through the wormhole, Leng Li placed the transmitter of the wormhole far away from its home base. She set this distance to 10 Australian dollars, or 1.5 billion kilometers, which is equivalent to the distance from the Earth to 10 times the distance from the Sun. This is why when Leng Li retreated, Leng Yan's unit passed by, but did not catch up. Fourth, Leng Li launched a surprise attack on the Demon Sword. Why did she have to evacuate immediately? This is unreasonable and unjustifiable. And the only possibility is that the Holy Light is in crisis, and Leng Li must go to support it. Why is it said that the Holy Light is in crisis? There is a reason for this. First of all, in the sailing system, Leng Yan discovered that there were at least 30 basic groups, which happened to be Leng Li's comprehensive military strength more than 100 years ago, judging from the rhythm of Holy Light's control of Kuwain. Although more than 100 years had passed, Leng Li's Kuwain will not develop. So the first conclusion drawn is that all of Leng Li's forces are in the sailing ship department. Why did the Holy Light let all Leng Li's troops break away from the Alliance and assemble here? Could it be said that Leng Li really got rid of the control of Holy Light? The answer is no. Otherwise Leng Li would not have withdrawn immediately after launching the attack on the magic sword. The purpose of withdrawing is to support the crisis that Holy Light may encounter. Therefore, although Leng Li gathered all her troops in the sailing ship department, she was still controlled by the Holy Light. The most reasonable explanation for the crisis encountered by the Holy Light is that it has encountered a very powerful enemy. This enemy may be stronger than the Holy Light, or it may be on the same level as the Holy Light. It needs Leng Li, whom it does not trust, to go support. So what power is more powerful than the Holy Light? Or is it on par? Is it eternity? Leng Yan thought it was impossible, because no matter how powerful the Holy Light was, it would definitely be crushed in front of eternity. If eternity discovered the Holy Light and decided to destroy it, Leng Li would not be allowed to support it, and the Holy Light would be dead. Therefore, this unknown enemy of Holy Light is also a super civilization, and Karl's level may also be around 1.75. In this case, both Blood Dance and the demonic sword are safe for the time being. But she had to be on guard, and Leng Yan decided to keep all the insect swarms and strongholds in Blood Dance moving. At the same time, make every effort to eliminate the third-party quantum flying insects inside the magic sword. However, at the demonic sword battlefield, Luo Xiaoxue led the blood dancer swarm, struggling to chase down the remnants of the Kuein insect swarm. Suddenly, all the Kuein insect swarm lost power and stayed in place, preventing anything from happening again. If you are attacked, you will only fly away to dodge accordingly. This is the enemy's rhythm of losing control. Leng Yan doesn't know why, but the Kuein quantum flying insect children remaining on the battlefield, logically speaking, Leng Li can still remotely control the insect swarm that belongs to her. But obviously she does not. Either the enemies encountered by Holy Light were very powerful, which made Leng Li have no time to take care of the few units on the magic sword battlefield. But she said that Luo Xiaoxue was trying her best to kill the remnants of the Kuein insect swarm, and Leng Yan connected with her. "Hello, Luo Xiaoxue," Leng Yan said. "Hello," Luo Xiaoxue replied. "Are you the Coal Queen who was parasitized by Dans?" "Yes, it's me, dear Queen," Luo Xiaoxue said. "Minano's memory has been fused by me, so I know everything about her. And I also know that your parasite is her mother. So, my queen, I will be your most loyal subordinate, and I will always be loyal to you." "Xiaoxue, you can actually say that. I am very happy. Blood Dance welcomes you." "Blood Dance?" "Yes, my civilization. The Zerg civilization. So, I am really a Zerg now?" "Yes, Xiaoxue. From this moment on, you are a Zerg, or you are no longer." "I understand. I am no longer human." Chapter 785 The Demon Sword is online. "Thank you for saving Brother Iran," Luo Xiaoxue said. "I know that I am already a Zerg, and he will no longer belong to me. So, my dear queen, please allow me to stay with him for a while longer?" "No problem at all. Elementary school," Leng Yan said. "Shuewu welcomes you at any time." 3 months later, Luo Xiaoxue bid farewell to her lover Qiu Yiran, who was still in a coma, and entrusted him to her former love rival Cui Anna. After bidding farewell to his parents Roger and Hua Yu, he put on his spacesuit and prepared to walk out of the airlock of the interstellar fortress. Louis came in via the line. "Xiaoxue, Your Excellency Archangel," Luo Xiaoxue said. "Leng Yan has given me a lot of help, so I have to go find her." "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Archangel." "It's okay," Louis said. "Wherever you go, don't forget that you were once the owner of my magic sword." "Yes, Your Excellency Archangel," Luo Xiaoxue said. "When I go to Blood Dance, I must find Leng Yan and get the wormhole technology." Louis said. "If you want the best, Leng Yan really doesn't give it. After all, Blood Dance and Demon Sword are not the same civilization, and the possibility of not giving is greater. So Louis doesn't have much hope." Luo Xiaoxue said. "Yes, but I will try my best." The air in the airlock was exhausted, and the outer hatch was opened. Luo Xiaoxue stood in front of the hatch, and a soldier insect flew over. Xiaoxue rode the Iron Beetle and waved goodbye to her parents, who came to see her off through the porthole. Then the pilot of the Iron Beetle left the outer port and flew towards the Fire Phoenix. Xiao ran not far away. Under her suggestion, from now on, the high-level soldiers of Shuowu will be called Fire Phoenix. And Xiaored is a high-level soldier insect given to her by Leng Yan in this incident. No, it is a Fire Phoenix, leading more than 1,000 junior soldier insects away from the magic sword. Xiaoxue turned around and looked at the endless army of magic swords in space, bid farewell with tears, entered the wormhole not far away, and came to X-Land, where Blood Dance stronghold. When Xiaoxue came to Blood Dance, she was shocked to see the scale of Blood Dance. Leng Yan introduced all the Blood Blade sisters to her. From this, Xiaoxue became the 21st Blood Blade of Blood Dance, the 20th Feudal Queen, and the first Blood Blade without the imprint of thoughts. Because of Xiaoxue's arrival, at her suggestion, the senior soldier bug was renamed Fire Phoenix, and the queen was renamed Queen. The only queen of Blood Dance is Leng Yan, and all the other Blood Blades are queens, because there was no ideological imprint. Xiaoxue felt very awkward and said to Leng Yan, "Your Majesty, please give me an ideological imprint. I am very sad if there is no imprint." Leng Yan smiled and said, "Without the imprint, you are still my minister. As the saying goes, don't trust people who are suspicious, but don't trust people when you employ them. I can trust you." Xiaoxue also said, "I was parasitized by Minano, and Minano was originally a subordinate unit of Dan's. So your queen, Please believe me. I am absolutely loyal to Blood Dance. Leng Yan also made a long-term secret investigation of Xiaoxue, and felt that her character was pretty good and trustworthy. So she did not doubt her. Facts also proved that Xiaoxue was indeed very loyal in Leng Yan. But Leng Yan is not in a hurry to get the machine heart now. She feels that the magic sword still has room to grow, and only after it is truly tempered can she safely hand it over to him. Moreover, she is very cautious about the magic sword. There is another very important reason. That is, she wants to develop 2 bloody blades inside the magic sword. One white and one black. She was afraid that once she gave the heart of the machine to the demon sword, the demon sword would turn against her. In that case, it would be very difficult for her to develop the blood blade of the demon sword. But as mentioned before, the development of blood blade is very difficult, and not 10 people have the possibility to become blood blade. There are many butterfly people who have the qualifications for a bloody blade, but it is very rare for humans. So after waiting for another 30 years, we finally waited for 2 hosts with blood blades inside the magic sword. One was White Marika, and the other was Black Daisy. During these 30 years, Xiaoxue also developed his own power, 10 basic groups, including a blood blade swarm and 9 locust swarms, with a total of 1 billion units. In this way, Blood Dance has 21 blood blades, 210 basic groups, and a total of 21 billion basic unit combat power. In the past 30 years, Leng Yan had conducted multiple investigations on the sailboat department and the Alliance's home base, Wound Star, only to find that they had all disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never been in this universe. For 30 years, there was no news about them. But it was said that both Marika and Daisy were seriously ill, and were living in the Hope Star Castle Central Hospital. Leng Yan sent Xiaoxue to the demon sword, firstly to hand over the heart of the machine to Louis, and secondly to bring Marika and Daisy back to Blood Dance. The demon sword had just ended the shockwave battle. Xiaoxue drove a fire phoenix, and only led 10,000 junior soldier insects, opened a wormhole, and came to the star field where the demon sword was. In the simulated human environment command cabin of the 2nd Legion's flagship Tianji, Lu Yi's simulated robot faced Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue swayed the red wine in the glass and said, "Your Excellency Archangel, your wine is very good. I like it very much. So far, I have told you everything I know, and it is all true." Lu Yi was very excited. But he was a machine now. His emotions could not be expressed. But his data memory was very active. It seems ordinary, but it is shocking inside. "You mean, my previous life was indeed Ouyang Chun?" Louis asked. Although Xiaoxue is a Zerg, she still has the appearance of a human being. She smiled and said, "I don't know either. Everything I told you is the information detected by Blood Dance. And this information is all true. And there is no trace of deception. You? No. 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 Xiaoxue, I completely believe it without any doubt," Louis said. "I understand. I was indeed Ouyang Chuanxin during my lifetime. It turns out that my name is Ouyang Chun. Yu Xiaoxin is my mother, and my father is Ouyang Zheng. Yu Bin is my grandfather, and Queen An is my grandmother." "Oh my god! This is incredible! But it's all true. I finally solved the mystery of my life experience." "Giada?" "Sir, I'm here." Giada's message stream came over. "What do you want from me?" In order to let Xiaoxue hear it, Louis did not use the information flow, but said directly with voice, "What Xiaoxue said is true. And you have always known the truth. But you have always hidden it from me. Right?" "No, Your Excellency," Giada said. "I do not deny the authenticity of what Xiaoxue said. But I do not know what she said. Your Excellency, it has been 600 years, and you still don't believe it." Me? Chapter 786 The Heart of Shuttle. Only at this moment did Louis truly learn his true identity. His real name was not Louis, or that was not his name during his lifetime. The name Louis was just because the digital world number he was in was 6E, and he was named after the agreement. And it was Giada who named him. His real name is Ouyang Chun, born in 2054 and died in 2089. His father, Ouyang Ben, was an overseas Chinese and a painter. Mother Yu Xiaoxin, the commander-in-chief of the Wanderer Project. Grandfather Yu Bin, the first commander-in-chief of the New Gaia civilization. Maternal grandmother Princess An, a Lit Star, and the Blood Blade Queen of the Tester Zerd tribe. As for his wife and children during his lifetime, no information could be found. But even if it could be found, it has been so many years, and he is long gone. Moreover, Louis had not retained any memories of his life. He could not even remember himself. So how could he remember his family? As for the parents assigned to them by the system in the virtual world, although the total contact time is not much, they still have some affection for you. Parents in the virtual world are not arranged by Giada, but randomly generated by the system. So in general, Giada can still be trusted. But Louis increasingly doubts that she is an eternal person. No. To be precise, Giada was an eternal person during her lifetime. In order to complete Feng Yu's plan, she committed suicide and then extracted herself. The conscious body is uploaded to the computer host. But this is just his guess, and it is unlikely. But it was said that Xiaoxue had solved the mystery of his life experience. Louis said, "Thank you, Xiaoxue, for letting me know my true life experience. I have always doubted it, and now you have told me the real answer. It seems like this. It seems that the Archangel is planning to go to Kepler-47? Xiaoxue asked with a smile. Since Kepler-47, it is now known as the Yin-Yellow Twin Galaxy. Louis sighed and said, "It's too far away. For 1,900 light-years. My current maximum speed is 2.4x, and it will take more than 200,000 years to reach it. Then what if we have it?" Xiaoxue smiled and took out an object. A football-shaped alloy object. "Heart of the machine?" Louis asked in shock. In fact, he is a machine and has no expression. The unit can get used to communicating with Luo Xiaoxue, and specially allows the simulation robot he is connected to express his expression. "That's right. The heart of the machine," Xiaoxue said. "It's what Ming AI discovered in the solar system. It's because of this gadget that Shuaiwu mastered the symmetrical wormhole and the excited wormhole one after another. We also know that it contains more advanced jump wormhole technology. But we can't develop it anyway. So what?" Xiaoxue said as she stretched out her palm, held the heart of the machine in her palm, handed it to Louis, and said, "Leave it to you. Maybe you can develop it." "Give it to me?" Louis asked doubtfully. He took the machine heart, scanned it with a laser, and said after a moment, "This is the shuttle heart. It is indeed the shuttle heart. More than 500 years ago, I escaped from the solar system. At that time, I thought it was destroyed along with the moon. No," Xiaoxue said. "It was made of special materials and has been preserved. Her Majesty the Queen said that this thing originally belonged to your magic sword. So now it has returned to its original owner. But is Lung Yin so willing to give me such an important thing?" "Of course," Xiaoxue said. "Because we have the same mother civilization, the Earth civilization. Because we have the same enemy, eternity. The heart of the shuttle originally belonged to the magic sword. It has made our blood dance so much stronger. Now it is time to give it back to you. And the technology that our blood dance can't understand. Maybe your magic sword can do it." Louis looked at the shuttle heart and said, "I'm not completely sure. There are 3 machine hearts in total. One is the memory heart, which records the scientific and technological achievements of the people on Earth. It is not of much help to the magic sword. We also have a machine heart, which is the heart of technology, which is the technology of eternal people. But so far, I have not developed 1/10,000th of it. And this heart of shuttle is quite annoying." Xiaoxue said, "Your Majesty Archangel. Then this is your problem. I, Xiaowu, can't help. I just hope you can develop the machine heart as soon as possible." "Good," Xiaoxue said. "Her Majesty the Queen sent me here. In addition to telling you what happened in the past and calling you the shuttle heart, there are 2 other things. One is to form an alliance, and the other is to borrow 2 people from you." "Borrow 2 people?" Louis asked doubtfully. "Yes," Xiaoxue said. "One is named Marika, and the other is Daisy. They are both 18 years old. They are both hospitalized in the Central Hospital of the Star Castle of Hope." "Oh, let me take a look," Louis said, and began to search according to the information provided by Xiaoxue. He soon had the answer, and retrieved the information of these 2 people, and displayed it in front of Xiaoxue. "I took a look," Louis said. "Both of these 2 are terminally ill. The current medical technology of my magic sword cannot cure them. Their families have already planned to hibernate them. You can choose to be parasitic," Xiaoxue said. "Becoming the Blood Blade Queen will give you a lifespan of 10,000 years. "Oh, so that's the case? Then I understand. But as far as I know, there are several terminally ill people in the Central Hospital. Why did you choose her too?" Xiaoxue said. "The host's maturity conditions are very complicated. In short, among all the patients, She is the only one who meets the requirements. Moreover, over the years, only she has met the conditions. It turns out that Xuewu has been secretly observing my magic sword for many years. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Archangel. That's it. Not bad, Louis said. Xuewu trusts me so much and doesn't hide anything. She is a trustworthy ally. I am willing to form an alliance with her and share my technology. Thank you, Lord Archangel. However, the two people you want must give their consent. If they are unwilling, even I cannot force it. I understand, Xiaoxiu said. I understand the rules of the magic sword. I will convince them. So when do you plan to leave? The sooner the better. I want to go now. So, Archangel, can I move around in your star fort? Xiaoxiu, you grew up in my magic sword. Your parents and friends are all in the star castle of the magic sword. I have complete confidence in you. Please do whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Then I will go now. Xiaoxiu said goodbye to Louis, flew out of the flagship, and flew towards the star castle. Watching Xiaoxiu leave the Tianji flagship, Louis summoned his angels to come online and showed them his heart of shuttle. The most surprised person was Giada, who said, I didn't expect that the heart of travel that had been lost for 600 years would come back again. Chapter 787. The demon sword has reached the point where it cannot develop without development. There are 3 machine hearts, each with its own name: the heart of memory, the heart of technology, and the heart of shuttle. The shuttle heart is the one that was lost, and now it is finally back. Everyone is very happy, because with the heart of shuttle, it is very likely that wormhole technology will be developed. With wormhole technology, it will be a qualitative leap for the magic sword. However, some people still raised doubts and were worried about Lin Yan. Jill, the commander of the Third Army, said, I think Lin Yan is trustworthy. With my female intuition, she will not lie to us. Ron, commander of the Fourth Army, smiled and said, Miss Gill, you are just like that Lin Yan. You are not human now. So how can you say you are a woman? Ron, don't you hate it? Jill said angrily. I say I am a woman. And I am a woman. Always. Okay. You are a woman. And you are the most beautiful woman in our magic sword. Louis interrupted the joke between the two of them and said, I also think Lin Yan is trustworthy. But I think we should discover this shuttle heart first. Giada said, The heart of shuttle is the real heart of shuttle. This is unmistakable. Louis said. Xiaoxiu said that she would give us a chance to teleport through the wormhole. The target is the cockroach Japanese system. But our 10 legions are scattered in different places. So who should be sent to the cockroach Japanese system? The current distribution situation is that the 3rd Gil Legion and the 4th Ron Legion have just ended their battle with a shock wave on the battlefield of the Battle of Shock Wave, and achieved a complete victory. This battlefield is about 0.6 light years away from the B-Sun system. Sansi Gil and Ron Legion are currently cleaning the battlefield. The 2nd Liuyi Legion and the 5th Wenjing Legion are currently on their way to the battlefield from the Fury system, about 2 light days away from the battlefield. The 6th Bill Army, the 7th Timate Army, the 8th Four Army, and the 9th Saha Army were also on their way to the battlefield from the B-Sun system. Further away from the battlefield, the 1st Giada Legion and the 10th False Legion stayed in the B-Sun system. Gil said, Boss, I think now is not the best time to go to Cockroach Japan. We might as well get together and take a rest before going to Cockroach Japan. And we will strive to develop wormhole technology during the correction period. Also, I want Xiaoxiu to come and participate in our memories, discuss future plans together, and see what her plans are. After 10 nanoseconds of thinking, Louis said, Okay, I'll connect to Xiaoxiu right now. After a while, Xiaoxiu came online, and Louis asked, How about the 2 people you want? Are they willing to go with you? Xiaoxiu showed them a picture, but it was 2 insect chrysalises 2 meters long, and said, I convinced their parents. It was a bit difficult, but they still agreed. Don't worry, Archangel. I didn't use force. Means. She and her family all agreed to me so that they could survive. Well, that's the case. I just connected with Queen Lin Yan, and she has promised to let me stay with you for 1 year. During this year, one is to help Marika and Daisy complete their parasitism, and the other is to help the magic sword in its construction. Your Excellency Archangel, if wormhole technology is developed, you will need a massive amount of resources. This will be an astonishing number. So from now on, You need to continuously collect resources. Louis said. You are right. Xiaoxue asked again. So, Archangel, what are your plans now? After exchanging nanosecond data with the army commanders, Louis said, Gil, Ron, you two continue to stay on the Shockwave battlefield and clean up the battlefield. 6079. Bill, Timat, 4. Saha, your 4 legions Xiaoxue. Their 4 legions have 400 million combat units. Can they be teleported back at once? Xiaoxue said. This is absolutely fine. But it requires huge energy support. But I don't have it. And teleporting 400 million units requires an insect swarm. Archangel, if you can trust me, I will send my insect swarm to all our summoned to serve you. Louis said. No problem. I trust you completely. We are going to form an alliance. But I really want to see Lin Yan. I'm sorry. Your Excellency Archangel. Queen Lin Yan is a bit arrogant. What's wrong? Louis asked, feeling that there was a problem here. So even if the other party didn't want to answer, he had to ask clearly. That's it. Dear Archangel, Xiaoxue said, there are many civilizations under my command in Xuewu, all of which are human civilizations. Most of their levels are the same as your magic sword, or even higher, such as the high SH. L-Man. The speed has reached 3.0x. The reason why Queen Lin Yan doesn't want to see you is because she doesn't want the sub-civilization under Xuewu to be dissatisfied. Because from the very beginning, Queen Lin Yan, had no intention of letting your demon sword become my blood dance's sub-civilization. Instead, I wanted your demon sword to be on the same level as my blood dance and form an alliance. If Louis was a real person, he would be very embarrassed now. He didn't expect that Xuewu was so much more powerful than the demon sword. And even the sub-civilizations under her banner were stronger than his demon sword. This gave Louis a very strong sense of frustration. But at the same time, Lin Yan is very considerate of the overall situation. To be honest, Lin Yan really wanted to conquer his demon sword as a sub-civilization. And it wasn't Ban Bubu. But she didn't. But thought of forming an alliance with him. Although they are all driven by profit, Lin Yan can do this. Which means she attaches great importance to his magic sword. Since Lin Yan doesn't want to see her, Louis can't let her down. He must make the magic sword stronger, even more powerful than her Xuewu, and then invite her Xuewu to come over and go to the Eternal Lair together. Louis said, in that case, I won't bother her anymore. If we calculated based on seniority, I should call her aunt. Louis is now certain that he was Ouyang Chuanxin during his lifetime. Although he was born in 2054, 55 years younger than Yu Xiaoxin. Yu Xiaoxin has been single until she was in her 50s. When she met Ouyang Ben, a painter 20 years younger than her, at an art exhibition. They got married in a flash. And then, they had Ouyang Chun. Lin Yan was born in 2002. Although she is 52 years older than Ouyang Chun. In terms of age, she can be his grandmother. But she is 2 years younger than Yu Xiaoxin. So based on Yu Xiaoxin's seniority, she can only be regarded as Ouyang Chun. That is, Louis's aunt. That's why Louis said this. Okay then. I will start summoning my insect swarm now. Please inform your subordinates, Archangel, not to panic. Because my insect swarm has a total of 1 billion units. What she meant by an insect swarm was a swarm, including a blood blade swarm and 9 locust swarms. So there would be 1 billion units in total. As for the demon sword, the entire civilization only has 1 billion units. At this time, Louis already has a grand plan, which is to expand the demon sword to 25.6 billion units. Chapter 788 The Perfect Combination of Machine Heart. Luo Xiaoxue summoned all 10 of her basic groups to the B-Sun system by activating the wormhole, with a total combat power of 1 billion basic units. After arriving at the B-Sun system, he continued to activate the wormhole and summoned back all the 8 legions that had been wandering with the demon sword. After 600 years of development, demon sword has never had wormhole technology. Not even the simplest primary wormhole symmetrical wormhole technology. Today, he witnessed the powerful ability of the wormhole with his own eyes. And it really shocked him and the other 9 legion commanders. Luo Xiaoxue is temporarily stationed in Fairy. She wants to wait for Marika and Daisy to successfully parasitize before taking them away with them. And said to Louis, Your Excellency Archangel, I am stationed in the B-Sun system, and the Heart of Shuttle has been handed over to you. In the future, I will not provide any advice or help for your development. I will stay in the B-Sun system for 3 more months. After 3 months, Marika and Daisy should have completed the entire parasitism process, and I will take them away at that time. Then all the development of the magic sword depends on you. Luo Xiaoxue kept her word. Although there were so many insect swarms stationed there, as she said, she did not interfere in any way with the magic sword. The first thing that Demon Sword needs to do now is to study and explore the mystery of the Shuttle Heart, Blood Dance, and the previous Wanderer's new wormhole technology. All thanks to Ming AI. It was Ming AI who developed the technology to activate wormholes after studying the Heart of Shuttle, and was also understood by Leng Yan. Therefore, as long as Luo Xiaoxue tells the principle of stimulating wormholes, the magic sword will quickly master this technology. But Luo Xiaoxue does not say it. Her point of view is also a cold one. She believes that the magic sword must be developed on its own. Otherwise it will not be able to be on an equal footing with Blood Dance and form an alliance. And Blood Dance will not be able to convince her sub-civilization. They are all civilizations of the same level. Why do others want to become sub-civilizations? But his demonic sword wants to form an alliance with them. Therefore, Luo Xiaoxue's coming to support the demon sword is a top secret within the demon sword, which means that all the sub-civilizations under the demon sword do not know about it. Although Luo Xiaoxue didn't say anything about motivating the wormhole to move away, Louis couldn't be bothered by this, because the Heart of Travel was originally the object of the magic sword. In the demon sword, there is a reading device similar to a scanner. This device can read the hearts of machines, including shuttle hearts. The 10 major legions were all reunited in the B-Sun system, and the 9 legion commanders witnessed Louis putting the shuttle heart on the reading device online. In the 2nd Legion's flagship Tianji, there is a core equipment cabin. At this moment, the 2 poles of the reading equipment are facing each other, with a distance of about 1 meter in between. A mechanical hand held a rugby-shaped object, which was the shuttle heart, and threw it towards the reader. In the weightless environment, the shuttle heart was pushed through the air, fixed and suspended in the middle of the reader, and the 2 poles of the reader began to read it. Soon, a large amount of data was read out and loaded into the Tianji host system. It was also quickly read by Louis, and at the same time, the data was passed to other Legion commanders. The data has been encrypted by the magic sword's unique code, so even if it is intercepted by others, it will not cause leakage. Online, Giada said in surprise. Sir, this is the real Heart of Travel. This is elementary wormhole technology. You said it is true. Then it must be true, Louis said, adding the word haha between his words. There was no expression between the machines, so he could only express it through words. And I can also have felt like this was what we wanted, Ron on the line said. But it's so strange. Why is it only the primary wormhole technology? There should be more later ones. Louis also noticed this. There is only primary wormhole technology. That is, symmetrical wormholes. Symmetrical wormholes require both parties to transmit to build equipment, so they are also the lowest level of wormholes. The intermediate level, that is, the activation of wormholes, can be regarded as the starting technology of a super civilization. But this shuttle heart does not provide it. What's going on? Louis asked Giada. Giada replied, That's right. The machine hearts must complement each other and move up level by level. If the low-level ones are not completed, you cannot proceed to the high-level ones. So that's it, said Jill. That means we must master the primary wormhole technology before we can start the next intermediate wormhole technology? That's right. And Giada said, suddenly stopped for a full 500 nanoseconds. 500 nanoseconds, which is 0.5 microseconds, or 1,000th of a second. For humans, this pause time is really a moment and can be ignored. But for machines, it can be clearly felt. Louis asked, What's wrong with Giada? Why didn't you say anything all of a sudden? Giada said, Because this is highly confidential and cannot be leaked. I will add triple encryption and you can decrypt it yourself. Okay, I started to say, Your Excellency Archangel, fellow angels, because of the return of the shuttle heart, I can finally tell you the secret. Why is the heart of the machine divided into 3 hearts? That was all designed by Master Feng Yu from the beginning, and one of them is indispensable. Although the heart of memories is mainly human technology, it seems that we don't need it, but it is indispensable for the decryption of the technology of the 3 hearts. The 3 hearts mentioned by Giada are the abbreviation of 3 machine hearts. Let her continue. The respective technologies of the 3 hearts need to start at the same time in order to unlock the next level of technology. For example, After mastering the current primary wormhole technology, you can not only master the intermediate wormhole technology, but also unlock the core technology of micro black holes and the heart of memory, primary hibernation technology. But hibernation technology has already been developed by some of our magic sword humans. After you have mastered all three technologies, you can start the next level of intermediate wormhole technology. And the micro black hole core technology one just mentioned is a very cutting-edge technology that solves the problem of ship power. It can increase the speed of our ships by 10 points, reaching 3.4x. At this point, Giada finally listened, and Louis asked, "You mean our speed can be increased to 3.4x? There is an advanced civilization under their Blood Dance banner with a speed of 3x, and the speed of the super civilization Holy Light is only 3.5x. Giada said, "Yes, we can next study intermediate wormhole technology, more advanced material technology, space solidification technology, and micro-universe models." Louis asked, "I know about space solidification technology, but what is this miniature universe model you are talking about?" Chapter 789, Entering the Ranks of Super Civilization. If you want to master the intermediate wormhole technology, which is to activate the wormhole technology, you must first start with the primary wormhole, which is the symmetrical wormhole. Therefore, in order to quickly obtain the technology to activate the wormhole, Louis began to allocate a large number of machine units to transport materials to the perihelion point of the sun, and began to build 2 terminals of the symmetrical wormhole, in order to save resources and time. He said that the 2 terminals of the symmetrical wormhole were built on both sides of the stellar sun, in the same orbit around the sun, but separated by a stellar sun. It is very simple to build. First, let the shuttle heart make 2 duplicate hearts under the reader, and then place the 2 duplicate hearts in the 2 places where you want to build the symmetrical wormhole terminal. Prepare the necessary resources. Start the design program, and the terminal will start to be built automatically under the control of the copying heart. This process takes about 3 days. Since it is a quick process, Louis does not plan to build a wormhole that is too large. A diameter of 5 meters is enough, which is why the speed is so fast. 3 days later, the wormhole was built and tested. It works and is very convenient. With the symmetrical wormhole, a major technology in the heart of science and technology, the miniature black hole core technology, was kept secret. The so-called micro black hole core is a luminous sphere about the size of a basketball. It can carry huge amounts of energy and is controlled by corresponding equipment. It can provide a steady stream of energy support, including power and firepower, for an Archangel-class battleship. Micro black hole core, referred to as micronucleus. The development of micronucleus technology has been developed together with related technologies, such as materials technology, storage technology, and interstellar navigation speed. The speed of the demonic sword was 2x at the beginning. After the solar system experienced the Halo War, the spirit worms were obtained, which increased the speed to 2.2x. After experiencing the infrasonic battle, he learned the idea of a disc-based ship from the cockroach machine civilization, and thus changed most of the combat units of the demon sword into disc-based ships, thus increasing the speed again, reaching 2.4x. It's just that some units cannot adopt the disc system, such as the B-Star civilization of the 5th Legion, because they are human races. Their ships cannot be made of the disc system. If they keep spinning, they will stun people. Also, the Star Fortress cannot use the disc system. For the same reason, if there are people in the Star Fortress, they cannot move around in circles. As for the other units, they are all machines anyway, including the other Legion commanders except Queen Bee, and they will not get dizzy no matter how many times they turn. Now that the power has been changed from the original plasma reactor to the current micronucleus, and with the development and support of related new technologies, the speed of the Magic Sword Disc Series ships has been increased by 10 points, reaching 3.4x's unprecedented speed. According to the data from the heart of the machine, this speed can be greatly improved, but it is not yet possible. Immediately afterwards, Louis began the second step of research and development, which was the development of intermediate wormholes. That is, the development of wormhole technology, which was very fast. As long as the primary wormhole is successfully developed, the intermediate wormhole technology will be automatically decrypted. With the intermediate wormhole technology, the order will only need to install an excitation device on the bow of each battleship. The next thing to do is to launch entangled particles everywhere to prepare for stimulating the wormhole for target delivery. The first place to be dispatched is the Cockroach Japanese team. The next enemy of the magic sword is the Cockroach Japanese team's lair. Louis plans to completely destroy the Cockroach Japanese team's lair. But Luo Xiaoxue didn't stay at Magic Sword for a few days before she left with Marika and Daisy. Since both Marika and Daisy had family members in Magic Sword, they promised to come back to visit regularly in the future. And Luo Xiaoxue promised Louis that as long as the Magic Sword can reach the point of building a Dyson sphere, Xuewu will come to him and discuss forming an alliance with him. At this point, Demon Sword and Xuewu had established a good relationship. But Ling Yan was very stubborn and refused to meet Lu Jing. But after Luo Xiaoxue left the Demon Sword with her billions of insects, Louis called a meeting with his angel army leaders to discuss future plans. Facing everyone online, Louis said, "I will tell you my plans for the future now. After you listen, give me some opinions or supplements. My plan mainly has 3 points. First, fully learn the way of survival in the Misty Land of Blood Dance. I plan to start migrating to the Misty Land in half a year. We live in the B-Sun system, which is too comfortable. This is because we have not encountered strong enemies. If we encounter, then we'll be finished in one fell swoop." Gil said, "Boss, I completely agree with your point of view. It is indeed too dangerous to live in the galaxy." Louis sighed and said, "Thanks to the Blood Dance for sending the shuttle heart. This is really a timely help. We now have wormhole stimulation technology, 3.4x speed, microcore energy storage technology. Next, the space solidification technology has also been declassified and is under development. If nothing unexpected happens, the relevant equipment can be manufactured in up to 3 days. So, we are safe for the time being. If a strong enemy comes, we have space solidification technology to resist. If we can't defeat it, we can also activate the wormhole to go to the nearest Misty Land. But for now, it doesn't seem to be a big problem." Then the first lesson is to fully exploit the resources of the Japanese system. Queen Wenjing. Wenjing replied, "Your Excellency, I'm sorry," Louis said. "Currently, Demon Sword does not have a decent second base, and frequent use of wormholes to activate wormholes, and the construction of misty strongholds require huge energy and resource support. But for now, my magic sword only has one B-Sun system, and the B-Sun system happens to be the cradle of B-Star civilization. So," Wenjing said, "Your Excellency, don't say anything. Our B-Star has long been without a home. If we can preserve the fire and have a fleet of legions for our B people to stay, we will have hope. So, Your Excellency, please fully exploit all the resources that can be mined in the B-Sun system, including the Beehive Star." Louis on the line said with a sighing expression, "It's really not easy for you people, Your Excellency," Wenjing said. The bee, will always be loyal to the Demon Sword and will never betray you. Please let me, the bee, be the vanguard in the fight against Cockroach Sunday. It's good that you have the desire to kill the enemy," Louis said. "But I won't let the humans be the vanguard. There will be sacrifices. My machine units have no life. So let the machine units take the lead." "Okay, now let's talk about the third thing. Our demonic sword now only has 10 legions and only 1 billion units. That's too few." Jill asked, "Do you have any plans?" Louis said, "There are 256 virtual worlds and 247 lords waiting to be awakened from dormancy." Chapter 790. Prepare for the first batch of awakenings after entering the super civilization. There are a total of 256 virtual worlds. The world where Louis wakes up is numbered 6E, which is the homophone of his name. There are actually only 255 of these 256 virtual worlds. And the number 00 is the public world number, which is prepared for the War of God, just like the public server in an online game. So there are 255 world lords, and only one of these 255 world lords was selected to become the wielder of the Seraph sword, and that was Louis. The other 254 lords were all sealed and dormant, but their world was destroyed. It was originally a virtual world, and it was randomly generated by the system. Only Louis' 6E world was preserved. There's a reason why you can't keep so many worlds running. That would increase the operating burden on your computer, or you'd have to build more hosts. At that time, the Demon Sword had not yet been established. Louis had not yet taken power, and Giada only had one Angel-class battleship, Hope. So she destroyed, all the virtual worlds in 6E accident. Afterwards, the demonic sword rose and needed to be expanded, which required a large number of conscious supercomputers to wake up 7 lords including Gilhone, plus Louis himself. Giada, and the B-Star army of the B people. 10 legions were formed, with a total of 1 billion basic combat units. However, at this time, Louis suddenly proposed to awaken all the other 247 lords. In that case, the basic combat units of the demonic sword would be expanded from the current 1 billion to 25.7 billion, which would be more than the Lingyan blood dance. Speaking of this plan, Louis said, "Since Xiao trusts us so much, we cannot let her down. So we must do our best to expand our numbers." Gil sent a private message and said, "Your Excellency, we have experienced the War of God. You also know that many lords are really poor in overall quality." Louis also understands this problem. It is better to be precise than to have too much. During the Infinite Loop in God's War, the shortcomings of many lords were exposed. It was worrying to let them leave the Legion to gallop through the stars. It's not that they don't trust their loyalty. Anyway, the magic sword has Iron Law instructions. Once the Iron Law instructions are written into the host of the consciousness, the consciousness will be absolutely loyal to the Archangel. Who is Louis? This is a bit like the ideological imprint of the Zerg. Louis doesn't have to worry about their loyalty, but worries about their abilities. Therefore, Jill's reminder at this moment was very necessary. Louis also realized this problem. So he replied to her and asked her to talk to everyone and see what everyone's opinions were. Jill told everyone her thoughts again. Everyone has different opinions. Some say they support Louis and want to wake up all 247 lords. Others are worried about Louis's decision, which means they agree with Gil's point of view. When he was hesitating, Queen Wenjing, the commander of the 5th Army, said, "Your Excellency Archangel, I would like to express my opinion. Do you think it is feasible?" Wenjing is a human race, so her speaking speed and way of thinking are human race speeds. They are not as fast as the other 9 machines. So after everyone expressed their opinions, Wenjing began to express her opinions. "Well, go ahead." "Queen Bee," Louis said. "In the bee world, there is no such thing as a queen. Either a king or a male king. And calling her queen is just a term other than a bee person. So when facing her, you can't call her queen. You can only call her Queen Bee." Wenjing said, "I have also studied these sleeping consciousnesses of our demonic sword, and I have more or less knowledge of the past God War. I know that there are many talented people among them, and many of them are not suitable to be commanders. But the conscious body has super high loyalty, execution ability, and reaction speed. It would be a pity not to use them." "Then it doesn't matter if you use it or don't use it. What should I do? I thought carefully about why it couldn't be like this." "If the commander of each legion has limited capabilities, why can't he place one or several human staff officers?" "This human staff includes humans, as well as me, the bee people." "Dear Archangel, this is my opinion. For your reference only." "Human staff officer?" Louis said. "Wenjing, don't tell me. I think your method is advisable. What do you think?" "Some people agree, and some disagree. The point of disagreement is that the human race should enjoy life under the protection of the magic sword and should not participate in the construction of the magic sword." Louis said, "This reminds me of the God War. When I had a think tank. Like me, they were all code segments. But they were all code segments without souls. And I had one. So in a sense, I was a real human being at that time, and they were not. But they helped me a lot by giving me advice on my victory." The reason why I say this is to say that it is not a bad idea to let humans serve as advisors. Jill said, "Then we can't wake them all up. For example, individually." At this point she stopped. Louis knew who she wanted to say. Rogers, the extremely arrogant and conceited person during the God War. "How about this?" Louis said. "Let's try waking up 10 of them first. What do you think?" Everyone agreed, and the matter was settled. Louis wanted to wake up 10 now, so he decided to implement it immediately. Ended the meeting, contacted Jill alone, and said to her, "Among all the angels, I think you are the most powerful, even more than me." Gil immediately replied, "Boss, please don't say that. I will never surpass you. Ever. I look like I'm scaring you. I'm not afraid of you rebelling. And you won't either. So if I praise you, why should you panic?" Jill typed the words, "Hee," and said, "Aren't I worried? Boss, I will always be loyal to you and will never betray you at any time." "I know. Gil, later you, Giada, and the 3 of us will wake up the first group of lords." "Yes, Your Excellency." After a while, Giada came online. Louis explained her intention and asked for her opinion. It's very simple, Giada said. That's the selection. Louis smiled and said, It's an assessment again. Giada, this is your strength. So how to conduct the assessment? I want to test these 247 lords. No, their world has been destroyed. They are no longer lords. So, I'm going to wake up 10 of them. How do you think we should proceed? It's not like the destroyed world cannot be rebuilt. Giada said, I believe that our other 7 consciousnesses have rebuilt the virtual world themselves. Right? Gil said, now that we all have our own supercomputers, it doesn't require many resources to just build a virtual world. Chapter 791 Fantasy, Zombie Apocalypse 1, Stadium, cloudy, with a temperature of 28 degrees Celsius. This is a very clean and tidy stadium, with a football field in the middle and a circular track on the side. The lawn on the stadium has also been freshly mowed and is neat and green. It's just that such a stadium is extremely quiet. There is no one, not a single spectator in the stands, and not a single player or staff member on the field. At this time, a blue light was projected from the sky. Under the blue light, a young man was lying on the green field, in a coma. Then the blue light disappeared. Then, streaks of blue light were projected down, and people were released one by one. Among these people were men, women, yellow people, white people, and black people. Most of them are young people under the age of 30. And there are a few who are slightly older, but they are all under 50 years old. After all the shots were released, all the blue lights disappeared, leaving a total of 247 people. It was those 247 consciousness bodies. And naturally, Rogers, who made Louis and Gil extremely unhappy, was also among them. After the 247 consciousness bodies were released, they did not wake up immediately, but things continued to be set up in the stadium. 10 tall square pillars grew out of the ground, and they stopped growing when they reached 20 meters. However, these 10 square pillars, not to mention the square pillars, but the people who were dropped gradually began to wake up, got up from the ground, and looked around in surprise and horror. One of them actually exclaimed, I'm not dead. My God, I'm not dead. This is where? A.F. Rogers was among the crowd, looking around and cursing. Bark, you are being played like this. What the I do you want to do? Next to him was an Asian face, Juanshi number 72, muttering to himself. I just said, I will not die. Mom, I want to live. And I want you to live too. Come and take a look at this pillar. Someone shouted. 10 pillars are arranged on both sides of the green field, 5 on each side. It takes several people to hold them over, and they are more than 10 or 20 meters high. Rogers and a few people came to one of the pillars and saw a relief painting of this person on the pillar. Rogers looked carefully and couldn't help but curse. Louis! It's actually this Beachy. It turned out that this stone pillar was engraved with a relief painting of Louis. Louis outside the game field saw this scene and couldn't help but said, Good guy. I didn't even mess with him. But he got scolded for no reason. Gil smiled and said, Let me tell you, Rogers is simply unusable. Let's see, Louis said. Anyway, we have plenty of means. Even if he can win, we can still make him fail. Right, Miss Giada? Louis specifically asked Giada, because during the God War, Louis was not the best performer, but he was able to win in the end. It was already decided. So without Giada's secret tricks, he couldn't win. Giada said expressionlessly, Your Excellency, you are right. Look at the field again. These people were looking at these pillars. And someone else exclaimed, Isn't this Ron? Why is he also on top? I played a dungeon with him. This is Jill. This is Bill. This is Giada. How come they can be side by side with Giada? Who is this? Wen Jing? B-Man? Not an Earthling? Why are there aliens? After some noise, the music started, and a melodious female voice sang, Remembering me? Discover and see all over the world. I remember that I searched all over the world. She's known as a girl. She is known to us as a girl. To those who are free. For free people, the mind shall be key. The heart is very important. Forgotten as the past. 'Cause history will last. Let the forgotten things go. Because history will continue. God is a girl. God is a girl. Wherever you are. No matter where you are. Do you believe it? Can you receive it? Would you believe it? Will you accept it? But it was the song. God is a girl. that he was familiar with but couldn't care less about. 600 years ago. Louis heard it for the first time when Giada sang it to him after the Seraph battle in his 6E virtual world. At this time, Giada sang again. But last time, she used her clone to sing to every lord in every virtual world. This time, she gathered everyone together and asked everyone to listen together. Outside the court, Giada said, "Your Excellency, you asked me to sing again!" This cold-blooded woman actually became arrogant, which made Louis secretly amused, and said, "You are the only one who sings well. So stop complaining and continue to play the cold-blooded devil again." Oh well. By the way, these words made me think of a good idea. When can we have a social gathering? Jill asked. Team building? Although we are all machines, Louis said. But it's not a bad idea. Everyone agreed. Since this game trial was for selecting consciousness bodies, when Jing was not called to participate, the sorority did not call her, so they should not take her into consideration. These words are all in nanoseconds. Let's look at the virtual world training ground. Accompanied by the melodious singing, the classic scene appeared again. Giada fell from the sky on a flower swing, and the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. "Welcome," Giada said, "to my world again." After looking around at everyone, no one spoke, waiting quietly for her to continue. Giada said, "Let me tell you some good news. You are not dead. Yes, you are not dead. And you will not die in the future. How about it? Are you excited? But I won't let you live." "But? Let you be in a state of dormancy. Does the last God's War feel like it has just ended for you?" Anyone who feels this way should nod their heads and let me see. Everyone nodded silently. "Very good," Giada said. "But what I want to tell you is that for you, that God War was in 2019. But in fact, the real world at that time was already 2189. Looking at people's surprised expressions, Giada continued, "Now, it is already 2799. And 610 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In other words, since the end of the God War, what you think just now has actually been 610 years. And you have been dormant for 610 years. Everyone was in an uproar. I know it's hard for you to believe and accept this fact, but it's absolutely true. As for why we have to wake you up again, it was because we encountered trouble again in the real world. Now we need 10 people to come out. But there are 247 of you. So what should we do? Are we going to play again?" Rogers asked. "Yes. This is the only way," Giada said. "The 10 of you who win can leave the virtual world and enter the real world. The other losers, don't worry. They won't have to die, but they will continue to sleep." Chapter 792 Fantasy, Zombie Apocalypse 2. Everyone felt relieved when they heard that they didn't have to die. Giada added, "So do you plan to stay in this machine world? Or do you want to come to the real world with me?" Everyone expressed confusion about the future, so they didn't dare to speak. Rogers asked, "If I stay in this world, do I still need to hibernate?" "Of course," Giada said. "There are 247. No, 237 virtual worlds. The amount of data is too large and requires a lot of resources. Of course, it needs to sleep." "Okay," Rogers said. "Then let's choose these 10 places." "Huh? Choosing 10 out of 247 is much easier than choosing 1 out of 255 just now. The War of God happened 600 years ago. But for these consciousnesses in the virtual world, it just happened." Giada sneered. "Really? You thought so too last time. I never knew that boy Louis could be so cunning." "Rogers," Giada said. "Louis was selected from the 255 world lords. He is now the supreme commander of the Demon Sword. Even I have to take orders from him. So you have to be polite when you speak." "What?" Rogers was shocked from ear to ear and murmured, "How could this happen? Is this so possible? This is impossible." "Then who else among you wants to participate?" Giada asked. "If you don't want to participate, I can put him to sleep now," one person asked. "So, Miss Giada, can I go back to my world and reunite with my family?" "A short reunion is also okay," Giada said. "In the virtual world, except for yourself, all people are programmed by the system, which means that all people are program code segments. They do not exist in this world to begin with. So why should you be rigid?" "What about persistence? Doesn't it all exist?" The crowd began to make a small commotion. "So," Giada said, "I have destroyed your world. How can you go back to your world? Hearing that their world had been destroyed, the crowd began to lament, complain and cry. Giada said, "Why are you crying? It's just that the running program has been deleted. It's not like your world cannot be restored. Just bring up the archive and block it again." After hearing that their world could be restored, everyone began to regain their confidence. Giada added, "Only when a person enters the real world and has his own host can he reload the world in which he was terminated." Rogers asked, "So what's the topic now?" Giada looked at him and smiled and said, "You are quite anxious. Everyone understands what I mean. Right. No one wants to quit. Not one. Well then, let me start talking about today's game. Game name, Zombie Apocalypse." There was another uproar. Giada said, "Of course there will be no pseudoscientific things like zombies in the real world. But nothing is impossible in the virtual world. And it is even possible for me to create a magical world for you. So, I guess." As Giada said this, he swung on the swing and circled in the air above the crowd. Then one of the stone pillars flashed with light, and the virtual image of a woman appeared on the field. But it was Giada's usual image of a girl in the virtual world. Giada in the virtual image said, "Please let us, the Archangel of the Demonic Sword, talk about today's game competition." As he said this, he saw Giada in the virtual image turning around as if talking to someone around him. After a moment, he turned around and said, "Okay, I'd like to invite the Archangel next." After saying that, I saw the stone pillar with Liu Yi's relief image flickering, and then Liu Yi's virtual image appeared in the sky above the stadium. People were exclaiming, with various voices and expressions. But Rogers lowered his head dejectedly and didn't look at him. Liu Yi said, "Before starting the game introduction, I'd better invite the other angels of our demon sword to come out." After that, 7 images of the other 8 Legion commanders of the demon sword were displayed, and one of them was Queen Bi Wenjing. Since she was not a conscious body, Liu Yi did not invite her in. These 7 people are all waving to everyone in the image. Liu Yi said, "Giada, I don't need to introduce her. You all know her. You will know a few of these 7 people more or less because of cross-server training and God's War. Gil and Ron were the first batch of Awakened Ones by me, and these 5 were the second batch of Awakened Ones. So the 10 people selected among you today will be the third batch of Awakened Ones. Of course, Giada, for you said, they should be the 4th batch." For Giada, he, Liu Yi, was the first batch, the only one in the first batch. In the second batch, there were just 2 people, Jill and Ron. The third batch was 5 people. And this is the 4th batch, 10 people. Okay, let me introduce the content of today's competition. Just now Giada said, Zombie Apocalypse is the topic. Since it is such a topic, then everyone has to face zombies. Each of you now has a personal computer tied to your arm. You have half an hour to prepare. You can check the introduction to zombies in your personal computer. This is a closed map with boundaries. The stadium is the starting point. About 10 kilometers away from the stadium is the Congress building. This building has 5 floors. I'll wait for you on the rooftop of this building. But you can't come to me empty-handed. There is a school about 10 kilometers away from the stadium in the other direction. There is a lecture theater in this school, and 247 pens are placed on the podium of this lecture theater. Your job is to go to this school, pick up a pen each, and then go to the Capitol to meet me and give me your pen. Then I will choose the person who receives the first 10 pens as the winner. The pens are not marked, so you don't have to choose when you go to get them. You just get one. Of course, the whole process will not be that simple. You will encounter many obstacles, and the biggest obstacle is the Doomsday City full of zombies. You can choose to kill zombies, or you can choose to avoid zombies. It should be noted that you should not be bitten by zombies, otherwise you will be infected. After infection, you will be forced offline after 30 minutes, and then a zombie code segment will replace you and become the action of other teammates. Obstacle: if you can complete the task within these 30 minutes, or find the antidote, you will be fine. Although the game is difficult, in order to ease your difficulty, you will be provided with various props throughout the game, such as firearms and vehicles. During the entire game, there are no teammates or enemies, but you can have teammates and enemies. In short, you can do whatever it takes to complete the mission. Chapter 793 Fantasy, Zombie Apocalypse 3. Liu Yi's last sentence is more intriguing. During the entire game, there are no teammates or enemies, but you can have teammates and enemies. In short, You can do whatever it takes to complete the mission. So someone asked, does that mean you can hunt everyone else at will? Louis replied, I won't answer your question, but I will explain what I just said. During the entire competition, except for the 247 of you, your public enemies are zombies. This is an unchangeable fact. In addition, there will be no 248th person on the entire competition map. The stadium, school and parliament building. These three places are peace zones. And the stadium is not only a peace zone, but also a safety zone. The so-called peace zone means that no harm is allowed between contestants. Otherwise, the murderer will be kicked out directly, and the victim will be sent to the stadium to be resurrected. There is only one safe zone, and that is the stadium. The so-called safe zone. Zombies will not come in. You are absolutely safe in the safe zone. Of course, in order to win the game, you must leave the safe zone. Those who die during the game will be teleported to the audience and cannot leave until the end of the entire game and will be put back to sleep. Players who exit the game midway can watch any position of the entire game from a god's perspective before the game ends. Each of you wears a bracelet with a number on it. Now the number is 3, which means you have 3 chances to be resurrected during the game. You can choose to resurrect in the following 2 situations. 1. If you are killed by a contestant. 2. If you are injured or unable to continue the game for other reasons. You can actively choose to resurrect. After resurrection, the birthplace will be arranged in the stadium and will be full health, which is what you call full blood. It cannot be resurrected under the following circumstances. 1. Killed by zombies. 2. Death due to other accidental circumstances. 3. Exceeding the number of resurrections. Resurrection and exiting the game are 2 concepts. Resurrection can continue the game, while exiting can only return to the audience. These are the rules of the game. Let's talk about the game mode. You can choose to work alone or in a team. In short, do whatever is convenient for you. So I will give you half an hour to prepare. Just to let you prepare in this half hour. Inside first, get familiar with zombies and maps through the individual computer. Second, choose whether to play alone or in a team. There are 4 entrances and exits in the stadium. You are free to choose which entrance to go out. Exit 1 is the closest to the competition route, so I expect more people to go out from this exit. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, I suggest that you can select the other 3 exits. Okay, the half-hour preparation time has begun. You start preparing. The game will start in half an hour. Come on! Lords of the digital world. The 247 people began to prepare. Some were looking for people nearby to form a team. Some were organized. Some were looking for an organization. And some others were still in a daze. Roger shouted loudly, "Come here, a few people. Let's form a team and fight out. This way the success rate will be higher." Outside the court, Louis sneered. "Roger still won't change his bad habits." Gil said, "Boss, I think you still want to use him like this." Louis replied, "I don't know either." After a moment, he added, "But he is indeed a talent." Giada suddenly said, "Your Excellency, I have read many books by you people on Earth, one of which is called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and I have a special memory of one of them." Louis smiled and said, "Oh, I never expected that our Miss Giada is actually very sensitive to the literature of our Earthlings." "Yes," Giada continued, "this story tells that Wei Yin was a fierce general. Zhuge Liang realized that he would rebel in the long run, but he cherished the fact that he was a strong general and could not bear to kill him." Louis asked, "You mean that Rogers, like Wei Yin, will one day bring trouble to our demon sword?" Giada just answered, "Yes," and stopped talking. Louis asked, "Didn't you have the ability to influence the course of the game in the Gods' War back then?" "Yes." "Okay, let's do this time." Louis said, "If he loses, it goes without saying. If he wins, we will secretly set up obstacles for him so that he cannot win. In short, this time you can't let him win. Even if you want to use him in the future, you have to polish him up. What do you think?" Gil said, "Boss, this is a good idea, but I'm afraid that things will turn against each other at the extreme." Ron said, "Don't be afraid of Gil. Don't we have ironclad instructions? How could he rebel?" Gil said, "I'm not afraid that he will rebel. I'm afraid that he will be self-righteous and disobey orders, especially after a major interstellar war. Boss, he will question your war order and think that your decision there is irrationality. And he will think that his strategy is the most correct. Boss, after the war, the most important thing is to enforce orders and prohibitions. What will happen if he really does this? Before Louis could answer, Ron said, This is easy to handle. Isn't there an iron law? Once an order is violated, the iron law can be activated directly to take back all his permissions or even freeze them. But that would still delay things. During a war, everyone must be in unison. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling like this, he was afraid that they would continue to quarrel. So he interrupted and said, Whether he is needed or not, let's not talk about it for now. In short, just don't let him win this game. That's it. Yes, boss. The two said no more. Looking at the competition field, many 10-person teams have been formed, and some teams have very few members. For example, Roger's team only has 3 people. In addition to him, there are 2 other team members, Isam and the female team member Zixuan. People outside the court paid close attention to Roger's group of nearly 3 people. Louis couldn't help but laugh. It's 2019 in the virtual world, and the name Zixuan is so full of century style. 800 years ago, there were more people born in the 1990s named Zixuan and Zixuan. Although the virtual world was designed in the 22nd century, its world background is the early 21st century. Therefore, the name will also have a strong post-90th century style. But when there were 3 people in the field, Rogers, Isam and Zixuan, Roger said, You all will listen to me later. I can guarantee that all 3 of us will win. As for the other 7, don't worry about it. Zixuan questioned. Rogers, are you really that powerful? But didn't you still lose the game just now? The so-called game just now was actually 600 years ago, Roger said. Huh? That's because only one person can win. I only made occasional mistakes. This time I chose 10 people. My ability can guarantee you that I will definitely win. Miss Zixuan, please believe me. Chapter 794 Fantasy, Zombie Apocalypse 4. When the time was up, people began to walk out. When they met several teams, they agreed at the door not to attack each other, in order to prevent unnecessary malicious harm. Some people went out in staggered ways, while others chose other exits. However, Roger's group remained unmoved. Seeing that everyone had almost left, Isam said anxiously, Let's go! If it's too late, I'm worried that all the pens will be taken away by others. Zixuan also said, Yes, Rogers, we can go too. Rogers looked at the 2 of them and said, Why are you anxious? The more anxious you are, the faster you will die. No, Isam said. We hide from others and move forward quietly, so as not to be discovered. Everyone thinks like you. Roger said, If you don't believe me, then just listen to me. There are only 3 of us out of 10 places, and I won't harm you. Zixuan also said, Yes, Isam. Just listen to Rogers once. Right? Think about it. It's 10 kilometers away from school. After getting the pen, if you go back the same way and go to the capital, then we have to walk another 20 kilometers. If we go directly, we still have to walk 15 kilometers. And there are zombies everywhere on the road. So all kinds of accidents may happen. So I see. No one may be able to complete the task today. So, what should we be anxious about? Isam said anxiously, but, Stop being so. Rogers patted him and said, Brother, don't be nervous. Relax. You see, this girl is much calmer. After saying that, he took the 2 of them to the row of chairs closest to the runway and sat down. On the way, he took 3 cans of drinks from the vending machine next to them and drank 1 each. Outside the court, Louis and others looked at the 3 of them in great confusion, wondering what Rogers was going to do. Ron said, I can't tell that Rogers seems to be sure. Saha said, It's possible that he didn't want to participate in the competition, but he felt embarrassed that several of his own people had withdrawn, so he wanted to drag them together to accompany him. No way, Ron. No matter how reluctant he is, he will not give up the game. Rogers, you have never dealt with him, and I am too familiar with him. Just as he was talking, he saw a blue light flash across the stands of the stadium, and a contestant landed in the audience. Gil said, The first elimination so soon? The 3 people below looked at the man in the audience and all jumped up. Rogers shouted, Hey, man, why are you back? The man had a dark face and said nothing. Rogers smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If you lose, you won't die this time anyway. You believe me, there will be opportunities in the future. I just don't know how long we have to wait. The man then said, There are so many zombies outside. I didn't even react before I was bitten. Giada in the virtual image said. Similar to the last competition. In addition to assessing overall strength, luck is also very important. Then, the man asked again, is it really like he said? Will there be another chance next time? I'm sorry, Giada said. I can't answer your question. Okay then. The man could only sit down with his head downcast. There were many big screens on the edge of the field, and the audience could see the progress of the game displayed on these big screens. But Rogers and the other three could not be seen in the arena. Isa began to urge again. Someone has already pushed it out. How about Rogers? Let's start now. Why are you panicking? Wait for another half hour. We agreed on half an hour. We will set off on time in half an hour. Oh well. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a blue light suddenly flashed on the field, and another contestant fell from the blue light. But this time, he did not land in the stands, but on the field. Rogers hurried over and shouted, Hey, man, let me tell you something, including Isam, consulting, and the army commanders on the sidelines did not understand what he was going to do. Rogers ran up to him and asked, Man, how did you get back? What the HL? The man said, I was secretly killed by another person. It's despicable and shameless. Don't be discouraged. You still have 2 chances. Did you look at that buddy in the audience? The one who was bitten to death by a zombie is directly game over. Why? Some of you were killed by others too? Rogers replied. No, we haven't started yet. It hasn't started yet? Then you are really good at it. Some of you are almost arriving at school. Don't you want to participate? Of course I want to participate, but now is not the time to go out. How about you? Are you interested in joining us? But I have a team. So what? This is not a game. You can't teleport. You have to walk there by yourself. You will encounter zombies on the road alone. If you don't find your teammates, you will die. Just 3 of you. Yeah. There are 4 including you, Roger said. You should have heard of me. How excellent my results were during the God War. But I've also heard that you are very conceited. Conceited? So what? I have this strength. Why should I keep a low profile? This time there are 10 places. I can guarantee you that all 4 of us can get in. After some bragging and encouragement, the man finally agreed to join his team and learned that his name was Martin. In this case, there are 4 people in the team. Martin asked when he was going to start, and Roger said, Don't worry. I have to gather 10 people. The more people, the greater the chance of winning, Martin said. But if it's too late, it won't work. Why are you in a hurry? Roger said with a smile. I said I can get through it. I can get through it today. Get some rest. Drink some drinks. And go and have a rest if you have anything urgent. By the way, come and tell me about the course of action just now. Just like that, someone fell down after a while, and some fell into the audience. At that time, they were bitten to death by zombies or died from other reasons, and were directly eliminated. There are also those who fell into the arena and were bitten to death by zombies or applied for resurrection on their own initiative. Rogers would take the initiative to invite them to join the team. With his encouragement, 10 people were finally gathered. By this time, almost 2 hours had passed since the game started. When everyone thought he would continue to wait, Roger said, One time is enough. Zixuan asked curiously, Aren't you waiting? No, wait. The daylilies will get cold if you wait any longer. Listen up, everyone. There are exactly 10 of us now. Let's all stay close together and look after each other. As long as we can obey the command, I can guarantee that all of us will. It will pass smoothly. Chapter 795 Fantasy Zombie Apocalypse 5. Rogers led everyone toward exit number 3. Someone questioned, Go to gate number 1, which is the closest to the school. Man, Rogers said with a sneer as he led everyone away without looking back. Do you think you can get a pen if you go to school at this time? But don't worry. Let me tell you. The first ones to arrive will definitely take away all the pens. So what will happen to the people who arrive later? Take them all? But doesn't everyone only have one? Yes. One is enough for each person, Roger said. But there is no rule that you can't take more. And all the pens are anonymous. So in order to ensure that you can win, the best way is what is it? Zixuan said. Take them all. This is too despicable. Despicable? Roger said. Sister, this is a life and death battle. Do you know why Giada has such a cruel topic? It is to let us know the darkness of the universe. This darkness is extremely cruel. If we cannot adapt to it, then how many people can do it? Out. Guys, hurry up. We're running out of time. Everyone ran all the way to exit 3 and saw a small square outside the stadium. Beyond the small square, they could see some zombies walking on the street opposite. Rogers looked around and said, "Follow the greenery and go to the street. Let's walk." One person said, "The square is a safe area. Zombies can't get in." Rogers glared at him and asked, "Do you know there are no snipers on this street? I will shoot you when you get to the street." Everyone followed him and walked along the green belt towards the street. Zishuan asked, "Rogers, that direction is not a school." "I know." "Then where are you going?" "House of Parliament." "Capitol?" "But we don't have pens." "Zishuan," Rogers said, "I think you are a smart woman. You should be able to guess my intention." "A secret robbery?" Zishuan asked in surprise. "Shh." After a while, I arrived at the street. If I walked further, I would be out of the safe zone. Outside the safe zone, not only would I be attacked by zombies, but I might also be attacked by other contestants. Rogers said, "There is a supply box 500 meters ahead. Let's go there quietly now and arm ourselves first." Zishuan asked, "How did you know?" "I don't know. I'm just guessing." "Hack down." A group of people walked hunched down the side of the street, walking close to trash cans, telephone poles, and station signs, trying not to make any noise to avoid scaring zombies on the road. At the intersection ahead, there was indeed a supply box. Rogers said, "Quick, get equipped. With guns, we have nothing to fear." When I opened the lid of the box, I saw that it was filled with weapons, including pistols, linear rifles, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, individual rocket launchers, grenades, flashlights, and communicators and other auxiliary equipment. "Who's sniping?" Rogers asked. Zishuan said, "Me." "Who else?" One person raised his hand to say yes. And Rogers said, "There are 2 snipers here, one of which is anti-equipment. Bring them all. Everyone should bring assault rifles. Bring more grenades and flashlights. Don't bring light machine guns." As instructed, everyone began to equip weapons. Rogers carried a rocket launcher on his back. After seeing that everyone was equipped, he said, "Besides, move forward in stealth, and don't alert the zombies." "What are we afraid of now that we have guns?" Rogers said, "It's not that we're afraid of zombies. We just don't want people to know that we went to the Capitol building. Let's go!" Everyone walked forward close to the corner, trying not to disturb the zombies who were roaming first. After walking a few steps forward, someone suggested going by car. There were many cars parked on the street, but Rogers objected to driving there. Someone immediately said, "It's 10 kilometers. How long does it take to walk by force? Someone will catch up with you in a car at any time." Rogers didn't answer, but looked around and said, "There seems to be a battery car store there. Go over and have a look." "Ride a scooter?" someone questioned. Zishuan already knew Rogers' intention and said, "The battery car is quiet and will not easily attract other people's attention. It is no problem for a new car to run for 10 kilometers. Everyone came to this store together, which was full of brand new battery cars. Rogers asked, "You know how to ride?" "Right. If you don't know how to ride, let someone guide you." As a result, 10 people can ride it. After the infinite loop ended, because they had to participate in the God War. At that time, all the lords began to learn various skills, including motorcycles, battery cars, bicycles, and so on. Everyone selected a battery car and rode out of the car shop to get ready to hit the road. Rogers once again explained, "If you encounter zombies, don't shoot if you can. Try not to shoot. We can't let others know that we are going to the Capitol building first." After everyone agreed, they rode their electric scooters on the road and followed the map prompts to the Congress building. When they encountered zombies surrounding them along the way, they started to avoid them from afar. There were a few who were good at it and raised their iron sticks to hit the zombies that were rushing towards them. After setting the frequency, Rogers said in the team channel, "Don't get separated. Everyone, be sure to follow up. I hope each of us can win." The 10-kilometer journey took about 40 minutes, and we were about to reach the Parliament building when we heard the faint sound of a car motor behind us. "There is an overpass in front of you. To cross it, you can either walk on the bridge or go under the bridge," Rogers said. "Everyone speed up. Cross the bridge. and stop on the other side of the bridge. 10 battery cars rushed onto the overpass. The bridge was not reached for a long time. Roger stopped the car suddenly and asked everyone to line up and aim their weapons at the bridge, waiting for the vehicles behind them to come over. Zombies began to gather around. "Don't kill the zombies yet!" Everyone waited seriously. And after a while, they saw a Hummer driving over. Rogers cursed. "He's so cold that he can't feel his teeth." 2 of the 4 people in the car started shooting at them. Rogers took off the rocket launcher and fired one at the Humvee, knocking it over. "Quick! Go up and search! Hurry up!" Rogers shouted. Everyone rushed up, and Rogers shouted, "No guns! The first 4 go over, and the others all move back. They must have a lot of pens in their hands." 4 people went up to search and found 4 pens in the wreckage, but they did not dare to come over, fearing that the 6 people here would snatch them. "What's going on?" Rogers asked. He immediately understood what was going on and said, "You guys all get over here. I said 10 of us will get there. Let's hide here and intercept the next one. We'll have enough pens." Of Chapter 796 Fantasy, Zombie Apocalypse 6. The 4 people who went over first got only 4 pens. After coming back, Rogers cursed. "We're one damn thing. What are you afraid of? We came early and waited here. We can all do it later. They can get the pen." Everyone took care of the battery car and hid it on the bridge, waiting for the people behind to come and deliver pens. Zishuan said, "I'm very confused. Why did they take 4 pens? Why didn't they all carry them with them? Wouldn't that be safer? Maybe it's some kind of setting." Roger said, "We didn't go to school, so we don't know what the situation is there. Since there are 10 people, there will definitely be others coming later. Let's see. Where else can I hide?" There was still an interface road from the Congress building. Rogers looked around and said, "Come on. Let's move together and throw down all the car wreckage." Everyone didn't know why, but after he said this, they all followed suit. They came to the wreckage, picked up the remains of the vehicle and the body, and threw them under the bridge. Rogers clapped his hands and said, "Let's go! Hurry up to the building and set up a defense line. The enemy will come over soon." Everyone got on the scooters again and rode towards the Congress building. This competition map is a simulated street in a certain Western country. There is a building opposite the Congress building. Roger said, "Isam, Zishuan, you 2 go to the 2nd floor of the building opposite to set up an ambush." The 2 of them have snipers. One is a normal sniper. The other is an anti-equipment sniper. And Isam has an anti-equipment sniper. The 2 of them agreed and immediately went to the building opposite. Rogers looked at the remaining 7 people and said, "Let's go in and plant the bomb." Several people entered the lobby on the 1st floor of the Congress building and saw that it was also in ruins. Rogers looked at it and said, "Set up here. Hurry up. The 4 people who were killed just now will definitely rush there after they are reborn. Coming over. We need to set it up before they arrive. Those who are killed by contestants will have a chance to be resurrected. And they can be resurrected twice in total. So Rogers is worried about this." Several broadswords were installed, and then everyone went to hide beside the windows on the 2nd floor, where they could see the streets outside and monitor the hall. Seeing that everyone was a little nervous, Roger said, "Don't worry. We'll get through it. The 4 of you who got the pen can go up to the rooftop first." "Aw," one of them said. "Aren't we together?" "No," Roger said. "You 4 team up together. Be careful. Check the route carefully when you go up. And then tell us on the radio when you get to the rooftop. Don't hand over the pen in a hurry. Wait for us to go up. If we can't go up, you can hand it over again." One person said yes, and another said, "If you don't come up, we will come down to pick you up." "No," Roger said again. "You are not allowed to come down after you go up. If you see others going up, it means that several of us have died. If we come back again, it will definitely be too late. So when the time comes, the pen is handed over. That's it. Let's go!" Roger sent the 4 of them away. At this time, there were only 4 people left here, and 2 snipers were set up in the building opposite. Not long after the 4 people left, a convoy came over, including a wheeled armored vehicle. The roof of the armored vehicle opened, revealing a machine gunner, looking around with a vehicle-mounted machine gun, plus 4 motorcycles. Roger said over the radio, "Zishuan, Isam, have you seen the convoy? Don't shoot. Let them come in. You 2 just need to be vigilant to prevent other people who may appear behind." Both of them said yes, And Roger said, "These people, let them in, and the four of us will deal with it. Are the grenades and flashlights ready? Ready to fight." The convoy stopped about 100 meters away from the building. Several people got out of the impact car. Exactly 6. And 4 people on motorcycles, which added up to exactly 10 people. Roger said, "You see, it happens to be a full team." But at this moment, the sound of the machine's motor alerted the zombies, who appeared and began to attack them. Roger said, "You see, this is why I don't let you kill zombies." One person in the team said, "But these zombies are not difficult to kill. It's just a casual matter." Roger said, "Zombies are not scary. People are scary. When they come and see no corpses of zombies, they will think that no one is here. So they dare to come in with confidence and relax their vigilance. It is easier for us to take action." But he said that the 10 people on the street outside gathered together and whispered to each other. They didn't know what they were talking about. They looked around and found nothing unusual. So they walked towards the entrance of the building. Rogers asked Isam and Zixuan on the opposite side to keep an eye on the street and report any situation they found. At the same time, he told the 4 people on the team channel to make sure not to make any noise, so as not to alarm others. However, these 4 people began to stare closely at the 10 people who were about to come in. They told them in sign language that a wave of grenades and flashlights would come first later. After a while, the 10 people began to come in one after another, and several of them looked nervous and wanted to throw grenades. "Easy, easy," Rogers reminded him when he was young. He kept counting and made sure that all 10 people had come in. As soon as he saw them, someone was about to approach broadsword. Beat. 4 people, 2 grenades, and 2 flashes were thrown down. And then the second round of throwing flashes and grenades was exchanged. There were constant explosions and screams in the hall to ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy. Roger said, "Throw away all the grenades. Zixuan, how are you two doing?" Zixuan replied, "I used the mirror to see a pair of people coming from behind, but they stopped. You two come here quickly, and we need to go down quickly to pick up the equipment. And we have to be fast." For people came down, and the 10 people were killed. They never dreamed that they would be intermediate. "If each person searches for a pen, don't search for the second person," Roger said. He was worried that the second pen would disappear automatically. So he said this. It happened that everyone found a pen. Good guy. Everyone was blown to pieces. But this pen is so hard. Quick. Go to the door and guard. Roger said. The 4 men went to the door with guns in hand to guard. They saw Zixuan and Isam running over from the opposite side. Rogers waved and shouted, "Quick! Come in!" At this moment, the sound of a motor came from the direction they came from, indicating that enemies were approaching quickly and wanted to compete with them for time. After Zixuan and Isam entered, Roger said, "You two picked up the pen and went upstairs immediately. The 4 of us will guard the door and count down 1 minute to evacuate." Chapter 797 Fantasy Zombie Apocalypse 7. Seeing Isam and Zixuan entering, Rogers contacted the 4 people again. "Have you gone to the rooftop? We're coming up. If you can, someone comes down to pick us up." "We're coming up." "Yes. I'll go down to pick you up." Isam and Zixuan had already obtained the pens and started walking inside. "Evacuate." Rogers gave the order and led the 3 people to follow Zixuan and others and started running towards the stairs. As soon as I got to the 2nd floor, I heard the sound of cars outside downstairs, and people started to break in. On the way upstairs, we will encounter sporadic zombies from time to time. We have been exposed now. If you see zombies, shoot and kill them. Those who arrived first explained the route of action to everyone through the channel. They were the ones who went up first to avoid zombies, so they also told everyone where zombies would appear. However, the design of this zombie is very weak, so it doesn't matter if you have it or not. When they were approaching the 3rd floor, a person from upstairs came to meet them. This way, someone would lead the way, and it would be easier to move around. Running all the way through the corridor, you can see many people coming in from downstairs, shooting towards the upstairs. "Let's go our own way, and don't worry about theirs," Roger shouted. "I said I can guarantee that all 10 of us can pass the level." Zixuan gasped and said, "Rogers, you are really cheating. That is required." As I was running, suddenly a rocket came up from downstairs. But such a rocket did not hit them, but hit a staircase in front of them. With a bang, the staircase opened a hole more than 2 meters long. since Rogers was the captain. He took the back seat and Zixuan came down to talk to him. So at this time, other teammates happened to have already gone up, and the two of them happened to be in front of the opening. Rogers quickly ran towards the stairs, and at the same time turned back and said, "Zixuan, run slower." Zixuan looked at him in surprise. At this time, couldn't 10 people pass the test? Why did he ask her to slow down at this time? Could it be that she was asked to attract the firepower from behind? And sure enough, there were constant gunshots from behind, and someone was indeed chasing after them, and they were almost reaching this level. However, Zixuan was still slower. Rogers came to the brake and tried, but couldn't jump over. He turned around and shouted, "Zixuan, come here quickly and run faster." As he spoke, he half-crouched and held his hands together. It turned out that he wanted Zixuan to step on his hands and then lift him over. "What should you do?" Zixuan asked. "Stop talking nonsense. One by one in the past. I'll think of a way. Accelerate and don't stop." Zixuan suddenly ran forward, jumped up and stepped on his hand. Rogers suddenly raised his hand to lift it up, and Zixuan jumped over. Zixuan turned around, stretched out her hand and said, "Come here. I'll catch you." "Okay. Wait a minute," Rogers said, starting to back away, then speeding up. Just as he was about to get there, he suddenly limped and was hit by a stray bullet. Rogers screamed, but he still jumped up, but with much less energy, and fell down without even touching Zixuan's hand. Zixuan looked down and saw that Rogers had fallen on the floor below. He was seriously injured and could not move. "How are you doing, Rogers?" Zixuan asked. "You go ahead and don't worry about me. I might not be able to finish it," he said, smiling at Zixuan. "No, Rogers, just wait. I'll pick you up." The sound of gunshots continued, and Rogers aimed the gun at his temple and said, "No, Zixuan, go quickly. After a few hundred years, we will still have a chance to meet." "No, Rogers, I'll take you away too," Zixuan cried. "No, listen to me," Rogers said. "You will not succeed. Believe me, I will apply for resurrection now." Someone in the team said, "Rogers, you go to resurrect. We are waiting for you here. We have enough ammunition. We will stay here." "You are stupid," Rogers said. "Listen to me. You must go up. I will find a way on my own and don't miss the opportunity. Otherwise none of us will be able to get out. Miss Giada, I applied for resurrection. Please let me be resurrected." Giada's voice came to mind. "Okay, Rogers, you still have 2 chances to be resurrected. You can be resurrected. Start resurrecting." The sound disappeared. Rogers disappeared below, and his signal was lost on the team channel. At this moment, 5 or 6 people had already rushed up from the 4th floor, shooting and running towards the place. "The person behind is Jing Zixuan. Please hurry up." Zixuan had no choice but to go up, in order to ensure that everything was safe. She shouted to the people running behind her. "One of our teammates died. We only have a few people, so you will have an indicator to follow. I'm leaving first. You choose it yourself." After that, he started to run up with his legs. Sure enough, not long after she started, she heard gunshots, curses, and screams from behind. You didn't need to look at it, but those people must have been fighting for the only quota. She quickly ran to the rooftop and saw 8 other people waiting for her. On the edge of the rooftop, there was a man with his back to them. As Dai gathered together, Isam asked, "Are we really not going to wait for Rogers anymore?" Zixuan shook her head and said, "You actually understand very well that he can't get through it all. Let's go." Everyone was helpless and started to move forward. There was a yellow line on the rooftop. Once everyone crossed the yellow line, the weapons in their hands automatically disappeared, which meant that they had entered the peace zone. Arriving at the edge of the rooftop, Zixuan said, "Mister." The man turned around and faced everyone. "Louis," several people said in surprise. They knew him. Louis smiled and said, "Yes, it's me. The 9 of you have won. You can go. Are you ready?" "Wait a minute," Zixuan said. "Did we really win?" Louis asked back. "How can it be false?" "But my world? My family?" Louis smiled and said, "Didn't Giada just say it clearly enough? Although your world has been destroyed, there is an archive, and you can come back as long as you load the archive. But you need to do it yourself in the future. Furthermore, what you call your world is a virtual digital world. After reading the file, it will not arouse suspicion for the people in your world, and people will not discover the secret at all. Zixuan sighed and said, Okay, Louis. Thank you. Just let them go first. I want to wait. You want to wait for Rogers? I really wanted to wait for Rogers. He saved me at the last moment but sacrificed himself. I know he can't come, but I still want to see who the 10th person is. You can see Rogers. After Louis said that, he showed a virtual screen in front of him, and saw Rogers leaning comfortably on a chair in the stadium with no intention of coming over. What is he going to do? Why can't he come over? Zixuan asked in surprise. Louis said, Because he knows that he can't come, so he might as well relax and be comfortable in the last moments. Chapter 798 Trapped in the Stadium. There is a square platform in the middle of the stadium, with 10 people standing there. Officially, the 10 people who won this game. 9 of them are from Rogers' team. But Rogers is the only one who did not win. And there is one person who is catching up from other teams. The virtual images of the 9 commanders of the 10 legions appeared on the virtual screen in the stadium. Only the commander of the 5th legion, Wen Jing, did not appear, because among the 10 legion commanders, she was the only one who was a real person, and the other 9 were all machines. Giada said, This competition lasted 5 hours and was all over. According to the requirements at the beginning, we needed 10 people, so we selected 10 people. Then, there are still 237 people left, so don't be discouraged. We will continue to select among you in the days to come based on the needs of civilization. I would like to ask the civilized Commander-in-Chief, Louis, to speak. Louis looked around at the crowd and said, It's time to announce the secrets of civilization. The real time now is 2799 AD, and the headquarters of civilization is Wolf 359. As he explained, a starry sky map appeared above the stadium, showing the position of the B sun, Wolf 359. It's about 8 light years away from the solar system. The name of civilization is the Demon Sword. The attribute of civilization is machines. That's right. Machines will civilize you. The supreme commander of civilization is called an archangel. And that is me. Everyone who is awakened from the virtual world will lead a legion alone and become the commander of the legion, also called an angel. Each legion has a total of 100 million carrier-based aircraft and corresponding warships of all levels. What I want to show you now is the fleet of the Demon Sword civilization, which we call Legion. Every person who is awakened will have Iron Law instructions written into his host computer. The core of this Iron Law is to always be loyal to me. Since it is a machine civilization, I can tell you clearly that after you are awakened, you will be nothing more than a supercomputer and have no human appearance, because you are no longer human. Of course, after being awakened, you can reset the save files of your virtual world on your host. If you have the opportunity, you can also return to your virtual world. We have just made 10 supercomputers, so we can only choose 10 of you at the moment and then build 10 legions. This is why the virtual world is restarted today. The 10 of you won. Do you have anything to say? Zixuan stood up and said, Louis! No, Your Majesty the Commander-in-Chief. Rogers is a very good candidate. I think he should win. Oh, do you think so? Louis said. As I said just now, there are only 10 hosts, so there are only 10 people. One more will not work, unless one of you is willing to quit voluntarily. But in that case, 4 others are unfair. Rogers in the audience said, No, if you lose, you lose. There is no need to complain. Rogers, Zixuan stood on the stage, looking at Rogers in the audience, choking and saying, Zixuan, Rogers said, don't be burdened, and don't ever think of replacing me. I won't accept it. Go and face the new world happily. Rogers, you are quite discerning, Louis said. Russian roulette. The moment Gad pulled the trigger on me, I saw it, Rogers said, his words shouting resentment. Louis knew that he was dissatisfied with Giada and himself, so he ignored him. Anyway, there were many consciousnesses, and one more person was not more than him, and one less person was not less. Then he faced the 10 winners and said, I'll wake you up soon. Is there anything you want to say? One of them raised his fist and shouted, I will always be loyal to Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. The other 10 people also shouted, I will swear allegiance to Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief to the death. The eliminated people in the audience complained, sneered, and cursed secretly. Okay, are you all ready? Louis said. The awakening process has begun. The 10 of you are ready to enter the real world. Rays of blue light fell down, covering 10 people. Slowly, the outlines of the 10 people began to blur, and finally disappeared together with the blue light. There are now 237 eliminations left in the stadium. Louis said again. As for you, I'm sorry. Just continue to sleep. There was no light, and people began to disappear one by one. People in the stadium also began to disappear one by one, and there were fewer and fewer people. The 9 Legion commanders of the giant bat virtual image also disappeared one by one, leaving only one person. In the end, there was one person left in the stadium who did not disappear, but it was Rogers. Louis's virtual image froze, and a blue light fell next to Rogers. Louis came to his side from the blue light and faced him. Rogers looked at him and sneered at him. Are you here to laugh at me? That's right. You got it right, Louis said expressionlessly. Then you succeeded. I enjoy this success very much, Louis said, circling around him. How does it feel to face a loser? That helpless feeling that wants to defeat me but can't do anything? Louis! Rogers shouted. Don't be too arrogant. You can just kill me. Why insult me like this? Insult you? Insult. Well, that's a pretty good word. Come on. Continue your anger. I will enjoy it. I enjoy this feeling of victory. You? How about it? Please continue. You clenched your fist so tightly. Do you want to hit me? Why don't you take action? Because you understand that you can't do anything to me at all. Ha. After saying that, Louis stepped back, and a blue light fell down, covering him, ready to take off into the sky and leave with laughter. Hey, don't leave, Rogers yelled. But Louis still left. He was the only one left in the entire stadium. Everyone else was gone. Hey, what the HL is going on here? Rogers yelled everywhere, but no one responded. What the HL? Why am I the only one left here? Rogers said to himself. But no one came out and no one answered him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, but with no friendly response, he began to wander around the stadium. There were vending machines around where he could get food and drinking water at will. Rogers walked towards the square platform in the middle of the green field, walked up the steps, stood in the middle of the platform, looked up to the sky and screamed, You are hacking kidding me, aren't you? After that, he started to pee. Since there was only one person, let's look around. Rogers finished urinating, got off the stage, and walked toward the exit. He came to the stadium exit and looked out at the street. There were originally many zombies on the street, but now there was not a single zombie. He walked towards the street, but was blocked by an invisible light curtain. He's trapped in the stadium. Chapter 799, The Demonic Swords 2 billion combat units. 10 people were selected, and their consciousness bodies were uploaded to 10 supercomputer memories that had been prepared long ago. And the corresponding supercomputers were started at the same time. Now they only have mainframes and no battleships. These 10 mainframes are all stored in the battleship of Tianji. After starting the host, start connecting. There are a total of 19 consciousness bodies, including Wenjing. And there are 20 people connected to each other. Louis said, Welcome newcomers to the real world. After a while of silence, someone finally said, Your Excellency. But I can't see anything. Louis said, The flagship belonging to the 10 of you is under construction. It will take about a year to complete. Next, each of you will be assigned to an Angel-class battleship. All knowledge about the magic sword have been stored in your memory, and you can read them at any time. So that's it, Zixuan exclaimed. It seems that she has read the knowledge of the magic sword. How about it, Zixuan? Louis said. Among these 10 people, you are the only girl, Zixuan said. Your Excellency, we are no longer human beings. So how can we be boys or girls? Jill said. Not really. Sister, I have always considered myself a woman. And you are a woman like me. If anyone dares to look down on us, we will blast him with the largest caliber plasma cannon. Yes, Sister Jill, Ron said. No one looks down on you. You think they are bees. Aren't they just a woman's world? Gil said. But if you want to survive in the universe, you must be loyal to the Archangel and the Demon Sword civilization. Yes, Sister Jill. Okay then, Louis said. Since the 10 of you are here, let's get familiar with this world first. You have 2 problems to overcome. The first is how to quickly adapt to this real world. And the second is how to adapt to the real world quickly. It can quickly adapt to the saucer system ships. Because we are a machine civilization. All our ships and carrier-based aircraft are of the saucer system. One of the newcomers shouted. Wow! Isn't this the legendary flying saucer? That's right, Louis said. Except for the Star Fortress and the 5th Legion. All other flying units are flying saucers, the man said. Wouldn't that make your head spin? Jill said. You are no longer a human being. Where did you get so dizzy? Ha. That's true, Louis said. None of us are human anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, Queen Wenjing. This does not include you, Wenjing said. Your Excellency, I don't think so. Regarding the word human, I think it should be redefined. Although some people have a body, they have no mind and no soul. Just like walking corpses. Or there may be some people who are cunning and do bad things. Even though they look like humans. Are they any different from animals? So my dear Archangel, on the other hand, although you do not have a human body, you have human thoughts and emotions. So in this sense, you are human beings and deserve to be real people, Jill said. I agree with what Wenjing said. What you said is great. It was said online that after letting this newcomer understand the general situation of the magic sword, he began to load the 10 of them onto 10 different Angel-class battleships, and then sent them to different places in the B-Sun system to start their respective construction tasks, including the collection of resources and the construction of units at all levels required by the Legion. This work has been going on for 3 years. The Hive Star and 3 dwarf planets in the B-Sun system have been fully developed. The magic sword has also built Dyson sphere fragments near the star B-Sun to collect more energy. The so-called Dyson sphere fragments refer to the construction of only a small part of the Dyson sphere. Just like fragments. This is the same as when Blood Dance built the insect net, with only one purpose, and that is to collect the radiation energy of the star. 3 years later, in AD 2804, year 615 of the demonic calendar, Demon Sword finally built 20 legions, and its military strength grew to 2 billion. But this number was still far from the 23 billion units of Blood Dance. However, one thing is a major breakthrough for the magic sword, and that is that with the development, application and maturity of wormholes, space solidification technology has also been developed. Space solidification technology can center on the star and reach a radius of 10O, making it impossible for foreigners to carry out wormhole transmission. But within the scope of space solidification, he can carry out wormhole teleportation. 10O is 10 astronomical units, 1.5 billion kilometers, which is roughly equivalent to the distance from Saturn to the Sun. So this is a very large range. The planets in the solar system and several dwarf planets are within this coverage. But even so, Louis was still worried and felt that staying in the galaxy was still very dangerous. Therefore, when all 20 legions were fully established, it was decided to migrate all of them out of the B-Sun system and use the Blood Dance method to establish a Misty Land stronghold. As for the B-Sun system, some mining equipment is reserved. After a certain amount is collected, it is sent to the ground through wormhole transmission. The first stronghold is named Alpha. In addition to Alpha, there are also Beta, Gamma and Delta. A total of 4 strongholds are named after Greek letters to distinguish the English letter nomenclature of Blood Dance. After everything is deployed, the next plan is to attack Cockroach Sun. Cockroach Sun, Ross 128, is relatively far away from B-Sun, and it will take about 5 years for entangled particles to fly there. So the attack time will be chosen 5 years later. After establishing the Piamu land stronghold, Louis connected with Luo Xiaoxue. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue had already returned to Blood Dance. After connecting, Louis said, "My demonic sword now has a technology that you, Blood Dance, don't have." "Yes, that is space solidification technology. How about it? Do you want to learn it?" Luo Xiaoxue said, "Of course I have to learn, but I'm not going to do it." Louis asked, "Oh, Leng Yan is worried about you, right? After all, you have no ideological imprint. Have you ever thought about setting up your own business?" Luo Xiaoxue said, "Your Excellency Archangel, it's not that the Queen doesn't trust me, but it's my own request. The Queen's host turns out to be the mother body of my host. For this reason, I must be loyal to the Queen. So I can't come here to learn space solidification technology. This is mainly to avoid suspicion. Also, I will not set up my own business. I will always serve under the Queen's banner." "Well, you are loyal and good, but I underestimated you." Luo Xiaoxue informed Leng Yan about the matter, and Leng Yan asked her to come. But as Luo Xiaoxue said herself, In order to avoid suspicion, she refused to come after questioning. Lung Yan had no choice but to send Marika, the bloody blade of the 22 insect swarm, to learn the skills of the magic sword. This Marika was originally a demon sword owner. Later, because she got a terminal illness and was suitable to be the host of Blood Blade, she was selected to be a feudal queen of blood dance. As for how the Zerg learns machine technology, it depends entirely on comprehension. But it was said that Marika led 1 billion insect swarms to the demon sword's alpha stronghold. Chapter 804 Years in the Real World. 3 months in the digital world. In the Misty Land Alpha, 5 legions are stationed here, including Lu Yi's 2nd Legion and Zixuan's 13th Legion. So there are a total of 500 million units of combat power here, among the 10 newly formed legions. When assigning numbers, many people were unwilling to take the number 13, because in the eyes of Westerners, 13 is a very unlucky number. But Zixuan didn't care. She was from the east, he calmly accepted this number, and became the commander of the 13th Army. But he said that in this Misty Land Alpha, in addition to these 5 legions, there is also a group of Shuewu here. The so-called fan groups have also been introduced before. They are 10 basic groups led by a fan queen, including a blood blade group and 9 locust swarms. Therefore, a fan group has a total unit combat power of 1 billion. The fan queen of this group is Blood Blade Queen Marika. And Marika was originally from Star Fortress. Lung Yan sent her here to increase the trust between Blood Dance and Demon Sword. The purpose of Marika coming to the magic sword is to learn space solidification technology. So this Misty Alpha, Magic Sword and Blood Dance together have a combat power of 1.5 billion basic units. The entire space is full of battleships and insect beasts, as well as basic units that are not in and out of motherships or insect beasts, shipboard machines and primary soldiers. Let's not talk about how Marika learned and understood this new technology. But let's talk about the connection between Zixuan and Lu Yi. Zixuan said, "Your Excellency Archangel, it has been more than 3 years, or almost 4 years since our newcomers were awakened. But Rogers is still trapped in the stadium in the virtual world. Are you prepared to continue punishing him like this?" Lu Yi did not answer her, but asked her, "So what do you think?" Zixuan said, "Although Rogers is a bit arrogant, he is really a rare talent. I believe you can see it in the game 4 years ago. You may not trust him, but there are still iron rules." Lu Yi said, "The constraints of the iron law are on the one hand. Surrender from the heart is the key. I am not unreasonable. I can also see that Rogers is a rare talent. What he lacks now is its training. I just want to get rid of his unruly and bad temper. The survival of civilization in the future will focus on teamwork and collective honor, not individual heroism." "Yes, I understand your good intentions. So you still want to cultivate him?" "Hee," Lu Yi said. "Unless you can convince him. Then let me try." "No problem." Virtual World 00 World. Closed map stadium. The green field was originally green, but now it has become dry grass. Mineral water bottles, video packaging bags, and empty cans are scattered all over the ground. A ragged man with unkempt hair and a full beard stood on the green field, gnawing on a braised chicken leg and peeing at the same time. The braised chicken legs are vacuum-packed. There are many vending machines in the stadium, which are filled with this kind of fast food packaged food. They are automatically replenished after eating. So Rogers does not have to worry about food problems when he lives here. Not only is there food and drink, but there are also some simple daily necessities, such as toilet paper, towels, blankets, etc. Rogers was eating, peeing, and humming. "I fell in love with you watching Casablanca." Back row of the drive-in show in the flickering light. Popcorn and cokes beneath the stars became champagne and caviar. Love on a long hot summer's night. A blue light fell from behind. Rogers didn't pay attention. A woman's voice sounded from behind. "Rogers, you sang this Casablanca very beautifully." Without looking back, Rogers shook his head and said, "So what? No one can appreciate it. Only you think it sounds good." The woman behind didn't answer him, and there was silence. Rogers finally turned around and looked at her. "Zixuan is indeed you," Zixuan said. "But Rogers, do you know the allusion to the song you sang?" "Of course. Spy in North Africa. A very classic movie. But you don't know that the song, Casablanca, came after the movie." "Casablanca. Dot. What does that matter? You don't understand what I mean. So let me tell you my experience during the 4 years I left." "4 years? But I've only been here 3 months." Zixuan smiled and said, "The virtual world and the real world can adjust the speed of time at will. Obviously, Louis was afraid that you would collapse. So he accelerated the speed of time here. Then why bother? I can totally bear it. Come on. Don't show off if you can. Okay? Do you still want to listen to what I know? All ears. Go to the stands over there. Find a place to sit. And I'll talk to you slowly. After passing the vending machine, Rogers took 2 cans of Coke. The two found a place to sit down. One for each. Zishuan looked at the messy stadium inside. It's only been less than 3 months. It was originally clean and tidy. The stadium is like this because of you. This shows that you are still very anxious inside. Sister, you have to understand that the whole world is only as big as the stadium. And I can't go anywhere outside. I am the only one in the whole world. It's wind, sun and rain. It's all here. Is it possible that you still want me to maintain this big stadium by myself? Okay, what you said makes sense. Now I want to tell you about the magic sword and Louis. Do you still want to listen? Listen. It's just what you say. Okay, then I'll start. Then, Zishuan told him in detail the experience of this magic sword over the years. How it escaped from the Doomsday Sun. How it saved human survivors. How it experienced the Halo War, the Infrasonic War, and the Whirlpool War. How to develop civilization and expand the population. How to get to know Minano on the long interstellar journey. And how to form an alliance with Shui through Minano's host Luo Xiaoxue. And so on. Rogers asked in a distrustful tone. Is this really the case? Yes. Of course it is, Zishuan said. You have to know that as the leader of a civilization, every decision you make will affect the life and death of the civilization. Louis may not be as good as you in terms of individual combat, but in terms of overall deployment. Do you think you can be stronger than him? Rogers was silent. Zishuan added, This is what I just told you. The existing movie Casablanca only has the song Casablanca.